Chapter 1. Awakening from a Great Dream. The Beloved Sacrifice to Heaven. Father, head of the family, love for the party's second uncle in a daze. Chen Yizhou heard a cacophony of cries. Just as he was about to rise and scold someone, a thunderous sound of Swona pierced through the air, sending a jolt of shock through him. His scalp prickled, his soul felt as if it were ascending, and a sharp pain shot through his head, causing him to faint. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Yizhou found himself lying on a rickety wooden bed, the ceiling inexplicably bare and the earthen walls unadorned. Where was this? The surroundings bore a striking resemblance to his childhood memories of his grandparents' home in the countryside in 1979. As he pondered this, the door swung open from the outside. A girl, around 15 or 16, entered wearing coarse linen garments, patched in several places. Her eyes were swollen and red, as though she had been weeping for an extended period. "Brother, you're awake?" she exclaimed with delight. Then she called out loudly, "Mother, come quickly. Brother has awakened." "Yinzi, is it true?" A middle-aged woman, approximately in her 40s, rushed in with hurried footsteps. "Yizhou, how do you feel? What would you like to eat? I'll make it for you." "Mother?" A sharp pain pierced his head once more, and Chen Yizhou fainted again, slipping into what felt like an interminable dream. It turned out to be July of 1958. The protagonist of this dream was also named Chen Yizhou, having grown up in a rural setting in Lixin County, Hunan Province. At 19, he had just graduated from vocational school, specializing in machinery. Due to his exemplary conduct and academic performance, coupled with his father's influence, he had been assigned to work in the capital, with his reporting date set for 10 days hence. He had been in the process of packing his belongings at school, preparing for his move to the capital, when he suddenly received the news of his father's demise. He returned home to assist his mother with the funeral arrangements, enduring 2 days and 3 nights without sleep. Overcome with grief, he collapsed at the funeral, and for reasons unknown, the future Chen Yizhou had arrived. His grandfather had passed away early, and his grandmother lived with his uncle, Chen Yizhou, who had 2 sons and a daughter. His eldest cousin, Chen Fei, was 23, married, and had a 3-year-old son named Chen Jiafu. His second cousin, Chen Hong, was 21, also married, with a 2-year-old son named Chen Jiala. His younger cousin, Chen Xiaofan, was 15. Chen Yizhou's father was named Chen Adong, who was married to Lu Cuifang, and they had a daughter, Chen Xiaoyan, aged 16, who was about to enter her 3rd year of junior high. After marrying, Chen Adong served in the military and rarely returned home. Later, he was transferred to work at the military management office in the capital, where he purchased a residence, intending to settle down and bring his family to the city. However, when war erupted, Chen Adong resolutely went to the front lines and ultimately sacrificed his life during the retreat back to the homeland. The cries Chen Yizhou had heard were from his father's funeral. When he awoke again, darkness had fallen, and his stomach rumbled with hunger. Hearing a voice from outside, he called out, "Mother! Mother!" "Ah!" Yizhou came to reply, as Lu Cuifang entered, holding a kerosene lamp. "Yizhou, how do you feel?" "Mother, I'm fine. After a nap. I feel much better, though I'm a bit hungry," Chen Yizhou replied, somewhat embarrassed. Yinzi, prepare a bowl of noodles for your brother, and don't forget to add 2 eggs." Lu Cuifang called out to the outside. "Mother, understood. He'll get right on it," Chen Xiaoyan responded from outside. After rising from slumber, Chen Yizhou engaged in conversation with Lu Cuifang within the confines of the room. To avoid revealing his circumstances, he opted for silence, allowing Lu Cuifang to assume that his reticence stemmed from hunger, a notion she did not question. Chen Xiaoyan, quick in her movements, returned in less than 10 minutes, presenting a bowl of noodles adorned with 2 fried eggs. "Brother, the noodles are ready. You should eat quickly." "Thank you for your efforts, Yinzi," Chen Yizhou replied, famished, as he seized his chopsticks and devoured the meal with great enthusiasm. "Umph, brother, you frightened both me and mother. Do you realize you've slept for 2 whole days?" "Fortunately, the doctor assured us it was merely fatigue, that a good rest would suffice, otherwise we would have been terribly anxious," Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, her words flowing rapidly. "I apologize for causing you both concern," Chen Yizhou responded hastily. In less than 5 minutes, the entire bowl of noodles was consumed, even the broth, and only then did he feel a resurgence of energy, dispelling the lingering weakness from his limbs. "Yizhou, how do you feel? Are you full?" Would you like Yinzi to prepare more noodles? Lu Fong inquired, her gaze reflecting concern. Chen Xiaoyan, too, looked at him with questioning eyes. No, mother, I am quite satisfied. Very well, it's getting late. You should continue resting. We, too, must retire for the night, Lu Fong instructed. All right, mother. Yinzi, please go and rest, he replied. After Lu Fong and Chen Xiaoyan departed, Chen Yizhou lay in bed, gradually succumbing to a drowsy stupor. The following morning, the crowing of roosters roused him from sleep. After dressing, he opened the door to reveal a living room, where a table against the wall displayed a photograph of a middle-aged man clad in military attire, accompanied by a small incense burner beneath it. This was his father, Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou approached the table, took 3 incense sticks, ignited them with a match from the table, and bowed 3 times before the photograph, hands reverently cradling the incense. He silently vowed, "Rest easy, for I have inherited your son's body. I am indeed your son, and I shall care for mother and my sister." Turning to exit the door, he noticed a few chickens wandering nearby, while in the distance, he could vaguely discern figures toiling in the fields. Upon re-entering the house, Chen Yizhou traversed the living room towards the back, finding no sign of his mother or sister, likely having gone to work. Entering the kitchen, he lifted the lid of a large pot to discover a bowl of sweet potato rice, still warm to the touch. He served himself and began to eat. Having satisfied his hunger and washed the dishes, he returned to his room to inspect the possessions of the original owner. Guided by his memories, he dragged a wicker trunk from beneath the bed, opened it, and found an assortment of books on machinery, study materials, 2 pairs of unpatched clothing, a stack of currency amounting to 68 yuan and 54 fun, along with a national grain coupon for 50 kilograms, and a letter. Upon opening the letter, he discovered it was a notification for employment, instructing him to report directly to the 3rd steel rolling plant in the capital, where he would commence his career as a technician. The name of the steel plant felt somewhat familiar. What kind of establishment was it? He thought it best not to dwell on it. He would discover the truth upon his arrival. In his previous life, Chen Yizhou had experienced a succession of fortuitous events. Though his academic performance had been mediocre, he nonetheless gained admission to a prestigious university, pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering. After graduating and entering the workforce, I found myself particularly enthusiastic about obtaining certifications, achieving a senior engineer status, and passing the 8th level of English. Life, while not extravagant, was comfortably sufficient. Who could have imagined that after merely a night's sleep, I inexplicably arrived at this point? Fortunately, I did not have to search for a job, as my profession aligned perfectly with my qualifications. I remained in my room for an indeterminate period until I heard voices outside, prompting me to step out and discover Lu Fong and Chen Xiaoyan returning from work. "Yizhou, how are you feeling today? When did you get up? Did you eat the rice I left in the pot?" Lu Fong inquired. "Mom, I'm completely fine. I got up long ago and have already eaten," Chen Yizhou replied, demonstrating his recovery by bouncing a few times. Chen Xiaoyan giggled, covering her mouth. Lunch was quite simple, with Chen Xiaoyan at the helm, preparing stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised pumpkin, and a pot of sweet potato rice. All 3 of us feasted heartily. "Yinzi, you needn't go to work this afternoon. Stay home and keep your brother company. In the evening, you can help me prepare a chicken for dinner. I will invite your grandmother and uncle over," Lu Fong said. "Mom, but what about your health?" "I'm fine, just listen to me." "All right, Mom, if you feel unwell, come back early." "I know," Lu Fong responded before heading out to work. "Yinzi, what's wrong with Mom?" "Brother, Dad is gone, and Mom is heartbroken. She cries often and struggles to sleep through the night. You only felt better yesterday, and that was the first time I saw her smile. The farm work is too exhausting. I'm worried about her health," Chen Xiaoyan said, burying her face in Chen Yizhou's embrace and sobbing. "Brother, if Mom were to collapse, what would we do?" "Yinzi, do not fear. I am here. During this time, we must support Mom. In a few days, I will head to the capital to arrange for work and housing. Once everything is settled, I will bring you both there, and Mom won't have to toil in the fields anymore. You can also attend school in the capital," Chen Yizhou reassured her. "Really? But I've heard that living costs in the capital are exorbitant," Chen Xiaoyan expressed anxiously. Chen Yizhou thumped his chest confidently. "Rest assured, my salary will sustain you both." Chen Xiaoyan's spirits lifted immediately. "Yinzi, your mother has fainted in the fields, and has been taken to the village clinic. You must hurry." A voice called from outside, interrupting their conversation. Exchanging a glance, the siblings dashed outside. "Aunt Lee, how's my mother?" "I'm not sure. Hurry to the clinic and check for yourselves," Aunt Lee replied. They hurried to the village clinic, where Lu Tsuofang had already regained consciousness, accompanied by an elderly woman. "Mom, how are you feeling? What did the doctor say?" Chen Yizhou asked urgently. "I'm fine," Lu Tsuofang whispered. "Yizhou, do not fret, your mother is all right." The doctor stated that she is suffering from excessive worry and lack of rest. "She simply needs to recuperate for a while," the elderly woman interjected. "Thank you so much, Andy. We're all family. There's no need for formalities. Since you are here, I will return to the fields and come by your house later. Please help your mother back home to rest." "All right, Andy. Remember to come for dinner tonight." "Don't worry, your mother informed us she would come after work." After the elderly woman departed, the siblings assisted Lu Tsuofang back home and laid her down on the bed. Then preparations for dinner commenced. Chapter 2, Journey to the Capital, a surprising encounter at the courtyard. "Yanzi, what dishes shall we prepare for dinner?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "Brother, let me think." Chen Shaoyan pondered for a moment and replied, "We still have some dried mushrooms at home. We can use them to stew chicken. Let's also make stir-fried preserved meat with bamboo shoots, pumpkin soup, cold cucumber salad, spicy stir-fried eggplant, and sautéed greens. What do you think?" "Sounds good. You take charge, I shall assist you." Under Chen Shaoyan's guidance, Chen Yizhou busied himself. Though he possessed culinary skills, he refrained from showcasing them, as his original self lacked such experience, and thus settled for being her helper. Lu Chuifeng awoke after more than an hour of rest and appeared much improved. The siblings encouraged her to sit beside them and engage in conversation, forbidding any involvement in the cooking. At dinner time, Grandma and Uncle and Aunt arrived. Grandma, in her 70s, was vigorous and spoke with a strong voice. Upon entering, she grasped Chen Yizhou's hand tightly. "Yizhou, you are finally better. Your mother has been nearly frantic. Now that your father is gone, you must stand tall and take good care of your mother and sister." "Grandma, I understand," Chen Yizhou replied obediently. Uncle, in his 50s and of ordinary appearance, offered little in conversation but approached Chen Yizhou, gently patting his shoulder. "It's good that you're well, that's what matters." "Uncle, aunt, and cousin and sister Xiao Fun? They are at home, the children are too young to come. With the recent funeral, there's little food left," Aunt replied. Hearing this, Chen Yizhou suddenly recalled the impending famine, realizing he had paid no attention to the household's food supplies since waking. The group enjoyed a hearty meal, with Chen Yizhou primarily listening. After bidding farewell to Grandma, Uncle, and Aunt, the family prepared for bed. Lying in bed, Chen Yizhou felt as though he had forgotten something. After much contemplation, he tentatively called System. "System, please come out." Open sesame. Chen Yizhou was at a loss. It seemed he had no system to rely on, and his life would depend on his own efforts. After 2 days at home, and observing Lu Chuifeng's improved spirit, Chen Yizhou proposed a trip to the capital. Though reluctant, Lu Chuifeng supported him wholeheartedly, busily preparing provisions for his journey. Seizing the moment, Chen Yizhou sought out the village chief to obtain a letter of introduction and returned home to pack his belongings. At that moment, Lu Chuifeng entered, holding a piece of paper and a key. "Yizhou, here is the deed and the key. Once you arrive in the capital, please transfer the property into your name." Chen Yizhou accepted them without hesitation. "Thank you, mother." During dinner, he earnestly instructed Chen Shaoyan to take good care of their mother at home, promising to return for them once he was settled. The night passed without incident. Upon waking, Chen Yizhou found that Lu Chuifeng and Chen Shaoyan had risen early, preparing ample provisions for his journey. After the family breakfast, Chen Yizhou, with a military green messenger bag slung over his shoulder and a wicker box in hand, bid farewell to his family and set forth northward. He spent over an hour traveling by bullock cart from the village to the county, then hurried to the train station to purchase a ticket to the capital, waiting an additional 2 hours before boarding the train. The trains of this era truly crawl at a snail's pace. Chen Yizhou spent a full 3 days journeying to the capital. Upon exiting the train station, he retrieved the property deed from his satchel, scrutinizing the address. Number 95, Nanluo Guxiang, Dongcheng District. This address feels somewhat off. Unable to recall the details, he decided to visit the neighborhood office instead. After a leisurely stroll, interrupted by inquiries along the way, he finally arrived at the office after more than an hour. "Young man, whom are you seeking?" the gatekeeper inquired, halting Chen Yizhou. "Sir, I am here to process a property transfer. Could you kindly direct me to the appropriate person?" "Ah, young man, you should look for Director Wang. Just walk straight ahead to the end and find the office on the right." "Thank you, sir." After bidding farewell to the gatekeeper, Chen Yizhou followed the directions to the office door, which stood ajar. Inside, a middle-aged woman in her 40s was engrossed in her work. "Knock, knock, knock." He rapped on the door 3 times. The woman looked up. "Young man, what can I assist you with?" Chen Yizhou stepped inside. "Director Wang, my father has passed away. I am here to handle the property transfer." He presented the deed along with several supporting documents. Director Wang accepted the materials and examined them closely. After a moment, she looked up and said, "I didn't realize you were a relative of a martyr. My condolences. The documents are in order, but our colleague responsible for household registration is currently out on official business. Please leave your documents and return tomorrow. I will attend to it as soon as he returns." Realizing he had no other option, Chen Yizhou acquiesced and departed. After leaving the neighborhood office, he spent a yuan on 10 meat buns, eating as he made his way to number 95. After a 10-minute walk, he finally arrived at number 95. Standing at the entrance, he marveled at the impressive courtyard. After admiring it for a moment, he stepped inside. "Hold on, who are you to just waltz in?" A middle-aged man, thin and bearded, in his 40s, blocked his path. "And you are?" Chen Yizhou asked. "My surname is Yin. I am the 3rd elder of this courtyard." "What brings you here?" The words Namlo Guxiang, number 95, Yin, 3rd elder, and the 3rd rolling mill flashed through Chen Yizhou's mind in rapid succession. "Goodness, the courtyard of Qin Man." Chen Yizhou was taken aback. Undeterred, he asked, "Are you Yin Fugue, the teacher from Hongxing Primary School?" Yin Fugue squinted. "You know me? What exactly is your purpose here?" Chen Yizhou resigned himself. "Teacher Yin, I have returned home." "Home? Which family do you belong to?" "I don't recall knowing you," Yin Fugue replied. "I am from the Chen Adong family." "Oh, you are from Leader Chen's family. Why didn't Leader Chen come back with you?" Yin Fugue's expression shifted instantly, now smiling. "Alas, my father has passed away, and I learned about this house, so I came to take a look." Chen Yizhou replied, his tone somber. "Young Chen, my condolences. Come, let me show you around." As they walked, Yin Fugue explained, "This is a 3-entry courtyard. Your home is in the east side courtyard, which used to be a small garden beside the middle courtyard, a separate little yard." Accompanied by Chen Yizhou, Yin Fugue traversed through the courtyard, with passers-by inquiring about the identity of Chen Yizhou, to which Yin Fugue provided explanations. Perhaps due to the time of day, apart from an elderly woman, no one else was observed. Yin Fugue guided Chen Yizhou to a moon gate, which was locked. "Xiao Chen, do you possess the key?" "Indeed, I do." Chen Yizhou produced the key, unlocked the gate, and pushed open the courtyard door. Upon entering, they found a modest courtyard, approximately 200 square meters in size, featuring an ancient locust tree in one corner, while facing them were 3 main rooms, flanked by east and west wing rooms. Chen Yizhou surveyed the surroundings. The walls were peeling, some roofs were leaking, and several windows were broken, rendering the premises uninhabitable without repairs. The main room contained merely a bed, a table, and 2 dilapidated stools, while the kitchen consisted of a single stove, a small pot, and a water bucket. One could easily imagine the meager existence his father once led. "Xiao Chun, your courtyard is quite spacious with many rooms. The Sandiyi family only occupies 2 rooms with 6 people." Yin Fugue paused, waiting for Chen Yizhou to respond. "Who is Chen Yizhou?" he thought, before responding directly. "Teacher Yin, considering the dilapidated state of this place and the lack of drinkable water, I truly apologize for the inconvenience. Perhaps I should tidy up before your next visit?" Yin Fugue was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though many of his thoughts had been thwarted. Just then, Sandama entered, exclaiming, "Old Yin, didn't you say you were going fishing? Why have you not left yet?" "Oh, I forgot. Let's go, let's go." Yin Fugue exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and without bidding farewell to Chen Yizhou, he followed Sandama out. As they departed, Chen Yizhou promptly closed the courtyard door and began to scrutinize his surroundings, concluding that it was unfit for habitation. After wandering for a while, feeling a bit fatigued, he retreated to the room, not bothering to change clothes, and lay down on the bed. Just as he settled in, A voice resonated in his mind. Detection of host residing in courtyard number 95. System activation. Rewarding host with a skill, Tai Chi Master. In an instant, a vivid image of a Tai Chi master's lifelong practice filled Chen Yizhou's mind, pouring an abundance of martial arts experience into his consciousness. A warm current coursed through his body, transforming him. Time passed, and when he awoke again, it was dinner time. Chen Yizhou lifted his limbs, kicking and feeling an overwhelming surge of vitality. He casually picked up a pebble and hurled it at the locust tree, watching as it swiftly disappeared into the trunk with a whoosh. Feeling a surge of inspiration, he began practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard. Initially clumsy and unable to control his strength, he left the ground uneven. However, as time progressed, he grew increasingly proficient, mastering the ebb and flow of his power. Just as he was immersed in practice, a series of knocks interrupted him. "Who is it?" Chen Yizhou inquired, walking towards the door. There was no response. Upon opening the courtyard gate, he encountered a man in his 40s with a square face standing at the entrance. "Who are you?" Chen Yizhou asked. "You must be Xiao Chun, right?" "My name is Yizhonghai, one of the elder residents of this courtyard. I heard you just moved in, so I came to pay a visit. That he has arrived. He has arrived." Chen Yizhou thought to himself. Within the realm of the Sihyuan, where the esteemed moral deity Yizhonghai reigned supreme, his reputation resounding across the heavens. Today, he would finally behold the man himself. He spoke aloud. "Master Yi, I am truly grateful to you. I haven't had the chance to tidy up, so please forgive me for not inviting you in to sit." "It is of no consequence." Yizhonghai waved his hand dismissively. "I have merely come to observe. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform the elder. Ah, and by the way, there will be a full courtyard meeting in the central courtyard shortly. I shall introduce you to the members of the courtyard, so do not forget." "Certainly, Master Yi, I will be there," Chen Yizhou replied earnestly. "Very well. I shall take my leave now," Yizhonghai concluded, turning to depart. Chapter 3. The first full meeting after bidding farewell to Yizhonghai, Chen Yizhou finished off the last 4 buns he had left. He then tidied up the room, took a water bucket, and headed to the central courtyard to fetch water, only to miss the anticipated laundry scene. After collecting the water, he returned to his small courtyard and wiped down the bed, table, and stools within the room. As he worked, he pondered the numerous items he lacked. Tomorrow, he planned to visit the street office to obtain the housing registration document, then seek help for repairs on the house. He aimed to tidy up the small courtyard properly, ideally constructing a toilet himself. The furniture could be addressed later. He had already handled his own household registration, while his mother and sister's registrations would be inquired about at the street office regarding relocation policies. He needed to buy new pots and pans as well as coal. Money was not a concern. He was enrolled in a vocational school, and the government provided subsidies. Aside from his meals, he entrusted everything to his mother, which should amount to over 200 yuan. His father's pension was 800 yuan, and there were some savings at home, though he wasn't certain of the exact amount, as it was all with his mother. However, Lu Cuifeng had given him 500 yuan before he left. While he was contemplating these matters, he heard someone call out, "The meeting is about to start." Chen Yizhou locked the door and made his way to the central courtyard. Upon arrival, he noticed everyone's eyes were fixed upon him. Above the crowd, a square table was set up, but no one occupied it yet. The 3 elders had not arrived. Chen Yizhou began to take stock of the people in the courtyard. Most striking was Qin Huairu, with her long, lustrous black hair, willow-shaped eyebrows, and almond-shaped eyes. Perhaps due to her pregnancy, her face appeared somewhat round, and her figure seemed more ample, her lips full as she animatedly conversed with a young man in his 20s. Likely Jia Dongshu, who appeared somewhat handsome. Beside her sat a robust woman, weighing around 100 to 200 pounds, with disheveled hair that seemed long, unwashed, slanted eyes, and a wide mouth, exuding an air of harshness. This was undoubtedly the sorceress Jia Zhongshi. As Chen Yizhou shifted his gaze around Qin Huairu, he soon spotted a haggard-looking man in his 30s, staring intently at her with undisguised interest. It can only be Xiazhu. "Xiazhu, do you think Qin Jia is beautiful?" Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. "Beautiful," Yizhou replied without a moment's hesitation, nodding. The crowd erupted in laughter. Qin Huairu's face flushed, and she lowered her head. While Jia Zhongshu and Jia Dongshu cast disapproving glances at He Yizhou. He Yizhou suddenly realized, his face darkening. He shouted angrily, Su Damao, are you itching for a fight? Do you want me to help you loosen your bones? Chen Yizhou followed He Yizhou's furious gaze and saw a young man, around 20, with a horse-like face and flashy attire, defiantly thrusting his neck as he responded, Shaju, just say whether you looked or not. If you did, asking me is no problem, right? Beside him, a young woman of 18 or 19 was tugging at Su Damao's arm, saying, Damao, stop talking. Be careful, Shaju might hit you. Upon closer inspection, Chen Yizhou noticed her short hair and a face reminiscent of a certain celebrity from the future, dressed in a white blouse. Her figure quite pronounced. This was none other than that foolish girl. Su Damao, what else do you have to say? He Yizhou declared as he charged towards Su Damao. What are you doing? Shaju, stop right there. As the commotion ensued, Uncle Li Zhonghai, accompanied by Uncle Lu Haizhong and Uncle Yin Fugue, approached the table and took their seats. Zhu, what chaos are you causing this time? Yizongkai inwided. Uncle, it's best you don't interfere. Su Damao simply deserves a beating. He Yizhou retorted angrily. Uncle, please arbitrate. Silly Zhu has been fixated on Qin Huairu, and when I merely asked if his sister Qin was attractive, he threatened to assault me. Is this not an injustice? Su Damao explained. Upon hearing this, a wave of laughter erupted among the crowd, with blood rushing to his face. He Yizhou charged at Su Damao, declaring, You still dare to speak? I'll finish you off today. Su Damao, taken aback, quickly began to evade, darting among the crowd as He Yizhou pursued relentlessly, turning the courtyard into a scene of utter chaos. Observing the tumultuous spectacle, the three uncles could no longer remain seated. With a resounding clap on the table, Lu Haizhong commanded, Silly Zhu, Su Damao, cease this nonsense at once. Su Damao pauset momentia, giving Silly Zhu the chance to deliver a swift kick to his backside, sending him sprawling to the ground, where He Yizhou seized the opportunity to continue his assault. Silly Zhu, you must stop, Lu Haizhong shouted. He Yizhou, seemingly deaf to the plea, landed 2 more kicks on Su Damao. Silly Zhu, you, how dare you? Lu Haizhong's face flushed with anger as He Yizhou ignored him. Enough, Zhu. Stop immediately, He Zhonghai called out emphatically. He Yizhou halted, but not without a parting remark. Su Damao, remember this. If you speak carelessly in the future, I will not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Uncle, look at what Silly Zhu has done to me. Su Damao lamented as he rose from the ground, looking quite miserable. He Zhonghai glanced at Su Damao and, seeing he was uninjured apart from a few kicks, replied, Damao, you and Zhu have been brawling since childhood. You are none the worse for wear. Moreover, you instigated this matter. I decree this issue resolved. Now everyone, sit down. It's time for the meeting. But Su Damao attempted to protest, only to be pulled away by Lu Shaoi. Lu Haizhong tapped his teacup to garner attention and stood up, clearing his throat. Ahem. Well, as you all are aware, today we have a newcomer in our courtyard. This meeting is to, enough of the long-windedness. Yizongkai interjected, rapping his fingers on the table. Well now, let's welcome our esteemed Uncle Yi to address us, Lu Haizhong announced, applauding as he resumed his seat. Today, there is but one matter at hand. Xiao Chun, please come forward and introduce yourself, so everyone can get acquainted with you. From this moment on, we shall be like one family, Yi Zhonghai stated. All eyes turned in unison towards Chen Yizhou, who stood up immediately upon being called. Oh wow, quite dashing. With his short hair, striking eyebrows, handsome features, and well-built physique, he drew the attention of many women, who gazed at him in fascination. I will remain here and address everyone from this spot, Chen Yizhou declared. My name is Chen Yizhou. I have just graduated from vocational school at the age of 19. My hometown is in the rural areas of Hunan province. Since my father possesses a house here, I have relocated to work in this area, and I would like to express my gratitude to everyone. Chen Yizhou said this with a mix of sincerity and jest, preparing to take a seat again. Wait a moment, Xiao Chun. There are still matters that need clarification. You have graduated from vocational school, which makes you a talent. Quite commendable. Where have you been assigned to work? Yizongkai inwided. Well, I'm not quite sure yet. They mentioned that I might be assigned to the steel mill, but it is uncertain. I will have to wait for the organization to make the allocation. For now, I have been instructed to wait, and I plan to settle in before inquiring further. Chen Yizhou replied, fabricating his response. Upon hearing that Chen Yizhou might be assigned to the steel mill, Yi Zhonghai thought it prudent to observe for a while before determining how to approach him. At that moment, Lu Haizhong rapped on the table, rising to speak. Xiao Chun, what is the meaning of the lock hanging on your door? This is an exemplary courtyard. Every household here leaves their doors unlocked. Once you move in, you must adhere to the courtyard's regulations. Henceforth, you're not permitted to lock your door, understood? Uncle Air, is there an issue with locking the door? In our village, every household locks up due to the prevalence of petty theft. If we don't lock our doors, our homes would be emptied, Chen Yizhou protested. Well, that may be the case in your village, but our courtyard has been recognized as exemplary throughout the neighborhood. Every household leaves their door unlocked. Your locking the door could affect our courtyard's rating, Lu Haizhong asserted loudly. But Uncle Air, what if I lose something because I do not lock my door? Will you take responsibility? As long as you promise to be accountable, I will ensure I never lock my door again. Chen Yizhou challenged. Why should I be responsible if you lose something? Not locking your door is a rule of the courtyard. Do you understand the rules? If our courtyard fails to be rated exemplary, you will be the culprit. Lu Haizhong retorted angrily. Nonsense. Are you speaking reasonably? Since you will not take responsibility for any loss, why should I heed your command to leave my door unlocked? If my home is burglarized, will I simply be considered unfortunate? Your reasoning is utterly flawed, and you call yourself Uncle Air. You, how dare you defy me? Lu Haizhong exclaimed, his face flushed with anger. Defy? Who do you think you are? What will you do about it? I see you wielding authority with mere trivialities. Tomorrow, I shall consult Director Wang at the street office to ascertain whether your claims hold any merit. Chen Yizhou retorted boldly. As Chen Yizhou confronted Lu Haizhong, Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing Lu Haizhong's embarrassment. However, he was also concerned about Lu Haizhong losing face, as it could undermine the authority of their group. Thus, he quickly interjected, Old Lu, Xiao Chun, please refrain from quarreling. We are all part of the same courtyard. We must prioritize unity. Xiao Chun, heed my advice and apologize to Uncle Air. Let us consider this matter resolved. Seeing Yi Zhonghai intervene, Lu Haizhong replied, Old Yi, this young man is far too impulsive and shows me no respect. I am the elder of this courtyard, and he ought to recognize that. Just look at him. Every word I say is met with 10 retorts. How can we manage the courtyard if this continues? He shows no regard for the principles of respecting elders and cherishing the young. Old Lu, do not let anger consume you. Refrain from arguing with the younger generation. Yi Zhonghai remarked. Little Chun, what second uncle said holds true. The door must not be locked, for it is a rule of our courtyard. Trust me, leave the door unlatched. Uncle, I reiterate my point. If I do not lock the door and something goes missing, will you take responsibility for the loss? If you guarantee compensation, I shall have no further objections. Chen Yizhou stated unapologetically. Chapter 4. The intoxicated Su Dumao speaks of the courtyard upon encountering Chen Yizhou. Yi Zhonghai felt somewhat embarrassed, especially as he had just slightly indulged in drink. At that moment, Yi Yizhou emerged exclaiming, Hey, how can you speak to the elder like that? Are you seeking a fight? He is indeed your senior. You must respect your elders and love the young. Chen Yizhou glanced at the foolish Zhu and feigned ignorance, replying, And who might you be? Regardless, since nothing was lost and no one is liable, I intend to lock the door. You're truly asking for trouble, retorted Zhu, advancing towards Chen Yizhou. Zhu, hold your ground. Don't act rashly. Xiao Chun has just arrived and might be under some misconceptions. Yi Zhonghai interjected. Fine, elder, I shall heed your words. Zhu acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. He then warned Chen Yizhou, You better watch yourself, or you'll see how I deal with you in the future. Chen Yizhou merely cast a glance at Zhu, opting for silence. All right, we are all young. Let us not harbor such animosity. We shall conclude today's meeting here, Yi Zhonghai declared before departing. The crowd dispersed in small groups, and Chen Yizhou made his way homeward. Brother, you are in this now, but be cautious moving forward. A sudden voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, Chen Yizhou saw Su Dumao giving him a thumbs up, while Lu Shaoyi looked on with curiosity. Brother Damao, what do you mean by that? Chen Yizhou inquired, eager for insight. Su Damao glanced around and beckoned Chen Yizhou. Come, let's go to my home for a drink. I have much to share with you. Following Su Damao to his residence, Lu Shaoyi quickly set out several small dishes and poured drinks. After taking a sip, Su Damao began, brother. Today you have offended both Zhu and the elder. Zhu has a fiery temper and a narrow mind. He will undoubtedly hold a grudge against you and may cause you trouble in the future. As for the elder, he may appear amiable, yet he harbors many thoughts. Having crossed him, you can expect him to target you. The second elder is of little concern. He is merely a sycophant, easily swayed with a few kind words. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yizhou raised his cup and took a sip. I had no intention of offending anyone, but when possessions go missing and no one takes responsibility, I find myself with little choice. Su Damao patted him on the shoulder. I understand your plight, yet such is life. Furthermore, be wary of the third elder, Yan Bugue, who is exceptionally stingy. He exploits every opportunity for gain. Exercise caution when entering and exiting the courtyard. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Chen Yizhou raised his glass, declaring, Brother Damao, Sister Shaoyi, I hope for your guidance in the future, and I toast to you both. The three of them drained their cups in unison. Brother, there is yet another family you must be wary of. Su Damao spoke, Ao set stili. Which family is that? Chen Yizhou inquired, feigning curiosity. The Jia family. Su Damao continued after taking another sip. As for Jia Dongxiu, I need not elaborate. He is a hopeless case. After working for years, he remains a mere level 1 worker, prone to slacking and often found gambling. He is of little use. Brother Damao, there are only 3 adults in that family, right? If the man is inept, does that mean the women are formidable? Chen Yizhou involuntarily played the role of the straight man. Indeed, it is the women who are formidable. Let us begin with the character of Jia Zhangshi. This elderly woman spends her days idly crafting shoe soles and occasionally berating Qin Huairu. However, it has come to my attention that various small items frequently go missing in the courtyard, and I suspect her involvement. I shall refrain from divulging the extent of her prowess for now. You will witness it in due time. Su Damao teased with a hint of mystery. Chen Yizhou amused himself that it was merely a matter of unreasonable disturbances and childish antics. Out loud, he said, All right, Brother Damao, I look forward to witnessing her formidable nature. Now, let us discuss Qin Huairu. Brother Chen, do not be deceived by her beauty and the seemingly pitiful demeanor she often portrays. I believe this woman is far from ordinary. Just observe how foolishly Zhu has fallen under her spell. Su Damao continued after taking a sip of his drink. Damao, do not speak carelessly, Lu Shaoyi interjected, gently admonishing him. Shaoyi, I speak nothing but the truth. Zhu's gaze is practically affixed to Qin Huairu, and I have even seen her borrowing money from him. Su Damao asserted. Did Zhu lend it to her? Lu Shaoyi inquired, her curiosity piqued. Of course he did. Let me tell you, Zhu is usually quite composed, but the moment Qin Huairu laments or sheds a tear, he becomes utterly tender-hearted, Su Damao affirmed. Is that true? Both of them asked in unison, their disbelief apparent. Indeed, I witnessed it with my own eyes, Su Damao confirmed. They clinked their glasses once more, and as Su Damao began to feel the effects of intoxication, he leaned closer to Chen Yizhou. Brother Chen, I must tell you, in this courtyard there are not many good people. You should be cautious moving forward. Rest assured, Brother Damao, I will certainly avoid instigating trouble. But if it finds me, I shall not shy away. Here's to you with another toast, Chen Yizhou replied, raising his glass. All right, Brother Chen, cheers. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek me out. I may not be much use in a brawl, but I can certainly offer you advice. Su Damao slurred before resting his head on the table. Upon witnessing this, Chen Yizhou turned to Lu Shaoyi. Sister Shaoyi, what do I do about Brother Damao? Yizhou, I shall call you that henceforth. Do not concern yourself. His drinking capacity is rather limited. You have eaten very little. Please indulge in something, Lu Shaoyi urged. No, Sister Shaoyi, I have already dined before the meeting, and I cannot eat anymore. I am grateful for your hospitality. Please tidy up here, as I must take my leave. Chen Yizhou, aware of the implications of lingering alone with a woman, hastily bid his farewell. Very well. Travel safely, Liu Shaoyi replied without pressing him to stay. After parting ways with Liu Shaoyi, Chen Yizhou returned to the east courtyard, quickly washed up, and lay down on his bed. Reflecting on the day's events and preparing to drift into slumber, he suddenly recalled the system. I wonder what sort of system this is. While deep in thought, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! It has been detected that the host has yet to claim the newcomer's gift pack. Would you like to claim it? Yes. Ding! Claim successful. You have received a thatched cottage, 10 acres of farmland, 10 acres of pasture, and a spring. System: what is the purpose of this spring? System: does this spring detoxify and enhance beauty? System: will drinking from this spring allow one to attain immortality? Enough. This is a sign-in system. Please explore its functions on your own and refrain from bothering me. I have other celestial realms to traverse. The system: the last question, can I enter? Yes. Just think it and you can go in. I'm leaving now, goodbye. System. System. Chen Yizhou called out several times without any response, silently wishing to enter. In an instant, Chen Yizhou found himself in a hall of approximately 20 square meters, with doors in front and on both sides, and a square table against the wall at the back, flanked by 2 grand chairs. Upon opening the door on the right, he discovered a kitchen, fully equipped with pots and pans, yet devoid of firewood and food. Behind it was a storage room, a still expanse capable of holding infinite items. To the left lay a small bedroom of about 10 square meters, featuring a 2-meter wooden bed against the wall, regrettably lacking bedding. Chen Yizhou pushed open the door straight ahead and stepped outside to reveal a small courtyard surrounded by a fence, roughly 2 acres in size, but stark and barren, with nothing in sight. Oh, there was a 2-meter square pond. Upon closer inspection, it appeared bottomless, bubbling without overflowing. This was the spiritual spring. Eagerly, Chen Yizhou crouched down and took a sip. Refreshing, truly delightful. He drank several more sips before standing up. Continuing forward, he opened the gate to the fenced courtyard, finding to his left a 10-acre farmland and to his right a 10-acre pasture, both equally desolate, fading into the gray distance where nothing was visible. At this thought, he silently wished to exit, and in a flash, Chen Yizhou reappeared in a room of the eastern courtyard. After several comings and goings, he experimented with the collection function and discovered that he could gather anything within a 5-meter radius into the space. He chuckled to himself. The following day, Chen Yizhou was awakened by a foul odor. Groggily opening his eyes, he was assaulted by the stench, nearly making him retch. What could be causing such a smell? Hastily, he threw off the covers and sat up. He felt filthy and malodorous. A touch revealed his hands to be greasy, and the covers were equally repugnant, as if they hadn't been washed in years. He quickly grabbed a bucket and a change of clothes and entered the space. After washing with 5 or 6 buckets of water, he finally felt clean, refreshed from head to toe, his mind clearer and thoughts sharper. Clenching his fists, he felt his strength had increased as well. He mused that although the spiritual spring might not be extraordinarily miraculous, its effects were commendable. This seemed to be a gradual process, with long-term consumption, detoxification, beauty enhancement, and longevity were surely within reach. He planned to bring his mother and sister over to drink together. Observing the muddy water around him, he thought how beneficial it would be if there were a drainage ditch leading outside. Suddenly, the ground began to churn, leaving Chen Yizhou astounded as a small channel emerged, directly connecting the spiritual spring to the outside courtyard, with the spring water slowly flowing out through the new ditch. Laughing heartily, he realized that he could indeed control the space with his thoughts. Chen Yizhou gazed into the distance, beginning to envision a spatial plan. He intended to excavate a 2-acre pond within his 10 acres of farmland, where fish could be cultivated. The remaining 8 acres were designated for various crops, 1 acre for vegetables, while the other 7 would be devoted to rice, wheat, cotton, sweet potatoes, and rapeseed. Ample provisions indeed. Furthermore, on the 10 acres of pasture, he also planned to dig a 2-acre pond, contemplating whether the spring water could sustain some seafood for consumption. The remaining land on the pasture, aside from a portion reserved for grass and fruit trees, will be transformed into designated enclosures for chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, sheep, and pigs, each separated by earthen walls that arose with his imagination. Observing all before him, everything was in readiness. Only the gentle breeze was lacking. He felt a surge of motivation. Yet there was no rush. Though the logistics were challenging here, he knew that upon returning to his hometown, gathering these resources would be considerably easier. Chapter 5. Obtaining credentials and preparing for home renovation with a shift in mindset. Chen Yizhou returned to the courtyard. Ding. Sign in successful. Rewards. 5 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes. 5 packs of Dacumin, 5 boxes of Matai, and 5 boxes of Fingio. How considerate of the system to know I have errands to run today. Chen Yizhou strolled around the courtyard, collecting items of slight value into his space. With a military green messenger bag slung over his shoulder and a Zhonghua cigarette between his lips, he pushed open the courtyard gate, locked it behind him, and set off. As he passed through the central courtyard, he noticed the absence of Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou was diligently washing clothes by the water basin, while Jia Zhangshi sat at the entrance, engaging in conversation with several older women about who knows what. She glanced at Chen Yizhou, rolled her eyes, and muttered under her breath. Upon exiting the courtyard, he stopped to buy a few buns and continued toward the street office. By the time he finished the buns, he had arrived at the office entrance. "Hey, young man, you're here again?" Chen Yizhou turned at the sound of the voice. "Hello, sir. I'm looking for Director Wang. Is he in?" He handed over a Dacumin cigarette. The elderly man accepted the cigarette with a smile. "Yes. You may go in." "Thank you, sir. Please continue with your work. I'll head in." After expressing his gratitude, Chen Yizhou entered. Bang, bang, bang. "Come in." "Hello, Director Wang." Chen Yizhou pushed the door open and entered the office. "Xiao Chen, you've arrived. Please take a seat. My colleague just returned today and is preparing your documents." After speaking, he poured a cup of tea for Chen Yizhou. "Thank you, Director Wang." Chen Yizhou accepted the tea and sat down. "Xiao Chen, I forgot to ask you yesterday. How is your work arranged?" "Director Wang, I just graduated from vocational school and have been assigned to the steel rolling mill. I'll report in a couple of days." "Vocational school? You are quite the high achiever." Director Wang expressed with surprise. Just luck. By the way, Director Wang, I plan to bring my mother and sister over. What is the current policy regarding household registration?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "Well, according to regulations, rural household registrations cannot be transferred. However, since your house is privately owned and you're a martyr's family member, it should not pose a problem. When they arrive, just bring them over, and I will assist you with the process." "Thank you, Director Wang." Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude promptly. "Xiao Chen, how are you finding life in the courtyard?" Director Wang asked with concern. "It's quite good, Director Wang. Last night, they even held a meeting in the courtyard to welcome me." However, Chen Yizhou hesitated. "What is it? Is there a problem, Xiao Chen? Please feel free to speak." "Well, it's about the courtyard regulations. We are not allowed to lock the doors when entering or exiting. I'm struggling to adapt to that, as losing items would be quite troublesome." "Have you consulted the elderly man in the courtyard?" "I have, and we had a bit of disagreement. They insist that not locking the doors is a courtyard rule." Chen Yizhou recounted the details to Director Wang. "I didn't realize your courtyard had such peculiar regulations. Since they refuse to take responsibility, just lock your door when necessary. If they trouble you, come to me, and I will support you." Director Wang responded, visibly perturbed. "Thank you very much. As long as they do not trouble me, I prefer to avoid unnecessary complications. By the way, Director Wang, I wish to renovate my house. Once completed, it will be more comfortable for my mother and sister to stay. Do you know anyone who could assist?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "You are a good child. Just a moment. I will have Officer Li take you to our street office's construction team. You can discuss how to proceed with the renovations. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to come to me," Director Wang replied. At that moment, a young man in his 30s entered, carrying some documents. "Director Wang, everything is in order," he announced, handing a pile of certificates to Chen Yizhou. "This is Officer Li from our street office," Director Wang introduced. Chen Yizhou examined the documents. The property deed, grain book, supplementary food book, and coal book were all present. "Thank you, Officer Li," he expressed gratefully. "You're welcome. It's all part of the job," Officer Li replied. "Xiao Li, take Chen Yizhou to find Master Lei. He needs to renovate his house," Director Wang instructed. "Certainly, Director Wang," Officer Li responded, then turned to Chen Yizhou. "Xiao Chen, have you completed your matters? When can we depart?" "I've finished, Officer Li." "Let us go now. Chen Yizhou replied, turning to Director Wang. Then I shall take my leave. Thank you. All right, go ahead with your tasks. Come find me if you need anything, Director Wang said with a smile. Yes, Chen Yizhou said, and together with Officer Li, they exited. Officer Li rode his bicycle, escorting Chen Yizhou towards the Dongdan vegetable market. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at a small courtyard entrance. Master Lei, are you home? Officer Li called at the door. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a man in his 50s. Oh, it's Officer Li. What brings you here? This is Xiao Chun. He needs to renovate his house, so I brought him to consult you, Officer Li explained, pointing to Chen Yizhou. Hello, when do you plan to renovate? Are you free now? Let us take a look first, Master Lei asked Chen Yizhou. Master Lei, I am available at this moment. Would that be convenient for you? Chen Yizhou inquired. Please wait a moment. I will be right out, Master Lei replied, retreating into the courtyard before emerging with a somewhat worn bicycle. Chen Yizhou sat on Officer Li's bike, and the three of them rode towards the Sihiyuan. Upon reaching the entrance of the Sihiyuan, Yin Fugue was watering flowers. Spotting the trio, he exclaimed, Officer Li, Chen Yizhou, what brings you here? Teacher Yin, have you finished work? This is Xiao Chun. He wishes to renovate the courtyard, and I brought the master to assess it, Officer Li explained. Oh, please come in. Please come in. Yin Fugue welcomed, stepping aside to allow them entry. Chen Yizhou, accompanied by Officer Li and Master Lei, proceeded directly to the eastern courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard door, Master Lei surveyed the area and remarked, East family, your courtyard is quite nice. How do you wish to renovate it? Master Lei, I envision the following. 3 rooms in the main building, with a living room in the center and bedrooms on either side. The west wing will be partitioned to create a kitchen and storage area, with a water line installed. Behind the kitchen, we will also partition a bathroom, while the east wing will serve as another bedroom. Additionally, I would like all rooms to have a ceiling, the walls to be coated with whitewash. And I seek your advice on how to best manage the flooring, Chen Yizhou detailed. The proprietor said, I will arrange for a batch of old wall bricks and apply a layer of cement. What do you think? That sounds good. Let's lay a few stone pathways in the yard and construct a trellis for grapes beside the old locust tree. Underneath the trellis, we can place a stone table and 4 stone stools. All right, Master Lei replied, taking notes. Is this purely manual labor, or will it include materials as well? It will include both labor and materials, plus the cost of meals. Could you provide an estimate? Chen Yizhou inquired. Let me calculate. We will install ceilings in all 5 rooms, apply a fresh coat of whitewash, lay the flooring, and then construct the grape trellis along with the stone table and stools. The kitchen and bathroom will primarily require some plumbing work, which may incur additional costs. By the way, I noticed that your glass is shattered all over. What will you do about the doors and windows? Master Lei asked. Oh, I will replace all the doors and windows with new ones, and the windows should be double glazed. Chen Yizhou responded. Understood, Master Lei said, jotting down some figures. If I bring a few extra hands, it will come to 300 yuan, and we can finish in 10 days. However, we will need to apply at the street office for the water pipes and plumbing installation. Li Gan, regarding this application. Chen Yizhou glanced at Li Gan. There's no issue. As long as you discuss everything with Master Lei, I can accompany him to the street office shortly, and then he can take the application materials to purchase the building materials, Li Gan assured him. Chen Yizhou pulled out 200 yuan and handed it to Master Lei. Here, as 200 yuan for now. May I pay the balance upon completion? When can you start? He asked. Absolutely. I will bring my team tomorrow to commence work. Master Lei replied as he accepted the money. Very well, Master Lei. Let's be on our way, Li Gan said to Master Lei. I will see you off. Chen Yizhou added, retrieving 2 packs of the Qianmen cigarettes from his bag and offering one to each of them. No need for such formality, they replied with gratitude. After bidding farewell to the 2, Chen Yizhou lingered in the yard until noon, feeling disinclined to cook, and decided to take a leisurely stroll outside. Chapter 6. Visiting Quanjude and fishing at Hohai. Chen Yizhou had a clear objective as he made his way directly to Qianmen Street. For Quanjude roast duck is an essential destination for any traveler, and he simply had to indulge in its delights. Passing by a seed shop, he recalled his own barren space and hurried inside. Behind the counter sat a woman in her 40s. She glanced at Chen Yizhou briefly before returning her attention to the knitting in her lap. As he surveyed the shop, he noted the variety of seeds available: rice, wheat, mung beans and soybeans, all in plentiful supply. Noticing that the woman was ignoring him, he tapped the counter lightly. "Excuse me, how much are these seeds? How many can I buy? Do you require a referral?" Without lifting her gaze, the woman replied, "You need a referral to purchase seeds." Chen Yizhou, realizing he had overlooked this requirement, responded, "I'm just inquiring today to see what varieties you have. I'm buying on behalf of my organization and will return with a referral." Leave. What are you doing without a referral? Come back when you have one." She brusquely urged him away, slightly taken aback by her attitude. Chen Yizhou thought, as expected of the 8 major officials, what a temper. He decided it was best to leave and turned to walk out. After navigating through a couple of alleys, he noticed a man standing at a corner, where a steady stream of people engaged him in brief conversations as they passed. Intrigued, Chen Yizhou approached. As he neared, the man asked, "Are you buying or selling?" Chen Yizhou was puzzled. How could he encounter a black market in broad daylight? However, considering the time, mid-1958, with famine looming and resources scarce, he surmised that the authorities were turning a blind eye. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard, "What are you doing? Are you going in?" Chen Yizhou looked up and replied, "Yes." "Buying or selling?" The man inquired again. "Buying," he said, and handed over a dime. As he stepped through the entrance, he found himself in a dilapidated courtyard, bustling with activity, yet eerily quiet. As he wandered through, he spotted a vendor selling rice and approached him quietly, asking, "How much is the rice per pound?" "2 dimes with a ticket, 3 dimes without," the vendor replied. "Isn't that exorbitant? It's only a dime and a half outside." "Brother, when you're here, don't mention the outside prices. Do you want any?" "All right, I'll take 10 pounds, he said, extracting 3 dimes to hand to the vendor. The vendor produced a small bag of rice. "This is exactly 10 pounds. I'll weigh it for you to ensure accuracy." After confirming the weight, Chen Yizhou took the rice and quietly asked, "Aside from rice, can you procure other items?" Upon hearing this, the vendor lifted a nearby burlap sack, revealing a few more goods. "I have some other items, but the quantities are limited. Take a look and see if you need anything." Chen Yizhou saw potatoes, sweet potatoes, and several saplings. "I'll take the potatoes and sweet potatoes." "What are these saplings?" he inquired, pointing at them. "There are a total of 20 fruit tree saplings, 5 peach trees, 5 apple trees, 5 pear trees, and the remaining 5 are lychee and longan saplings." He pointed towards the palace, mentioning that they had secretly excavated within its confines. However, he was uncertain whether the lychee and longan trees would bear fruit, for the grand trees within the palace grounds were known to be barren. The author reflects on a similar experience in Guangdong, where he had brought banana saplings back to his hometown in Hubei. They thrived, yet bore no fruit. "No matter, I'll take them all. Can you calculate the total for me?" he inquired. The sweet potatoes and potatoes amounted to 5 pounds each, priced at 8 cents per pound, totaling 80 cents. The fruit saplings were 2 dimes each, and with 20 saplings, that came to $4. In total, it was $4.80. The proprietor calculated and confirmed. Chen Yizhou retrieved a handful of loose change from his satchel, which he had actually conjured from a space, counted out $4.80, and handed it to the shopkeeper. Dear readers, please refrain from criticism. The price of the fruit saplings was not verified by the author. An arbitrary figure was created based on the era's pricing, as sweet potatoes were merely 2 cents per pound at that time. The proprietor's calculations had quadrupled the price. In the mind of the protagonist, several saplings were akin to a few shovelfuls of effort, and 2 dimes each was hardly exorbitant. Should any reader possess specific pricing knowledge, feel free to comment, and I shall amend it accordingly. With 2 bags and the saplings in hand, Chen Yizhou made his way outside, navigating several turns until he saw no one around. He then stored his belongings within his space. With a mere thought, 20 holes appeared around the fields and ponds, into which the young fruit saplings were placed, covered with soil and watered, all in one fluid motion. The potatoes and sweet potatoes were swiftly cut into smaller pieces by his will and planted in the ground, but with only 5 pounds of each. He had cultivated merely a fraction of an acre. As he planted, a revelation dawned upon Chen Yizhou within the confines of the farm and pasture. Time flowed at a rate 10 times faster than outside. Should he be impatient, he could hasten the process with his will. but he estimated that he could at most accelerate the maturity of a single fruit tree, the consequence of which might be his immediate fainting. Chen Yizhou pandered Norus. I shall take my time. First, it's time to eat. Arriving at Quadrangle, he entered the grand hall, glanced at the price list on the wall, and chose a table against the wall. What would you like to eat? A server inquired. I would like 4 roast ducks, 3 to go, a duck carcass for soup, and 10 steamed buns, he replied. Very well. 4 roast ducks will be 32 yuan for 2 pounds of grain tickets, 10 steamed buns for 40 cents. Half a pound of grain tickets. The total is 32 yuan and 40 cents, plus 2.5 pounds of grain tickets. Chen Yizhou pulled out a stack of money from his satchel, counted out 32 yuan and 40 cents along with 2.5 pounds of grain tickets, and handed them to the server. Thank you. Please wait a moment. After approximately 20 minutes, 2 servers returned with the duck carcass soup, steamed buns, roasted duck, and accompaniments. Here is your roast duck. Enjoy. Your packed items are placed here, one server said to Chen Yizhou. Thank you, he replied. Chen Yizhou first savored a bowl of duck carcass soup, feeling a warm sensation envelop him. He then wrapped several slices of roast duck and began to eat. Rich yet not greasy, delightful indeed. It lives up to its reputation as a time-honored brand, Chen Yizhou exclaimed as he indulged. After consuming 1 roast duck for steamed buns and a pot of soup, Chen Yizhou contentedly patted his belly, feeling quite satisfied. He stood up, grasped the packed roast duck and remaining buns, and exited Quadrangle. After passing through several intersections and ensuring no one was in sight, he stored his items in his space. Chen Yizhou then wandered aimlessly until, without realizing it, he arrived at Hohai Park. The park was sparsely populated, yet the banks of Hohai were bustling with anglers. Observing the fishermen sparked an idea in Chen Yizhou's mind. With the house renovations consuming most of his funds and the necessity to purchase furniture looming, his finances were dwindling. He contemplated utilizing the evening hours to fish at Hohai, selling his catch in the black market to earn some money. With this thought, he began to stroll along the shore, searching for a discreet entry point for later that night. After observing for about 20 minutes, he identified 3 concealed access points. Not lingering, he returned home for a brief rest. At 10 o'clock that evening, Chen Yizhou awoke, donned his attire, scaled the courtyard wall, and made his way to Hohai. Upon reaching the entry point, he surveyed the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, then stripped down, storing his clothes in his spatial pocket, and waded into the water clad only in his shorts. Diving beneath the surface, he discovered that even at night, visibility extended to 3 meters. Beyond that, everything was a blur. After swimming forward for a while, he encountered a grass carp weighing around 7 to 8 pounds. Elated, he hurried towards it, but the fish, sensing the approaching threat, flicked its tail and darted away. Chen Yizhou hastened to pursue, resulting in an underwater chase reminiscent of a fierce struggle between man and fish. Despite his efforts, he found himself just a tad short of capturing the fish. Frustration mounted as he wondered why he couldn't draw it into his spatial pocket. Suddenly, the fish vanished without warning, leaving him momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he delved into his spatial awareness, discovering the grass carp frolicking in a farm pond. A realization struck him. He could collect items within 5 meters without needing direct contact. From that point onward, the task became simpler. As he swam, he gathered fish indiscriminately, placing them into the pond, depositing silt into the farmland, and accumulating trash in one spot, while also isolating a few boxes he encountered. After an hour of this labor, weariness began to set in. He entered his spatial pocket, retrieved a roasted duck, and began to feast, alternating bites with sips of spiritual spring water, gradually revitalizing his energy and spirit. He sensed that he had amassed approximately 700 to 800 pounds of fish in the farm pond. Taking a brief respite, he planned to continue his endeavor shortly. After half an hour, fully rejuvenated, Chen Yizhou re-emerged from his spatial pocket and resumed his collection at Hohai. Another hour passed before he decided to cease his efforts and return to the shore, entering his spatial pocket to rest. With a cup of spiritual spring water in hand, he sipped while tallying his haul. The total weight of various fish amounted to around 2,000 pounds, alongside 50 to 60 turtles, some weighing over 10 pounds and others just a few ounces. He had evidently unearthed several turtle nests. The total weight of eels and loaches reached around 100 pounds, and the silt blanketed the farmland, promising robust crop growth with the addition of spiritual spring water. A considerable amount of trash remained, which he planned to discard back in a ho-hai later. Moreover, there were still about 10 unopened boxes. Embracing the excitement of treasure hunting, Chen Yizhou lined up the boxes, rubbed his hands together, and exclaimed, "The luck of the emperor has arrived." Chapter 7. The Black Market Transaction. Finally wealthy, with a heart full of anticipation, Chen Yizhou opened the lid of the first box, and the impressive waterproofing measures revealed a dazzling sight that momentarily blinded him. Gold. He picked up a piece, weighing over 300 grams, which he recognized as the so-called big yellow fish. A big yellow fish weighs about 10 taels, equivalent to 312.5 grams, while a small yellow fish weighs 1 tael, or 31.25 grams. This box contained 20 big yellow fish and 30 small yellow fish. Fortune smiled upon him. Onwards. The subsequent boxes yielded a mix of treasures: 5 boxes of gold, 3 boxes of porcelain, and 2 boxes of gold and silver jewelry. Lacking knowledge of antiques, Chen Yizhou decided to set those aside for the time being. The remaining 2 boxes contained silver coins, though the boxes were somewhat damaged, rendering the coins tarnished and discolored. He planned to purchase some vinegar to soak the coins, believing that with careful cleaning, they would regain their original luster. After resting for an hour, Chen Yizhou exited the space and methodically disposed of the refuse in the back seat before making his way to the black market. Approaching the market, even at nearly 3 in the morning, people were still flocking towards it. Chen Yizhou covered his face with a cloth and made his way to the market guard. "Buying or selling?" the guard inquired. "I wish to sell," Chen Yizhou replied, "but I have a considerable amount. Is your boss available?" The guard accepted a cigarette and asked, "What are you selling? How much do you have?" "Live fish, totaling 200 pounds, Chen Yizhou stated, intending to sell only those weighing over 5 pounds, reserving the rest for gradual cultivation. The guard paused briefly. "Please wait a moment. I will fetch someone to introduce you to our boss." He then beckoned to a young man in his 20s who approached, and after a whispered exchange, the young man turned to Chen Yizhou. "Brother, follow me." Fearless and skilled, Chen Yizhou followed the young man through winding paths until they reached a courtyard adjacent to the black market. "Knock, knock." The young man rapped on the door. "What is the matter?" came a voice from within as the door opened halfway. After a brief conversation, the young man stepped aside as the door was closed again. Moments later, the door reopened. "Come in." As Chen Yizhou entered, he observed the courtyard, which featured a second inner courtyard bustling with activity. Clearly, business was thriving. Inside the main room, an 8-immortal table was set up, adorned with stacks of money and 2 large yellow fish. Seated at the table were 2 individuals. One, a man with a full beard, flanked by 2 others, and the other, a middle-aged gentleman of about 50, dressed elegantly with an air of arrogance. "Can we not increase the offer?" the middle-aged man inquired. "No more increases. With food prices on the rise, the value of these items will continue to decline," the bearded man replied. Pondering for a moment, the middle-aged man snatched the money from the table and turned to leave. The bearded man then turned to Chen Yizhou. "Young brother, are you the one selling fish?" "Yes, all are live fish weighing over 5 pounds. "What price can you offer?" Chen Yizhou asked. 35 cents. The bearded man contemplated before stating, explaining that the market price for black market fish did not exceed 30 cents. "Since they are alive, I can add an additional 5 cents. "Agreed." "What is the price per gram for the big yellow fish?" After Chen Yizhou agreed, he quickly inquired, 5 pieces? The man with the bushy beard blurted out, then realized and chuckled. "Are you trying to trick me? What's the plan? Are you going to take action?" Chen Yizhou remained silent, retrieving a large yellow croaker from his bag and placing it on the table. The bushy bearded man picked up the fish, examined it briefly, and extended his right hand, prompting someone nearby to pass him a small scale. 314 grams. "Young man, do you want cash or something else?" Chen Yizhou pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have a watch?" "Currently, I am out of stock on watches, but—" The bushy bearded man pulled out a pocket watch from his pocket. "How about this?" Chen Yizhou took a look and found it was a Patek Philippe pocket watch, slightly scratched on the surface. Upon opening the cover, He noted it was in about 80 condition, and after checking that everything was in working order, he inquired, "How much?" "I had intended to keep this for myself, but since you need it, I'll let it go for 120. The bushy-bearded man remarked, casting a glance at Chen Yizhou. "All right, let us settle the rest in cash." Chen Yizhou agreed, casually pocketing the watch. The yellow croaker weighs 314 grams, priced at 5 per gram, totaling 1570. Subtracting the 120 for the watch, that leaves us with 1450, correct? The bushy-bearded man calculated. "That is correct," Chen Yizhou affirmed. The bushy-bearded man then turned and entered a back room, returning shortly with several stacks of cash, which he tossed onto the table. "Count it." Chen Yizhou took the money, counted it briefly, and placed it into his bag. "Young man, are you still trading that fish?" "Yes, this yellow croaker is a family heirloom. The fish were caught by the brothers from our village, and they are currently waiting outside." Chen Yizhou shifted the conversation. "However, our fish are sold in bulk. Bring cash and some containers to carry the fish, and come with me." "Where to?" the bushy-bearded man inquired. "Just a short distance ahead," Chen Yizhou gestured. The bushy-bearded man called over 7 or 8 individuals, who grabbed a dozen burlap sacks and followed Chen Yizhou outside. After traversing through 2 alleys, Chen Yizhou spotted an abandoned courtyard ahead. Coming to a halt, he said, "Please wait here while I greet my brothers to avoid any misunderstandings." Chen Yizhou entered the dilapidated courtyard, casually selecting a room to release 1,200 pounds of fish from his space. The room erupted in splashes of water as the fish flopped about wildly, prompting Chen Yizhou to hastily retreat. Upon summoning the bushy-bearded man and his group, everyone was astonished to see the room teeming with lively fish. "What are you staring at? Start packing the fish," the bushy-bearded man barked. The group hurriedly began filling the burlap sacks with fish. One of the younger men brought over a scale, weighing the fish as they packed. After a bustling half-hour, the group finally completed their task. "Brother, we have finished weighing. It's 1,238 pounds, reported the young man at the scale. The bushy-bearded man offered a cigarette to Chen Yizhou. "Bro, for 1,238 pounds at 35 cents per pound, that totals 433. Allow me to round it up to 435. After saying this, he produced a stack of cash, counted out $435, and handed it to Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou took the money, counted it, and upon confirming its accuracy, placed it into his satchel. "Brother Jun, I shall take my leave for now. I will contact you again when the goods arrive," he declared before turning on his heel and departing. After walking a short distance, he noticed 2 individuals trailing him from about 10 meters behind. Navigating through 2 alleys, he confirmed they were still following. Indifferent to their presence, Chen quickened his pace, avoiding the usual paths, and soon lost them as he scaled walls and leapt over rooftops. Upon returning to his courtyard, he casually washed up and collapsed onto his bed. As his consciousness drifted into the ethereal realm, he observed that both the potatoes and sweet potatoes had sprouted green leaves. Calculating their growth cycles, he noted that potatoes typically take 90 days while sweet potatoes require 120 days, at a 10-fold acceleration that translates to 9 and 12 days, respectively. However, once the sweet potato vines matured, they could be propagated further, potentially allowing him to cultivate several additional acres. The young fruit trees had thrived remarkably well, although it was still premature to expect fruit. Normally, these trees bear fruit in 3 to 4 years. Even with the accelerated growth, it would still take 3 to 4 months. Yet, perhaps due to the mystical spring water, he sensed that even with just an afternoon of planting, the trees had visibly grown taller. It was conceivable that the maturation period of these crops would be slightly hastened. Why not? Perhaps he should attempt to hasten the growth of an apple tree. As the thought crossed his mind, he focused his intention on a particular apple tree. It grew taller, branched out, blossomed, and bore fruit. But where were the fruits? Chen Yizhou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. The following day, he was awakened by a series of loud knocks at the door. Opening the courtyard gate, he found Master Lei accompanied by 5 or 6 individuals, all carrying a multitude of items. "Master, we shall commence work today. Should you have any thoughts, do not hesitate to share them with me," he announced. Chen Yizhou produced a packet of the Qianmen cigarettes, scattering a few around before handing the remainder to Master Lei. Do you know any skilled carpenters? I had previously purchased some tables and chairs, but now that the house is being renovated, I find myself lacking in furniture, he inquired. Indeed, I do. Allow me to send my apprentice to fetch one, replied Master Lei, gesturing to a portly individual nearby. Xiao-san, please go to Master Wang's house and check if he is at home. If he is, invite him over. Understood, Master, the stout man responded before heading out. Chen Yizhou observed Master Lei and his crew as they assessed the site, dividing tasks to determine where to begin and what materials were needed. Finding the activity rather mundane, he decided to step out for breakfast. Chapter 8. Altering the layout, custom furniture. As I strolled along the path, a nagging sensation of forgetfulness crept upon me. A sudden realization struck: apples. My mind delved into the spatial realm, and I cast my gaze towards the apple tree, which was laden with fruit. With a mere thought, the apples cascaded down, and upon estimation, I gathered nearly 400 pounds, all safely stored in my spatial repository. I contemplated that in approximately a month and a half, I would reap another harvest. The contents of my space still felt insufficient. My ranch had yet to be utilized. Thanks to the extraordinary properties of the space and the spiritual spring, the fruits thrived. However, I yearned to procure a couple of beehives. As honey had become a luxury in this era, I realized it was time to return to my hometown. With this thought, I forewent breakfast and turned back. As I flipped my hand, an apple materialized. I took a bite. The flavor and texture were exquisite. Never before had I tasted such a delightful apple as a modern individual. Upon checking in, I received a reward: 50 pounds of braised beef and 50 roasted ducks from Quanjude. I sampled a piece of the beef. It was deliciously spicy, perfectly suited for the palate of Hunan province. Wandering back to the eastern courtyard, I spotted Master Lei engaged in conversation with a man in his 40s. As I entered, Master Lei pointed to the man beside him and said, "This is Master Wang. If you require any furniture, you can consult with him." I lit a cigarette and addressed Master Wang, stating, "My requirements are straightforward: a bed, a nightstand, a wardrobe, a desk, and a vanity in the bedroom, a table and chairs, a wooden sofa, a coffee table, and a row of low cabinets in the living room, and a table, a cabinet for dishes, and a storage cabinet in the kitchen. We can measure the specific dimensions on site, and please assist me in crafting 4 rocking chairs." "Very well. Let us proceed to the house," Master Wang replied. He then inquired, "You want beds for all rooms? It will be quite cold in winter. Should we consider a heated kong?" "No need," I responded. "I hail from the south, where my family is accustomed to sleeping in beds. I will install radiators for the winter." "Radiators? Those are quite difficult to procure," he remarked. "I have my channels," I reassured him. "It's trivial. I'll cover the material costs, and we can fabricate them at the steel mill." As we entered the main room, Master Lei asked, "Your main room has a height of 6 or 7 meters. How high do you intend to make the ceiling?" I pondered for a moment and suggested, "Master Lei, what do you think about dividing it into 2 levels? We could create a restroom and a stairwell behind the living room, transforming the second floor into 2 bedrooms and a living area. Is that feasible?" Master Lei, noticing the increased workload, replied, "It can be done. But what about the labor costs and timeline?" "The timeline cannot be extended. You must devise a solution." "Estimate how much extra it would be," I prompted. "Considering the additional stairwell, restroom, flooring, and walls, I propose an additional 150 yuan, Master Lei calculated. "Agreed, Master Lei. Here is the 150 yuan now. I need to return to my hometown in Hunan, and the remainder can be settled upon my return," I stated, handing him the money. "Understood. I will arrange for some extra hands to expedite the work," Master Lei confirmed, accepting the payment. Together, we conferred with Master Wang, discussing the layout of the house and assessing the existing furniture to finalize the required quantities. "Master Wang, what type of wood do you intend to use for this furniture?" inquired Wang Shifu. Chen Yizhou, recalling the collectible value of precious woods in the future, asked, "Master Wang, what fine timber can you procure?" Wang Wali wood can only be used for 1 set of furniture. However, I have access to rosewood, chicken wing wood, and other varieties which should suffice for your requirements," replied Wang Shifu thoughtfully. "Very well, let us proceed with these materials." Chen Yizhou mused, considering that if the winds picked up, he could simply store everything in his space and place some vintage furniture outside. Master Wang, how much will it cost? For your 5 rooms and 2 halls, along with the kitchen, I estimate a total of 500 yuan, Wang Shifu calculated. All right, I will give you 400 yuan now, and we shall settle the remainder upon delivery. How long will it take to complete? About half a month should suffice, Wang Shifu responded. Once you're finished, please keep the items at your place until my house is ready for collection, Chen Yizhou instructed. Understood. I will return to gather my team and commence work. Wang Shifu acknowledged, taking the money and departing. Chen Yizhou wandered through the yard, carrying a satchel, until he found Lei Shifu. He handed over a key. Say, Master Lei, please keep this key for easy access. I appreciate your assistance here. Rest assured, I will manage everything efficiently, Lei Shifu replied as he accepted the key. However, this yard feels somewhat unsettled. Please ensure that materials are safeguarded and the doors are locked when entering and exiting, Chen Yizhou cautioned. No sooner had he spoken than a group pushed open the yard gate and entered. Leading the charge were Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, with Yin Fuguwei trailing behind, followed closely by Jia Dongxiu, Sha Zhu, and several neighbors. What brings you here? Who permitted your intrusion? Chen Yizhou scolded, pointing at the crowd. You. Lu Haizhong stammered, momentarily rendered speechless by anger. Chen Yizhou, what is your attitude? How dare you speak to us like that? Do you not regard us 3 elders? Yi Zhongkai Beilovit. Chen Yizhou smiled at Yin Fuguwei and retorted, Yi Zhonghai, who do you think you are? Why should I report to you? What business is it of yours? As soon as he finished speaking, Sha Zhu rushed forward, swinging his right fist and shouting, How dare you disrespect the elder? I will teach you a lesson. Chen Yizhou skillfully seized Sha Zhu's wrist with his left hand, stepping back and pulling him forward, causing Sha Zhu to lean uncontrollably. Chen Yizhou swiftly stepped aside and collided his right shoulder with Sha Zhu's chest, sending him crashing through the yard gate and out into the street. Sha Zhu. The incident transpired too swiftly, and the group hurriedly rushed outside. Chen Yizhou followed, discovering Sha Zhu lying pitifully on the ground, with Yi Zhonghai supporting him. Enough, Sha Zhu. Stop feigning injury. Get up. Let us discuss compensation, Chen Yizhou remarked, for while Sha Zhu appeared to be in dire straits, Chen Yizhou had employed a clever technique, and Sha Zhu would recover shortly. Chen Yizhou, how dare you resort to violence? Apologize to Sha Zhu at once and compensate him 100 yuan, and we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, Yi Zhongkai Tihitinet. Otherwise what? Are your eyes blind? Did you not see Sha Zhu strike me first? I acted in self-defense when a group of individuals stormed into my yard with the intent to harm, and under such circumstances, I could have resorted to lethal measures. Setting aside the facts, are you not unscathed? Now, Sha Zhu is injured, and you must provide compensation. Yi Zhonghai, are you speaking rationally? To disregard the facts? Then what is there to discuss? Focusing solely on the outcome without considering the cause. Who do you think you are? Perhaps you should relay that to the authorities. Chen Yizhou retorted. Regardless, since Sha Zhu is injured, compensation is non-negotiable, or I shall report you, Yi Zhonghai asserted. Indeed, let us report him. His courtyard is filled with questionable individuals, and he has brought in numerous items. Who knows what they are up to? Such people should be expelled. The house ought to be allocated to the Jia family. Jia Zhongshi clamored from the side. At that moment, Master Lei and his companions emerged, and upon hearing these words, he exclaimed in anger, You fat hag! Who are you calling questionable? Do you dare challenge me? Upon seeing several burly men, Jia Zhongshi, feeling intimidated, immediately bowed her head and withdrew into the crowd, displaying her fear of those stronger than herself. Report me? Very well, go ahead. After saying this, she turned to Yin Fuguwei and asked, Isn't that right, Teacher Yin? Yi Zhonghai looked towards Yin Fuguwei, who promptly approached him and began whispering. Ahem, Chen Yizhou, since you have reported this matter to the street office, there is no issue. It is merely a misunderstanding. In the future, if you encounter any problems, consult with the elder. I will assist you, and let us maintain unity in the courtyard. With that, Yi Zhonghai turned and left. Wait, others may leave, but Sha Zhu cannot. He must compensate first, Chen Yizhou declared loudly. On what grounds? You assaulted me and expect me to pay? Absolutely not. Xia Zhu retorted defiantly. You entered my yard and struck me first, damaging the courtyard gate, and you refuse to compensate? Then I shall report this to the authorities. You cannot report it. Yizongkai interjected. Xiao Chun, heed the elder's advice. Let this matter rest. No, elder, you are losing face here. This cannot be settled without 50 yuan. You, Xiao Chun, do you truly lack any sense of decency? Decency? You are the ones who instigated this. Yi Zhonghai, left with no alternative, said to Xia Zhu, Zhuzi, pay him. No, let him report to the authorities, Xia Zhu stubbornly replied. Zhuzi, listen to me and pay him, Yi Zhonghai urged urgently. Xia Zhu rummaged through his pockets and reluctantly said, Elder, I didn't bring any money. You fine, I will lend you some, just for you paying me when you can. Yi Zhonghai, with no other options, unwillingly handed 50 yuan to Chen Yizhou, who then stormed off in anger. The onlookers, having witnessed a free spectacle, gradually dispersed. Chen Yizhou briefed Master Lei, then exited with his bag slung over his shoulder. Chapter 9. Arrival at the steel mill and first encounter with Li Huai. The steel mill, established in 1958, has been under a public-private partnership for 4 years. While Liu Bansheng has gradually faded from the public eye, the steel mill has expanded significantly under government guidance, evolving into a vast enterprise with a workforce of thousands. In addition to production facilities, it encompasses schools and hospitals, making it a prominent establishment in the capital at that time. Chen Yizhou strolled leisurely to the entrance of the steel mill. What brings you here? A young man in a security uniform emerged from the guard booth and inquired. Hello, I am here to report for duty. Here is my letter of introduction. Chen Yizhou replied, handing over the document. At that moment, a middle-aged man, roughly in his 40s, stepped out of the booth. Team leader, this individual has come to report. Here is his letter of introduction, the young man said as he passed the document to the team leader. The team leader glanced at the letter and responded. Comrade Chen Yizhou, greetings. My surname is Wang, and I am the team leader of the 1st Security Unit. Director Yang has already been informed of your arrival. You may proceed to meet him. Follow me. With that, he turned and led the way into the mill. Chen Yizhou hurried to keep pace, offering team leader Wang. Would you care for a cigarette? Could you tell me why Director Yang wishes to see me? I know a bit about that. Most of our engineers have been reassigned, leaving only 1 9th-level engineer and 2 technicians. There is a pressing shortage of talent. Moreover, your outstanding performance at school has led to your recommendation as a distinguished candidate. Hence, Director Yang is eager to meet you, Team Leader Wang explained with a smile. As they ascended to the 3rd floor, they reached the door of an office at the end of the corridor. Knock, knock, come in. Team Leader Wang pushed the door open and entered. Director, this is Chen Yizhou. He has come to report today, and I have brought him along, he said, handing over the letter of introduction. I will return to my post now. Yes, you may go back, the director replied. Once Team Leader Wang exited the office, he turned to Chen Yizhou. Xiao Chun, please take a seat. Why did you arrive early for your report? Director Yang, there have been some matters at home. Chen Yizhou recounted the story of his father's sacrifice and his mother's distress, which had affected her health. Upon finishing, he added, I came to Beijing early for fear of missing the reporting time. However, I'm still concerned about my mother and sister. I was wondering if I could report for duty and take a half-month leave to bring them to the capital. Xiao Chun, my condolences, Director Yang offered comfort. I will approve your leave. We must extend our support to the families of martyrs. First, I will have my secretary, Xiao Li, take you to the personnel department for your reporting process. He then called out, Xiao Li, please come in. Thank you, Director, Chen Yizhou responded. A young man, around 30 years old, entered the room. Director, what are your instructions? This is Chen Yizhou, our newly assigned technician. Please take him to the personnel department, Director Yang instructed, handing the letter of introduction to Secretary Li. Hello, Secretary Li, Chen Yizhou greeted. Hello, Xiao Chun. Please follow me, Secretary Li replied before turning to exit the office. Director, please continue with your work. I'll take my leave now, Chen Yizhou said to Director Yang. Very well. Make sure to settle your home affairs before returning to work. Director Yang replied, waving his hand. Secretary Li escorted Chen Yizhou to the Human Resources Department and addressed a woman in her 40s, Chief Wu, this is Comrade Chen Yizhou, our factory's newly assigned technician. Please assist him with the onboarding procedures. With that, he handed Chief Wu the introduction letter. Chief Wu examined the letter and exclaimed, "Ah, it seems our factory has welcomed another talent. Young Chen, please take a seat. You appear quite spirited at just 19 years of age. The school has given you an excellent evaluation. Are you married? Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" Chen Yizhou was taken aback by such boldness. It was his first encounter, and she was already suggesting introductions. Stammering, he replied, Not yet. I am still quite young." Observing his flustered state, Chief Wu teased, "Young? I see nothing small about you." Having said that, she scrutinized Chen Yizhou from head to toe. Goodness, Chen Yizhou thought, am I being flirted with by an older woman? The group of women in the Human Resources Department stifled their laughter, some daringly eyeing him as if they could see through his clothes. Ahem, Secretary Li cleared his throat. "Chief Wu, let us proceed with Comrade Chen Yizhou's onboarding." Chief Wu straightened her expression. "All right, young Chen, let me explain. Normally, as a graduate of a secondary vocational school, you would undergo a year of internship, earning a salary of 37 yuan at level 16, and after a year, you would be confirmed as a permanent employee." She paused, then continued, however. "Director Yang just called me. Since you are a survivor of a martyr, and due to our factory's shortage of technical personnel, we are waiving your internship period. You are directly promoted to a level 15 technician with a salary of 42.5 yuan. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou was pleasantly surprised and quickly stood up, saying, "Thank you for your trust, leader. I will certainly work hard and contribute to the factory. Here is your work badge. Please sign here." "The remaining formalities will be handled by Secretary Li," Chief Wu stated. "Understood. I will leave the rest to you," Chen Yizhou replied, following Secretary Li out. He took the badge, expressed his gratitude, and hurried outside, only to be met with a chorus of laughter from the women behind him. Secretary Li noticed Chen Yizhou wiping his brow and chuckled. "Do not be afraid, Comrade Chen. You will get used to it. They are good people at heart. Let me first take you to meet Engineer Liu in the technical department. He is our factory's only level 9 engineer and also serves as the head of the technical department. After that, we will go to the logistics department to collect your labor protection gear." "Thank you, leader," he replied. As they spoke, they arrived at the technical department office. Upon pushing the door open, Chen Yizhou saw 5 or 6 desks arranged against the wall, several rows of filing cabinets, and a group of 5 or 6 people gathered around a table discussing something. Secretary Li did not speak and directly opened the inner door, addressing the person inside. "Engineer Liu, I have brought someone for you." Chen Yizhou peered inside and saw an elderly gentleman, around 60 years old, seated at a desk, examining blueprints with a magnifying glass. Lu Gong raised his head and remarked, "Secretary Li, you are indeed a timely rain in our hour of need. We are utterly overwhelmed, and one more person simply won't suffice. Please convey to Director Yang that I require a few more recruits." Secretary Li forced a smile, replying, "Lu Gong, you put me in a difficult position. Talents are exceedingly rare these days. You are well aware that even Chen Yizhou had to approach Director Yang directly to secure his position from school. I am unperturbed by that. The workload is untenable, and if issues arise, do not direct your grievances toward me." Lu Gong retorted before turning to Chen Yizhou. "You are Chen Yizhou, correct? Kindly present your documents and credentials for my review." Chen Yizhou handed over his materials and work badge. After perusing the documents, Lu Gong nodded in approval. "Well, it seems you have engaged in research projects with your supervisor during your academic tenure and are adept at handling general mechanical repairs. Quite commendable, young Chen. When can you commence your duties?" Chen Yizhou explained, "Lu Gong, my father sacrificed himself not long ago, and my mother is unwell, being cared for by my sister back home. I plan to return to my hometown to bring my family to Beijing. Therefore, Director Yang has granted me a half-month leave to manage these affairs." "Ah, in that case, you may start work after half a month. I shall prepare a note for you to collect your protective gear and tools from the logistics department." "Thank you, Lu Gong," Chen Yizhou replied. With the note in hand, he exited alongside Secretary Li. Upon reaching the office of Li Huai in the logistics department, Secretary Li raised his hand and knocked on the door. "Guomin, As they entered, they found a middle-aged man in his 40s seated behind the desk. Li Huaid, a figure of considerable renown. Secretary Li, is there something you need? Li Huaida inquirit. Director Li, this is our factory's newly assigned technician, Comrade Chen Yizhou. Director Yang has asked me to assist him with some formalities. Chen Yizhou promptly handed over the note Lu Gong had provided. Greetings, Director Li. Li Huaid accepted the note, exclaiming, "Ah, another promising talent. Please have a seat, and let us converse. Director, I leave Comrade Chen Yizhou in your capable hands. I have pressing matters to attend to," Secretary Li stated. "Very well, Secretary Li. You may attend to your affairs. I shall take care of Comrade Chen Yizhou," Li Huaid responded as Secretary Li exchanged farewells and departed. Li Huaid invited Chen Yizhou to sit down and began to inquire about him. Both parties were keen to engage, and soon their conversation grew lively, leading to a shift in their address. "Brother Li, from now on, I shall rely on you for guidance in the factory. Rest assured, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek me out. I have some standing at the steel mill," Li Huaid assured, thumping his chest. "Brother Li, regarding this." Chen Yizhou gestured toward the note on the desk. "This is a minor matter," Li Huaid responded, calling out Xiao Yang. "Come in." Moments later, a young man in his mid-20s entered. "Director, you summoned me?" "Xiao Yang, this is our factory's new technician, Chen Yizhou. Please escort him to the warehouse to collect his supplies." Li Huaid turned to Chen Yizhou and said, "This is my secretary, Xiao Yang. You will accompany him. Even if the items are not on the list, as long as they are available in the warehouse, feel free to let Xiao Yang know if you need anything." "All right, Brother Li, understood, Director," the two responded. Chen Yizhou exited the steel mill, burdened with several large packages, pondering to himself how advantageous it is to have connections in high places. The toolbox and tools were promptly placed in the designated cabinet allocated by the technical department. Additionally, he received 4 lunchboxes for complete sets of work attire for all seasons, along with various miscellaneous items. Remarkably, he even acquired 2 blankets and a military overcoat. It is well known that such items are typically reserved for leaders and occasionally for the security department. This favor seemed rather substantial. However, in human interactions, one need not fear owing a debt of gratitude, but rather the absence of connections. Through frequent exchanges, relationships naturally develop. He resolved to observe closely. As long as Li Huaid maintained his reliability, he could assist him from a vantage point, guiding him away from potential pitfalls in the future. Upon reaching a secluded area, he concealed the packages within his space and, noting that the time was still early, began to meander aimlessly. Chapter 10. Homeward Bound. Farewell to Qin strolling through the iconic courtyard, a must-visit for travelers in the vibrant Hohai district. Chen Yizhou found himself amidst a bustling crowd, despite it being a weekday. Anglers had nearly filled the banks with their lines cast into the waters. After meandering about and observing the surroundings, Chen Yizhou, having realized that his fishing exploits the previous night had yielded little, decided it was time to return to the courtyard for dinner. As he approached the entrance of courtyard number 95, he noticed the area was deserted. Chen Yizhou took the opportunity to stow 2 sets of work clothes and 2 lunchboxes into a bag he carried. Just as he stepped through the gate, Yin Fugui greeted him. "Ah, little Chen, you're back. What did you buy?" He reached out to rummage through Chen Yizhou's bag. Chen Yizhou deftly sidestepped, saying, "Teacher Yin, I didn't purchase anything. I reported to the factory today, and these are just 2 sets of work clothes and lunchboxes. Let me see. Newer clothes, how splendid. In my household, with so many mouths to feed, my meager salary of 27 yuan and 50 cents hardly suffices. The children are wearing patched clothing, and they haven't had the chance to wear anything new." Yin Fugui gazed at Chen Yizhou and continued, "Could you spare a couple of pieces for Uncle San? Let them experience the joy of new garments." Chen Yizhou, exasperated, replied, "Teacher Yin, look at my physique. Do you think my clothes would fit them? No worries. Let Aunt San alter them. They can still be considered new, and the excess fabric could be repurposed for something else." With that, Yin Fugui reached for the bag once more. Hey, wait a moment." Chen Yizhou interjected, blocking Yin Fugui's hand. "I never said I would give them to you. Besides, if I do, what will I wear to work? There are only 2 sets. Do I not need to alternate?" He turned to leave, Seeing Chen Yizhou's retreat, Yin Fugui hastily called out, "Little Chen, well, let us forget about the clothes. Uncle San's lunchbox is leaking. Since you have two, could you possibly swap one with him?" Chen Yizhou felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. Uncle San is still your Uncle San. This is quite the opportunistic request indeed. Teacher Yin, I have a hearty appetite. I need both lunchboxes, one for vegetables and one for rice. Oh, and I'm short one for soup. How about you let me have yours? Though it leaks, it should still serve its purpose for rice. Chen Yizhou fixed a determined gaze on Yin Fugui, realizing that this young man was not easily swayed. Yin Fugui quickly retorted, "Little Chen, I won't argue with you further. Just now, Aunt Sin asked me to fetch soy sauce. I must be off, or else the shops will close." With that, he hurriedly exited the courtyard. As Chen Yizhou observed Yin Fugui's retreat, he carried his bundle and hummed a tune while strolling toward the east courtyard. The air was thick with the aroma of home-cooked meals, as every household was busy preparing dinner, and children frolicked about, their laughter echoing through the streets. The mischievous little rascal, now 6 years old, was also amongst them, still under the watchful eye of Jia Dongshu, who had yet to reveal his true potential. Meanwhile, the perennial laundry lady, Chen Yizhou, though pregnant, remained steadfast at her post, occasionally glancing toward the courtyard gate, likely waiting for Jia Dongshu to return from work. "Little Chen, you're back," Chen Yizhou called out to Chen Yizhou. He thought to himself, I must not engage. Despite her beauty and alluring figure, her proximity could lead to troublesome consequences. Turning a blind eye, with unwavering focus, she walked through the moon gate towards the eastern courtyard. Chen Yizhou gazed at Chen Yizhou's retreating figure, pondering his solitary nature. Why was he so aloof? How was she to benefit from him in the future? Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the courtyard entrance. Yi Zhonghai led the way, followed closely by Jia Dongshu and Shazhu, while the elder Lu Haizhong lagged behind. Upon noticing the lunchbox that Shazhu was carrying in a net bag, Chen Yizhou's eyes sparkled with interest as she approached him. "Shazhu, what delightful dishes have you brought today?" she inquired eagerly. Shazhu proudly lifted the lunchbox, declaring, "We had a banquet at noon, and I brought back some leftover meat dishes. Just right for sharing a drink with the elder tonight." Chen Yizhou seized the net bag, her eyes glistening with urgency as she implored, "Shazhu, my family is struggling and lacks provisions. My child is still small and has been crying for meat today. Could you spare the lunchbox for me?" At that moment, her child ran over, shouting, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat." Currently, Shazhu was merely Yi Zhonghai's henchman. Although he harbored feelings for Chen Yizhou, he hesitated to act upon them, especially with Jia Dongshu present. The Jia matriarch often berated them, claiming they were a burden to society and a dead end. She frequently criticized He Yushui, labeling her a financial drain. He Yushui had shed many tears over the years due to her harsh words. Were it not for Yi Zhonghai's insistence on unity within the courtyard and respect for the elderly and the young, He Yushui would have long since retaliated against her. Consequently, He Yushui was now less invested in the Jia family's affairs than before. Faced with this predicament, he could only look reluctantly at Yi Zhonghai. "Shazhu, do consider giving it to Chen Jia. Her family is truly in need, and her child requires nourishment. We can always drink at another time. This meal is not of utmost importance. Besides, you have plenty of food." Yi Zhonghai addressed He Yushui. Upon hearing this, He Yushui hesitated and finally released the net bag. "Thank you, Shazhu. I have no way to repay you, but if you have any dirty clothes in the future, bring them to Chen Jia, and I will wash them for you," Chen Yizhou offered. "No need, no need," He Yushui replied as he turned and entered his room. Once inside, he sighed and rummaged through a bag beneath his bed, retrieving a handful of peanuts. He casually stir-fried them in the kitchen, found half a bottle of liquor, and began to drink alone. Meanwhile, Chen Yizhou returned to the eastern courtyard, feeling too lethargic to cook. He took out a roasted duck and 4 steamed buns from his space and began to eat. After a simple wash-up, he lay down on his bed. The next morning, when Chen Yizhou awoke, Master Lei and the others were already hard at work. "Boss, did we wake you?" "My apologies." "Not at all, Master Lei. I have something to discuss," Chen Yizhou replied. "What is it?" Master Lei inquired. Chen Yizhou retrieved a large front door from his bag and handed it over. "Master Lei, I plan to return to my hometown for about half a month. I leave this place in your capable hands. Please convey my regards to Master Wang as well. Thank you, boss. Master Lei accepted the cigarette and patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, I will ensure everything here is handled beautifully, and I will frequently check in on Master Wang. All right then, I appreciate your assistance, Master Lei. Chen Yizhou exited the courtyard and first visited the street office to obtain an introduction letter. Then he made his way directly to the train station. Along the route, he stopped at several shops to purchase 100 steamed buns, which he stored for sustenance during his journey. Upon reaching the train station, he found that a train to Xiang province was departing in 2 hours and promptly purchased a ticket. After 3 days of arduous travel, Chen Yizhou finally returned to his village. He assessed his supplies and discovered that over the past 3 days, he had accumulated 50 pounds each of pork, lamb, milk candies, brown sugar, Dahong Pao tea, and Xinjiang Maojin tea. He selected 5 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of lamb, 5 pounds of brown sugar, 5 pounds of apples, 2 pounds of milk candy, and 2 pounds of Xinjiang Maojin tea and headed home. Passing the village committee, he noticed a group of elderly men and women chatting beneath a large tree. Upon spotting Chen Yizhou, they gathered around him, and an elderly lady inquired, "Yizhou, why are you back so soon?" Chen Yizhou distributed candies and cigarettes among them, replying, "Aunt Hu, I was worried about my mother and sister. Now that I have settled in the capital, I plan to bring them to live with me so that I can take care of them." "Oh, bringing Cui Fong to the capital? That's wonderful. Yizhou has done well. Cui Fong is going to have a good life," they exclaimed in unison. After bidding farewell to the crowd, Chen Yizhou proceeded towards his home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he found the front door ajar and stepped inside, calling out, "Mother, I'm back." After placing his belongings aside, he approached his father's photograph, lit 3 incense sticks, bowed 3 times, and inserted them into the incense burner. At that moment, a figure emerged from the back of the house, rushing into Chen Yizhou's embrace. "Brother, you're back." Looking down at the girl in his arms, who was nearly at his chin, he remarked, "Yin Yin, you've grown so much, yet you remain so reckless. Where's mother?" "Oomph. No matter how grown I am, you will always be my brother," Chen Xiaoyan retorted. "Mother is lying in bed. She is feeling a bit unwell." Just then, a voice called from the left room, "Yin Yin, who has come?" Hearing this, Chen Xiaoyan remained silent as she pushed open the door and led Chen Yizhou inside. "Mother, I'm back. How are you?" Chen Yizhou gazed at the weary middle-aged woman lying in bed, his heart filled with sorrow as he asked, tears brimming in his eyes, "Mother, what is wrong? Have you seen a doctor?" "I have. It's nothing serious. The doctor said it's just excessive worry, and with some rest, I will be fine." "Don't worry about me," Lu Cuifeng replied, struggling to sit up. She then asked, "Yizhou, have you eaten? Let me get up and cook for you." Turning to Chen Xiaoyan, she added, "Yin Yin, go catch a chicken. We'll prepare it for your brother." "No need, mother. Please lie down. I will cook." Both siblings insisted in unison. While Chen Xiaoyan went out to catch a chicken and prepare a meal, Chen Yizhou stayed with Lu Cuifeng, conversing until her spirits waned, and she drifted back into a deep slumber. Chapter 11. Gathering with uncle's family, Chen Yizhou gently closed the door and made his way to the kitchen, where Chen Xiaoyan had already boiled water and was plucking feathers from chickens in the small yard behind. "Do you need my help?" he inquired. "No, you should take a break," she replied. "I'm not tired," Chen Yizhou said, pulling out a large white rabbit candy, unwrapping it, and placing it into Chen Xiaoyan's mouth. "Wow, white rabbit. It's so sweet," she exclaimed, gazing at the candy wrapper in his hand. "Brother, did you buy this for me? Is there more? You greedy little girl." "I bought several pounds. They're outside. I'll go get them for you." Chen Yizhou brought the items from the living room to the small yard, prompting Chen Xiaoyan to abandon her task of plucking feathers and eagerly rummage through the goods. "Wow, so much pork. What kind of meat is this? So many candies. And wow, there are apples. I want to eat." She marveled as she explored. "This is mutton. You can cook it if you want. All these ingredients are for you and Mom, so feel free to indulge." "Well, since the chicken has already been killed, let's make spicy chicken. Save some meat for Mom to stew a chicken soup. Then prepare braised pork and stir-fried cabbage, shall we, brother?" "Of course, it's entirely up to you," Chen Yizhou replied with a smile, reflecting on how this 16-year-old girl was already capable of managing a household. All right, just wait for the feast. I'll put these things away first, Chen Xiaoyan declared as she carried the items back to her room. After she left, Chen Yizhou entered the kitchen, lifted the lid off the water tank, and noticed it was more than half full. Seizing the opportunity while Chen Xiaoyan was away, he quickly replaced half of the spring water, careful not to change it all at once to avoid raising their suspicions. He intended to gradually introduce them to it until they could consume the spring water directly. In less than an hour, Chen Xiaoyan skillfully prepared 3 dishes and a soup, along with a pot of rice. She set up a table in the center of the living room, and Chen Yizhou arranged the bowls and chopsticks, serving the meal before waking their mother and assisting her to the table. Chen Xiaoyan's culinary skills were merely average, but the use of the spring water elevated the flavors beyond her actual abilities. Wow, this is delicious. Brother, you should try this. This is also good. Mom, make sure to eat plenty, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly, then proudly turned to Chen Yizhou and said, Brother, how about that? My cooking is quite impressive, isn't it? Chen Yizhou chuckled inwardly, thinking, Indeed, I can leave the cooking to you from now on. Lu Cuifeng also praised her, saying, Well done, Yinzi. Your culinary skills have made great progress. By the end of the meal, both Chen Xiaoyan and Chen Yizhou were thoroughly stuffed, while Lu Cuifeng had finished a bowl of rice and 2 bowls of soup, also enjoying several pieces of braised pork. After the meal, the 3 of them sat together in the living room, chatting. Brother, how long do you plan to stay this time? Chen Xiaoyan asked. About 10 days, Chen Yizhou replied. He then turned to Lu Cuifeng, saying, Mom, here's the situation. I have started working at the 3rd steel plant in the capital as a technician, earning a monthly salary of 42.50 yuan. Dad previously purchased a small courtyard in the capital with 5 rooms, and I have arranged for renovations. This time, I intend to bring you and my sister to the capital with me. Brother, is it true? Can I really go to the capital? Will I be able to attend school there? Chen Xiaoyan asked eagerly. Perhaps not just yet. It's unfamiliar territory for me, and given my poor health, I wouldn't want to burden you, Lu Cuifeng remarked, casting a disapproving glance at Chen Xiaoyan. What do you mean by going? Absolutely not. There is still so much work at home. Mother, you must go. Now that I have a job, I can support you both. Besides, I worry about you two staying at home. He continued, There is nothing to worry about with my sister's school. Once we reach Beijing, I'll arrange everything for her. Lowering his voice, he added, Mother, life in the village is becoming increasingly difficult. I assent to it. With a heavy sigh, Lu Cuifeng responded. Indeed, it's not good. The crops were poor in the first half of this year, and we don't know what the second half holds. We've paid the village's grain tax, and there is hardly anything left. A few families have started to borrow from the village. I've heard that soon we may have to rely on communal meals, and I can't imagine what that will be like. Chen Yizhou spoke softly, Mother. This is what I wanted to tell you. A friend of mine in Beijing informed me that many regions across the country are facing grain shortages. Life in the countryside will not be easy. If you come with me to Beijing and transfer your household registration, you will be entitled to rations and one tea have to go hungry. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Cuifeng replied, All right, Yizhou, we will go to Beijing. But what about all the responsibilities at home? Don't worry, Mother. We'll take care of what needs to be sorted, give away what needs to be given, and just inform the village to retain the house. When we return, we'll still have a place to stay. Trust me to handle it, Chen Yizhou assured her. Just then, a group of people pushed open the door and entered, exclaiming, We heard Yizhou is back, so we came to see. Chen Yizhou looked up to find his grandmother, uncle, and cousins had come to visit. Grandmother, uncle, elder brother, second brother, Xiaofan, you're here? Come, have a seat. Xiaoyu, prepare some tea, he said, rising swiftly to approach the elderly lady. Grandmother, what brings you here? I was just planning to visit you. Holding Chen Yizhou's hand, the elderly lady remarked, Yizhou, you've only been gone a few days, yet you seem thinner. Are you managing well in Beijing? I'm doing quite well, grandmother, he replied, lifting his arm. Look, I haven't lost weight. I've actually grown stronger. As everyone settled in the main room, Chen Yizhou presented a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes to his uncle Chen Yizhou and shared some with his elder and second cousins, Chen Fei and Chen Hong. His sister, Xiaoyan, prepared tea for everyone and brought out some white rabbit milk candies, cutting a few apples to place on the table. Chen Yizhou handed a piece of apple to his grandmother, saying, "Grandmother, have some apple." Then he encouraged uncle, cousins, Xiaofan, "Please help yourselves. Why didn't Aunt and your two sisters come?" He inquired. "Knowing you've returned, Aunt is at home preparing a chicken, and your sisters are helping her. They'll all come over for dinner later," his uncle replied with a smile. Chen Yizhou nodded in agreement, then shared with his grandmother and uncle about his circumstances in Beijing and his plans for returning. Both his uncle and grandmother expressed their support and shared in the joy for his mother and sister. However, they soon resumed lamenting the situation in the village. As mealtime approached, uncle and two cousins returned home. Chen Yizhou and his sister tidied up the house a bit, seizing the opportunity to pack 4 one-pound bags of brown sugar, 1 pound of white rabbit candy, 10 apples, a large fish, 2 bottles of Fingio, and 5 pounds of pork into a large basket, which they then carried together to uncle's house. Upon entering the living room, they found 2 sisters-in-law setting the table. "Yizhou, you're back. Quickly, take a seat. The meal is about to be served," they called out, inviting Grandma, second aunt, Yinzi, "Please sit." "Hello, big sister-in-law, second sister-in-law." The siblings greeted in unison. At this moment, Chen Yizhou approached. Chen Yizhou handed over the basket. "Why bring something? The times are tough," he said. "Uncle, this is just a small token of my appreciation. We have greatly benefited from your support," Chen Yizhou replied. Chen Yizhou examined the basket closely. "Oh, such delightful offerings. Today, I shall indulge in my nephew's fine tobacco and liquor." He retrieved the cigarettes and alcohol, passing the basket to the elder sister-in-law. "Take this to your mother. Let her add some meat dishes." "All right," she replied, carrying the basket away. Chen Yizhou took a seat, conversing with his uncle while surveying the room. This was the old house, extending 8 meters deep with 4 rooms. Chen Yizhou's family had once lived here, but as their generation grew to 5 siblings, they could no longer accommodate everyone and thus moved out. It was likely that the second cousin would also need to separate in the future. "Dinner's ready. Everyone to the table." The dining table in the living room was adorned with 5 dishes: spicy pickled radishes, bamboo shoots with cured meat, hot and sour shredded potatoes, stir-fried cabbage, and pan-fried tofu. "Come, Yizhou, sit by me, let us toast." Chen Yizhou beckoned. "All right," Chen Yizhou responded, moving closer. Uncle sat at the position facing the door, with Grandma beside him. To his left sat Chen Yizhou and his 2 cousins, and to his right sat his mother and sister. "What about Aunt and the sisters-in-law?" They are coming. "Yizhou, eat up, there's not much food, don't be polite." Aunt approached, carrying a bowl of braised pork. The elder and second sister-in-law followed, each carrying a rice basin, while Xiaofan arrived holding the hand of a small child, Chen Jiafu and Chen Jiala, the sons of the 2 cousins, aged 3 and 2, respectively. "Say hello to your uncle." "Uncle, uncle," the little ones called out, making Chen Yizhou chuckle at their innocent mispronunciation. He took out a handful of candy and handed it to Xiaofan, saying, "Xiaofan, please distribute this among them." "All right, thank you, cousin." Xiaofan accepted the candy. As everyone settled down, Uncle stood up to pour Chen Yizhou a drink. Chen Yizhou quickly took the bottle from him. "Let me do it." "Uncle, please sit." He filled Uncle's glass and those of his 2 cousins, then turned to Grandma, asking, "Would you like a drink?" Grandma, being quite spirited, replied, "Yes, I will join you for a toast." After 3 glasses were downed, Chen Yizhou set his cup aside and served him a bowl of rice, saying, "Yizhou, don't mind them. Once they see liquor, they forget everything. Just eat." "All right, thank you, Aunt." Chen Yizhou consumed a bowl, and the elderly woman graciously refilled it for him. It was then that he realized he was the only one eating plain rice, while everyone else enjoyed a mlang of wild vegetables and rice, a dish known as vegetable rice. The 2 children were partaking in a porridge made from sweet potatoes. Chen Yizhou pondered to himself, it seems that life at Uncle's house is not particularly easy either. He resolved to find a way to assist them when the opportunity arose. With a heavy heart, he finished his meal and returned home with his mother and sister to rest. Chapter 12. Transplanting fruit trees and fishing. Chen Yizhou lay on his bed, his mind drifting into the realm of possibilities. He had cultivated merely an acre of potatoes, but through the process of propagation, his sweet potatoes had expanded to 3 acres. Soon, he would be ready for harvest. The variety was rather limited, so he resolved to seek out resources to enrich his space starting the following day. The next morning, Chen Yizhou was awakened by Chen Xiaoyan. After breakfast, he took a bottle of wine and a pound of brown sugar and made his way to the village chief's home. In Chunjia village, most residents shared the surname Chen, and the village chief was of Chen Yizhou's grandfather's generation. Upon entering the chief's residence, he found the chief enjoying tea in the living room. "Yizhou, you've arrived. Have you eaten yet? Please sit down," the chief said warmly. Chen Yizhou placed his offerings on the table and replied, "I've already had my meal, uncle." The chief glanced at the items and queried, "What do you bring these for? You should take them back." After a moment, he inquired, "Yizhou, what brings you here?" Chen Yizhou presented a cigarette and said, "Uncle, I plan to bring my mother and sister to the capital and transfer our household registration. I would appreciate your assistance in providing a certificate." "Ah, fine tobacco," the chief remarked as he accepted the cigarette. "This matter can be easily arranged. Are you not returning once you leave? What will happen to your house?" "I will certainly return when the time is right. My roots are here. I intend to keep the house for when I come back. I will ask my uncles to help look after it in the meantime. As long as you have made up your mind, focus on doing well out there. I will prepare the certificate for you to take home." After bidding farewell to the village chief, Chen Yizhou strolled around the village. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward: 50 pounds of cotton, 50 bolts of cotton cloth, 5 varieties of patterns. This reward is quite decent, Chen Yizhou mused. I shall keep it for now and look for an opportunity to utilize it. As he wandered, he arrived at the village orchard. "Yizhou, you've come," greeted the gatekeeper. Chen Yizhou offered a cigarette, saying, "I just returned and thought I would take a look around." The gatekeeper accepted the cigarette and said, "Ah, the peaches are already ripe in the orchard. The citrus fruits are still a while away. Feel free to explore. I recall there are 2 late-maturing peach trees. You should pick some to take home." "Very well, I will go in and have a look," Chen Yizhou replied as he entered the orchard. Immediately, he was met with a vast expanse of citrus trees, covering over 10 acres, adorned with numerous small fruits. Following a narrow path deeper into the grove, he reached a denser area. Noticing no one around, he carefully transplanted several citrus trees into a space, filling the holes and covering them with grass. After successfully transplanting nearly 20 trees, he decided to cease for the moment. Traversing through the orange grove, he discovered a peach orchard, equally expansive. However, the trees were far too large for transplantation and too conspicuous. Instead, he opted to transplant 20 saplings located beside the towering trees. He also found a few plum saplings and moved 5 of those as well. Among 5 peach trees, one was laden with ripe fruit. He picked 10 pounds of peaches and placed them into a space, holding a few in his hands as he made his way back outside. The gatekeeper, seeing Chen Yizhou emerge, called out, "Yizhou, why have you only picked so few? You should gather more." "Uncle, this is public property after all. A few for tasting is sufficient," Chen Yizhou replied, handing the gatekeeper a package of cigarettes. "Please enjoy. I must take my leave now." Take care. Come visit when you can," the gatekeeper responded, cheerfully accepting the gift. Upon returning home, Mother and my sister were engaged in a discussion about what to take, what to keep, and what to dispose of, while grandmother sat nearby, offering her suggestions. Chen Yizhou handed a peach to his sister, Yanzi, instructing her to wash it, having just picked it from the orchard. "This is freshly harvested. Do taste it." "Yizhou, we have deliberated. As for the household items, your uncle's family can take what they need. We will bring a bit of grain, and the remainder can be left for your uncle's family, considering that your grandmother will be dining with them. We need them to oversee the house and clean it when they have the opportunity. As for the livestock, how do you propose we manage that?" Lu Cuifeng inquired. "Mother, how many animals do we have?" Chen Yizhou asked. "We still have 5 chickens for ducks, 2 geese, and 2 pigs," Lu Cuifeng replied. "Leave that to me. I have classmates in the county who expressed interest in these animals. I can borrow a bullock cart from the barn and transport them tomorrow," Chen Yizhou said confidently. "Very well, I entrust this to you. By the way, do we have any seeds?" "They mentioned they need some," he added. "What kind of seeds do your classmates require?" "Just the usual fruits and vegetables, as well as rice, corn, wheat, cotton, and rapeseed. Anything of that sort will do." "Oh, we have those at home, although not in large quantities. Since we won't be farming anymore, we can give them all away." "All right, please gather them for me this evening. I will head to the barn now to inform them." After speaking, Chen Yizhou turned to grandmother, saying, "Grandmother, please stay for dinner. I shall have Yinzi prepare braised pork for you." "Very well, I shall not leave. I look forward to enjoying the braised pork," Grandmother replied with a smile. Chen Yizhou made his way to the village barn, where he spent $1 to arrange borrowing a bullock cart for a day with Lu Shifu, agreeing to return at 5 o'clock the following morning. Upon returning home, he found his sister cooking while grandmother and mother were engaged in conversation. "Sui Feng, since you have been to the capital, you must temper your temperament. One cannot be too soft-hearted. When necessary, be assertive. Most importantly, you must quickly help Yizhou find a bride, so that he can rest easy, even in the afterlife. Mother, rest assured, people from the big city should be easier to get along with than those from the village, right? I'm not one to instigate trouble. We'll see how it goes." My dear, not instigating trouble does not imply that trouble does not exist. If issues arise, consult Yizhou. I've noticed a significant change in his character. You cannot go wrong by heeding his advice. All right, I understand. Upon overhearing this exchange, Chen Yizhou thought to himself, my sister seems untroubled. She is quite astute. Can mother really handle a yard full of chaotic beings? Just consider Chen Huairu. If she were to feign vulnerability before mother every day, I can only imagine how mother would be inclined to give her the entirety of our estate. As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a shift within. Life in the countryside was becoming increasingly arduous, and his uncle's family bore a heavy burden. Perhaps it would be best to bring grandmother along. At 75, she had weathered numerous storms and encountered all kinds of people and situations. Moreover, with a 73-year-old matriarch already in the courtyard, grandmother's arrival, being older and a war widow, would elevate her status as the esteemed elder of the household. The more he contemplated this idea, the more feasible it seemed. As the moments passed, an opportunity arose for me to converse with my grandmother and uncle. In the midst of my reflections, my younger sister called out that dinner was ready. Chen Xiaoyan had prepared a delightful dish of braised pork and lamb stew with radish. Upon seeing the meal, grandmother exclaimed, "Yinzi, are you planning to feast like this every day? Who eats like this regularly?" Chen Yizhou replied, "Grandmother, this is what I purchased yesterday. With the weather being warm, it cannot be stored, and we would waste it if not consumed." The four of us indulged in our meal, savoring every bite. Afterward, grandmother expressed her desire to rest, and Chen Yizhou volunteered, "Grandmother, let me escort you home." Upon arriving at my uncle's house, they had just finished their lunch, and the family was preparing to head out to work, leaving my cousin Xiaofan at home to look after the two children. "Yizhou has arrived. You may stay here and play for a while. If you find yourself bored, there are your two cousins' fishing rods inside. You could venture to the riverbank to fish." Chen Yizhou suggested to Chen Yizhou, "All right, uncle, you all go about your business. Do not mind me. It has been a while since I last fished, and I shall wait until grandmother is asleep before heading out." Chen Yizhou agreed. Once grandmother had drifted off to sleep, Chen Yizhou hurriedly returned home with a fishing rod. In the reluctant gaze of Chen Xiaoyan, he extracted 2 liang of flour, took a bucket, and made his way to the riverbank. Upon arrival, he discovered a deeper backwater and mixed half a kilogram of flour with spring water, adjusting the fishing float accordingly before casting it out. He then took out a cigarette and struck a match, but alas, it failed to ignite. Suddenly, the float disappeared. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yizhou lifted the rod, and a fish was hooked. A crucian carp weighing about half a pound leaped into the air. After filling a small portion of the bucket with river water, he placed the fish inside. Learning from the experience, he first lit his cigarette, then baited the hook with flour and cast it again. Before it could even sink, the float vanished once more. He swiftly raised the rod and reeled in a 1-pound grass carp. Thus commenced a flurry of activity as he entered a rhythm of catching fish. Initially, he filled the bucket to the brim before transferring the fish into a space pond. He caught crucian carp, grass carp, common carp, yellow catfish, and several other varieties. In less than 2 hours, he had exhausted the half a kilogram of flour, his hands feeling numb from the excitement. He had caught 5 grass carp weighing 7 to 8 pounds each, dozens of smaller ones, and around 7 or 8 carp weighing 3 to 4 pounds. The exact count of the other fish eluded him, but it was a substantial haul, including 5 turtles, the largest weighing 6 to 7 pounds. Originally, The space pond contained nearly 1,000 pounds of fish. Now, it had been replenished with several hundred more. What a splendid bounty! Although fishing was slower than harvesting, it brought immense joy. With 2 larger grass carp, 2 turtles weighing 5 to 6 pounds, and around 20 crucian carp of half a pound each, he strolled leisurely back home. Passing by his uncle's house, he noted that they had yet to return from work. Xiaofan fetched a bucket and shared one of the grass carp, a turtle, and a dozen crucian carp with him, while he also returned the fishing rod. Upon arriving home, he called out, "Yinzi, Yinzi, come quickly." Chen Xiaoyan rushed out. "Brother, what is it?" Chen Yizhou proudly presented the bucket, saying, "Take a look for yourself." "Wow, did you catch all of these?" Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed. "Tonight, we shall have braised fish." She called out, "Mother, come quickly and see. Brother has caught so many fish, including turtles." Lu Cuifang stepped outside and was pleasantly surprised by the abundant catch. "Yinzi, fetch a bucket so we can share some with your uncle," she suggested. "No need, Mother. I passed by Uncle's house on my way back and have already given them half," Chen Yizhou replied. "Ah, you've already shared half? You managed to catch all of this?" Lu Cuifang exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Yizhou chuckled foolishly, thinking to himself that he couldn't attribute it solely to the miraculous spring water. Chapter 13. In Search of Materials, Acquiring Bees one evening. The family of 3 enjoyed a delightful feast of braised grass carp, clear stewed turtle, and pan-fried crucian carp, complemented by the leftovers from lunch. "Brother, may I make a request? Can we continue to eat like this every day?" Chen Xiaoyan said, stroking her belly with a contented expression. "You little glutton, do you think we are wealthy landowners? Eating like this every day? Hurry and clear the table." Chen Yizhou had not yet spoken when Lu Cuifang began her admonishment. "Mom, it's fine. I can support us," Chen Xiaoyan replied confidently. "Not to mention my fishing skills. I can make this girl eat fish until she is sick." "You spoil her," Lu Cuifang remarked. "Girls need to be cherished. And as for my sister, I shall treat her well." "Brother, you are truly wonderful," Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, hugging Chen Yizhou's arm. "Xiaoyan, I have but one request of you. Study diligently and strive for university in the capital, all right?" Chen Yizhou said earnestly. "Brother, I will certainly work hard to attend university. Once I start working, I will help support Mom alongside you," Chen Xiaoyan declared. "First, focus on supporting yourself," Lu Cuifang chuckled. After exchanging a few more words, Chen Yizhou inquired, "Mom, have you prepared the seeds?" "They are ready. I will give them to you tomorrow morning. I won't forget." She replied, "Very well. I shall visit Uncle's house. I need them to assist me with loading the cart tomorrow morning." "Go ahead," Lu Cuifang said. Upon arriving at his uncle's house, Chen Yizhou found them enjoying a meal of fish, with his grandmother cheerfully sipping crucian carp soup. "Yizhou, your fishing skills are impressive. You've caught quite a lot, thank you," his uncle said with a grin. "It's all luck," Chen Yizhou humbly replied. "Uncle, I need to transport the livestock to my classmates in the county tomorrow morning. Could you and my 2 cousins help me load the car at 5? "Of course. I'll take them with me," his uncle assured him. "All right then, I'll head back. Enjoy your meal. Will you not stay a while longer?" "I cannot. I must leave." The following day, at 4:30 in the morning, Chen Yizhou arose to find Chen Xiaoyan had prepared breakfast. The chickens, ducks, and geese were tied by Lu Cuifang. Chen Yizhou hastily had a bite to eat before rushing to the barn to fetch the ox cart. By the time he returned home, his uncle and 2 cousins were already there. Together, they herded the 2 pigs out, first tying their legs with rope, then carefully lifting them onto the cart, securing them tightly with a long rope. Finally, they placed the chickens, ducks, and geese on top. As they prepared to depart, Lu Cuifang emerged holding a snakeskin bag. "Yizhou, here are the seeds. Keep them safe and be cautious on the road." "I understand, Mom. It's still early. You should get some more rest," Chen Yizhou replied, then turned to Chen Yizhou. "Uncle, thank you for your help. You may return now. I'll be on my way." "Yizhou, let your older cousin accompany you. It's not easy to manage alone," Chen Yizhou suggested. "Indeed, I can go with you," his older cousin Chen Fei added. "No need. I can manage by myself. Someone will be waiting for me on the other side. And besides, you need to go to work," Chen Yizhou stated, raising the whip and setting off without waiting for their response. As Chen Yizhou resolutely walked alone, Chen Yizhou helplessly remarked, "All right, sister-in-law, we shall return first. Thank you to his uncle, came the reply. Chen Yizhou, driving the ox cart and singing, made his way toward the county town. Despite the two pigs grunting and disturbing his mood. Ensuring the surroundings were clear of onlookers, he gathered the chickens, ducks, geese, and pigs into the space, assigning each to their respective enclosures. He released their bindings and placed some sweet potato leaves in each pen, leaving them to their own devices. The rice and wheat seeds were soaked in spring water, while a combined acre of rapeseed and corn was sown, along with another acre for fruits and vegetables. Watering completed, he finished his tasks. With a notification chime, he successfully checked in, earning a reward of 50 pounds each of vegetable oil and peanut oil. With the check-in accomplished and his ears now at peace, Chen Yizhou leisurely continued toward the county town. "Young man, where are you headed?" inquired a group of older women by the roadside. "Aunties, I'm going to the county town," Chen Yizhou replied. "Would you take us along for a dime?" they asked. "Sure. Hop on," he said, "but I won't be able to bring you back, as I'm going to buy supplies." "No problem. We have an ox cart from our village for the return journey," they assured him. A gaggle of older women climbed aboard with laughter. "Young man, where are you from? I don't think I've seen you before." "I hail from Qinjiao village. Chen Yizhou is my uncle." "Oh, I see now. You are the son of Chen Yizhou. Aren't you supposed to be in the capital? How old are you? Have you found a wife?" "I have a niece who just turned 18, and she is quite beautiful." Amidst the barrage of questions from the older women, Chen Yizhou finally arrived at the county town, letting out a sigh of relief and smilingly bidding them farewell. He maneuvered the ox cart to a designated area, exchanged a cigarette and a dime for the elderly supervisor's assistance in feeding and overseeing the animals. Slipping away to a state-run restaurant, he ordered a bowl of pork offal noodles, costing 2 liang of food coupons and a dime. After finishing his meal, he began to explore the surroundings. As he wandered into a small grove bustling with activity, he hurriedly approached, discovering it was a temporary market. After perusing the stalls, he spent 200 yuan, purchasing a bull calf and a cow calf, along with a piglet, 1 male and 3 females, as well as several watermelons and some green beans, sesame, yellow beans, and peanuts. Finding a secluded spot, he placed the animals in their pens, sowed the crops, and even planted the seeds from one of the watermelons over an area of 1 mu. His next destination was the obligatory checkpoint for travelers, the recycling station. At the entrance, an elderly man stood guard. With a cigarette offered, he gained entry. Inside, Chen Yizhou dove into a pile of furniture, rummaging for a considerable length of time until he spotted a relatively intact cabinet. Upon closer inspection, however, he discovered several woodworm holes. Exhausted, he decided to abandon the search. As he turned to leave, he hurriedly bumped into a stack of old tables and chairs. "What was that?" the elderly man inquired. "It's nothing. I accidentally knocked over the tables and chairs. I will set them right immediately," Chen Yizhou replied loudly. "Just be careful. Those are all damaged, and not much is usable. Watch yourself," the elder cautioned, and then fell silent. Chen Yizhou looked at the fallen tables and chairs, resignedly beginning to lift them up. As he tugged, a table leg creaked and came off. With another pull, a chair leg similarly detached. Yet another tug, and with a clatter, the chair disassembled. However, a peculiar sound caught his attention, akin to metal clashing. Chen Yizhou carefully searched, and at last, he spotted several gleaming yellow objects. Biting into one, he exclaimed, "What surprise, gold bars!" He hurriedly stashed them away, discovering a total of 10 substantial gold ingots. Although his golden space was already ample, Chen Yizhou felt invigorated, for the joy of treasure hunting was a sensation known only to those who experienced it. His objective, tables and chairs. He meticulously examined their weight, thickness, and whether they harbored hidden compartments. Remarkably, he uncovered 5 or 6 concealed spaces, though most were empty. Only 2 contained treasures. One yielded 10 small gold ingots, while the other revealed a medical book. Moving to the book section, he selected a set of high school textbooks and exercise books, fortuitously acquiring a cookbook before exiting. Handing a cigarette to the old man, he inquired, "How much is this?" The elderly man took the cigarette, glanced at the books in Chen Yizhou's hands, and replied, "Just $1." Bidding farewell to the elderly man at the recycling station, Chen Yizhou tucked the books into his space and continued his stroll. Passing a grain store, he remembered that he would need bags to carry items from his space in the future. He spent 50 yuan to purchase 100 burlap sacks, acquiring 100 bags, each of 50 and 10-pound capacity. At the ox cart gathering site, he reclaimed his cart from the caretaker, exchanging a cigarette as a parting gesture. In a secluded area, he found 2 bolts of patterned cotton, 2 bolts of blue cotton, 10 pounds of pork for whole roast ducks from Quadrangle, 10 pounds of vegetable oil, 20 pounds of apples, 2 Chinese sausages, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, 2 pounds of white rabbit candy, and 2 watermelons, all neatly packaged in several bags atop the ox cart. Upon passing a village entrance, he noticed an elderly man with several jars laid out before him. "Sir, what do you have there?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "Young man, this is honey. Would you like some?" The old man replied. "Yes, sir. How much do you sell your honey for? Is it harvested from your own bees?" "This is the finest acacia honey, priced at 1 yuan per pound." The old man stated. "I harvested it from my own bees. How much do you have?" "I'll take it all," Chen Yizhou responded. "I have 5 jars, 2 pounds each, for a total of 10 yuan. Chen Yizhou handed over the money and asked, "Sir, could you spare 2 hives of bees for me?" "I could, but can you care for them? If they fly away, I won't be responsible," the old man cautioned. "No need for you to worry, sir. Just teach me how to feed them and harvest the honey," Chen Yizhou assured him. "All right, you drive the cart, and I'll guide you." "I live just a short distance ahead," the old man said, placing the jars of honey onto the cart and sitting beside Chen Yizhou to direct him. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at a household with 10 bee boxes, where numerous bees buzzed in and out. "Here we are," the old man announced. Dismounting, the old man called into the house, "Wife, we have guests. Bring out some tea." "Just a moment," came the reply. As they entered the living room, an elderly woman emerged with 2 cups of tea. "Young man, enjoy your tea." "Thank you." The elderly gentleman, while sipping tea, shared with Chen Yizhou various considerations for beekeeping, including the methods of honey extraction and swarm management. After conversing for over an hour, he ultimately spent 50 yuan to purchase 2 hives of bees. Chapter 14. Convincing grandmother to accompany us to the capital after bidding farewell to uncle. Chen Yizhou carefully stored 2 boxes of bees and 3 jars of honey into the spatial compartment. He drove the ox cart, humming a tune, as he made his way home. By the time he entered the village, dinner had already concluded, and as he parked the cart at the entrance, a throng of people rushed out. "Grandmother, uncle, what brings you all here?" "Yinzi, come help me with the things. I'm exhausted," Chen Yizhou exclaimed. "Wow, brother, how did you acquire so many items?" Chen Xiaoyan marveled. Some were purchased, while others were gifts from classmates. At that moment, Lu Cuifeng also emerged, and together, they swiftly moved the items into the living room. "I'll return the ox cart first. You all can organize the things," Chen Yizhou said before departing. Upon returning home, uncle had already left. Grandmother sat nearby, beaming as she watched mother and sister sorting through the items. "Yizhou, you truly are impressive, acquiring such wonderful things," grandmother remarked with a smile. "It's merely luck. My classmates have connections in the county. Some of these items were gifts, while others were bartered," Chen Yizhou replied. "Grandmother, this honey is from the locust flower. It's beneficial for your health. Please take a jar home and have 2 spoonfuls each day." "All right, I shall enjoy the blessings of my grandson," grandmother responded cheerfully. At that moment, Lu Cuifeng interjected, "Yizhou, I've saved you some food in the pot. Hurry up and eat." "Okay, mother, I'll wash my hands and face first," Chen Yizhou replied, then turned to Yinzi. "Yinzi, grab a watermelon and cut it so that grandmother and mother can taste it." Chen Xiaoyan eagerly responded and joyfully carried a watermelon to the kitchen. After washing up, Chen Yizhou brought out the dishes and joined them in the living room, eating while observing Lu Cuifeng as she organized the items. Chen Xiaoyan sliced the watermelon and brought it out in a basin. "Mother, don't worry about sorting for now. Come eat watermelon with grandmother." She took a piece for herself first. Lu Cuifeng handed a piece to grandmother. "Mother, you should have some too." "All right, I will," grandmother said, taking a bite. "It's truly sweet." As Chen Yizhou continued to eat, he said, "Mother, I'd like to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "Speak," Lu Cuifeng urged. "I plan to keep the tobacco and alcohol. When we depart, we can invite Uncle S family and the village chief for a meal." I'll keep a piece of the patterned cotton cloth to make clothes for you and sister. I'll take the remaining 3 pieces of cotton cloth to give to uncle and share the rest of the items with them. What do you think? No, that's too much. It's extravagant. You should keep it for yourselves. Grandmother interjected. Mother, I believe Yizhou is correct. Uncle's family has supported us greatly over the years while father has been away. It is fitting for Yizhou to show his filial piety. Besides, we are soon heading to the capital. We cannot take all these items with us. Lu Cuifeng countered. You, oh dear, grandmother said, playfully tapping Lu Cuifeng's head. I shall not interfere. Do as you wish, but you must be more prudent in your spending from now on. After finishing their meal, Chen Yizhou carried 3 pieces of cloth and held apples and watermelons, while Lu Cuifeng and Chen Xiaoyan took the remaining items and accompanied their grandmother to the home of their uncle. Upon entering, the family of the uncle was astonished by the bounty in Chen Yizhou's hands. Cuifeng, what are you doing? Are you trying to outdo us? Asked the aunt, approaching Lu Cuifeng. Aunt, you have taken such good care of our family. Now that Yizhou is capable, it is only right that we show our gratitude, responded Lu Cuifeng. Yizhou, come over for some tea, beckoned Chen Yizhou to Chen Yizhou. He approached and engaged in conversation over tea with his uncle and 2 cousins, while his grandmother and Lu Cuifeng settled nearby. The aunt, along with her 2 daughters-in-law and Chen Xiaofen, busily organized the items. The 2 little ones, upon seeing the watermelon, apples, and toffees, were entranced, drooling and chanting, Eat, eat. Xiaofen, take the watermelon to cut, and slice a few apples to bring over for everyone to enjoy, the aunt instructed. Look at how greedy your little nephews are, she remarked, directing her daughters-in-law to move the pork, roast duck, and oil into the kitchen, and to carry the 3 pieces of cloth inside, mentioning that in a couple of days, everyone would each receive 2 new outfits. The elder and second sisters-in-law looked at the provisions, their hearts swelling with joy, their faces blooming with smiles. The uncle spoke with Chen Yizhou about the harvest and the state of the year, eventually sighing, Alas, I have heard that many places are suffering from drought. Life is becoming increasingly difficult. Indeed, uncle, life in the countryside will become more challenging. In the city, at least there are rations, which is somewhat better, Chen Yizhou replied. He then turned to his grandmother and said, Grandmother, may I discuss something with you? Of course, my grandson, what is it? She replied with a warm smile. I wish to take you with us to the capital. To the capital? No, I will not go. What I do there? Grandmother, you see, the situation in the village is dire. Soon, even having enough to eat will be a problem, and uncle's family will not fare much better. Before Chen Yizhou could finish, his grandmother interjected. Even in the worst of times, can your uncle deprive me of a meal? Certainly not. However, my dear grandmother, I have now acquired some means. I wish for you to enjoy a better life with me, so I can honor my father. No, refusa. I am old. I will not go anywhere. You all should visit me when you have the time. Chen Yizhou, feeling helpless, turned to his uncle and pleaded, Uncle, please help persuade grandmother to come with us. Chen Yizhou replied, Yizhou, if your grandmother does not wish to go, then let it be. Rest assured, no matter how hard or challenging it becomes, I will take good care of her. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou thought to himself, it seems I must resort to my trump card. He turned to his grandmother, wearing a pitiful expression, and said, Grandmother, I am being bullied. You must stand up for me. Who has bullied you? Speak, and I shall advocate for you. His grandmother inquired loudly. Chen Yizhou recounted the various individuals and events that transpired since entering the courtyard, particularly mentioning the elderly deaf woman in her 70s, who was referred to as the old ancestor within the compound. Leveraging her advanced age, she often exerted her influence, demanding meat from others, and resorting to breaking windows when her requests were denied. Upon hearing Chen Yizhou's tale, the crowd was incensed. Bang! The grandmother slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, What era are we living in? How can she still wield power simply because of her age, calling herself the old ancestor? I would put an end to her nonsense. Yizhou, I shall accompany you. With my presence, I shall see how she continues to act as the ancestor. Grandmother, please don't be angry. They have not treated me well either, Chen Yizhou reassured her, grasping her hand. I fear for mother being bullied at home. Once you are there, I shall feel at ease. those people will appear as mere trifles before you. Laughter erupted among the audience at his words. Once the matter concerning his grandmother was settled, Chen Yizhou felt relieved, and after a brief chat with the other family, they returned home. As they reached their doorstep, they noticed a figure standing outside. "Who is it?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "Yizhou, it's me." It was the village chief. "What brings you here at this late hour?" "Please come inside." "I won't be going in," the chief replied, pulling a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Chen Yizhou. "Here, the proof has been prepared. I shall take my leave now." "Thank you, sir," Chen Yizhou said, accepting the document and placing it in his pocket. He then produced a pack of cigarettes and offered it to the village chief, saying, "Please take care." Upon entering the house, Chen Yizhou slapped his forehead, realizing he would need to visit the village chief again the following day to obtain a document for his grandmother as well. After completing his nightly routine and lying in bed, his consciousness drifted into a space where fruits and vegetables had begun to sprout. He resolved to find some bamboo, soon to construct a framework. The rice and wheat had also germinated. He had planted 2 acres of rice, leaving over an acre for wheat cultivation. He fed his poultry and livestock with sweet potato leaves once more, then settled down to sleep. In the morning, after breakfast, he made a trip to the village office to procure a proof for his grandmother, then casually ascended the mountain. Upon encountering a dense patch of grass, he began transplanting it to the pasture, swiftly creating several paths. Spotting chestnut trees, he transplanted 2, and upon reaching the mountain summit, he discovered a tea garden. Without hesitation, he continued to transplant 5 tea trees into his space, collecting as he walked, enriching his space further. Sign in successful. Reward: 5 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and 5 packs of Dacumen. This is splendid, just as my stock of cigarettes was running low. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly lunch, so he began his descent. Midway down the mountain, he fortuitously stumbled upon a nest of rabbits, 2 adults and 4 young ones. Without hesitation, he collected them. He constructed a rabbit nest in the pasture, hardening the surrounding land with his thoughts to prevent it from being riddled with holes. He also transplanted some Nan bamboo into his space. For lunch, they enjoyed roasted duck and stir-fried cabbage. Though the meal consisted of only 2 dishes, the 3 of them were thoroughly satisfied. After dinner, Chen Yizhou visited his uncle's house. Chapter 15: Farewell to Family. Departing for the capital, Chen Yizhou beckoned his uncle and 2 cousins to a secluded spot. "Uncle, I need to discuss something with you, but I implore you to keep it confidential." "Go ahead," his uncle replied. "You are aware that the harvests have been steadily declining. A friend of mine in the capital informed me that this issue is not localized. It is a nationwide phenomenon. Therefore, you must prepare yourselves early. Farmers rely on the whims of nature, and we are left with no choice but to take things as they come," sighed his uncle. "Listen to me, uncle. I have a classmate in the county who has connections and can procure some grain. Before I leave, I can assist you in purchasing a bit. You and my 2 cousins should find a spot at home to dig a cellar during this period to store the grain, but please do not disclose this to anyone." After a brief pause, Chen Yizhou continued, "Furthermore, I have heard that soon our village will start communal dining, where all grain must be surrendered for collective consumption. You must preserve your grain and contribute only a minimal amount. Just think about it. With so many people dining together, there will be those among us who will attempt to take advantage. Conflicts are bound to arise. Can this arrangement endure?" After considerable contemplation, Chen Yizhou responded, "Yizhou, you possess great capability. I will heed your advice. Tonight, I will take your 2 cousins and begin digging the cellar." With his uncle's words, Chen Yizhou felt a burden lift from his shoulders. The night passed without incident. Morning arrived, and with it came a notification. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward: 50 boxes of cola. 50 boxes of milk tea. Oh, the delightful beverages have arrived. He eagerly uncapped a bottle and took a long swig, letting out a satisfying belch. Refreshing. After breakfast, Lu Cuifeng and Chen Xiaoyan busied themselves at home, making new clothes. With nothing pressing to attend to, Chen Yizhou took some flour and a fishing rod from his cousin's house, setting off once more to procure fish. In the subsequent days, he wandered aimlessly, finding time to accompany Chen Xiaoyan to school to obtain a transfer certificate. Under the pretense of his trip to the county, he gradually retrieved items from the check-in rewards. including milk powder and malted milk essence. Unbeknownst to him, in just one more day, he would embark on his journey to the capital. Lying in bed, Chen Yizhou assessed his supplies. He had gathered a batch of fruits and vegetables. The watermelons would be ready in a few days, and he had harvested sweet potatoes, yielding approximately 4,000 pounds. The land lay fallow, untouched for planting, reserved for future rice cultivation, as Southerners primarily subsist on rice. Though the rice was still days away from maturity, he had promised his uncle to secure grain. Thus, he had no choice but to hasten its growth. With a mere thought, the rice transformed into a golden hue. Chen Yizhou felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, yet he resisted the urge to succumb to it. Gritting his teeth through the discomfort, he harvested the 2 acres of rice, reserving 3 acres of seeds soaked in spring water. With mental focus, he controlled the dehulling and bagging process, ultimately yielding 1,600 pounds of rice from the 2 acres. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, he succumbed to slumber. The following evening, Chen Yizhou's home buzzed with activity. His uncle's family, the village chief, and the party's secretary, 15 individuals in total, gathered around 2 tables. Each table boasted 8 dishes: braised pork, sweet and sour carp, lamb stew with radish, and Peking duck, accompanied by 4 seasonal vegetables. The men indulged in Zhonghua cigarettes and Maotai liquor, while the women and children enjoyed the bulk milk tea that Chen Yizhou had provided. A meal was thoroughly enjoyed, leaving the host elated and the guest content. After the village chief and the party secretary departed, the aunts and 2 sisters-in-law surrounded Grandma and Lu Tsuifan, sharing their sentiments of parting. Uncle and 2 cousins took Chen Yizhou and Chen Xiaoyan aside, earnestly instructing them to take good care of Grandma and Mother, and to maintain correspondence with the family. In a heartfelt gesture, their eldest cousin, Chen Fei, gifted his cherished fishing rod to Chen Yizhou, urging him to carry it to the capital and achieve new heights. Before they left, Chen Yizhou instructed Chen Yizhou, informing him that he had arranged for an ox cart to take their family to the county town the following morning. At 2 a.m, Chen Yizhou quietly arrived at Chen Yizhou's doorstep, carrying a burlap sack filled with 1,000 jin of rice and 1,000 jin of sweet potatoes. He softly called out, "Uncle, uncle." Moments later, the living room light flickered on as Chen Yizhou, clad in a robe, opened the door. "Yizhou, what brings you here at such an hour?" "Uncle, please wake my 2 cousins. A classmate of mine just delivered some grain, and we need to move it inside quickly." Chen Yizhou turned and summoned his sons. The 3 of them gazed at the sizable pile of grain at the entrance, incredulous. "Why is there so much? What is all this?" Chen Fei, the eldest cousin, exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, it was a rare opportunity to ask my classmate for a favor, so I requested a bit more. There are 1,000 jin of rice and 1,000 jin of sweet potatoes. Hurry and bring it inside," Chen Yizhou explained. The 4 of them made several trips to carry the grain into the cellar. Upon exiting, Chen Yizhou seized Chen Yizhou's arm, inquiring, "Yizhou, how much did this cost?" "I'll cover it." "Uncle, since I didn't have a ticket, the rice was priced at 150 per jin, and the sweet potatoes were merely 0.02 per jin. Please just give me 150. Chen Yizhou fibbed. "That won't do. In the black market, grain costs 0.30 now. 150? You would be at a loss. Moreover, I just checked, and the quality of this rice and sweet potatoes is superb." Uncle declared decisively. "Yizhou, I appreciate your kindness. Here's the deal. I'll take a little advantage today and give you 200. With that, he turned and fetched 200 yuan, placing it into Chen Yizhou's hands, urging him to return home quickly and get some rest for the early morning ahead. Chen Yizhou pushed Chen Yizhou out the door, closing it behind him before he could utter a word. As Chen Yizhou clutched the money, he reflected, "This uncle is quite amiable. Such relatives are worth cherishing. What I offer you accept. What I do not covet. Contentment is a virtue. The most dreadful are those insatiable relatives who crave more than their fair share." The next morning, bright and early, Chen Yizhou was at the door with the ox cart. Lu Tsuifang and Chen Xiaoyan busied themselves in the kitchen, preparing over a dozen egg pancakes to take along for breakfast. Grandma was sorting her belongings, and once the breakfast was ready, she called Uncle in to join them. After their meal, they began to pack their luggage. Lu Cuifong took a moment to summon Chen Yizhou into the room, producing an iron box. Yizhou, this is our family's savings, which I entrust to you today. Including your father's pension, there's a total of 1,000 yuan inside, along with some local notes that will be of no use in the capital. Please take it out and keep it safe for your aunt. All right, I will hold on to the money for now and give it to you once we reach the capital, Chen Yizhou remarked as he accepted the box. Hearing commotion outside, he approached the door and observed that his uncle and the entire family had arrived, along with the village chief and several amicable villagers. He hurried over to greet them, dispersing smoke as he waved. Annie approached Chen Yizhou, carrying a bundle. Yizhou, here are 20 boiled eggs I prepared for you. Take them along for the journey. Thank you. Annie, Chen Yizhou replied, accepting the bundle. He reached into his pocket and pulled out some local currency notes, pressing them into Annie's hands. Auntie, these are some local notes we didn't use up. They won't be of any use in the capital, so please take them. This, how can I accept this, dear child? Auntie responded, holding the notes with reluctance. Auntie, please don't be so modest. Consider this a gesture of filial piety from your nephew, Chen Yizhou said as he grasped her hand. Such a good child, Auntie said, visibly touched. Yizhou, it's getting late. We should be on our way, Uncle called out. Chen Yizhou held Auntie's hand once more. Auntie, I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself at home. He then turned to his cousins. Older brother, sister-in-law, and little Fun, please look after yourselves as well. I will write to you once I reach the capital. Take care and travel safely, they all replied in unison. After bidding farewell to the villagers, the family boarded the ox cart and set off for the county town. Seated upon the cart, Chen Yizhou felt speechless. Goodness, his grandmother alone had packed at least one large bundle, weighing around 30 to 40 pounds. His mother and sister each had a sizable bundle too. In addition, they carried 3 quilts, 50 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of oil, and various kitchen utensils, even bringing along the cooking pot and coal stove. As they arrived at the train station in the county town, Chen Yizhou saw an opportunity. He turned to Uncle Chen Yizhou, saying, Uncle, please wait a moment. I need to sort through the things on the cart. With that, he gathered all the food and drink into a single bag and handed it to Chen Xiaoyan. Yanzi, please take this. At that moment, Uncle inquired, Yizhou, what are you doing? Uncle, the remaining items on the cart are too cumbersome to take on the train. I will bring them to my classmate who knows someone in the county transport team. They can help me transport them to the capital later, Chen Yizhou explained. Oh, that sounds good, Uncle Chen Yizhou replied. Chen Yizhou guided the ox cart in circles, seizing an opportunity when no one was watching to store all the items into his spatial compartment. Once he deemed the time appropriate, he returned to the train station. Chapter 16. Daily Commute and Unexpected Encounters. Has Yizhou returned? Yes, Uncle, I have delivered the items to my classmate. It's getting late, so you should head back now. All right, I shall take my leave. Uncle turned to Grandma and said, Mother, take care of yourself. I will visit you when I have the time. Go on, don't worry about me. Just live well at home. Grandma waved her hand and replied. Chen Yizhou then addressed Lu Cuifong, sister-in-law. I entrust you with the care of Mother. Please take good care of her. Rest assured, Uncle, I will certainly look after her well, Lu Cuifong responded. Yizhou and Yanzi, you both must be diligent. One should work hard, and the other should study well. Your 2 elder cousins are unable to do so, so it falls upon you 2 siblings. Understood, Uncle. I will work diligently, replied Yizhou. Understood, Uncle. I will strive to learn, echoed the siblings. As Uncle walked away, the 4 of them, carrying provisions, turned and entered the bus station. After purchasing tickets, they noted that the departure was still over 2 hours away. Chen Yizhou suggested that the family rest in a corner. At last, the time to board arrived. Chen Yizhou assisted Grandma in the front, while Lu Cuifong guided Chen Xiaoyan from behind. After enduring numerous challenges, they finally reached their seats. The 4 of them sat together, Grandma, Lu Cuifong, and Chen Xiaoyan in one row, while Chen Yizhou settled in the window seat opposite them. Noticing the 3 of them drenched in sweat and panting, Chen Yizhou retrieved a military canteen from his bag, a relic left by his father, filled with half a container of spring water. Yanzi, fetch the tea container. I will pour you some water. You must be hungry. Let us also take out the egg pancakes and boiled eggs Annie gave us. Each of them enjoyed 2 egg pancakes, a boiled egg, and a cup of water, instantly feeling rejuvenated. At that moment, a middle-aged woman in her 50s, supporting a girl of 17 or 18, approached and sat next to Chen Yizhou. The girl appeared unwell, resting her head on the woman's shoulder. Chen Yizhou stood up and asked, "Annie, what has happened to her? Perhaps you should sit inside?" "No need. Thank you, young man," the woman replied gratefully. "My granddaughter is ill, and I'm taking her to see a doctor in another city. It is more convenient to sit outside." Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou resumed his seat. With the sound of the whistle, the train began to rumble forward. At that moment, a sweaty young man squeezed through, holding a ticket, and said to the woman, "Excuse me, my seat is here. Could you please let me through?" The woman produced her ticket and explained, "My granddaughter is sick and needs support. Our tickets are not together. May I switch seats with you? My seat is just a few rows ahead." Of course, the young man readily agreed to exchange tickets and took his belongings with him. Noticing that Grandma and Mother were feeling a bit weary, Chen Yizhou suggested, "Grandma, Mother, we still have a long journey ahead. If you're tired, please rest. Yanzi, you should get some sleep too. We could take turns." "I'm not sleepy. I'm feeling quite energetic," Yanzi replied. Chen Xiaoyan experienced her first train journey, marveling at everything around her. Chen Yizhou did not press her, saying, "Well, if you're not going to sleep, you might as well read a book so you can keep up with your studies." Chen Xiaoyan pouted in agreement, took out her Chinese textbook, and began to read. However, after half an hour, she could no longer resist the lure of sleep and dozed off. Grandmother and Mother awoke after 2 or 3 hours. Engaging in conversation with Chen Yizhou, the young woman next to them also stirred momentarily, drowsily asking, "Where are we?" If it weren't for Chen Yizhou's exceptional hearing, he would not have caught her words at all. After a while, Chen Xiaoyan woke up as well. They all shared a light snack and sipped some water, and Chen Yizhou accompanied them in taking turns to visit the restroom. Having stayed awake for an entire day, he felt fatigued and fell into a deep slumber until late at night, awakening to find the train quiet, with most passengers asleep. He looked across the aisle to find Chen Xiaoyan was absent. "Mom, where's my sister?" An aunt nearby interjected, "Your sister is kind-hearted. She noticed my granddaughter needed water for her medicine and went to fetch some." "Oh, I see. What is wrong with your granddaughter? She seems so lethargic." "I'm not sure. The local hospital couldn't help, so I brought her here to a larger hospital for examination." "Are you the only one accompanying her?" "No. Her father and 2 older brothers are also here, sitting up front," the aunt replied, pointing to 3 men ahead. Chen Yizhou pondered this information thoughtfully. If the girl was so ill, why hadn't those men come to check on her? He scrutinized the 2 individuals beside him. The young woman was dressed in a fashionable outfit and wore smart shoes, suggesting a comfortable family background. In contrast, the aunt, while decently dressed, had patches on her clothing and wore cloth shoes. The men in front appeared to be poorly dressed, reminiscent of rural farmers. Their family situation seemed less fortunate. Could it be that this family favored their daughter over the sons? Unable to decipher the situation, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyan returned with the water. "Brother, you're awake. Would you like something to eat?" "I'm not hungry. Feeling rather groggy. I'll just use the restroom and wash my face first," Chen Yizhou replied as he stood and headed towards the bathroom. After a refreshing wash and a moment of relief, he felt invigorated. He found his way to the train's connection area, leaning against the glass beside the door, pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Taking a deep drag, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Noticing the absence of others nearby, he indulged in a moment of joy. As he savored the cigarette and his drink, his thoughts drifted back to the courtyard, contemplating the beasts at home. "I brought back an ancestor. How will you handle this?" He chuckled at the thought. After lingering for nearly half an hour, Chen Yizhou decided to return. Passing the restroom, he overheard 2 voices engaged in hushed conversation. "How about that young girl Aunt Wang mentioned? Did you take a good look at her?" "I did. She's definitely a gem. We must find a way to take her with us. But we only have a few stops left. If we want to take her, we need to act quickly." "Agreed. Let's keep a close eye on her. When she is alone, we can slip something into her drink. However, her brother is often around. That complicates things. It is of no concern. Aunt Wang will find a way to stall her brother." "Goodness, have we encountered human traffickers?" Chen Yizhou silently retreated to the junction of the train car, discreetly peering towards the restroom. Before long, two young men emerged. Upon closer inspection, Chen realized that they were among the three individuals pointed out by the aunt seated beside him. So, the girl they spoke of. How dare they cast their eyes upon my sister? Chen Yizhou was filled with fury. What should he do? He could seek assistance from the authorities. Chen turned and made his way to the dining car. Upon arrival, he spotted a trained policeman. "Comrade, I have an urgent matter to report," he stated. The officer responded, "What can I assist you with?" Chen recounted the situation involving the aunt and her granddaughter, and relayed the overheard conversation. The officer's demeanor turned serious. "Comrade Chen, based on your account, we can ascertain that this is indeed a group of traffickers. We can proceed with an immediate apprehension. Please wait a moment while I summon a few colleagues to devise a strategy." Shortly thereafter, four officers arrived, changing into plain clothes. After a brief discussion, the lead officer, Captain Wang, addressed Chen Yizhou. "Here is the plan, Comrade Chen. You will quietly identify those three traffickers, then return to your seat and act as the situation dictates. We will initiate our move from this end, and should anything seem amiss, you are to immediately detain the female suspect. Is that understood?" "Affirmative. I will ensure the task is executed," Chen replied. Following this, he discreetly pointed out the traffickers to the officers, then feigned nonchalance as he strolled back to his seat. "Brother, where have you been? It took you so long," Chen Xiaoyan inquired. "Oh, I was at the end of the car, having a smoke and enjoying the view," Chen Yizhou replied with a smile. Feeling a tad hungry, he retrieved 2 eggs from his bag and began to eat, all the while observing the surroundings of the car. The girl beside him had been leaning against the aunt's shoulder, fast asleep, while the aunt herself appeared to be dozing with her eyes closed. At that moment, 2 officers, pretending to be passengers, quietly entered the car, followed by 2 others a few meters behind. The first pair engaged in hushed conversation while observing the 3 traffickers, who were all asleep with their eyes closed. The officers breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the task would likely be completed with ease. They ceased their chatter, softened their footsteps, and slowly approached the traffickers. Chapter 17. A trial of skills at the Siyu, and gradually they approached the traffickers, locking eyes for a moment before slowing their pace, awaiting the arrival of their 2 colleagues. Once all 4 reached the designated spot, they lunged simultaneously at the 3 traffickers. Startled, the traffickers immediately engaged in a struggle with the 4 officers, the commotion rousing the slumbering passengers in the carriage, causing an uproar. Captain Wang shouted amidst the fray, "Stay calm, everyone. Sit down. We are the police, apprehending criminals." Next to Chen Yizhou, a nearby aunt was startled awake. Upon witnessing the altercation, she sprang to her feet, her right hand reaching into her clothing. Chen Yizhou, vigilant and wary of her potential to produce a dangerous weapon, decisively stood up and, applying just a fraction of his strength, struck her on the head with a single punch. He refrained from using full force, fearing he might inadvertently cause her death. The aunt, oblivious to Chen Yizhou's presence, collapsed in the carriage, a firearm clattering to the floor. Seeing the gun, Chen Yizhou quickly snatched it up, calling out a warning. "Be careful. They have a gun." The officers, alerted, prepared to distance themselves and draw their weapons to subdue the assailants. However, one trafficker, known in the underworld as Quick Shooter, drew his gun with astonishing speed, seizing the moment to fire. Without hesitation, Chen Yizhou grabbed an egg from the table and hurled it at the trafficker's wrist. "Ouch, my hand!" The egg struck true, fracturing his wrist, and the gun fell to the ground as the trafficker writhed in agony. Several officers swiftly drew their weapons, successfully subduing the 3 traffickers. Chen Xiaoyan, witnessing the chaos, was left aghast. "Brother, what on earth is happening? Why does that aunt have a gun? Who is she? How did you manage that?" "You should know," Chen Yizhou replied, rolling his eyes. "She's a trafficker. They had set their sights on you. Did you realize? That unconscious girl is likely a victim they intended to abduct." At that moment, Captain Wang, accompanied by several officers, approached the captured traffickers. "Comrade Chen, thank you. If it weren't for your swift action, some of us might have been caught by a bullet." "It was the least I could do," Chen Yizhou replied, handing the gun to Captain Wang while pointing to the aunt sprawled in the aisle. "This gun fell from her. Please take it. and this young lady was traveling with her but has been unconscious, likely drugged. Understood, Comrade Chen. Please accompany us to provide a statement, Captain Wang instructed. Turning to Chen Xiaoyan, he added, Little sister, please assist this lady and come with us. We have a doctor available. Of course, Chen Xiaoyan eagerly responded. The group proceeded to the dining car, where, under Captain Wang's inquiry, Chen Yizhou recounted the events from beginning to end. Chen Xiaoyan listened, her eyes sparkling with admiration, her heart racing at the thought that they had been targeted. After examination by the traveling doctor, it was determined that the girl suffered no serious harm, merely having been sedated. She was placed on M4, but regrettably, she remained unconscious. Comrade Chen, thank you immensely. We shall send a letter of appreciation to your unit, and perhaps there will even be a reward. Captain Wang fervently grasped Chen Yizhou's hand as he spoke. No need for that. It is my duty, Chen Yizhou humbly replied. The siblings bid farewell to Captain Wang and returned to the carriage, where the passengers were buzzing with excitement. Upon seeing Chen Yizhou's return, they praised him enthusiastically. Grandmother and mother wore broad smiles, clearly in high spirits, brimming with pride for Chen Yizhou. Once seated, without waiting for inquiries, Chen Xiaoyan began chattering animatedly to grandmother and mother about the events that had transpired, praising Chen Yizhou to the point of making him feel a bit bashful. After 3 arduous days of travel, the train finally arrived in the capital. Chen Yizhou, along with his companions, struggled through the throng at the train station. Wow, brother, is this the capital? So many people, and such grand buildings. Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed. I want to visit the Forbidden City, and I must see the Great Wall. Observing the numerous passers-by, Chen Yizhou felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him and replied somewhat dismissively, All right, we'll explore it all another day. He then assisted grandmother and took Lu Cuifeng's hand, hastily moving forward. As they walked, he said, Grandmother, Mother, I wonder how the house renovations are progressing. The furniture is still with the craftsman, and we are short on many other essentials. I will first find you a guest house to rest in, and once I tidy up the house, I will come back to take you both home. Yizhou, may I accompany you to tidy up? Lu Cuifeng inquired. No need, Mother. After several days of travel, you must be exhausted. Please rest for now. Noticing the 2 weary figures, Chen Yizhou waved and spent 50 cents to take all 4 of them directly to a guest house in Nanluoguxiang, Dongcheng District. After ensuring their comfort, Chen Yizhou set off towards the Sihiyuan. At the entrance of the courtyard, Uncle Yin Fugue was watering the flowers. Little Chen is back. Aren't you supposed to be picking up your family? Why have you come alone? Yin Fugue asked. Mr. Yin, I have arranged for them to stay at a guest house. I returned to check on the state of the courtyard. Chen Yizhou replied. Do not let me disturb you. I shall go and see for myself. As Chen Yizhou turned to leave, Yin Fugue quickly interjected, Wait, little Chen, I have some free time now. I will accompany you to have a look. He thought that since the renovation crew usually kept the door shut, it would be an opportune moment to see the progress now that Chen Yizhou had returned. Ignoring Yin Fugue's presence behind him, Chen Yizhou strode towards the eastern courtyard. Upon reaching the gate, he pushed it, only to find it locked from the inside. He called out, Master Lei, are you there? Who is it? Came the voice from within as Master Lei opened the courtyard door. Ah, you have returned, Master Chen. We have completed the work and are waiting for you to see if any adjustments are needed. Chen Yizhou looked around. The courtyard was adorned with several stone paths connecting the various rooms and entrances. Beside the locust tree, a grape trellis had been erected, with vines already planted. Beneath the trellis stood a stone table and 4 stone stools, evoking an immediate desire to brew a pot of tea. Oh, this courtyard is truly exquisite, Yin Fugue remarked beside him. Little Chen, now that you have renovated the house, when shall we set a table for a feast? Teacher Yin, I have exhausted all my funds for the house repairs, and the class has yet to commence. What shall I do to set a table? Perhaps you could lend me a little something for now, and I shall repay you once my salary comes in. It seems borrowing money is out of the question. After all, my entire family is dependent on me. We can arrange the gathering once you receive your payment. Upon hearing the request for a loan, Yin Fugue hastily waved his hand. Teacher Yin, you are a beloved educator. How can we postpone the banquet? Would you consider lending me a few dozen yuan today? Yin Fugue, taken aback by the child's persistence, quickly replied, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave." With that, he swiftly turned and departed. Chen Yizhou observed Yin Fugui's hurried retreat, pondering to himself how this uncle was truly obsessed with wealth. Chapter 18. Acceptance of the house and arrangement of furniture come. "Let me show you around," Master Lei said, turning to lead the way. "All right," Chen Yizhou replied, following him. They first entered the west wing, which had been transformed into a storeroom and kitchen. Behind the kitchen was a small restroom, with the stove already installed. The storeroom featured several rows of shelves for storage. Following Master Lei, Chen Yizhou explored other areas, all of which had been completed according to their prior agreements, and cleanliness was thoroughly maintained. To his surprise, both the upstairs and downstairs restrooms in the main house had been equipped with toilets. "Master Lei, this is impressive. You even managed to get toilets installed," Chen Yizhou exclaimed. "Luck, pure luck." A wealthy family was renovating, and this was what they replaced. "Installing these has eliminated any unpleasant odors. I was worried you might find the old ones unappealing," Master Lei replied. He continued, "However, when the water pressure is insufficient on the second floor, you will need to carry water up from below." "Not a problem at all. Carrying water is a minor task," Chen Yizhou said. "Considering this, the price we initially discussed must be insufficient." "Indeed, it has exceeded slightly," Master Lei admitted, a bit shyly. "How much more do I owe you?" "Please add 50 yuan, making it a total of 150. If you find anything else that needs repair later, just let me know," Master Lei said. "All right, Master Lei. Here is 150, Chen Yizhou said, pulling out the cash along with 2 packs of cigarettes. "Thank you, sir," Master Lei said, accepting the money and cigarettes. "I shall take my leave now." "Wait, Master Lei. Do you know how my furniture is coming along?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "Oh, Master Wang has completed the furniture. Do you have time to see it now?" "I can take you there," Master Lei responded. "Sure, that would be great," Chen Yizhou replied. Master Lei locked the yard gate and returned the keys to Chen Yizhou. He then rode his bicycle with Chen Yizhou for over 10 minutes until they arrived at Master Wang's home, which featured a small courtyard. Master Lei pushed open the courtyard door and led Chen Yizhou inside, calling out, "Master Wang, come out. The sir has returned." Master Wang emerged from the house. "You're back? The furniture is ready. When can you take it home?" "I can take it right now," Chen Yizhou responded. "All right, let me show you the furniture first. You have quite a few pieces, so I've stored them in the warehouse," Master Wang explained, leading the way outside. Upon reaching the warehouse, Chen Yizhou surveyed the neatly arranged furniture, separated by sets. The most striking was a set of Wang Wali furniture. Chen Yizhou approached it, examining closely. The surface was exceptionally beautiful, with stunning grain patterns. As he touched it, the exquisite texture filled him with joy. "This is my heritage. In a few decades, it will be priceless." Additionally, there were 2 sets of rosewood furniture, with one set made of chicken wing wood and another of Wang Wali for kitchen use. Chen Yizhou had meticulously planned the arrangement of his furnishings. The precious Wang Wali wood was designated for the east room on the second floor of the main house, while 2 sets of rosewood would occupy the 2 rooms on the first floor, one for his mother and one for his grandmother. The remaining 2 sets would be placed in the west room on the second floor and in the east wing. "Are you satisfied, Master Wang?" he inquired. "Absolutely delighted. Your craftsmanship is exceptional," Chen Yizhou replied, giving a thumbs up. He then retrieved 100 yuan and 2 packs of cigarettes from his satchel, handing them to Master Wang. "This is the final payment. Please accept it." Master Wang graciously accepted the money and cigarettes, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, sir. You are too kind. I will fetch a card for you right away." "Wait," Chen Yizhou called out to Master Wang. "Some individuals in my courtyard are quite observant, and I would prefer they do not see these items. Could you help me wrap all the furniture?" "Certainly. Your courtyard's residents are indeed," Master Wang remarked with a sigh. A few individuals gathered some cardboard and scrap paper to wrap the furniture entirely. Due to the extensive amount of furniture, Chen Yizhou ordered 10 carts to transport everything, agreeing on a fare of 40 cents per person for the move. A lively procession made its way to the courtyard, attracting the curiosity of passers-by who speculated about which affluent household was undertaking such a task. On the way, Chen Yizhou spotted a vendor selling water tanks and called for another cart to purchase 4 large water tanks and some dishes. As the caravan arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, Uncle Yin Fugue rushed out, exclaiming, "What is happening? Don't block the road." "Uncle Yin, as you know, my house is rather empty now. These are some furnishings I purchased previously," Chen Yizhou explained, offering him a cigarette. Yin Fugue accepted it with both hands, replying, "Good, good. Your courtyard is indeed too bare. It was time to acquire some furniture." He thought to himself, finally gaining an advantage over this young man. Chen Yizhou beckoned the group to carry the furniture towards the east courtyard. As they passed through the central courtyard, they encountered a cluster of aunties engaged in lively conversation, while Chen Yizhou tirelessly washed clothes at the basin. "Xiao Chen, what is going on?" one auntie inquired. "Oh, auntie, I've just completed renovations on my courtyard, so I acquired some furniture," Chen Yizhou explained as he walked. "Oh, splendid. If you need any assistance, just let me know," the auntie offered. "Thank you, auntie," Chen Yizhou replied politely. Chen Yizhou observed Chen Yizhou amidst the crowd, her thoughts swirling. Jia Zhangshi is always gossiping, lamenting about the deceased household, purchasing so many items. They should be moved to my home. There is no respect for the elderly or the young. After a considerable effort lasting over half an hour, the group finally managed to transport all the furniture into the courtyard. Chen Yizhou distributed a cigarette to each car driver, settled the fare, and bid farewell to the workers as they exited the gate. Once the courtyard door was closed, he organized all the furniture into his space, arranging each room according to his vision. With a flick of his wrist, he laid out the 3 sets from his hometown alongside the 2 sets of bedding he had received from the steel mill, covering the beds entirely. 2 of the large tanks were placed at the entrance of the main room, ready to be filled with water for fish or to cultivate water lilies. 1 tank was set in the kitchen, filled with clean water mixed with spring water, while another was placed in the storage room, containing a substantial amount of rice. The packages from my hometown were taken out and placed entirely in the storage room, awaiting the arrival of Lu Cuifeng and the others for sorting. Various items, including tobacco, alcohol, tea, candies, fruits, and malted milk powder, were retrieved from storage and arranged neatly in the cabinet of the living room. Observing his handiwork, Chen Yizhou smiled with satisfaction. As mealtime approached, he locked the courtyard gate and exited the Sihiyuan, carrying 2 roasted ducks and 10 steamed buns, all packed in a small cloth bag. He made his way to the street guest house. Upon knocking on the door, Chen Xiaoyan greeted him. "Brother, you're here. What delicious treats have you brought?" She promptly took the cloth bag from Chen Yizhou's hands. "How is the house coming along?" Lu Cuifeng inquired. Chapter 19. Moving the family into the courtyard. Mother. "The house has been completed. I just brought the furniture back and arranged it a bit. You and grandmother will surely adore it," Chen Yizhou cheerfully exclaimed. Grandmother, with a gentle smile, looked at Chen Yizhou and said to Lu Cuifeng, "Rest assured, Cuifeng, Yizhou clearly possesses great talent." At that moment, Chen Xiaoyan brought over roasted duck and steamed buns, placing them on the table. "Grandmother, mother, brother has brought roasted duck. Come and enjoy." "Brother, when shall we go to the courtyard?" Chen Xiaoyan inquired between bites. "No rush. You all will stay here for the night to rest well. Tomorrow morning, I will come to take you to the street office to finalize your household registration, and we can also inquire about your schooling," Chen Yizhou replied. After they finished their meal and exchanged a few words, noticing that dusk was approaching, Chen Yizhou promised to return in the morning to fetch them and departed from the guest house, navigating through several alleys, ensuring no one was around. He retrieved 2 pounds of pork, a pound of Hong Pao tea, and a bag of apples and peaches from his space, and made his way to Director Wang Hongxia's home at the street office. Upon arriving at the entrance of Director Wang's courtyard, he knocked gently. "Knock, knock. Who is it?" Director Wang opened the door. "Ah, it's you, Chen. You've returned. Come. Hello, Director Wang." Chen Yizhou entered, placing the items on the table in the living room. Director Wang looked at the assortment of goods and remarked, "You shouldn't have brought anything. Just come as you are." "Director, you have helped me immensely, and I have long wished to express my gratitude. This is merely a small token of local specialties I have brought along," he replied. "Enough of that. Now tell me, what brings you here?" Director Wang waved his hand dismissively. "Director, as I previously mentioned, I want to bring my mother and sister here. However, given the poor harvest and hardships at home, I have also brought my grandmother, wishing to fulfill my filial duty. I came to ask what procedures are required for the household registration," Chen Yizhou explained. Is that all? Your family is a martyr-esque household, so it's quite straightforward. Tomorrow, bring them directly to my office, and I will take care of it. Thank you, Director Wang. Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude. You have truly alleviated a great burden for me. I shall take my leave now. No need for thanks. Director Wang said as she accompanied Chen Yizhou to the door. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Shortly after Chen Yizhou left, Director Wang's husband, Li Bin, returned home on his bicycle after work. He was the deputy section chief of the Material Procurement Department in the district. Noticing Director Wang staring at the pile of goods on the table with a puzzled expression, he chuckled. Have you struck gold? Did you buy all these fine items? Oh, these are brought by a young man just now, she replied. Who is this generous soul? Director Wang then recounted Chen Yizhou's situation to her husband. From what you described, it seems that the courtyard where he resides is rather tumultuous. You should keep a closer watch on him, Li Bin advised. Do I need you to tell me that? Director Wang cast a sidelong glance at her husband. This courtyard had been recognized as a model of civility for several consecutive years, and yet, unexpectedly, such an incident had transpired. It seems I must observe more closely in the future. Indeed, Li Bin extended his thumb and remarked, Director Wang, you must delve deeper into the grassroots to better facilitate your work. Begone, Director Wang replied with a playful reprimand. The following morning, Chen Yizhou arrived at the guest house, where he had breakfast with his grandmother, mother, and younger sister. After checking out, they made their way to the street office. With a single cigarette, he managed to charm the watchman, and they promptly proceeded to the door of Director Wang's office. Knock, knock, come in. Chen Yizhou pushed the door open and entered with his family. Ah, Xiao Chen has arrived. And these must be your grandmother and sister? You are blessed with a wonderful son and husband. Oh, this young lady is truly lovely. Director Wang rose, greeting them with a warm smile. Please, have a seat. As she spoke, she busied herself brewing tea for them. Grandma, Lu Cuifeng, Chen Xiaoyan, they all responded enthusiastically. Once seated, Chen Yizhou took out his household registration book and the necessary documents for his family. Director Wang, here are the materials. Please let me know if anything is missing. Director Wang examined the documents and, finding them complete, assured him, I will take care of this for you. Please wait here a moment. With that, she hurried out of the room with the materials. As they sipped their tea, over half an hour passed before Director Wang returned, carrying several notebooks. She handed them to Chen Yizhou and said, Xiao Chen, your household registration has been consolidated. You are now the head of the household. The remaining documents include ration books and vouchers. Please keep them safe. Chen Yizhou stood and accepted them with both hands as his family collectively expressed their gratitude. Thank you. Director Wang, there's no need for such formality. Should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. Very well. We shall not disturb you any longer, Chen Yizhou replied, gesturing for Chen Xiaoyan and their mother to help their grandmother as they made their way outside. Take your time. Dear lady, Director Wang said as she stood to see them off. Once outside the street office, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly, Haha, I am now a citizen of the capital. Grandmother, mother, are you happy? Very happy, they both nodded with smiles. The family chatted merrily as they walked towards the courtyard. Chen Yizhou took the opportunity to introduce the various buildings and their functions, as well as the directions of several alleys. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoyan recalled something and, with a downcast expression, asked, Brother, what about my school situation? Silly girl, today I will teach you a lesson. When seeking assistance, never ask for multiple favors at once. Others may perceive you as lacking in etiquette. This afternoon, accompany me again, and you shall see, Chen Yizhou replied. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyan's spirits lifted once more. The family continued their lively conversation and soon arrived at the courtyard. Just as they reached the entrance, they were intercepted by Yin Fuguei. Xiao Chen, who are these? Chen Yizhou presented the group. Teacher Yin, this is my grandmother, this is my mother, and this is my sister. They will be residing in this courtyard from now on. He then turned to his family. This is Teacher Yin, who teaches at Hongxing Primary School and lives in the front courtyard. Given the current rampant activities of hostile forces, Teacher Yin tends to inquire about unfamiliar faces. Indeed, this task has been assigned to me by my superior. Furthermore, I hold the esteemed title of the third master of this courtyard, which is renowned as an exemplary Sihiyuan. As you're newly arrived, feel free to seek my assistance should you find anything unclear, Yin Fugue remarked with a smile. The grandmother smiled in silence, while Lu Cuifeng and Chen Xiaoyan responded in unison. Certainly, teacher Yin. After bidding farewell to Yin Fugue, the group entered the central courtyard. It was a Sunday, and most people were present. Chen Yizhou was diligently washing clothes by the water basin, while Shaju sat at the entrance with a teacup in hand, squinting his eyes as he gazed intently at Chen Yizhou. His eyes followed the large sun above her, twitching with excitement, nearly drooling. In an instant, a song floated into Chen Yizhou's mind. We sway together, sway the sun. Sway the sun. Chapter 20. Cooking dinner and taking my sister fishing. Upon reaching this point, Chen Yizhou mischievously shouted, Silly Zhu, what are you looking at? Silly Zhu casually replied, looking at Sister Chen. He suddenly realized the implications of his words. The crowd burst into laughter, and even the family joined in the merriment. Chen Huai's face flushed, and she, flustered, dashed back into the house without even changing her clothes. Silly Zhu glared fiercely at Chen Yizhou, prompting everyone to notice the individuals beside him, their minds swirling with curiosity. Chen Yizhou, who are they? Annie asked. These are my grandmother, my mother, and my sister. They will be living in our courtyard from now on, he replied. Well, it was fine when you were alone, but now that you have elders here, it's important to foster neighborly unity and harmony, Annie advised. Chen Yizhou, feeling a bit annoyed, thought to himself, are you talking about me? You certainly can't expect two different kinds of people to share the same bed. As he pondered this, Zhonghai approached the crowd and announced, everyone, please have dinner early tonight. We have newcomers in the courtyard, and we will hold a meeting at 7 to welcome them. He then turned to Chen Yizhou's family. This is our courtyard tradition. At that time, you can introduce yourselves and get to know the other residents. Okay, everyone responded in unison. Leading his family into the eastern courtyard, Chen Yizhou guided them inside. Wow, it's so beautiful, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, dashing towards a swing beneath the grape arbor, gleefully rocking back and forth. Chen Yizhou ignored her, taking his grandmother and mother toward the main house. After a thorough tour, he pointed to the rooms on the first floor, saying, Grandma, you will stay in the east room, and Mom, you will stay in the west room. I will be in the east room upstairs. As for Yin, she can choose to stay in either the east wing or the west room upstairs. The two nodded in agreement. He then led them to the kitchen and storage room, and throughout the tour, their smiles widened, unable to conceal their delight. This house, in the past, was only fit for wealthy landlords. I am truly enjoying the blessings of being a grandchild, his grandmother marveled. Lu Cuifeng inquired, Yizhou, how much did this all cost to renovate? Feeling a bit sheepish, Chen Yizhou scratched his head. I thought you would want a comfortable place to stay. I've spent quite a bit, but don't worry. I'll be starting work in a couple of days. I can support the family. You spendthrift. You've squandered over 500 yuan? Lu Cuifeng scolded. Well, the rest's still a bit left. Chen Yizhou stammered, thinking to himself, oh dear, if you knew I spent over 1,000, you would surely be furious. Cuifeng, let us not dwell on that. I've seen the furniture and materials. They're of good quality, so it's only natural that they cost a bit more, his grandmother interjected. Lu Cuifeng extended her hand. Yizhou, show me the money. It seems you cannot be trusted with finances. You're far too reckless. All right, Mom, I left the money in the house. I'll get it for you shortly. Chen Yizhou replied, quickly shifting the conversation. By the way, I've stored all the things from the old house in the storage room. Could you help organize them? As the conversation unfolded, Chen Xiaoyan rushed over, embracing Chen Yizhou's arm and exclaiming, Brother, I am so delighted. This house is exquisitely renovated, and I adore the furniture. Where shall I sleep? As long as you're happy, replied Chen Yizhou. You can choose between the west room upstairs or the east wing below, gently patting Chen Xiaoyan's head. He added, I wish I could stay there too. What should I do? Chen Xiaoyan pondered, but the east wing is a bit far from the restroom. Then you can alternate between the two, Chen Yizhou suggested nonchalantly. All right, I'll stay in one for a couple of days and decide later, Chen Xiaoyan said, her face beaming with joy. You really indulge her, Lu Cuifeng remarked to Chen Xiaoyan. You can stay, but remember, you must wash your own belongings. Now, Help me tidy up. We need to prepare for lunch. Chen Yizhou thought to himself that the first meal must be grand. He turned to his family, shared a word, and stepped outside. After a stroll, he gathered a substantial amount of pork, lamb, roasted duck, and various fruits and vegetables, filling a burlap sack nearly to the brim before heading back to the courtyard. Deep in thought, he suddenly felt someone tugging at the sack behind him. Xiao, Chun, what have you bought? Let third uncle take a look. Turning around, he saw Yin Fuguwei. Teacher Yin, my family just arrived, and it's our first meal together, so I bought a little extra. Why are you stopping me? With that aroma, I see you even bought roasted duck. Third uncle has a fine bottle of wine. Shall we celebrate together? Yin Fuguwei suggested, his eyes glinting with mischief. No, thank you, Teacher Yin. It's my family's first meal. It wouldn't be appropriate with outsiders present. Perhaps next time. Chen Yizhou declined politely. Ah, I see. Well, next time, do prepare some good dishes, and we shall drink together, Yin Fuguwei conceded, reluctantly releasing his grip on the sack. As he walked back to the central courtyard, the gathered crowd buzzed with curiosity at the sight of his bounty. Upon returning, he found the home neatly arranged. His grandmother, mother, and sister were enjoying tea beneath the grape trellis. They all gathered around him upon his return. And when Lu Cuifeng inspected the sack, her expression soured. Grabbing Chen Yizhou's ear, she scolded, buying so much. You're being extravagant. Quickly hand over the money. Mom, be gentle. I'll get it for you right away, Chen Yizhou pleaded. Lu Cuifeng released him, insisting, hurry, go get it now. Chen Yizhou dashed to the east room on the second floor, retrieved an iron box from his space, and emerged with a cheerful smile, presenting it to Lu Cuifeng. She accepted it and promptly placed it in her room. At noon, beneath the grape trellis on the stone table, a feast awaited: braised pork, lamb stew with radish, roasted duck, cucumber salad, stir-fried cabbage, and spicy sour shredded potatoes, each accompanied by a cup of milk tea and rice, leaving the entire family thoroughly satisfied. After a brief respite under the grape trellis, his grandmother and mother retired for a nap. Chen Yizhou turned to Chen Xiaoyan and said, Yinzi, please clear the table. I need to prepare something. We'll be heading out soon. All right, brother, Chen Xiaoyan replied and began tidying up. Chen Yizhou entered the storage room and took out 2 corns from his space, remnants from the previous harvest at their old home, having only planted 100 or so due to limited seeds. Currently, the agricultural plan is as follows. 6 acres of farmland are primarily allocated for the cultivation of rice and wheat, while the remaining acre is devoted to growing fruits and vegetables. Another acre is reserved for the rotation of corn, sweet potatoes, sesame, and other crops. After preparing the corn, it is soaked in spring water within a lunchbox, with a fishing rod in hand and a bucket at the ready. Chen Yizhou stepped into the courtyard and called out, Swallow, let's go. Coming, brother, replied Chen Xiaoyan, emerging from the living room with 2 apples in her grasp. You gluttonous girl, haven't you just eaten? Can you still manage more? He chided playfully. Put those away. In this courtyard, we must quietly prosper. All food and drink must be hidden, understood? Understood. I'll pack it up right away. The siblings, equipped and ready, set off towards Beihai. The distance from Nanluoguxiang to Beihai Park is only about 1 kilometer or so, and they arrived in just 20 minutes. Chapter 21. Fishing in the Back Sea. A contest for fish, it was likely a day of rest, as the lakeside was teeming with a throng of people fishing. Chen Yizhou and Chen Xiaoyan searched for a spot for a good 10 minutes without success. Chen Yizhou, a voice called out from a distance. Upon turning, Chen Yizhou realized it was Yin Fuguwei. Teacher Yin, you are fishing too? How's the catch? Just arrived, haven't had any luck yet. Noticing the fishing gear in Chen Yizhou's hand, he inquired, You're here to fish as well? Fishing requires skill, you know. I, as your elder, am quite the expert. Would you like me to teach you? Just share 1 fish with me when you catch it. Teacher Yin, I would love to fish, but I haven't found a spot yet. No worries, we are all familiar. Let us shift a bit and make room for you. Yin Fuguwei beckoned to those nearby, saying, Gentlemen, this young lad is from my courtyard. Please help him find a spot. Thank you. The crowd, recognizing his request, began to shift around, grateful for their kindness. Chen Yizhou quickly settled into the newly vacated spot. He adjusted his fishing float took out his lunchbox, baited it with corn, and cast it into the water. Yin Fugui observed and remarked, "Young Chen, why are you using corn? Such a waste of food. Let me tell you, fishing is primarily about skill." In that moment, Chen Yizhou pulled up a 2-pound fish with a swift motion, tossing it into the water bucket prepared by Chen Xiaoyan. He turned to Yin Fugui and asked, "What were you saying, Teacher Yin?" "It's nothing. I was just saying that beginners often have good luck. Look at you, fulfilling your promise to share a fish with your elder. Rest assured, Teacher Yin, just for your assistance in finding me a spot, I'll ensure you get a fish. Here, have a cigarette." He produced a packet to Qianmin and offered one to Yin Fugui, then shared with the other anglers around. Upon returning to his spot, Chen Xiaoyan was fixated on the fish, her eyes sparkling as she murmured, "braised or steamed." Chen Yizhou chuckled. "Just one fish for now, what about later?" He then entered a mode of continuous fishing, reeling in 7 or 8 fish in no time. The larger ones weighing 5 to 6 pounds, and the smaller ones 2 to 3 pounds. Chen Xiaoyan began to fret, not for any reason other than the bucket was overflowing. "Brother, what should we do?" Observing that it was still early, Chen Yizhou first handed Yin Fugui a 2-pound fish and then said, "Xiaoyan, remember the collection station we passed on our way here? Why don't you take the fish there to sell? You can keep the money as pocket money." "Really?" Chen Xiaoyan's eyes lit up as she grabbed the bucket and dashed off. "I'm going now, I'll be right back." Since Chen Yizhou began catching fish, Yin Fugui had felt an immense pang of envy, glancing at the 2 small fish he had caught. "How about I lend you my bucket, young Chen? In return, could you share a fish with me later?" Chen Yizhou pondered for a moment. Though Yin Fugui had a tendency to take advantage of situations, he was, after all, a learned man. He harbored no malicious intent. Indeed, in the television series, he even scavenged to assist the foolish Zhu in his later years. Furthermore, it was prudent not to have all enemies in the courtyard. Occasionally forging an alliance with him could be beneficial, as long as he did not become overly demanding. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Yizhou remarked, "All right, Teacher Yin, hand me the bucket, and I shall provide you with another one shortly." Yin Fugui, chuckling, carried the water bucket over to Chen Yizhou and decided to forego fishing, opting instead to stand by his side. Continuing his relentless fishing spree, Chen Yizhou caught 5 or 6 more fish before Chen Xiaoyan returned, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight, evidently having made a substantial profit. "Brother, have you caught so many again?" Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed in astonishment. As Chen Yizhou's frenzied fishing attracted an increasing number of onlookers, he contemplated ceasing once the bucket was full, having garnered enough attention. After nearly an hour, both buckets brimmed with fish, and the crowd began to chatter excitedly. "How much per pound for a fish, young man?" "I'll offer 23 cents for 2. I'll give 25 cents for a larger one. I'll take them all for 30 cents. Amidst the clamorous voices, a middle-aged man clad in a steel mill uniform stepped forward, parting the crowd. "Hello, young man. I am from the purchasing department of the 3rd steel mill. I will offer 30 cents for all the fish." Chen Xiaoyan, standing nearby, desperately blinked at Chen Yizhou, murmuring, "This is a loss. I sold at a lower price." She had just sold fish for 21 cents at the purchasing station, thus missing out on a significant amount of money. "Brother, it's not that I don't want to sell, but private sales are not permitted. I plan to take them to the purchasing station," Chen Yizhou replied. "No witties. We are a legitimate organization and can provide a receipt. This is not considered a private sale. Selling to our mill enhances the workers' meals and contributes to the nation." The middle-aged man reassured him. "Very well, let us weigh them then." After weighing, the 2 buckets totaled 120 pounds. The man handed over 36 yuan. "Young man, my surname is Qian, and I am the deputy section chief of the purchasing department. In the future, when you catch more, you could deliver directly to the mill. Just mention my name." Chen Yizhou accepted the money, smiling as he introduced himself. "Chief Qian, my name is Chen Yizhou. I also work at the steel mill." "Oh, which department are you in? I don't recall seeing you before." "I just reported for duty and will officially start in a couple of days. I am in the technical department." Chief Qian chuckled. "Ah, so you are quite the scholar. Once you begin working, feel free to visit my office for tea." "Certainly," Chen Yizhou replied cheerfully. After Chief Qian departed, Yin Fugui looked at the empty buckets. "Little Chen, what about my fish?" Chen Yizhou picked up his fishing rod, baiting it with corn. Rest assured, Teacher Yin, there will be fish for you. Just then, a melodious voice inquired. I heard someone caught a lot of fish here. Was it you? Chen Yizhou looked up to see a slender girl, modestly dressed yet strikingly beautiful, around 14 or 15 years old, holding hands with another girl of similar age, though the second girl was more attractive. There was also a slightly older girl accompanying them. At first glance, Chen Yizhou was captivated, her appearance reminiscent of a renowned beauty from a future era, possessing a perfect figure, particularly her long legs, even though she wore simple attire and had 2 braids. However, Chen Yizhou felt an inappropriate surge of desire. You shall be mine, he silently vowed. Alas, your fishing float is gone. Suddenly, the girl pointed at the lake and addressed Chen Yizhou. He swiftly turned around, raised his rod, and felt a tug that indicated a substantial catch. With determination, he embraced the fishing rod with both hands, rose to his feet, and cautiously retreated, preparing for a protracted battle. As the adversary advanced, he withdrew. When the foe retreated, he would disrupt its movements, swaying left and right. After an arduous half-hour, he finally reeled in a grass carp weighing around 15 to 16 pounds. Wow, what a magnificent fish! A chorus of admiration erupted from the onlookers. Third uncle. This person is remarkably skilled at fishing. Do you know him? Chapter 22. Heartfelt encounter in the gentle embrace of rain. Yizhou first met Chen Yizhou, accompanied by his younger sister, Chen Xiaoyan, who resided in the eastern courtyard adjacent to theirs, as Yin Fuguei introduced. He is the one who struck my brother and demanded recompense? Yizhou inquired, astonished. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou realized that this was indeed Yizhou, and he couldn't help but notice her frail appearance, suggesting malnourishment. So, Yizhou, you're aware of the circumstances surrounding my altercation with your brother, correct? Do you believe I was in the wrong? Chen Yizhou interjected. Such a trivial matter. The rules of our courtyard dictate respect for elders and care for the young. You confronted an elder, and my brother, in a fit of anger, merely retaliated. You struck my brother and then demanded compensation. That is where you err, Yizhou asserted resolutely. Trivial? They forcibly invaded my dwelling, and your brother intervened with violence, and you dare call this trivial? Furthermore, Yizhou, as a student and a progressive youth of the new society, how can you harbor such thoughts? Do you truly believe that the courtyard's customs outweigh the law of the land? Chen Yizhou retorted with indignation. You. Yizhou was nearly brought to tears by his words. The 2 girls beside her gazed at Chen Yizhou, astonished, thinking to themselves how eloquently he spoke. Enough, Xiao Chen. The matter has passed. Yizhou is merely venting her frustrations. There is no need to escalate this further. Let's return to fishing. Yin Fuguei quickly interjected. Feeling embarrassed, Yizhou decided to leave, pulling her companions along. Wait a moment, Chen Yizhou called to the older girl. Could you spare me 2 minutes? What is it? The girl asked, her large, expressive eyes blinking curiously. Oh, had it not been for your timely intervention, that large fish would have eluded me. Please allow me 2 minutes to catch a fish for you as a token of gratitude. No need, she replied, attempting to depart. Xiaoyan, Chen Yizhou said to Chen Xiaoyan, keep an eye on this young lady. I shall fish. If she leaves, your snacks and pocket money will vanish. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoyan hurried to the girl, grasping her arm with a pitiful expression. Sister, please don't go. Have mercy on me. My brother truly will take away my snacks and pocket money. Just wait a moment. He is remarkably skilled at fishing. The girl tugged at her arm, but Chen Xiaoyan clung tightly, silent yet gazing at her imploringly, leaving the girl utterly speechless. Chen Yizhou focused intently on the fishing bobber, determined that his first gift of fish should not be diminutive. With a thought, he summoned a sizable grass carp weighing 7 to 8 pounds from his space and baited it onto his hook. After a vigorous struggle lasting over 20 minutes, he finally reeled it in. Securing it with a string through its gills, he presented it grandly before the girl, extending his hand in introduction. Greetings, I am Chen Yizhou, 19 years of age, a vocational school graduate, a technician at a steel mill, earning 42 yuan and 50 cents. I reside in the same courtyard as Yizhou, in a separate little abode. The young lady, blushing, extended her hand to Chen Yizhou for a brief greeting. I am Yuli, 18 years old, she introduced herself, gesturing toward the girl beside her. This is my sister, Yu Haitang, who is a classmate of Yu Shui. Hello, Haitang. Hello, Chen Yizhou. After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yizhou retrieved 2 apples from his bag. Haitang, it's our first meeting, and I haven't brought anything. Please take these 2 apples and enjoy. Yu Haitang was taken aback by his generosity. Unable to resist the allure of the red apples, she accepted them gratefully, saying, "Thank you." Chen Yizhou then presented 2 more apples to Yuli. "You should have a taste as well." Yuli, her cheeks flushed, accepted them. Noticing the eager gazes of Yan Fugui and He Yushui nearby, he produced 2 more apples, offering 1 to each of them. "Thank you for the fish and the apples. But we must take our leave now," Yuli said shyly, glancing at Chen Yizhou. "Very well, goodbye. I am confident we will meet again," Chen Yizhou replied, locking eyes with Yuli. "Sister, do come and play with me when you have the chance," Chen Xiaoyan chimed in from the side. "All right, goodbye. Farewell," they called as they walked away, leaving Chen Yizhou to resume his fishing. As Yuli and her companions distanced themselves, Yu Haitang, munching on her apple, remarked, "Sister, Chen Yizhou is quite impressive, handsome, fit, has a good job, and a decent salary. He seems to have an interest in you. Why not consider him as my brother-in-law?" Yuli's face flushed crimson as she pinched Yu Haitang. "What nonsense are you spouting? With such qualities, who knows if he has a partner? Ah, sister, you are smitten, aren't you? As long as you treat me well in the future, I will take care of you," Yu Haitang declared, patting her chest confidently. She then turned to He Yushui and asked, "Yushui, can you tell us more about him?" Yuli eagerly looked at He Yushui, sharing her anticipation. "I don't know much either. Today is my first encounter with him. I only know that he is a relative of a martyr and has a separate courtyard in our compound. When he first arrived, he clashed with one of the older gentlemen in the courtyard, and my brother ended up in a fight, not only getting beaten, but also having to pay him." He Yushui recounted. "What? Yushui, please elaborate on that," Yu Haitang inquired with curiosity. He Yushui narrated the incident in detail, concluding, "Our courtyard is a distinguished Sihiyuan, and the rule is to resolve matters within the courtyard. For such a trivial issue, Chen Yizhou shouldn't have escalated it to the police, causing my brother to be beaten and have to compensate. Don't you think I was justified in questioning him?" The 2 sisters exchanged incredulous glances at He Yushui. "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" He Yushui asked. "Yushui, what do you think Chen Yizhou should have done?" Yuli inquired. "Simple. You should have apologized to the elderly gentleman and my brother," He Yushui answered without hesitation. "Apologize? Yushui?" Chen Yizhou was invaded by a group of people demanding to report him. How could he not be furious? Your brother was beaten while standing up for someone else. I believe Chen Yizhou did nothing wrong. Yuli thought, questioning He Yushui's reasoning. "Yushui, who paid the compensation?" Yu Haitang questioned. "The money was initially provided by one of the older gentlemen, but my brother is supposed to repay him," He Yushui replied with a hint of resignation. "Why did your brother act in such a manner? Is it for the sake of others, enduring blows and incurring losses?" Yuli believed that He Yushui's brother must be quite foolish. "My brother is doing this for." He Yushui hesitated, then said, "Forget it. I will not concern myself with these matters any longer. Let us leave quickly." With that, He Yushui took Yu Haitang's hand and hurried forward. Yuli shook her head in exasperation. It seemed she needed to caution Yu Haitang to be mindful in her interactions with He Yushui, as some thoughts were truly difficult to agree with. Chapter 23. Settling Chen Xiaoyan's school affairs in the back sea. Chen Yizhou had caught 6 fish before he decided to pack up. He handed a 2 to 3 pound fish to Yan Fugui. With one hand carrying the large fish and the other holding a bucket of water, Chen Xiaoyan took the fishing rod and bid farewell to Yan Fugui, pulling her brother along. "Brother, where are we going?" she inquired. "We're going to find someone to inquire about your school," Chen Yizhou replied, leading Chen Xiaoyan directly to the street office while carrying the fish. Upon their arrival, a single cigarette was enough to gain access to the gatekeeper, and they proceeded straight to Director Wang's office. "Xiao Chen, Yinzi, what brings you here?" Director Wang asked, looking at the siblings. "Director Wang, I just caught these fish in the back sea. It's too hot to leave them, and we can't eat this many at home, so I brought a few for you," Chen Yizhou explained, raising the fish in his hand. Director Wang peered into the bucket, discovering 4 fish within, 2 to 3 pounds at the smallest, and the largest weighing around 15 to 20 pounds. Come with me, he said, a thought crossing his mind as he led the siblings to his courtyard. After inviting them to sit down, Director Wang pondered for a moment before saying, Xiao Chun, I truly need these fish. I will buy them at 2 yuan and 50 cents per pound. Now, tell me how I can assist you. Director Wang, I primarily came to deliver the fish. No payment required. I also wanted to inquire about my sister's schooling. Chen Yizhou responded. No payment? You should take the back right now. Director Wang's expression turned serious. How about 2 yuan and 1 cent per pound then? After all, they were caught. There's no cost involved. I want to sell them for more. Chen Yizhou replied with a grin. All right then, Director Wang considered, I really have no way to refuse you. How many pounds do you have? Approximately 30 pounds. Chen Yizhou estimated. Here, 6 yuan for you. Director Wang counted the money and handed it to Chen Yizhou. He then turned to Chen Xiaoyan, asking, Yinzi, which grade are you in? I will be in the 3rd year of junior high soon, she replied. School is about to start. Principal Wu should be at the school. I will take you both there to handle this matter. I cannot guarantee the specific grade level, as the school will conduct an assessment, Director Wang said. Thank you, Director Wang, they both expressed in unison. From now on, call me Aunt Wang, and feel free to reach out if you need anything, Director Wang said with a smile. All right, Aunt Wang, the siblings agreed. Director Wang then escorted them straight to the affiliated middle school of the steel mill, where they found Principal Wu, a man in his 60s. Director Wang, what brings you here today? Principal Wu inquired. Principal Wu, I am here regarding this child's matter. Director Wang indicated Chen Xiaoyan and elaborated on the situation. Upon hearing that she was a martyr's child with a household registration in the capital, and that her brother worked as a technician at the steel mill, Principal Wu quickly responded, Given these circumstances, we can accept her. However, since educational standards vary, we will need to conduct an entrance examination for Chen Xiaoyan. Director Wang turned to Chen Xiaoyan, asking, Is that all right? Of course, Chen Xiaoyan nodded affirmatively. Please wait a moment. I will summon a few teachers to bring some test papers, Principal Wu said as he exited the office. Before long, several teachers entered, trailing behind Principal Wu, each carrying examination papers. Let us begin. With these words from Principal Wu, the office fell into a hushed silence, leaving only the soft scratching sound of Chen Xiaoyan's pen. Once she completed a subject, the teachers would collect the papers for grading, occasionally murmuring amongst themselves. After nearly 3 hours, Chen Xiaoyan set down her pen and awaited the teachers' evaluations. The teachers, working simultaneously, finished their grading in just over 10 minutes. Principal, I believe Chen Xiaoyan is suitable for our Class 1. Principal, our Class 2 would also benefit from her presence. We warmly welcome Chen Xiaoyan to our class. Enough of this squabbling. Our Class 3 genuinely needs a student like Chen Xiaoyan to invigorate the learning atmosphere. Director Wang and Chen Yizhou exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the unfolding situation. Yet, they understood that Chen Xiaoyan must have performed exceptionally well. Otherwise, the teachers would not be vying for her. As Principal Wu reviewed each subject's paper, he turned to Chen Xiaoyan and said, Congratulations, Chen Xiaoyan. You have passed the examination with outstanding results. Upon the commencement of the new term, you are to report directly to Class 3-1. I hope you continue to strive for excellence in your studies. Yes, Principal. Chen Xiaoyan responded earnestly. At that moment, a teacher in his 40s approached. Chen Xiaoyan, I am Mr. Liu, the homeroom teacher of Class 3-1. Please come to me upon your return to school. All right, Mr. Liu, Chen Xiaoyan replied obediently. After leaving the school, the siblings bid farewell to Director Wang and headed home. Chen Xiaoyan, elated at having resolved her school matters, spread her arms wide like a little swallow, chattering joyfully and bouncing around Chen Yizhou in circles. Upon returning to their courtyard, Yin Fugue was watering the flowers at the entrance. Seeing the siblings return with empty buckets, he inquired, Little Chen, where are the fish? Oh, they were too heavy. I sold them directly to the collection station, Chen Yizhou casually replied. Observing Chen Yizhou's retreating figure, Yin Fugue lamented, calling him a spendthrift. Lamenting, the collection station offers such low prices. Had I known, I would have raised the price and bought them back, making a profit in between. What missed opportunity! Entering the inner courtyard, Chen Yizhou saw Chen Yizhou carrying the water bucket and assumed they had caught fish. She approached eagerly, asking, "Chen Yizhou, did you go fishing? How many did you catch?" Upon closer inspection, she saw the bucket was empty, feeling quite embarrassed. At that moment, Shaju walked over, eyeing the empty bucket, and mockingly exclaimed, "Oh, so it's the Air Force, huh? I thought you were quite impressive. But look at how our third uncle managed to catch 2 fish weighing 2 to 3 pounds each." Chen Yizhou, eager to return home and uninterested in banter, remarked as he walked away, "Do you know those fish were given to him by me? Just you? Keep dreaming." Shaju scoffed. "Brother, stop it. Chen Yizhou caught a lot of fish today at Beihai Park. Those 2 fish from third uncle were given by him," Yizhou interjected, rushing out of the house to pull Shaju away. "Really?" Both Shaju and Chen Yizhou asked in unison. "Indeed, many people witnessed it, and I heard he sold over 100 pounds to the steel factory," Yizhou affirmed. "Who would have thought this kid was so capable?" Shaju retorted defiantly, while Chen Yizhou pondered thoughtfully, her head bowed. Chen Yizhou disregarded them and returned home with Chen Xiaoyan. Yu Shengli, a 4th-level fitter at the steel plant's workshop, chose to work overtime on Sunday for the extra pay. As he entered the courtyard after finishing his shift, he was greeted by a tantalizing aroma of fish, prompting him to wonder whose home was indulging in a feast. Unbeknownst to him, he had wandered to his own doorstep, where the fragrance grew increasingly enticing. Yu Haidang spotted her father and eagerly called out, "Dad, come in for dinner. We made fish today." Upon entering the home, Yu Shengli was greeted by a table laden with an array of fish dishes, including pan-fried fish fillets, braised fish tails, and a fish head tofu soup. Just by the sight of the fish head, he could tell that the catch weighed no less than 7 or 8 pounds. Chapter 24. The family attends the General Assembly. Just then, Mother emerged with a basket of steamed buns, and Yu Shengli, smiling, inquired, "What special occasion is it today, dear? You brought home such a large fish for a feast." "What occasion?" She replied, "Ask your eldest daughter. It was a gift to her." "Lily, what is the matter?" Yu Shengli looked at Yuli and asked. I. Yuli blushed, unsure of how to respond. "Let me explain," Yu Haidang interjected, animatedly recounting the events, particularly emphasizing Chen Yizhou's self-introduction. She then dashed back inside and returned with 2 apples. "Dad, we've already eaten, but there are 2 left. You must try them. They are delicious. I want to eat. I want more," shouted 8-year-old Yu Haitao from the side. "Haven't you just eaten?" Mother admonished him. "First, we must have our meal." Yu Shengli turned to Mother. "What do you think about this? Yuli is not a child anymore. It's time for her to consider suitors. She seems quite pleased with that young man. He appears to have decent prospects, but we should inquire about his family situation." "All right, you handle it as you see fit." Yu Shengli nodded. "I can also make inquiries. My classmate Yizhou lives in the same compound as him. I can visit their courtyard in the coming days." Yu Haitang chimed in. Good. You should find out more." "Now let's eat," Father said, lifting his chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish belly. The fish melted in their mouths, bursting with freshness and exquisite flavor. "Delicious, truly delightful," the family exclaimed as they savored their meal. "Of course it's exceptional, considering it was raised in the essence of spatial spring water." Upon returning home, Chen Xiaoyan eagerly grabbed her grandmother and mother, animatedly sharing her afternoon experiences and proudly displaying the 10+ yuan she had earned from selling fish, completely oblivious to Lu Weifang's disapproving glare. As Chen Xiaoyan finished her tale, Lu Weifang extended her hand and demanded, "Give me the money." "Mom," Chen Xiaoyan said, pathetically clutching her pocket. "But mother, Yanzi is growing up and will soon be attending school. Let her keep this little amount." Saying this, Chen Yizhou handed over the 30+ yuan he had earned from selling fish to Lu Weifang. "This is for you. Please take it." Lu Weifang eagerly accepted the money, pocketing it immediately. "Yizhou, what do you think of that girl? When will you bring her home to meet your grandmother?" Grandmother asked kindly, looking at Chen Yizhou. "Grandma, I think she is wonderful. Rest assured, I will definitely introduce her as your granddaughter-in-law when the time is right," he assured her. "All right, as long as you like her. Now let us eat." With Lu Weifang's call, the family transformed into eager diners. After finishing their meal and tidying up, Chen Yizhou sliced a watermelon, arranging the pieces on the stone table under the grape trellis. The family gathered around, enjoying the watermelon and engaging in conversation, feeling utterly content. Knock, knock. Who is it? Chen Yizhou called out. Chen Yizhou, it's time for the meeting. Yin Jiqing's voice rang from outside the courtyard. All right, I'll be right there. Chen Yizhou and Chen Xiaoyan each carried a stool as they accompanied their grandmother and mother to the central courtyard. There stood a square table elevated high, yet it remained unoccupied. Chen Yizhou found a corner and set down the stool for his grandmother and mother to sit comfortably, then began to observe his surroundings. The gathering was quite complete, except for the three elder gentlemen, with Su Demao presumably away in the countryside to screen a film. Not far off, Lu Xiaoyi was gazing at him and waved. She approached, dragging her stool along. Chen Yizhou, you've returned? Sister-in-law, I came back yesterday, but I didn't see you. Demao went to the countryside, and I visited my family yesterday. Sister-in-law, this is my grandmother, and this is my mother Lu Cuifang along with my younger sister Chen Xiaoyan. They have all transferred their household registrations to live with me. He then introduced his family. This is Lu Xiaoyi. Her husband is a film projectionist at the steel mill, currently away in the countryside. They reside in the backyard, and I owe them much for their care when I first arrived. Hello, grandmother, Aunt Lu, and Xiaoyan. Lu Xiaoyi greeted as she took some white rabbit candies from her pocket and placed them in Chen Xiaoyan's hand. Xiaoyan, enjoy the candy. If you have some free time, feel free to play with me. Hello, Xiaoyi. Thank you for taking care of Yizhou. The grandmother and mother expressed their gratitude. Thank you, Sister Xiaoyi, Chen Xiaoyan added. It's nothing. We haven't done much, Lu Xiaoyi replied, waving her hand modestly. Cough, cough, please be quiet. The meeting is about to commence, someone announced. Chen Yizhou and the others looked up to see the three elder gentlemen, each with a teacup in hand, having taken their places. Yi Zhonghai sat in the center, flanked by the second elder, Lu Haizhong on the left, and the third elder, Yin Fugui on the right. Even the deaf old lady, who seldom attended gatherings, was supported by a lady as she arrived. Cough, cough, the meeting is starting. Please refrain from speaking, Lu Haizhong declared, pausing to take a sip of tea. Today, because we have newcomers in the courtyard, we need to hold a meeting to discuss. What should we discuss? Lu Haizhong stammered. What are you trying to say? If you don't know what to say, then just don't, shouted Sha Zhu from below, prompting laughter from the crowd. You, Sha Zhu, how dare you? How can you speak like that? There is no organization or discipline. Do you have no respect for your elders? Lu Haizhong pointed at Sha Zhu, trembling with indignation. Just as Sha Zhu was about to respond, Yi Yushui desperately pulled him back, preventing him from standing up. Zhuzi, what are you doing? Quickly apologized to the second elder. Let's leave it at that. Yi Zhonghai intervened to restore order. With a stern expression, Sha Zhu bowed and sat down in a huff. Yi Zhonghai tapped the table. Has Chen Yizhou arrived? Yes. Chen Yizhou replied as he stood. Where are your family members? Let them introduce themselves so everyone in the courtyard can get acquainted. Chen Yizhou took Chen Xiaoyan's hand and said, This is my sister Chen Xiaoyan. She will start her third year at the affiliated school of the steel mill in a few days. Chen Xiaoyan greeted the people around her. Hello, everyone. Chen Yizhou continued with the introduction. This is my mother Lu Cuifang. Lu Cuifang also greeted everyone. Finally, Chen Yizhou helped his grandmother to her feet. This is my grandmother. After speaking, she prepared to assist her grandmother in taking a seat. However, to her surprise, her grandmother was not ready to sit down. Instead, she extended her hand to stop Chen Yizhou and declared loudly, I am surnamed Zhao, the Zhao from Zhao Qian Sunli. I am 75 years old and a martyr's kin. My son sacrificed his life for the nation. After a brief pause, the grandmother continued. I have heard my grandson mention an old ancestor in the courtyard, also a martyr's kin. This individual enjoys demanding meat from others and has a penchant for shattering windows. Have you come forth? Step forward so I may see who dares to challenge us. You are tarnishing the reputation of martyrs. Upon the utterance of old Lady Zhao's words, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence as all eyes turned towards the deaf old lady. Though her expression remained unchanged, the tightly grasped handle of her cane revealed the intensity of her anger. Chapter 25, Continuation of the General Assembly. Mrs. Zhao. The matriarch is hard of hearing and cannot discern her words. Please forgive her, a woman stepped forward to explain, noticing the silence of the elderly lady. "Ha, Mrs. Zhao," chuckled lightly. "Cannot hear? Matriarch? You are just a woman, are you not?" "Indeed," the woman nodded. "And you refer to her as matriarch?" "Yes. She is esteemed and a widow. Our matriarch in the courtyard," the woman affirmed. "Oh, in that case, I am older than she, and I too am a widow. What should you call me?" Mrs. Zhao inquired. This left the woman momentarily speechless. Seeing this, Yi Zhonghai stepped forward helplessly. "Mrs. Zhao, you are new here and unfamiliar with our situation. Little E, is it acceptable for me to address you this way?" "Why, yes, no problem," Yi Zhonghai stammered. "Little E, we are in a new era now, where the people hold power. I have no desire to be regarded as anyone's matriarch. However, I also do not wish to see others unjustly elevated as the matriarch of my family's younger generation." Mrs. Zhao fixed her gaze on Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai wiped away a bead of sweat. "Mrs. Zhao, you misunderstand. Matriarch. Oh, you too call her matriarch? No wonder. It turns out that your so-called 3 elders are elevated in this manner. She wields power in the courtyard while you all do nothing. And the root of this lies with you. I shall visit the neighborhood office tomorrow to speak with Xiao Wang, bright and early. What you're doing is a restoration of the past, perpetuating the oppression of the masses." Witnessing Mrs. Zhao's formidable presence, Chen Yizhou was left speechless, while Lu Xiaoyi and Chen Xiaoyan gazed in awe. The usually boisterous Jia Zhangshi bent low, staring at the ground, and He Yizhou notably refrained from intervening on Yi Zhonghai's behalf. The courtyard fell silent, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The deaf elderly lady trembled with anger, while the 3 elders wore dark expressions, unsure of how to respond, fearing they might invite trouble. Silence enveloped the scene for several minutes. "Speak. Why is no one saying anything?" the elderly lady inquired, looking at the 3 elders. Chen Yizhou glanced toward the deaf lady, noticing she had fainted into the arms of the woman. Had she been so enraged as to lose consciousness? Yi Zhonghai sensed the situation was dire. If the elderly lady continued speaking, he wouldn't know how to conclude the matter, and all his efforts over the years could be rendered futile. Mrs. Zhao, allow me to explain. Chen Yizhou may have misunderstood the people in the courtyard. Initially, he had a conflict with Zhuzi, yet the elderly lady did not pursue the matter, and Zhuzi compensated him. Could we let this incident pass without further discussion? Yi Zhonghai implored softly. The elderly lady scrutinized Yi Zhonghai for a moment, making him increasingly uncomfortable, before finally saying, "Very well, we are new here, and it is not appropriate to be overly assertive. Let this be the end of it." Yi Zhonghai let out a long sigh of relief and declared loudly, "The meeting is adjourned." "Everyone wait," the elderly lady called out. A chill ran down Yi Zhonghai's spine, praying she would not utter something earth-shattering. "Greetings, everyone," the elderly lady continued. "We have just arrived, and our family adheres to the principle of do not offend me. And I shall not offend you. I have heard that in this courtyard, the motto is mutual assistance and unity. What I wish to convey is that our family will only aid those deserving of help and will unite only with those we deem worthy of such camaraderie. As for the regulations of the courtyard, we shall abide by them as long as they do not contravene the law. That is all I wish to express. I do not wish to waste anyone's time. Henceforth, those who appreciate me may call me Old Lady Zhao, while those who do not may refer to me as the troublesome old woman, as long as they refrain from calling me an ancestor, for I cannot bear that." Having said this, she strode purposefully towards the eastern courtyard, prompting Chen Yizhou and Chen Xiaoyan to quickly gather their stool and follow Lu Zufang. The old lady's final word struck Yi Zhonghai like a thunderclap. The ideals he had instilled in the residents over the years faced a devastating blow. The crowd remained gathered, engaged in animated discussions, voicing their previous queries, with the prevailing sentiment being that Old Lady Zhao was indeed formidable and commanding. Yi Zhonghai returned to his dwelling, dejected. Auntie had already assisted the deaf old lady back. "Zhonghai, what troubles you?" she inquired. Sighing, Yi Zhonghai replied, "Alas, with Old Lady Zhao's uproar, we can no longer conduct affairs in the courtyard as we once did. The identity of the old lady's deceased husband can no longer be concealed. It has been exposed, and should it be reported, it would spell trouble. Zhonghai, do not be disheartened. Everything we do is for the sake of our old age. In the future, handle the matters of the courtyard as fairly as possible. As long as we can apprehend Jia Dongshu and Shaju, we have not lost, the deaf old lady advised. Indeed, Yi Zhonghai's spirits lifted. Everything is for our retirement. As long as we capture Shaju and Jia Dongshu, we have not failed. Other matters in the courtyard are trivial and can be set aside. Yes, that is the right mindset. Now, consider how to deal with Shaju and Jia Dongshu moving forward. The deaf old lady comforted, allowing Auntie De to assist her back to rest. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Yizhou and Chen Xiaoyan enthusiastically gave old lady Zhao a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Grandma is indeed formidable." At that moment, they noticed Lu Xiaoyi had entered without them realizing. "Sister Xiaoyi, please take a seat," Chen Xiaoyan urged, pulling Lu Xiaoyi down and proudly presenting her with watermelon, peaches, apples, and even preparing a cup of milk tea for her. Lu Xiaoyi gazed in astonishment at the bounty before her. What kind of family is this? My own family sometimes cannot produce such an abundance. After sipping the milk tea, her eyes squinted with delight. Sweet and delicious. What is this, Xiaoyan? This is milk tea made by my brother. Isn't it delightful? I love it too. Whenever you wish to have some, just come to my home, and I will have my brother prepare it for you, Chen Xiaoyan boasted, ignoring Chen Yizhou's warning glare. Indeed, Xiaoyi, you are a wonderful girl. You may come and chat with me whenever you like. Our home welcomes you at any time, old lady Zhao declared. All right, Grandma Zhao. I usually have little to do, as Damao often goes to the countryside. As long as you do not find me bothersome, Lu Xiaoyi replied with a smile. How could I find you bothersome? Your presence brings me joy, old lady Zhao said with a beaming smile. A few individuals were indulging in fruits and sipping milk tea, engaged in lively conversation. In the midst of this, Chen Xiaoyan escorted Lu Xiaoyi to the restroom. Upon their return, Lu Xiaoyi expressed her desire to take a shower here. Before Chen Yizhou could respond, Grandma Zhao promptly granted her request. Chen Xiaoyan then led Lu Xiaoyi on a brief tour of the house, ultimately spending an extended period in Chen Xiaoyan's room before emerging. The outcome was that the two had agreed to share a bed that evening. Chen Yizhou found himself at a loss for words. In 2 lifetimes, he could not fathom how the bond between these two women could develop so rapidly, allowing them to share a bed after their very first meeting. Grandma Zhao and Lu Cuifeng exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Chapter 26. Evening conversations in the Chen household. Xiao Yi's enlightenment on a sweltering day, with the sun still high. Chen Yizhou prepared a cup of Xinjiang Maojian tea for everyone, and they gathered beneath the grape trellis to engage in conversation. Grandmother, what are your thoughts on the people in our courtyard? Chen Yizhou inquired. Given my limited interactions, I shall share my impressions based solely on today's encounters. Do tell me if I am mistaken, replied old lady Zhao. She continued, first, let us discuss second Uncle Lu Haizhong. From his demeanor today, he exudes an air of authority, yet he is devoid of intellect, speaking in a disjointed manner. Truly a simpleton. Lu Xiaoyi and Chen Xiaoyan erupted in laughter. Lu Cuifeng, in mock disdain, handed them a couple of towels to wipe their faces. Taking a sip of tea, old lady Zhao resumed. Now, regarding He Yizhou, though he appears to be in his 20s, he seems more like a man in his 30s, unkempt and slovenly, his words spilling forth without restraint, easily provoking others. His impulsive nature and penchant for violence suggest that without significant change, he will likely struggle to find a respectable wife. Indeed, Lu Xiaoyi chimed in. Silly Zhu often picks fights with Damao, sometimes quite severely. He frequently clashes with others both in the courtyard and at the factory. And how do you resolve these issues? Lu Cuifeng interjected with indignation. Such individuals should be apprehended and properly reformed. First, Uncle insists that matters within the courtyard be settled internally. Involving the outside world would tarnish our courtyard's reputation. Thus, Silly Zhu merely compensates for medical expenses. And this is how conflicts are typically resolved, Lu Xiaoyi explained. Sister Xiaoyi, doesn't this merely embolden him? It's no wonder Silly Zhu is so arrogant. I believe it should be handled as my brother does, by calling the police, Chen Xiaoyan asserted. But first Uncle says we cannot involve the police, as it would negatively impact our courtyard standing, marking us as offenders. Lu Xiao clarified. He, Xiao Yi, old lady Zhao interjected. Let me speak of Yi Zhonghai. He presents himself as virtuous, yet from my observations, he is far from a good person. How could that be? First uncle often encourages everyone in the courtyard to respect the elderly and assist those in need. How can he not be a good person? Lu Xiao questioned, perplexed. Xiao, let me ask you, when Yi Zhonghai speaks of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, who is he primarily referring to? Surely, it is the revered matriarch of our courtyard, the deaf elderly lady, for she is a war widow. First uncle calls upon us to honor her. Whenever someone has a delicacy, they must think of her and share it. Annie has been caring for her all along. War widows are honored with a prestigious family plaque. Have you seen it? Old lady Zhao remarked, turning to Chen Yizhou. Yizhou, you should hang our plaque tomorrow. Certainly, grandmother, Chen Yizhou replied. But everyone in the courtyard speaks highly of her. They say she once provided straw sandals to the Red Army. Representatives from the street office frequently visit her. Lu Xiaoyi queried, still uncertain. Yet, has she ever openly claimed to be a war widow? Not exactly. I have inquired, and the elderly lady merely smiles in silence. But first uncle and He Yizhou constantly proclaim it in the courtyard, and she has never refuted them. That is their cleverness. Silly Zhu is rather naive. We shall not dwell on that. Yi Zhonghai appears to be orchestrating support for the deaf old lady, who neither acknowledges nor denies the situation. Even if something were to go awry in the future, it would bear no consequence for her. One must recognize that impersonating the family of a martyr is a grave offense. Are they not deceiving others? Deceiving? You assert they have misled you. Are you certain the old lady is not indeed a martyr's kin? Has the deaf old lady ever claimed to be one? Madame Zhao inquired. However, Lu Xiaoyi found herself at a loss for words, utterly bewildered by Madame Zhao's questioning. Allow me to pose another question. You mentioned that Yi Zhonghai calls upon everyone to assist those in need. Whom has he actually aided? The Jia family. Are there not other families in need within the courtyard? Indeed, there are. In the front yard, old man Li, accompanied by his grandchildren, survives on meager subsidies from the street office and scavenging. In the backyard, a widow named Zhang cares for her 3 children, working as a cleaner for the street office, earning a mere 18 yuan and 50 cents a month, which is quite arduous. So, has Yi Zhonghai extended any assistance to them? No. Now let me ask you again, what is the relationship between the deaf old lady and Jia Dongxu with Yi Zhonghai? Previously, I was unaware. Since my arrival in the courtyard, the deaf old lady has always been under the care of a certain elder, and Jia Dongxu is a disciple of that elder. Lu Xiaoyi pondered aloud. Xiaoyi, consider this carefully. The deaf old lady is a recipient of state welfare, with all her living expenses, including funeral arrangements, managed by the government. What assistance could they possibly require? Moreover, Jia Dongxu being his disciple, should it not be Yi Zhonghai's duty to assist them? Yet how has he acted? He exploits the old lady to cultivate his image of reverence for the elderly and compassion for the young, rallying the entire courtyard to support the Jia family, thereby fabricating an illusion of his benevolence towards the needy. Madame Zhao sipped her tea and inquired, Xiaoyi, what benefits do you think he derives from this? I do not know. Lu Xiaoyi felt her mind was in disarray. Through Yi Zhonghai's machinations, he garners a reputation. The deaf old lady enjoys the offerings of the entire courtyard. The Jia family receives financial support, while others contribute funds, labor, and resources, gaining nothing in return. Lu Xiaoyi. Furthermore, in my estimation, He Yizhou serves as his enforcer. Whenever someone in the courtyard expresses dissent, He Yizhou resorts to violence. Afterward, Yi Zhonghai intervenes to mediate, merely compensating with a few yuan to settle the matter. Should others contemplate reporting this, Yi Zhonghai would be unable to suppress the situation. Do not forget that the deaf old lady is the matriarch of this courtyard. With her involvement, one must concede to her authority, correct? Additionally, Yi Zhonghai propagates the notion that disputes within the courtyard should be resolved internally, thus casting a shadow over the esteemed reputation of this courtyard. Over time, Yi Zhonghai becomes akin to a local sovereign within this domain. Xiaoyi, do you still perceive Yi Zhonghai as a virtuous individual? Upon hearing this discourse, Lu Xiaoyi felt overwhelmed. as though her worldview had been shattered. Madame Zhao, how can it be so intricate? I had always thought they were quite decent. Silly girl, never judge solely by appearances. In the future, pay close attention, observe and discern who the beneficiaries are, and then you will understand. Madame Zhao gently patted Lu Xiaoyi's hand. Indeed, Madame Zhao, I shall heed your guidance. Lu Xiaoyi responded obediently, thoroughly captivated by Madame Zhao's wisdom. After a while, Mrs. Zhao, perplexed, remarked, however, I still do not comprehend the true purpose behind Yi Zhonghai's grand scheme. I am aware of this, thought Chen Yizhou, as he noticed all eyes were now upon him. To discern Yi Zhonghai's intentions, one must first understand what he lacks. Chen Yizhou organized his thoughts and articulated. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady share a commonality. They both have no offspring. Therefore, what he seeks is merely a means for his old age. A means for his old age? Several exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, a means for his old age, Chen Yizhou affirmed confidently. Chapter 27. Enlightenment for Lu Xiaoyi, however, the elder's salary is not insignificant. He is currently a 7th-level mechanic, earning 5 yuan a month, and he will receive a pension upon retirement. So he should have no worries about life, Lu Xiaoyi questioned. Indeed, life may not be a concern, but he is in need of mourning attire, Chen Yizhou replied. His current choice for old age support should be Jia Dongxiu. Hence, he has been soliciting assistance from the people in the courtyard. As for Shazhu, it seems Yi Zhonghai views him as an excellent candidate for labor, and his culinary skills are quite commendable, capable of satisfying both his and the deaf old lady's appetites, which is why he's been won over with small favors. But what does this have to do with the deaf old lady? Lu Xiaoyi inquired. I suspect Yi Zhonghai has promised to provide for the deaf old lady in her old age, thus requiring Andy to care for her continuously. The deaf old lady's house is privately owned, and it will undoubtedly become Yi Zhonghai's in the future, Chen Yizhou continued after taking a sip of tea. He has crafted the deaf old lady into the matriarch of the courtyard, supported by all, while ultimately reaping the benefits and acclaim for himself. The deaf old lady, being cared for and respected by the residents, would naturally welcome such an arrangement. Isn't this merely a form of elder care? Why does it have to be so convoluted? Lu Xiaoyi lamented. I had always thought he was a good person. How could he be so calculating? Dear Sister Xiaoyi, just wait and see. After tonight's commotion caused by my grandmother, they will likely be much more restrained in the future. However, this is contingent upon having a suitable candidate for elder care. Should there be any issues with the selection, this courtyard will likely remain tumultuous, Chen Yizhou advised Lu Xiaoyi. How complicated. I used to frequently bring food to the deaf old lady, but now it appears she is not as virtuous as I thought. I shall ignore her from now on, Lu Xiaoyi said indignantly. Precisely. Sister Xiaoyi, remember not to play the role of the overly benevolent person in this courtyard, or you will find others continually leeching off you. Of course, we should still assist those in genuine need when we are able, Chen Yizhou encouraged. All right, Chen Yizhou, from now on, I shall follow your lead in the courtyard. You decide who to assist, Lu Xiaoyi said with a smile. No, please don't. Sister Xiaoyi, if you encounter any difficulties, consult my grandmother. She is wise and experienced and can offer you sound advice. I shall refrain from involvement. Chen Yizhou quickly gestured. Okay, Lu Xiaoyi said, wrapping her arm around old lady Zhao. Grandma Zhao, I shall come to chat with you whenever I have the chance. If I need assistance, please do not find me bothersome. Not at all, Xiaoyi. Feel free to come by. I will consider it as having gained another granddaughter. Old lady Zhao replied with a warm smile. Noticing that it was getting late, everyone tidied up the table and returned to their rooms to wash up and retire for the night. After washing up, Chen Yizhou lay on his bed, preparing for work the next day. He intended to inventory the supplies in storage and see what might be of use. There were over 600 pounds of rice. The second crop had yet to mature, while the wheat was expected to ripen in the coming days, likely yielding 1,000 to 2,000 pounds. He planned to plant a few acres of rapeseed to produce some cooking oil. There were also several hundred pounds each of sweet potatoes and potatoes. The fruit trees have a long way to go before bearing fruit, requiring several more months, except for the ripening apple trees, which are expected to mature in just 10 to 20 days. The harvested fruits and vegetables have already piled up in the storage room. The fish in the pond have proliferated significantly, with the larger ones weighing around 20 pounds. Unfortunately, there has been no opportunity to go to the seaside, and the fish pond on the ranch remains empty. The various animals in the pasture have grown, and it is anticipated that they will soon be ready to mate and bear offspring. The 2 pigs raised at home have already exceeded 200 pounds. There is still a fair amount of tobacco, alcohol, tea, cloth, pork, lamb, and roast duck. The milk tea, which has been consumed for quite some time, still has about 10 pounds left. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward: 50 pounds of white rabbit candy and 50 pounds of milk tea. The system detects that the host is about to begin work. Automatic upgrade in progress. Wait a moment. How long will the system upgrade take? Can I still use the space? Chen Yizhou hurriedly inquired. Ding! System upgrade complete. Please explore independently. As dawn broke, Chen Yizhou rose early, practiced Tai Chi twice in the courtyard, and felt invigorated. Remembering his grandmother's words from the previous night, he took out the plaque of the glorious family and hung it at the entrance. After washing up, he grabbed a thermos and left the house, heading to the alley outside to buy a pot of soy milk along with a few buns and fried dough sticks, leisurely returning home, only to find that Yin Fugue was not at the door. Upon returning to the courtyard, his grandmother and mother were already awake. The 3 of them enjoyed breakfast together. Chen Yizhou informed them that he wouldn't be home for lunch, donned his work uniform, and took 2 lunch boxes as he departed. Upon reaching the central courtyard, he saw Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongxiu, and Xia Zhu also heading outside. Xiao Chun, are you off to work? Let us go together, Yi Zhonghai said with a smile. All right, Uncle Yi, let us go together, Chen Yizhou readily agreed. The trio became a quartet. Xiao Chun, our steel mill is a large factory with thousands of employees. Many matters are not as simple as they seem. Uncle Yi still has some influence in the factory. Even though you are in the technical department, you can always come to me if you need anything. After all, we are in the same courtyard, and I will assist you, Yi Zhonghai remarked as they walked. Sure, Uncle Yi, being in the same courtyard, I will definitely seek your help if needed, Chen Yizhou responded, thinking to himself, you, Yi Zhonghai, better not cause me trouble. I wonder what your intentions are. Yi Zhonghai, hearing Chen Yizhou's reply, nodded in satisfaction, thinking, young lad, just wait and see how I manage you in the factory. Zhuzi, Dongxiu, since we all live in the same courtyard, let's put the past behind us and ensure a good relationship with Xiao Chun moving forward. Understand? Yi Zhonghai instructed Xia Zhu and Jia Dongxiu. Okay, master, Jia Dongxiu nodded in agreement. Why should I? I refuse. Xia Zhu retorted defiantly, thinking to himself, Chen Yizhou, you'll see my prowess with the ladle when it's time to eat. Zhuzi, I often tell you, we all live in the same courtyard, so we should unite. Oomph. I don't care, Xia Zhu declared, angrily striding ahead. Pillars, Yi Zhonghai said to Chen Yizhou with a sense of resignation. Little Chen, please do not take offense. Pillar has this temperament, and he will be fine in a few days. It's nothing, Chen Yizhou thought to himself, realizing that Yi Zhonghai was quite cunning. He had spoken with such lofty ideals and grandiosity, yet in the blink of an eye, he had incited animosity within me. Should I become incensed, I could very well uproot the foundation of your retirement. As they approached the steel rolling mill, the crowd swelled, ultimately converging into a sea of humanity. Upon arriving at the mill, Chen Yizhou noticed Captain Wang from the security department diligently stationed at the entrance and made his way directly towards him. Chapter 28. The first day at the steel mill, Captain Wang on duty? Chen Yizhou inquired as he produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Captain Wang and several security team members on duty. It's Xiao Chun. You started work? It's been a while since I've seen you, Captain Wang remarked as he accepted the cigarette. After I reported in, I had to return home for personal matters. Today marks my official first day, Chen Yizhou explained. I see. Well, you should get to work. Your first day is bound to be busy, Captain Wang said, waving his hand dismissively. All right, Captain Wang. I'll be on my way, Chen Yizhou replied, lifting his foot to depart. Observing Chen Yizhou's retreating figure, a team member asked, Captain, who is that? This is our new technician, registered with the factory manager. Make sure to be polite when you see him. Captain Wang instructed the group. Understood, Captain. The team responded in unison. Yi Zhonghai gazed thoughtfully at Chen Yizhou's silhouette. Strolling into the technical department, Chen Yizhou found only a young man in his 20s tidying up. Upon noticing Chen Yizhou, he asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, my name is Chen Yizhou, the new technician," he replied. "Are you?" "An apprentice in the technical department," the young man responded. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Chen Yizhou joined Fan Yegwok in cleaning. A little over 10 minutes later, Engineer Liu entered with several others in tow. "Hello, Engineer Liu," Chen Yizhou greeted. Upon seeing Chen Yizhou, Engineer Liu exclaimed, "Xiao Chen, you started work. Let me introduce our new colleague to everyone. This is Chen Yizhou. From now on, we're all in this together." The group erupted into applause, offering various welcoming remarks. Subsequently, Engineer Liu introduced Chen Yizhou to the members of the technical department. Level 12 Technician Zhao Xiaojun, aged 45. Level 14 Technician Wang Dabin, aged 43. And 3 apprentices, Fan Yegwok, aged 20, Xie Jiandong, aged 21, and Deng Xiaoxing, aged 20. Once introductions were complete, Engineer Liu assigned Chen Yizhou a desk and said, "Since you're new, I won't assign you any tasks just yet. Take a week to familiarize yourself with all the machine blueprints in the factory. Any questions?" "No problem, Engineer Liu," Chen Yizhou promptly replied. Fan Yegwok, please help Chen Yizhou move the blueprints and brief him on some of the factory circumstances, Engineer Liu instructed. "Certainly, Engineer Liu." Chen Yizhou began by tidying his desk and brewing a cup of tea, then accompanied Fan Yegwok to the archive room to retrieve documents. Upon seeing the numerous cabinets filled with files, Chen Yizhou felt overwhelmed. "How long will it take to go through all this?" "Technician Chen, although there appears to be a lot of material, many machines are actually decommissioned. Why not start with the blueprints for the machines currently in use?" Fan Yegwok suggested, noticing Chen Yizhou's expression. "All right, I'll follow your lead," Chen Yizhou agreed, offering a cigarette. "Fan, I'm a bit lost here. Please share some insights about the factory with me." Taking the cigarette, Fan Yegwok replied, "Just call me Yegwok. Let me fill you in on the basics." After being introduced by Fan Jigua, Chen Yizhou gained a general understanding of the factory situation. The factory possessed a few domestically produced C620-1 lathes, yet their precision left much to be desired. Thus, the machinery primarily consisted of imported equipment, albeit outdated models from various countries. The more advanced ones originated from the Soviet Union, but due to stringent technological restrictions, any issues that arose could not be addressed without incurring exorbitant costs for their repair services. The primary responsibility of the technical department at the steel mill was to maintain the machinery and address minor issues, while significant problems left them helpless. As for redesigning or modifying the machines, that was feasible in the past, but no longer possible as the skilled engineers have been reassigned, leaving only Liu Gong, who remained due to health issues and impending retirement. Suddenly, an opportunity presented itself. Chen Yizhou thought to himself that he should first familiarize himself with the environment and gradually release the knowledge he held within. Having traversed into this new realm, he aspired to contribute to the nation's rise while ensuring his own livelihood, a true hallmark of a time traveler. After returning to the office with a couple of stacks of blueprints and documents alongside Fan Jigua, Chen Yizhou sipped his tea and began to study. Accustomed to the advanced machinery of his previous life, he was astounded by the stark inefficiencies of the current equipment. Each component required numerous processing steps, with a gap in efficiency that was vast. In the future, CNC machine tools would merely require program instructions for operation. The disparity in materials was even more pronounced. Never mind, he thought, I should first acclimatize myself and contemplate how to proceed. As he flipped through the documents, Chen Yizhou suddenly found himself bewildered. Was that Russian? He couldn't comprehend it. Although the original owner had studied the language, he was hardly proficient and certainly ill-equipped to understand the technical jargon present in the manuals. Meanwhile, he had only learned English in his past life. Chen Yizhou scratched his head in frustration, while he could decipher the blueprints. The current designs were so outdated that to fully understand them and facilitate future maintenance, he would need to refer to the manuals, which was quite awkward. "Chen, it's time for lunch." Just as Chen Yizhou was feeling dejected, Fan Jigua came to summon him for their meal. "Let us go." Chen Yizhou grabbed his lunchbox, heading to the canteen with Fan Jigua. "Jigua, do you know a chef named Xiaozhu?" Which canteen does he work in? You know him too? His skills are indeed commendable, though his temperament leaves something to be desired. He asks at the third canteen. Do you want to go there? Never mind. I share a courtyard with him, and we don't quite get along. I'll just find something to eat at another canteen. All right then. Let us head to the first canteen. The chef there is quite good as well. Upon arriving at the canteen, the scene was one of utter chaos, with throngs of people and a cacophony of noise. Chen Yizhou had never witnessed such a spectacle in either of his lives, as thousands gathered to dine together. After a wait of about 20 minutes, he ordered 4 steamed buns, a portion of spicy cabbage, and shredded potatoes, spending 2 liang on his meal ticket and a dime on the vegetable ticket. Once they finished their meal, as they passed through logistics, Chen Yizhou handed his lunchbox to Zhigua. Could you take this back for me? I have a matter to attend to. Without asking further questions, Fan Zhigua accepted the lunchbox and departed. As Chen Yizhou walked, he pondered that since he was preparing to marry, he should start considering the future. As for tickets? Get Li Huai for that. Approaching the door of Li Huai's office, Chen Yizhou glanced around to ensure no one was in sight. He then retrieved a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and a pound of Dahong Pao tea, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. Thud, thud, thud. Come in, came Li Huai's voice from within. Entering the office, Chen Yizhou noticed he was alone and called out, brotherly. After speaking, he directly placed the cigarettes and tea into the office cabinet. Xiao Chen, you're back at work. No need for such formality when you come to see me. In the future, just sit down without bringing anything, Li Huai said while preparing a cup of tea for Chen Yizhou. Indeed, brotherly, I just returned to work today, so I wanted to check in with you, Chen Yizhou replied with a smile. Chapter 29. The bicycle ticket and the task acceptance. Upon hearing these words, Li Huai felt an immense sense of relief. Have your family settled in well? Are there any difficulties? Yes, all is well. Thank you for your concern, brotherly, Chen Yizhou replied. Then, he shifted the conversation. As for difficulties, brotherly, it's not that I'm complaining, but living with the elders comes with its own set of challenges, namely, the incessant pressure to marry. It's overwhelming. Li Huai chuckled. You're not exactly young anymore. It's about time you consider it. How about I introduce you to someone? We have plenty of lovely young ladies in our factory. Chen Yizhou thought to himself, I wouldn't dare accept someone you recommend. He quickly replied, no need, brotherly. I've already set my sights on someone. Her father is a level 4 fitter at our factory. I'd like to ask her out, but if it's too far, I can't just walk there. That would be exhausting. So, I was hoping you could guide me on how to obtain a bicycle ticket. We do have bicycle tickets at our factory. Every year, outstanding employees or those who have made significant contributions are rewarded with them, Li Huai explained. Then, does that mean I have no chance? Chen Yizhou said with a frown. I won't tease you any longer. Li Huai laughed as he opened his drawer and handed a bicycle ticket to Chen Yizhou. I just happen to have one. Here you go. This, I can't possibly accept, Chen Yizhou said, rubbing his hands together in feigned embarrassment. Don't want it? I'll take it back. Li Huai pretended to retract his hand. Chen Yizhou quickly snatched it from him. Thank you, brotherly. How much should I pay you for this? Li Huai waved his hand dismissively. What money? Do you look down on me? Consider it my support in your quest for a wife. Thank you so much, brotherly. From now on, wherever you point, I shall follow, Chen Yizhou promised. Good. Both men shared a laugh. After bidding farewell to Li Huai, Chen Yizhou hummed a tune as he walked toward the technical department, feeling elated about acquiring the ticket. He began to tally his finances in his mind. Originally, he had over 60 yuan. His mother had given him 500, and after selling the big yellow croaker, he had 1,450 yuan left after deducting the watch's cost. The fish sale brought in 435 yuan, while Xiaozhu lost him 50 yuan, and his uncle gifted him 200 yuan, totaling approximately 2,700 yuan. He spent 500 on house repairs, 500 on furniture, and 200 on purchasing calves, piglets, and some seeds, along with 50 for sacks and 50 for bees, which summed up to 1,300 yuan, not including miscellaneous expenses. Most of his living supplies came from the space, leaving him with a remaining balance of 1,314 yuan. A bicycle costs around 200 yuan, but he couldn't afford to let anyone see his money. Chen Yizhou felt a headache coming on. He decided not to consider the funds in his mother's hands and resolved to find another way to manage his finances. Putting his worries aside, He returned to the technical department, only to find himself scratching his head over the Russian language again. With no other options, he steeled his resolve, closed his eyes, and signed in. Ding! Sign in successful. Reward: proficiency in Russian and level 5 fitting skills. The system is formidable. Instantly, a flurry of incomprehensible symbols flooded Chen Yizhou's mind, soaring deep into the recesses of his consciousness. After a brief bout of dizziness, the blueprints on the table appeared remarkably familiar, akin to reading in one's mother tongue. Words flowed effortlessly from his lips. As he gazed upon the intricate component diagrams, his hands involuntarily began to move, yearning to find a machine to fabricate them immediately. "Can you truly comprehend such a technical manual?" came a voice, breaking his reverie. Lifting his gaze, Chen Yizhou recognized Engineer Liu, who inquired, "Is there a translated version?" "What might it be?" Liu flipped to the back of the document. "Ah, I had no idea," Chen Yizhou exclaimed, bewildered. "So, you can indeed read Russian?" Liu pressed on. "Oh, yes, Engineer Liu. I studied it previously and often consulted the library for mechanical terminology, so I can manage." Chen Yizhou thought to himself, feeling a mix of panic and the need to conjure excuses. "Excellent, excellent," Liu exclaimed, patting Chen Yizhou's shoulder. "Come, follow me." With that, he led the way outside. As they walked, Chen Yizhou asked, "Where are we going?" "To the factory director's office. You are quite the timely savior," Liu replied. Chen Yizhou wished to inquire further, but Liu interrupted, saying, "You'll find out soon enough." Upon arriving at the director's office, Secretary Li halted them, stating, "The director and others are in a meeting. Please wait." Liu, pushing past him, insisted, "I am here to resolve an issue." "Step aside." "What is the matter?" Li asked, sensing the commotion at the door. "Director, Engineer Liu has arrived," Li reported. "Let him in," Director Yang's voice called from within. Upon hearing this, Liu scoffed and ushered Chen Yizhou inside. Upon entering, Chen Yizhou saw not only Director Yang, but also Li Huaid and two unfamiliar middle-aged gentlemen. They exchanged a nod. "Liu, didn't you just leave? Why are you back?" "Director Yang quit yet." "Director, I have brought you a talent. This is Chen Yizhou from our technical department, fluent in Russian and perfectly suited to address our urgent needs," Liu said with a smile. "Is it true, young Chen, that you are proficient in Russian?" Director Yang asked. "Indeed," Chen Yizhou affirmed confidently. Li Huaida's eyes brightened at this revelation. Laughter erupted among the office staff. "Let me introduce you, young Chen. This is Secretary Wang and Director Deng of our factory," Li Huaid said. "Greetings, Secretary Wang. Greetings, Director Deng," Chen Yizhou replied courteously. "Well done, young man." They acknowledged with nods. "Here's the situation. Recently, the Ministry of Industry imported a batch of machinery, and several factories are competing for it. Consequently, the ministry provided a set of Russian manuals and maintenance guides as an examination, with machine distribution based on performance. We've been struggling with this issue, and Liu brought you to us." Director Yang explained the circumstances. "I assure you, I will complete the task," Chen Yizhou stated with resolve. "Xiao Chen, we will ensure that you do not suffer any loss. A standard translation costs 20 yuan, and I shall add an additional 5 yuan for each piece. If our factory succeeds, I will reward you further," stated Secretary Wang. "Thank you, Secretary Wang. I assure you I will complete the task," replied Xiao Chen. "Very well, Liu. Please accompany Xiao Chen to collect the materials. Whatever requests he may have, do your utmost to accommodate him," instructed Director Yang. As Liu led Chen Yizhou out of the director's office, he inquired, "Xiao Chen, what request do you have?" "Director, the factory is exceedingly noisy. Would it be permissible for me to take the materials home to translate?" "Rest assured, I will not procrastinate. Once I have completed the translation, I will return it immediately," Chen Yizhou cautiously proposed. It is important to note that many materials are sensitive and cannot be taken away casually. Chapter 30. Working from home, Yuli's visit indeed. The translation environment is of paramount importance. "Please wait a moment while I consult with my superior," Liu said before turning back. After approximately 10 minutes, Chen Yizhou received confirmation from the factory leadership, but they insisted that no outsiders could be shown. They would dispatch personnel from the security department to escort him home, and they would also collect the translated materials from him daily. The factory leader requested that he complete the task as swiftly as possible. Can you manage that? Liu returned and conveyed the factory's demands. I could do it. Rest assured, esteemed leader, Chen Yizhou declared. Very well, come with me to collect the materials. Once you have them, you may return directly. The security department has already been informed, and someone will accompany you, the leader instructed. Chen Yizhou, clutching a pile of documents and draft papers, made his way to the security office at the factory entrance, where Captain Wang awaited him. Technical Engineer Chen, you've arrived. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea. The leadership has briefed me, and I've been assigned to your escort duty. Just wait a moment. 2 others are gathering their gear. Captain Wang warmly welcomed him. Before they could sip their tea, 2 uniformed young men, armed and ready, appeared at the door. Technical Engineer Chen, they have arrived. Shall we depart? Director Wang rose to announce. Yes, let us go, Chen Yizhou replied, gathering his documents and following Captain Wang outside. Upon exiting, Captain Wang addressed the 2 officers. This is Technical Engineer Chen from our factory. Due to environmental constraints, he requires remote work, and we are tasked with his escort. Understood? Understood. We will ensure the mission is accomplished. The 2 young men affirmed confidently. Technical Engineer Chen. These lads are from my team. This is Xiao Wu, and this is Xiao Huang. Greetings, brothers, Wang introduced. Chen Yizhou smiled and handed out cigarettes from a pack of the Qianmen, and the 4 of them enjoyed a smoke as they walked toward the courtyard. As they arrived at the courtyard, Yan Fugui unexpectedly emerged, observing the 4 men. Xiao Chen, what is this? Teacher Yan, it's nothing important. Please continue with your work. I must be on my way, Chen Yizhou replied. Yan Fugui, eager to inquire further, noticed Captain Wang's hand resting on his holster, alongside the 2 armed officers who were watching him intently. Startled, Yan Fugui quickly retreated to his home, pondering. Could it be that Chen Yizhou has already gotten into trouble on his first day? Otherwise, why would the security department be involved? After some contemplation, he ventured toward the central courtyard, where he spotted several women, including a few familiar faces, murmuring together. Third uncle, come here. One of the women beckoned. Yan Fugui approached her. Third uncle, just now. 3 armed security personnel from the steel mill followed Chen Yizhou back. Do you know what happened? She inquired. I'm not sure. I intended to ask Chen Yizhou, but those 3 nearly drew their weapons on me, Yan Fugui replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Oh dear, Jia Zhangshi exclaimed, slapping her thigh. I believe that scoundrel must have committed some wrongdoing at the factory. Otherwise, why would the security be escorting him with firearms? Indeed, he must have gotten himself into trouble, echoed the second aunt. Not necessarily. They haven't restrained him. It could be something else altogether, remarked Widow Zhang from the back courtyard. I must have certainly done something wrong, remarked the bystander. Observing the ongoing discussions among the crowd, Yan Fugui suggested. Let us refrain from speculation for now. Perhaps we should inquire upon their return, or wait until Lao, Yi, and the others finish their shifts to see if anything untoward has transpired at the factory. Indeed, let us ask the security department when they emerge, another added. Yes, we shall ask the elder when they conclude their work, echoed another voice as the crowd buzzed with conversation. Chen Yizhou, accompanied by Captain Wang and 2 others, made their way to the small courtyard. Liu Cuifeng inquired, Yizhou, why have you returned? Who are these individuals? Mother, due to certain circumstances, I must work from home for a few days. These are colleagues from our factory security department. They are accompanying me because the materials I possess are of great importance, Chen Yizhou explained, shaking the documents before introducing Captain Wang and the others to his mother. Liu Cuifeng promptly invited the 3 to sit down and enjoy some tea. After sipping their tea and scheduling a time to collect the materials the following day, Captain Wang and his team departed under the pretext of work. However, the moment they reached the central courtyard, they found themselves surrounded by a throng of women. What is going on? What is happening? Clear the way. Captain Wang, unsure of the situation, gripped his firearm, ready to draw it, while the 2 team members raised their weapons as well. It's a misunderstanding. Seeing the commotion, Yan Fugui could no longer afford to hide, fearing for his safety. He rushed over to clarify, leaders, it's a misunderstanding. I'm the 3rd uncle of this courtyard. We merely saw you following Chen Yizhou back and wanted to inquire if he had committed any wrongdoing at the factory. If he has, such a scoundrel cannot be tolerated in our community. Captain Wang shot Yin Fugue a scrutinizing glance. What is your name? Where do you work? Do we need to account to you? Who do you think you are? Humiliated, Yin Fugue retreated, covering his face. Captain Wang surveyed the crowd. You all seem rather idle. Some matters are best left undisturbed. Be cautious, lest you invite trouble upon yourselves. With that, he and his two companions departed, leaving the residents of the courtyard exchanging bewildered glances. After Captain Wang and his team left, Chen Yizhou asked, Mother, where are Grandma and Yinzi? They went out for a stroll nearby, mentioning they would buy some groceries and return before dinner. Lu Suifeng replied, Oh, very well, Mother. I shall attend to some work now. Please call me when dinner is ready, Chen Yizhou said, taking the materials upstairs to the living room. He brewed a cup of Xinjiang Maojian tea and began to review the documents. Upon a brief glance, he noted there were maintenance manuals for 20 sets of machinery, ranging from 4,000 to 5,000 characters for the more extensive ones, and 2,000 to 3,000 for the shorter ones. Given Chen Yizhou's proficiency in Russian, he could complete the task in a matter of days. He took out a pen and some draft paper, and thus began his work. Time flowed slowly, marked by the rustling sound of his pen. Dang, dang, dang. Brother, it's time for dinner. Chen Xiaoyan rushed upstairs to call out. I know, Chen Yizhou replied absent-mindedly. Looking out the window, he noticed the sky ablaze with red hues, realizing that dinner time had arrived. Hurry up, there's no need to tidy up, Chen Xiaoyan urged, pulling on Chen Yizhou's arm with an air of mystery. Let go. You're not a child anymore. What are you acting like this for? I can walk by myself. Just hurry, okay? Chen Xiaoyan insisted. The siblings descended the stairs with hurried steps. As they turned the corner of the staircase, Chen Yizhou was taken aback to find the dining table in the living room already filled with guests. Upon closer inspection, he realized that sitting beside their grandmother was none other than Yuli. This unexpected surprise left Chen Yizhou momentarily speechless. Chen Xiaoyan gently prodded him in the back, saying, Brother, why are you dawdling? Let us go. Oh, right. Chen Yizhou then strode towards the dining table. Hello, Chen Yizhou, the three guests greeted in unison. Who were these three? The two additional guests were, of course, Yu Haidang and He Yushui. With Yuli present, Chen Yizhou's attention was solely on her. Oh, hello. Please, take a seat and enjoy the meal. Chen Yizhou quickly invited them. Chapter 31. The Gathering. He Yushui weeps at the head of the table sat Grandma and Yu Li, with Chen Yizhou on the left and Lu Suifeng and Chen Xiaoyan on the right, while Yu Haidang and He Yushui occupied the seats below. Lu Suifeng had exerted considerable effort to prepare a sumptuous feast featuring braised pork, braised grass carp, roasted duck, spicy marinated beef, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cold cucumber salad, rice, and a basket of steamed buns. Yu Li and the others were astonished by the abundance of dishes before them. In this day and age, which family dined so lavishly, out of decorum, the three of them dared not indiscriminately take food, opting instead to eat rice and buns in small bites. Seeing this, Grandma Zhao promptly commenced her task of serving the dishes. Before long, Yu Li's bowl was overflowing with food, her pace of eating utterly unable to keep up with Grandma Zhao's serving speed. Ultimately, Yu Li had to cradle her bowl protectively in her arms to halt Grandma Zhao's relentless efforts. Lu Suifeng also continuously urged Yu Haidang and He Yushui to partake in a meal, serving them dishes. Consequently, all three of them ended up quite stuffed. After the meal, the group migrated beneath the grape arbor, indulging in fruits and sipping milk tea as they engaged in casual conversation. It was then that Chen Yizhou learned the reason for Yu Li and her companion's presence in his home. It turned out that Chen Xiaoyan and Grandma Zhao had gone out for a stroll and to buy groceries. The combined weight of the provisions for the Chen family exceeded 100 pounds, which the grandmother and granddaughter divided between them. However, as they ventured further, they found it increasingly difficult to carry their burdens. Reluctant to call for a vehicle, they could only proceed slowly. Coincidentally, Yu Li and her friends happened upon them during their outing and offered assistance in carrying the groceries back. Upon hearing from Chen Xiaoyan that these were the prospective brides chosen by her grandson, Grandma Zhao insisted they stay for dinner, adamantly refusing to let them leave. With no choice, the three of them remained. Chen Xiaoyan took the trio on a tour of the courtyard and rooms, leaving them in awe of the home's decor, layout, and furnishings. Throughout the tour, Yu Haitang persistently whispered to Yu Li, Initially, Chen Xiaoyan intended to guide them upstairs, but Lu Cuifeng intervened, stating that Chen Yizhou was working above, so they did not ascend. Under the grape arbor, Grandma Zhao grasped Yuli's hand and kindly inquired, "My dear, how old are you? Who else is in your family?" "Grandma Zhao, I am 18, and aside from my younger sister, I have parents and a younger brother. My father works at a steel mill," Yuli replied softly. Good, a fine family indeed," Grandma Zhao said with a smile. "Has your family found you a partner yet?" "Not yet," Yuli answered, her cheeks flushed. Good, Grandma Zhao said, her smile widening. "My grandson is 19 and still without a partner, which troubles me greatly. What do you think of him?" Yuli glanced at Chen Yizhou, who immediately straightened his posture. Ears perked, eager not to miss a single word she uttered. "He is very nice," Yuli murmured, her gaze lowered. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou's smile broadened. Grandma Zhao clapped her hands joyfully. Good. You two should spend more time together. Come visit my home whenever you can. Once Yizhou finishes his work in the next few days, I will have him visit your home." "Certainly, I will heed Grandma Zhao's advice," Yuli replied, her cheeks still rosy. Yu Haitang and He Yushui stood nearby, listening to their conversation, exchanging knowing glances. Lu Cuifeng and Chen Xiaoyan were equally exuberant, celebrating Chen Yizhou's good fortune. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the courtyard door. It was He Yizhou, who, having failed to spot He Yushui during mealtime, inquired with others and made his way over. Chen Yizhou opened the door, and the simple-minded Jew entered. "Yushui, it's time for dinner. Why aren't you at home? There's nothing to eat at home." And Yu Haven T returned. "What am I supposed to eat?" He Yushui retorted. He Yizhou sheepishly scratched his head. "Well, I forgot. I'll get some money for you later, so you can buy some provisions for the house." He then added, "Come on, let us go to Old Master E.'s place. The factory is hosting a gathering today, and I've brought back 2 meat dishes for you to enjoy." "To Old Master E.'s? Surely the Jia family will be there too. With so many people, what good food could I possibly get?" "Forget it. I'll 1T go. You go by yourself," He Yushui replied. "Hey, if you don't go, that's your loss." "I'm going anyway," Zhu said, turning to leave. "Wait a moment. He Yushui, is it?" Suddenly interjected Old Lady Zhao. He Yushui paused, asking, "Old Lady Zhao, do you need something? I've heard you're quite the cook, with commendable culinary skills." Old Lady Zhao inquired. With a proud grin, He Yushui responded, "Indeed, in the steel mill area, our skills are renowned." He emphasized with a thumbs up. "Oh, then your life must be quite satisfactory?" the lady asked with a smile. "Absolutely. They say that during famine years, cooks go hungry. While I can't claim to eat meat at every meal, I certainly manage to indulge every few days," He Yushui boasted. "Ah, that raises a question. This must be your sister?" Old Lady Zhao said, pointing at He Yushui. "Look at her. Her hair is brittle and yellow, her complexion pale, and she is so frail that a gust of wind could topple her. As her brother, how are you caring for her? Just indulging in your own meals, is it? This. Old lady, I assure you, I haven't skimped on her food and drink. Perhaps she simply doesn't gain weight." He Yushui asserted defensively. He Yushui rolled her eyes at this. "Not gain weight. Is there really anyone who doesn't I suspect you Haven provided her with much to eat. I didn't realize it before, but today there is hardly anything at home. Do you expect her to eat dirt? And you claim to have brought meat and vegetables for her. Yet you took them to someone else's home. What kind of brother does that?" Old Lady Zhao reprimanded. "Ah, Old Lady Zhao, you don't understand. Ever since my father ran off with a widow to Baoding, Old Master E and the deaf old lady have been taking care of Yushui and me, helping us immensely. So, when I get something good, I share it with them as a gesture of gratitude." He Yushui explained. "Oh, how commendable. I didn't realize you were such a loyal and caring person," praised Old Lady Zhao. However, she continued, shifting her tone, "Gratitude is indeed important, but first and foremost, one must ensure their own household is well tended. Look at your sister. What state have you allowed her to fall into? If she were to step outside, it would be a disgrace to you. Others would only say that you, He Yushui, are incapable. Therefore, remember, when you come across good fortune, prioritize taking care of your sister first." He Yushui gazed at He Yushui, feeling a pang of guilt within himself, pondering why he had never paid attention to these matters before. He replied, "All right, dear lady, I shall heed your words and strive to nurture Yushui better in the future. Very well. You may go have your meal. Yushui has already dined at my home. Madame Zhao waved her hand dismissively. In that case, I shall take my leave. Dear lady, He Yizhou said as he bid farewell. Once He Yizhou departed, Madame Zhao inquired, Yushui, have the deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai truly been a constant source of support and care for you? Chapter 32. Sending the sisters home. Oh. He Yushui burst into tears upon hearing those words. The old lady, they only take care of my foolish brother. I was hungry and went to their house to ask for food. They just hid away and gave me nothing. Many times, I've had to quench my hunger with mere water. The deaf old woman often scolded me, calling me a worthless burden. In front of my brother, she would praise me endlessly, but once he was gone, her demeanor would change completely. Have you not spoken to your brother about this? Inquired old lady Zhao. I have, but my brother doesn't believe me. After a few times, he gets annoyed, saying that I lack gratitude. He Yushui choked out. Ah, I see. They are treating your brother as a fool, old lady Zhao remarked. Lu Cuifeng, overflowing with compassion, embraced He Yushui and said, Rainwater, if you are ever hungry again, come to Aunt Lu's house. You will be well fed. Upon hearing this, He Yushui clung to Lu Cuifeng, sobbing even louder, as if attempting to release all the grievances she had endured over the years. Chen Yizhou, Yu Li, and the others exchanged glances, unsure of how to offer comfort. Meanwhile, He Yizhou bid farewell to old lady Zhao and headed straight to Yi Zhonghai's home. Upon arrival, he found the table in disarray, with Jia Zhong and Bang Jin feasting heartily. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady sat at the table, their expressions grim as they observed the scene. Jia Dongxiu sat awkwardly at the lower end of the table. Uncle, this is... Oh, Zhuzi, we were waiting for you. Come, sit down. Yi Zhonghai beckoned He Yizhou to take a seat and poured him a glass of wine. He Yizhou picked up his chopsticks, glanced at the remnants of the meal on the table, and found his appetite waning, so he set them down again. Noticing He Yizhou's expression, Yi Zhonghai explained, Zhuzi, the Jia family is struggling. Your brother Dongxiu earns only 33 yuan a month. With such a large family and your sister Qin expecting a child, there hasn't been much to spare. Bang Jin is still young, and seeing the delicious dishes you brought today, they couldn't help but dig in first. Besides, you aren't missing out, are you? Yi Zhonghai made no mention of Jia Zhong and her excessive feasting. He Yizhou felt a knot of discomfort in his heart, pondering why the Jia family was enduring such hardship. The deaf old lady, witnessing the situation, lost her appetite as well, having only a few bites before requesting Annie to assist her back to rest. Seeing that He Yizhou was in low spirits, Jia Dongxiu raised his glass and said, Zhuzi, I apologize for today, but I had no choice. He then downed his drink in one gulp. He Yizhou hastily raised his glass in return. Dongxiu, it's fine. I understand. Yi Zhonghai, observing the exchange, addressed He Yizhou, Zhuzi, the Jia family is indeed in dire straits. If you eat your fill, it won't fill the whole family. Please lend them more support. Your brother Dongxiu will be grateful. He Yizhou did not ponder deeply and nodded in agreement. Yu Li and the others lingered at Chen Yizhou's home until after 9 o'clock, feeling it was quite late before they decided to take their leave. Chen Yizhou returned to his room, grabbed a small cloth bag, and accompanied the two sisters home. Just as they reached the entrance of the courtyard, Yin Fugue emerged. Xiaochen, where are you headed at such a late hour? Teacher Yin, my friend visited me today, and it got a bit late. I felt uneasy about sending the two young ladies home alone, so I decided to accompany them. Oh, all right, Yin Fugue replied while glancing at the two sisters, Yu Li and Yu Haidang. Just then, Yin Jieqing emerged from the house. In the dim light, he caught sight of the two girls. The innocent Yu Haidang was silent, but Yu Li, blooming like a flower at her youthful age and possessing remarkable beauty, left him momentarily speechless. Stammering, he asked, Dad, who are they? Oh, Jieqing. They are friends of Xiaochen. I was just about to send them home, Yin Fugue explained. Chen Yizhou, it's rather late, and you have work tomorrow. Allow me to take them home, Yin Jieqing said, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chen Yizhou cast a bemused glance at Yin Jieqing and replied, No need. My friends aren't familiar with you. Turning to Yu Li, he said, Lili, let us go. All right, Yu Li and Yu Haidang hastily followed him. As he watched Yu Li's figure fade into the distance, Yin Jieqing felt an emptiness within, as if something profoundly significant was slipping away from him. His heart ached to the point of breathlessness. Noticing something amiss with Yin Jieqing, Yin Fugui hurriedly inquired, "Jieqing, what's wrong? Dad, please help me. I'm smitten with that girl." Yin Jieqing pleaded, gripping Yin Fugui's arm. "Calm down, Jieqing. I'll help you figure something out. It seems Chen Yizhou won't divulge much, but that younger girl often comes to the courtyard. She's a classmate of Yushui. I'll ask Yushui about her tomorrow." Yin Fugui reassured him. "All right, Dad. Please ask first thing in the morning. You have to help me." Yin Jieqing insisted. "I will assist you. But let us be clear about one thing. You know our family rules regarding expenses," Yin Fugui stated in a businesslike manner. "Of course, I understand." Yin Jieqing eagerly nodded in agreement. Under normal circumstances, he would have contested this, but his heart was not in it. After all, he had feelings for Yu Li. Meanwhile, the three of them continued their lively conversation as they walked. With Yu Haitang, the atmosphere was light and cheerful, and both Chen Yizhou and Yu Li gained a deeper understanding of one another. Time inevitably slipped away, and every journey must come to an end. Just as Chen Yizhou felt he could have lingered longer, they arrived at the courtyard where the Yu family resided. He handed a bag to Yu Li, saying, "This is a little snack I brought for you. Please take it." As Yu Li accepted the bag, their fingers brushed, causing her to blush and softly say, "Thank you. It's getting late. You should head back." "All right. I'll be working from home these days, so feel free to come and visit anytime. My grandmother and mother would be delighted to see you." "Sure. What about me? What about me?" The ever-enthusiastic Yu Haitang chimed in. Chen Yizhou glanced at Yu Haitang and replied, "You're welcome to join us. Yinzi has just moved here and doesn't he have many friends, so your company would be perfect. I enjoy spending time with Yinzi, but it's a pity school is starting soon," Yu Haitang lamented. "No witties. Yinzi will be attending school here as well, starting her third year junior high. What about you?" "Oh, really? As I embark on my third year junior high, I hope we're placed in the same class." Yu Haitang instantly felt a surge of joy. "Haha, Yinzi has already been assigned to Class 1. Whether we can be in the same class depends on your luck," she remarked before bidding farewell to the two girls with a wave. Upon returning home, the two girls found their parents waiting for them. "You two mischievous girls, why are you so late?" Yu's mother scolded. "Mom," Yu Haitang exclaimed, rushing over to embrace her mother's arm. "Do you know whose house we had dinner at today?" Yu's mother lightly scolded Yu Haitang. "What kind of behavior is this? Why are you dining at someone else's home? You should invite them over another day for a meal." Chapter 33. A warm day. Preparing to make a fan, Yu Haitang, undeterred by the heat, cheerfully remarked, "Today we dined at Chen Yizhou's home and met his family. I must tell you, their house is exquisitely decorated, complete with a courtyard, 5 rooms, and separate facilities for both the kitchen and bathroom. The dinner was splendid, featuring a plethora of delicious dishes." She began to vividly recount her experiences at Chen Yizhou's residence, including the family's attitude towards Li. Yu's parents listened with satisfaction. Chen Yizhou was a commendable individual with a stable job, and his family was quite fond of Yu Li. With a private courtyard and a decent standard of living, it seemed that Yu Li could anticipate a life of comfort. "What is this? Wow, so many delectable treats." A voice interrupted the conversation. The family turned to discover Yu Haitao rummaging through the bag that Li had brought back. Yu's mother snatched it away and exclaimed, 6 apples, 6 peaches, 2 pounds of braised beef, and a packet of fragrant powder whose contents are unknown. Elder sister, Chen Yizhou even sent you milk tea. Hurry, I'll brew a few cups for our parents and brother to taste," Yu Haitang said as she dashed into the kitchen with the milk tea. "Li, how could you casually accept gifts from others? What will his family think of you?" Yu's father admonished. "Father, Chen Yizhou handed this to me at the gate. I had no prior knowledge," Li explained. "He walked you to the gate. Why didn't you invite him in for a visit?" asked Yu's mother. "Mother, I mentioned it. But he said he would formally visit after finishing his work in a few days," Li replied. Good. This boy knows how to be polite." Yu's father nodded approvingly. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Yu Haitang emerged from the kitchen with several cups of milk tea. Yu Haitao exclaimed how delicious it was. After taking a few sips, Yu's father sampled the braised beef, which was both fragrant and spicy, and remarked to Yu's mother, This pairs well with a drink. Let us have you, Haitao, enjoy the milk tea while I indulge in a couple of cups of wine to celebrate today. Yu's mother complied and went to fetch the wine. That evening, Yu's mother and Li engaged in heartfelt conversation until late into the night. The following morning, Chen Yizhou rose early, practiced some martial arts in the courtyard, and after breakfast, commenced his translation work. He toiled until nearly lunchtime, completing the translation of 2 manuals and breaking into a sweat. After washing up and changing clothes, he descended to the living room for a break. After lunch, Chen Xiaoyan took charge of cleaning the kitchen, while Chen Yizhou remained in the living room with his grandmother and mother, enjoying tea and conversation. Noticing his grandmother and mother fanning themselves vigorously, he thought to himself that this was not ideal. Although the weather in the capital was beginning to cool, it was still quite warm. Regrettably, he had no tickets at hand. Otherwise, he would have procured a couple of fans. How to resolve this predicament? As he pondered, Chen Xiaoyan entered with Captain Wang from the security department. Captain Wang, welcome. Please sit down and enjoy some tea. Chen Yizhou greeted him. Technician Chen, how much have you completed? I'm here to collect the materials, Captain Wang inquired. Oh, I worked late last night and finished 2 sets. I will retrieve them for you right away, Chen Yizhou replied, evading further details. He went upstairs to gather the materials and handed them over to Captain Wang, who accepted them and prepared to take his leave. Captain Wang, it is swelteringly hot today. Why not take a moment to rest before continuing your duties? Chen Yizhou suggested. No, Technician Chen, this is my responsibility, and it is of utmost importance. Moreover, the leadership at the rolling mill is awaiting my arrival, Captain Wang explained. Upon hearing the mention of the rolling mill, a spark of inspiration ignited within Chen Yizhou. Surely, the rolling mill must possess small motors? The construction of a fan is rather straightforward. Blades, a motor, a protective grill, a control system, along with a base and oscillation mechanism. As long as the rolling mill has a motor, Chen Yizhou was confident he could fabricate one himself. With this thought, Chen Yizhou rose and declared, let us go. Captain Wang, I have some matters to attend to at the factory, and I shall accompany you. The two made their way to the rolling mill, where Chen Yizhou headed directly to the office of Director Yang. Seeing Chen Yizhou had swiftly translated 2 manuals, Director Yang appreciatively patted his shoulder and remarked, well done. Young Chen, what brings you to the factory today? Director Yang, the weather is exceedingly hot, making it difficult to concentrate. I wish to purchase a fan, but I lack the funds and the ticket. Therefore, I wanted to inquire if the factory has any small motors available. I intend to craft a few fans myself. Chen Yizhou responded. Director Yang paused in surprise. You can make fans? As long as there is a motor, I am confident I can assemble a fan. I will cover the material costs myself. Young Chen, should you manage to create a fan, I shall waive the material fees for you. I will write you a note. You may consult Director Li to see if there are materials in the warehouse. If not, have him procure them for you. However, I expect you to produce several units. Director Yang generously stated. Thank you, Director. Who wouldn't relish a chance to obtain something for free? Chen Yizhou, holding Director Yang's note, hurried to the logistics department. Upon entering Li Huai's office, he exclaimed, Brother Li, I seek your assistance. What is it now? Speak. Li Huai Chocolat. Chen Yizhou presented the prepared material list to Li Huai. Brother Li, could you check if the factory has these items? What do you need these for? Well, the heat is unbearable for the elderly at home, and I wish to buy a fan but lack the ticket, so I have no choice but to make one myself. You can make fans? Come now, it's not like we're constructing an atomic bomb. It's not that difficult. Come, let us head to the warehouse. I'll accompany you today and see if you're just boasting. In the warehouse, Chen Yizhou found 6 motors and gathered some materials before returning to the technical department. Observing several colleagues enjoying tea, he promptly enlisted their help. He explained the principles of the bracket, control system, and oscillation mechanism, and then collaborated with them to refine the dimensions of the blueprints, urging them to expedite the creation of 6 sets. At the welding workshop, with Li Huai's intervention and Director Yang's note, they directly approached the workshop supervisor to arrange for 6 welders, presenting the grill blueprints. They instructed the welders to construct the fan grills using iron rods and to deliver the completed items to the technical department. Lastly, Chen Yizhou and Li Huai made their way to the machinist workshop. Director Li, what brings you here? Workshop Supervisor Zhou Jiangwo inquired. Director Zhou, here's the situation. Li Huai recounted the events. Jia Dongshu was idling in a corner of the workshop, wary of being caught by the workshop director. So he kept a vigilant eye on the director's office. From a distance, he spotted Chen Yizhou entering the office and hurriedly rushed over to Yi Zhonghai's side. Dongshu, why are you in such a flurry? What are you acting like? Yi Zhonghai scolded. Master, I saw Chen Yizhou. He has entered Director Zhou's office, Jia Dongshu explained. Chen Yizhou, what business does he have in our workshop? I haven't heard anything about our machines needing maintenance. Yi Zhonghai pondered in confusion. Chapter 34. The successful creation of the electric fan. As Yi Zhonghai contemplated, Zhou Jiangwo emerged from the office accompanied by Li Huai and Chen Yizhou. Making their way to the workshop, Zhou Jiangwo gathered several skilled machinists, levels 4 and 5, and presented a few blueprints for discussion. Yi Zhonghai approached and inquired, Director Zhou, what are you all engaged in? Master Yi, Technician Chen has requested our assistance in fabricating several fan blades. This task doesn't require your expertise as a level 7 machinist. You may return to your duties. Zhou Jiangwo replied courteously. Is this an official task from the factory? Yi Zhonghai pressed on, not waiting for Zhou Jiangwo's response. He then turned to Chen Yizhou. Young Chen, this wouldn't be a personal project of yours, would it? At Yi Zhonghai's remark, an immediate hush fell over the group, with all the machinists turning their gazes towards Chen Yizhou. Sensing the tension, Li Huai stepped forward, directing his gaze at Zhou Jiangwo. Director Zhou, your workers seem quite capable. It is rather curious that you, as the workshop director, remained silent while he cast doubts. Zhou Jiangwo, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat and exclaimed, Yi Zhonghai, silence yourself. Technician Chen has come with the authorization from Director Yang. Furthermore, Director Li is present. How could this possibly be a personal endeavor? And what business do you have here? Return to your post. This Director Zhou, Director Li, Yi Zhonghai stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. Still not leaving? Zhou Jiangwo reprimanded. Seeing Chen Yizhou smiling at him, Yi Zhonghai suppressed his anger and turned away. With the atmosphere now calm, Chen Yizhou commenced a detailed explanation of the manufacturing process and various parameters of the fan blades to the machinists. Once he ensured their understanding, he instructed them to begin the fabrication while he diligently inspected their work and addressed any issues that arose. Given Chen Yizhou's own proficiency as a level 5 machinist, his explanations were clear and his practical guidance precise, prompting the craftsman to heed his advice readily. Technician Chen, could you come over here? One of the machinists called out. Certainly, Chen Yizhou responded promptly, approaching him. Technician Chen, could you take a look at this curvature? I've been at it for quite some time, and it's still not quite right. Do you have any suggestions? Let me see, Chen Yizhou replied, observing the work closely. You should do it this way. He then provided a thorough explanation. As he elaborated, Chen Yizhou pondered this should not be a challenge for a level 4 machinist. Once he completed his guidance, he noted the machinist's smooth execution of the task and moved on to assist others. The machinist, watching Chen Yizhou's retreating figure, thought to himself, this young man is indeed impressive. This machinist was none other than Yu Fu, Yu Xingli's father. After more than 2 hours of diligent effort, the machinist finally completed the fan blades. Chen Yizhou, along with his colleagues, returned to the technical department with the blades in hand. Upon arriving at the technical department, he found that all other components were ready, and he began the assembly process. He first installed the base control system, followed by the upright column, the motor, the oscillation mechanism, and finally, the fan blades and protective grille. During assembly, he discovered that some parts did not fit quite as intended and made necessary modifications. At the moment the assembly was completed, resounding applause erupted from the technical department. Li Huai gazed expectantly at Chen Yizhou, hoping for his success. The moment the power was connected, the most exhilarating moment arrived. The outcome hinged on this critical juncture. Director Li, would you like to initiate the startup? Chen Yizhou inquired. No need. Xiao Chen, you should do it yourself. I am merely a companion today. Li Huai declined with a wave of his hand. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou ceased to hesitate and pressed his finger on the first gear. Click, hum. The blade began to spin. It worked. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Chen Yizhou methodically continued to press the buttons, second gear, third gear, fourth gear, as the wind's strength intensified with each increment. He proceeded with the experiment. Shake, stop. From Chen Yizhou's future perspective, although there were still numerous imperfections, it sufficed for this era. Simply put, it was robust and durable. Xiao Chun, I shall take this one first to show the factory leaders, Li Huai remarked as he unplugged the device and hastily carried the fan away. Hey, Director Li. Director Li. Although Chen Yizhou had anticipated this scenario, he was surprised by Li Huai's urgency. Shaking his head, he resumed assembly. Just as he completed 2 more units, Factory Director Yang, Secretary Wang, and Director Deng from the factory office arrived. The freshly assembled units were soon claimed, with Director Yang and Secretary Wang each taking one. As they departed, they said, Xiao Chun, we've made an exception for you. You can take 2 units. The security department has already been informed. Also, please come to the factory tomorrow afternoon. Understood, Director Yang. Safe travels, Secretary Wang. Chen Yizhou replied. It was fine. He had prepared several extras for them, and managing to keep 2 was quite satisfactory. After spending over an hour completing the remaining units, Director Deng from the factory office took another one. Concerned about unexpected developments, Chen Yizhou quickly grabbed the last 2 units and rushed away. While running, he addressed the technical team. Thank you all for your hard work today. Tomorrow evening, we shall gather at Quadrangle. Let us not miss it. With 2 fans in hand, Chen Yizhou strode confidently into the courtyard. Xiao Chun, have you bought fans? And 2 at once? Yin Fugui appeared unexpectedly. Teacher Yin, these are not for me. They belong to the factory, and I'm just bringing them back for use, Chen Yizhou explained. Xiao Chun, considering how many people live at Third Uncle's, could you lend one of my family? Yin inquired. Teacher Yin, I cannot lend this. My grandmother cannot withstand the heat and has been restless at night. My mother and sister also need it. I have none for myself, Chen Yizhou declined. Oh, I see. The grandmother's well-being is paramount. Then, never mind, Yin Fugui said disappointed. Carrying the fans across the courtyard, he was spotted by Jia Zhangshi, who rushed over and seized one of the fans. Xiao Chen, you have 2 fans. You won't need both. Could you lend one to the Jia family? Our house is small, and it's unbearably hot. And Jia, please let go. These 2 fans are barely sufficient for my family. You should buy one for yourself, Chen Yizhou insisted. Little Chun, my family's dog is still young. And Qin Huairu is pregnant and cannot bear the heat. Have some compassion for the Jia family. Jia Zhangshi lamented. And Jia, I truly cannot assist you. My elderly relatives, as well as my mother and sister, also cannot endure the heat. This fan is insufficient for even my own use, Chen Yizhou replied, dismissing Jia Zhangshi's entreaties as he strode towards the eastern courtyard. Jia Zhangshi muttered curses under her breath, exclaiming, Damn it! How can this person be so inconsiderate? He shows no respect for the elderly or care for the young. Given the Jia family's hardships, what harm would it be to lend me a fan? They deserve to be cut off. Sister Jia, I too sought to borrow from little Chun, but to no avail. He claimed it was brought from the factory, not purchased. Yin Fugui interjected. Chapter 35. Jia Zhangshi is taken away. Did you bring those back from the factory? Isn't that stealing? No, I must report him, exclaimed Jia Zhangshi, rushing hastily out of the courtyard. Hey, Sai. Yin Fugui shook his head as he watched Jia Zhangshi's retreating figure, thinking that perhaps it was good for her to cause a stir. Chen Yizhou returned home, carrying 2 fans, where the 3 family members were busy moving the recliner into the living room to rest. Brother, you bought fans. You even got 2. That's wonderful, Chun Xiaoyan exclaimed, jumping up to take the fans from him. They're not purchased. I made them at the factory using the materials there. See, there are no trademarks, Chen Yizhou explained. Wow, brother, you are amazing. You can even make fans. Chen Xiaoyan marveled, and as she plugged one in, she began experimenting with it like a curious child, pressing the buttons repeatedly. All right, how long do you think that will last? Just set the wind speed and leave it be. It can oscillate too, Chen Yizhou said, moving over to teach Chen Xiaoyan how to use it. Once Chen Xiaoyan's grandmother and mother had learned to operate it, Chen Yizhou remarked, This fan will stay in the living room. Mom, if you and your sister feel hot at night, just take it to your room. The other one is for Grandma. Good, Lu Fong and her daughter replied. No need. What would an old lady like me do with it? Yizhou, you should keep it for yourself, Grandma Zhao declined. Grandma, it's nothing. I can enjoy it with you during the day, and, at night, I'll cool off with a cold shower, Chen Yizhou persuaded. The few of them were comfortably enjoying the breeze in the living room when suddenly a loud banging echoed from the courtyard door. Who is it? Chen Yizhou inquired as he walked toward the door. Chen Yizhou, open the door quickly. You're in trouble. Jia Zhangshi shouted from outside. Upon opening the door, Chen Yizhou was taken aback to see a large crowd gathered at the entrance, including Jia Zhangshi, Uncle San, Annie De, Annie Air, several neighbors, Director Wang, and 2 police officers. Director Wang, what brings you here? Chen Yizhou asked. Before Director Wang could respond, Jia Zhangshi shouted, Director Wang, police officers. Chen Yizhou has stolen fans from the steel mill. I saw him carrying them back. This is theft and an encroachment on state property. He should be executed. Hurry, arrest him. Xiao Chun, did you really bring 2 fans back from the steel mill? Director Wang inquired. Yes, Director Wang, Chen Yizhou replied honestly. Upon hearing this, the 2 police officers pulled out handcuffs and approached Chen Yizhou. Wait a moment, officers. Surely this is a misunderstanding? Chen Yizhou asked anxiously. Arrest him, officers. He has admitted it himself, Jia Zhangshi insisted. Indeed, Comrade Chen, you just confessed to bringing 2 fans from the steel mill back. The evidence is indisputable. Come with us, one of the older police officers stated. Officers, listen to me. I did indeed bring back 2 fans from the steel mill, and I do not deny it. However, this was done with the approval of the factory leadership. If you don't believe me, you can verify it, Chen Yizhou explained. Director Wang interjected, indeed. It would be prudent for you to inquire further to avoid mistakenly apprehending the wrong individual. The senior officer nodded to his younger counterpart, who promptly rushed out to verify the situation. After approximately half an hour, the young officer returned, accompanied by Captain Wang from the steel plant security department and 2 security personnel, Xiao Wu and Xiao Huang. Security comrades. Apprehend Chen Yizhou for stealing an electric fan from the steel plant, shouted Jia Zhangshi, still in a fervor. Silence. Director Wang, unable to contain his frustration, scolded Jia Zhangshi. The security department is here now. Keep your comments to yourself and observe. The young officer approached his senior and whispered a few words. The senior officer then raised his voice, declaring, upon investigation, it has been confirmed that Chen Yizhou did not steal the electric fan from the steel plant. We have received verification from the plant's leadership. Impossible. He is merely a newcomer. How could the plant possibly reward him with 2 electric fans? Jia Zhangshi continued to question. Allow me to clarify. Captain Wang stepped forward. The reason the plant awarded 2 electric fans to Technician Chen is that he was the one who manufactured them. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. How could this be? How is he so talented? The commotion escalated. Enough, the senior officer proclaimed loudly. Chen Yizhou has committed no crime. Let there be no further discussion on this matter. Turning to Director Wang, he added, since there is no issue, we shall take our leave. Thank you for your efforts, Director Wang replied with a smile. Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Yizhou raised his voice. Wait a moment. Comrades of the Public Security Bureau, Jia Zhangshi has made a false accusation against me. I wish to hold her accountable. Are you certain you wish to pursue this matter? The senior officer inquired. Absolutely, Chen Yizhou affirmed. The senior officer pulled Chen Yizhou aside and spoke quietly. Comrade Chen, due to the current climate of rampant espionage, there is a push for public denunciation. Even if you wish to hold her responsible, we may not be able to impose significant penalties. At most, she could be detained for 2 or 3 days, and how the local authorities handle it is beyond my knowledge. Realizing the nuance of the current era, Chen Yizhou responded. If she can be detained for 2 or 3 days, can that be done in our steel plant security department? Yes, indeed. Since you are affiliated with the steel plant and she is a relative of a staff member, your security department has the authority to impose sanctions, the officer confirmed. Then I appreciate your assistance. Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude. The senior officer approached Captain Wang, exchanged a few hushed words, and then they both walked over to Jia Zhangshi. Jia Zhangshi, your denunciation of Comrade Chen Yizhou constitutes a false accusation. Thus, we are imposing a penalty of 3 days of detention, and given your connection to the steel plant, you will be transferred to the steel plant security department. Arrest her, Captain Wang commanded Xiao Wu and Xiao Huang. The two immediately seized Jia Zhangshi by the arms and bound her with rope. Upon seeing this, Jia Zhangshi sat on the ground and shouted, "I will not go. On what grounds are you arresting me? On what grounds do you detain me? Merely because you accuse me of falsely reporting individuals who have contributed to our factory?" Captain Wang exclaimed angrily. Jia Zhangshi writhed on the ground in a display of hysteria. "I refuse to go. You are all villains. Old Jia, please come and see. They are bullying me. Old Jia, come and take them away." Upon hearing this, Director Wang's expression darkened. "Jia Zhangshi, what are you saying? Do you dare to openly propagate feudal superstitions and defy the law? How can you be so audacious? Just wait. When you are released, I shall deal with you." Chapter 36. Jia Zhangshi seeks help from Yizhou. At this moment, Chen Yizhou, her belly swollen with child, rushed forward with tear-filled eyes, pleading Director Wang. "My mother spoke out of desperation. Please forgive her. I implore you to intercede on her behalf and prevent her arrest. I am pregnant, and with the child still small. If my mother is taken away, we will be unable to manage our household." Little Bang Gung cried out, "You are all villains. Don't arrest my grandmother." "Chen Yizhou, what good are your words to me? Jia Zhangshi brought this upon herself. She has broken the law," Director Wang stated sternly. Seeing no other recourse, Chen Yizhou turned to Chen Yizhou, weeping as she implored, "Xiao Chun, have pity on Chen Jie. Our family is already struggling. If my mother is imprisoned, how shall we survive? When Dongxu returns, he will surely harm me. Chen Yizhou, your mother has committed a crime. She deserves what she faces. I have not wronged you. So why do you weep before me? If Jia Dongxu dares to harm you, I shall assist you in reporting him to the authorities," Chen Yizhou replied brusquely. Director Wang added, "Indeed, Chen Yizhou, should Jia Dongxu return and bully you, do not hesitate to inform me. I will summon the Women's Federation to deal with him." With no options left, Chen Yizhou retreated to the sidelines. Observing that her daughter's pleas were in vain, Jia Zhangshi resigned to her fate, obediently escorted by 2 security personnel towards the steel mill, while only Little Bang Gung remained on the ground, wailing. Once the officers departed, Chen Yizhou invited Director Wang and Captain Wang to his home. Director Wang declined due to prior commitments, but Captain Wang accompanied Chen Yizhou back to the courtyard. "Technician Chen, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Captain Wang inquired. "Captain Wang," Chen Yizhou offered a cigarette, "this incident has left me quite agitated. To be wrongfully accused without cause, and to have such a scene unfold, will surely tarnish my reputation in the community. More than anything, I fear that I will be unable to concentrate on the translation tasks assigned to me by the leadership." Understanding the underlying concern, Captain Wang reassured him, "Rest assured. Technician Chen, I will promptly report back to the factory leadership and ensure that Jia Zhangshi faces severe consequences." Captain Wang, hearing you say that has certainly eased my mind. I thank you in advance," Chen Yizhou feigned gratitude. Captain Wang shot him a bemused glance before taking his leave. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu and Xiao Huang were escorting Jia Zhangshi to the steel mill when they encountered a throng of workers leaving for the day. The crowd, noticing Jia Zhangshi bound and escorted, gathered to gawk and murmur. Yizhou, Jia Dongxu, and Shazhu, amidst the crowd, caught sight of the gathering and approached. Shazhu, robust and agile, quickly pushed through to the front, and upon recognizing the situation, turned to shout, "Dongxu, come quickly. It's your mother." Upon hearing this, Jia Dongxu rushed forward, with Yizhou close behind. "Mother, what has happened to you?" Jia Zhangshi, initially looking downcast, lifted her head upon hearing her son's voice and cried out, "Dongxu, Dongxu, please save your mother." Jia Dongxu turned to Xiao Wu and demanded, "Why are you arresting my mother?" "That is classified information," came the reply. Little Wu said, "Please step aside and do not obstruct the path." At that moment, Yizhou squeezed in, asking Sister Jiao what troubles you. Upon seeing Yizhou, Jia Zhangshi cried out, "Old E, you must save me. It is all due to that scoundrel Chen Yizhou who has brought me to this plight." As Jia Zhangshi prepared to elaborate, 2 team members impatiently urged her, "Hurry along, move on." Observing Jia Zhangshi being jostled, Jia Dongxu swiftly intervened, declaring, "You shall not bully my mother." Little Wu and Xiao Huang brandished their firearms, questioning, "What is this?" Do you intend to obstruct our duty? Sensing the precarious situation, Yizhou quickly restrained Jia Dongxiu. Explaining to the security team, I apologize. He is merely overly concerned for his mother and did not mean to hinder your enforcement. The two team members snorted and continued to escort Jia Dongxiu toward the steel mill, while she turned back, shouting, Old Dongxiu, you must rescue me. Jia Dongxiu attempted to pursue, but was held back by Yizhou, who advised, Dongxiu, do not rush. Let us return to the courtyard and ascertain what has transpired. Shazhu, witnessing Jia Dongxiu's arrest, felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Upon returning to the courtyard, Chen Yizhou rushed over in tears, exclaiming, Elder brother, Dongxiu, mother has been taken away. What are you crying about? I'm not dead yet. Jia Dongxiu rebuked. Huiru, cease your tears for a moment and explain to us what has happened. Chen Yizhou recounted the events through her sobs. Upon hearing this, Yizhou reassured, Dongxiu, this matter is not grave. Perhaps your mother will be released after a day. If she is not free by tomorrow, I shall inquire at the factory. Meanwhile, you ought to prepare some belongings and food for her. Very well, I shall heed your advice, replied Dongxiu, and the group dispersed. After finishing dinner, Chen Yizhou was laboring diligently upstairs, as he had accomplished little that day and resolved to work overtime. Just then, Chen Xiaoyan called from below, Brother, come down quickly. Sister Xiaoyi and the others have arrived. Understood. I shall be down shortly. Chen Yizhou responded, setting his pen aside and descending the stairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao already enjoying tea. Brother Damao, you've returned from the countryside? Indeed, Chen, I just got back. I heard you brought your family over, so I came right after dinner. Yizhou, Damao is being too polite. He has even brought us some dried goods, Lu Cuifeng remarked. Chen Yizhou noticed that it was indeed true, mushrooms and wood-ear mushrooms weighing 2 or 3 jin. He offered Su Damao a cigarette, saying, Brother Damao, you are too kind. In the future, when you visit, there is no need to bring these gifts. Su Damao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. These are just local specialties sent by fellow villagers to add flavor to your meals. Lu Xiaoyi chimed in, Yes, Brother Chen. Your brother Damao finds it convenient to procure these items. Just let me know when you run out, and I can send him to fetch more. Very well, Brother Damao. Are you free tomorrow at noon? Perhaps you and Sister Xiaoyi could join me for a meal? I have prior commitments with colleagues tomorrow evening and cannot be away. When we return from the countryside, we typically take a couple of days to rest. Tomorrow at noon, I shall bring along 2 fine bottles of wine for us to enjoy together. No, Damao, I have some wine here. You need not bring any. Your presence is all that is required. Brother Chen, do not be so polite. Heed my words. We have plenty of time ahead. Moreover, I have heard from Xiao Yi that you have been quite occupied of late. Lady Zhao interjected, What disturbance? I would gladly welcome Xiao Yi's company every day for a chat. My dear lady, you are quite formidable. I have heard from Xiao Yi that in all her life, she has never witnessed Yizhou and the deaf old lady being cornered by anyone, but you have managed to do so, Su Damao remarked, offering a thumbs up. The old lady merely speaks the truth, addressing matters as they are. Chapter 37. The Hustle of Yizhou. Dear madam, your humility is truly commendable. That deaf old woman has long been a thorn in my side. Throughout my life, I have never wronged her, yet she incessantly labels me as a wretched soul. When Shazhu struck me, she conspired with Yizhou, lamented Su Damao, expressing his anguish. Fear not, Damao. Should they unjustly harass you again, seek me out, and I shall advocate for you, consoled Madame Zhao. With your assurance, I find solace. Henceforth, I shall no longer tread lightly in this courtyard, Su Damao replied. His spirits lifted. However, Damao, you must temper your disposition. It is said that your tongue is as sharp as Shazhu's, often offending others with your words. Many of the conflicts arise from your own provocations. I see your point, madam. I shall strive to amend my ways, Su Damao admitted, sheepishly scratching his head. After some time, Su Damao inquired, Brother Chen, I have heard that Jia Dongxiu has been taken away by the security department. What transpired? Chen Yizhou recounted the entire sequence of events, prompting Su Damao to exclaim, She had it coming. Glancing at the fan in Chen Yizhou's home, Su Damao asked, Brother Chen, could you assist me in crafting one of those fans at the factory? Damao, it's not that I do not wish to help, but you must wait. The fans I produced today have been claimed by the management. I am expected to return tomorrow afternoon, likely regarding the fans. If the factory decides to produce them in small quantities, they will be available for purchase. Should they not, I will assist you in making one if you can procure the materials. Thank you, Brother Chen, Su Damao expressed gratefully. After a further exchange, they arranged to meet for lunch the next day, and Su Damao, accompanied by Liu Xiao-yi, took their leave. Despite having worked late the previous night, Chen Yizhou rose at 6 in the morning, diligently practicing his punches before venturing out to procure breakfast. On his return, observing that the coast was clear, he retrieved a freshly slaughtered chicken, 5 pounds of pork, 2 pounds of braised beef, and an assortment of fruits and vegetables, neatly packed in a bag. Fortuitously, he encountered no obstruction at the entrance, allowing him to return directly to his small courtyard. After placing the provisions in the kitchen and having his breakfast, he briefed Liu Suifeng about the groceries before ascending to the second floor to commence his translation endeavors. While Chen Yizhou enjoyed a leisurely existence, Jia Zhangshi had endured a restless night, plagued by incessant mosquitoes that deprived her of sleep, leaving her weary and famished. At dawn, upon hearing commotion outside, she called out, "Someone please. I cannot endure this any longer. Release me. What are you shouting about? The factory leaders have yet to arrive. Be patient," came the irritable response from the security personnel on duty. "Old Jia, cease your clamoring. If you continue, we shall silence you," threatened the security officer outside. Instantly, Jia Zhangshi fell silent, just then hearing her son Jia Dongshu's voice. "Mother, where are you? How are you faring? Dongshu, I am here. Please, rescue me," she cried out desperately. Under the guidance of the security team's members, Jia Dongshu and Yi Zhonghai encountered Jia Zhangshi. "Old Yi, you must take me out of here. This is no place for a person to stay." Jia Zhangshi began to lament upon seeing Yi Zhonghai. "Rest assured, Sister Jia, Dongshu and I will certainly rescue you. This matter is not insurmountable. Just wait patiently. Once the leadership is back to work, I will inquire," Yi Zhonghai reassured her. "All right, you must be quick." Finally, the workday commenced, and Yi Zhonghai, accompanied by Jia Dongshu, headed straight for Director Yang's office, only to be halted by Secretary Li. "Secretary Li, I urgently need to see Director Yang. Please allow me to enter," Yi Zhonghai implored anxiously. "No, there was an incident at the factory yesterday, and the leaders are currently discussing how to address it. You cannot enter," Secretary Li obstructed. "What is the matter?" Director Yang inquired from within. Secretary Li opened the door and reported, "Director, Yi Zhonghai is here and claims to have an urgent matter to discuss with you." "Let him in," came the response. Upon entering the office, Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu found not only Director Yang, but also Secretary Wang, Director Deng, and Li Huai present, prompting Yi Zhonghai to greet each of them respectfully. "Master Yi, why the urgency? What is it that you need?" Director Yang asked. "Director, yesterday my apprentice Jia Dongshu's mother had a slight misunderstanding with Chen Yizhou from the Institute, and as a result, she was apprehended by the security team and has been detained for the entire night. I was hoping you could see to her release," Yi Zhonghai explained. "Ah, you arrived at just the right moment. We were deliberating on how to handle her situation," Director Yang responded. "Let me tell you, if we cannot appease Chen Yizhou this time, Jia Zhangshi will remain detained indefinitely." Yi Zhonghai grew anxious. "Director Yang, it was merely a misunderstanding. It cannot be that serious." "Can it?" "Serious indeed. Do you understand? Chen Yizhou is currently engaged in a task of monumental benefit to our steel factory. Jia Zhangshi's actions are hampering our progress," Director Yang asserted, slamming his hand on the table. "Moreover, yesterday, Comrade Chen Yizhou produced 6 electric fans in the factory. Do you realize what this signifies? It means our steel factory can independently manufacture electric fans. This is a significant achievement. Yi Zhonghai, how can I possibly release Jia Zhangshi and risk disheartening a benefactor?" Yi Zhonghai found himself at a loss for words, and after a long sigh, he said, "Dongshu, let us depart." Jia Dongshu, distressed, pleaded, "Master, you must rescue my mother. I implore you." Yi Zhonghai, caught in a difficult position, turned to Director Yang and inquired, "Director, has the penalty outcome been determined? What must we do to secure Jia Zhangshi's release?" Director Yang pondered for a moment before responding, Master, the penalty outcome has yet to be decided. It largely depends on Chen Yizhou's attitude. You would be wise to seek his understanding. Otherwise, we will find it difficult to handle Jia Zhongshu's case. Jia Dongshu, you might as well prepare to remain a temporary worker indefinitely. Jia Dongshu felt as though the sky was collapsing around him. Should he become a temporary worker? What fate awaited his family? Yi Zhonghai, along with Jia Dongshu, exited the director's office, their spirits low. Master, what shall we do now? First, we must return to the workshop to request leave. Then we will seek out Chen Yizhou. Be prepared, as I suspect he will not easily relent. After they secured their leave, as they passed the cafeteria, Yi Zhonghai contemplated for a moment and decided to call upon the simple-minded Jew. 3 individuals returned to the courtyard and headed straight for the eastern wing. A series of knocks echoed as Chen Yizhou called out, "Open the door." "Who is it?" Chen Xiaoyan opened the gate to find the trio standing before her. "What do you want with my brother?" she inquired. "Tell your brother to come out. Uncle Da has matters to discuss with him," Sha Zhu replied. Chen Xiaoyan shot Sha Zhu a disapproving glance and said, "Just wait." Moments later, Chen Yizhou appeared at the entrance. "What do you need?" he asked. "Little Chen," Yi Zhonghai began, "there was a misunderstanding with Aunt Jia yesterday. She has been locked up for the night and has realized her mistake. Do you think you could let her out?" Chapter 38. Compensation received, purchasing a bicycle. Mr. E. There is no misunderstanding. Since she dared to report me, she must bear the consequences. Furthermore, whether or not to release her is not for me to decide. Xiao Chun, draft a letter of understanding. You need not concern yourself with the rest, as this matter will be handled by Mr. E. Mr. E, I will not draft a letter of understanding. You may leave. Chen Yizhou, how can you speak to Mr. E in such a manner? We are all from the same courtyard. What harm is there in writing a letter of understanding? He Yizhou exclaimed angrily. He Yizhou, what business is it of yours? What relation do you have to the Jia family? Whether I write the letter or not is of no concern to you. Chen Yizhou retorted. Upon hearing this, Sha Zhu shouted in anger. Chen Yizhou, do you not understand the importance of respecting your elders and caring for the young? The Jia family is in such dire straits. Must you make it so unpleasant? I am quite content to do so. Chen Yizhou replied indifferently. Sigh. Yi Zhonghai heaved a sigh and said, Xiao Chun, tell me, how can we draft this letter of understanding? Chen Yizhou glanced at Sha Zhu and replied, He Yizhou, do you see? This is the attitude required to resolve issues. Then, addressing Yi Zhonghai, he inquired, Mr. E, how much compensation can you offer? Xiao Chun, it seems you have no issues at hand. I will take it upon myself to compensate you with 20 yuan, Yi Zhonghai stated. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou turned and began to leave. Hey, Xiao Chun, wait a moment. Yi Zhonghai quickly stopped Chen Yizhou. Mr. E, please discuss this matter thoroughly before returning to me. I am in a rush to complete my tasks at the factory and have no time for idle chatter. Xiao Chun, how about you suggest a figure? Very well, Mr. E. Out of respect for you, I will accept 500 yuan for the letter of understanding. Xiao Chun, that is far too much. 500 yuan? Chen Yizhou, why don't you go and rob a bank? Sha Zhu shouted. Sha Zhu, this is a matter of mutual consent. How can you call it robbery? Moreover, robbery is against the law. Chen Yizhou responded, looking at Sha Zhu. You. He Yizhou was at a loss for words. Master. Jia Dongshu looked anxiously at Yi Zhonghai. Dongshu, go home and fetch the money. If you fall short, write an IOU, and I will cover the difference for you. All right. Master, I will go home and get it. Jia Dongshu and Qin Huairu gathered 184 yuan, but after searching their home for a long time, they could not find Jia Zhongshu's pension funds. Yi Zhonghai looked at the 184 yuan and sighed, returning home to make up the remaining amount, which he then handed over to Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou received the money and counted it carefully, causing Yi Zhonghai's eyelids to twitch. After counting, Chen Yizhou took out a piece of paper and said, First, sign this. Yi Zhonghai took the paper and, upon inspection, saw it was a voluntary compensation agreement. This young man is quite difficult. He left no loopholes, and we must plan for the long term, with the situation pressing upon them. Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu begrudgingly signed the document, even putting their fingerprints as requested by Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou then produced the letter of understanding and stated, Let be clear, I have drafted the letter, but when Jia Zhongshu returns is of no concern to me. Very well. Yi Zhonghai accepted the letter of understanding and, along with Jia Dongshu and He Yuzhu, hurried off to the steel mill. Brother, you are truly impressive. As soon as Chen Yizhou returned home, he was met with praise from Chen Xiaoyan. Hey, if you dare to provoke me, I will ensure they pay dearly for their transgressions. Let us see how much they can afford. Chen Yizhou boasted. What does it mean to revel too much? Lu Cuifeng approached, extending her hand, demanding the money. Mother, look, I just purchased 2 electric fans for the house and frequently buy groceries. Can I keep the money for myself instead of handing it over? Chen Yizhou appealed emotionally, desperate to retain the compensation he had painstakingly secured. No, if you keep it, you'll just squander it. Grandma. Chen Yizhou sought his grandmother's intercession. Old Lady Zhao spoke. Cuifeng, Yizhou is grown. How can he not have any money of his own? I shall decide. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou's spirits soared, thinking he had safeguarded the funds. I have decided that Yizhou will contribute 480 yuan and keep 20 yuan for pocket money, Old Lady Zhao continued. Chen Yizhou's joy plummeted, his smile transformed into a grimace. Chen Xiaoyan laughed at Chen Yizhou's comical transformation. Mother, may I discuss something with you? In a few days, I plan to visit Yuli's home, so I intend to buy a bicycle for convenience. We can't always walk, can we? Chen Yizhou suggested. Buy a bicycle? That's acceptable. But do you have a ticket? Lu Cuifeng inquired. With a sly grin, Chen Yizhou produced the bicycle ticket from his pocket and slapped it onto the table. Look, what is this? The others leaned in to inspect the table. Indeed, it was a bicycle ticket. Wow, it's really a bicycle ticket. Mother, we are finally getting a bicycle. Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed joyfully. All right, Lu Cuifeng said. Since you have a bicycle ticket, you may keep 200 yuan. If you need more later, just ask me. She extended her hand, looking at Chen Yizhou, with a grimace. He reluctantly handed over 300 yuan. Brother, let's go buy the bicycle now. Chen Xiaoyan urged excitedly. I'm not in the mood. Chen Yizhou replied dejectedly. Go on. The sooner you buy it, the better. Otherwise, this girl will keep pestering you, Lu Cuifeng said. Fine then, Yinzi, let us go. With his mother-esque command, Chen Yizhou had no choice but to take the bicycle ticket and exit with Chen Xiaoyan. The siblings arrived at the department store, heading straight for the bicycle counter. Behind the counter sat a woman in her 40s, who glanced up at the siblings before returning to her knitting. Chen Yizhou tapped on the counter. Excuse me, miss. The middle-aged woman was about to scold him, but upon noticing 2 large white rabbit candies on the counter, she smiled and stood up. What can I do for you, young man? She asked, discreetly grabbing the candies. I would like to purchase a bicycle. May I show you my ticket? Chen Yizhou replied, presenting the ticket. The woman took a glance and exclaimed, Ah, young man, it's a Phoenix 28. I happen to have one in stock. Do you have the money? Yes, I do. He assured. Would you like a headlight and a basket? Yes, please. That will be a total of 189 yuan. I will issue a receipt. Please pay over there and return to collect your bicycle. All right, thank you. Chen Yizhou took the ticket to pay the fee, then hurried back. As he walked along, he noticed the iron clip flapping the receipt on a wire, dancing to and fro. With everything settled, Chen Yizhou finally acquired his bicycle. Isn't it splendid, my friend? Riding it down the street. You are undoubtedly the most dashing figure. Praised an older sister, adding before she departed, Don't forget to register at the police station. All right. Thank you, sister. Until we meet again, Chen Yizhou replied. He pushed the bicycle out of the department store, surrounded by envious glances. Chen Xiaoyan held her head high, basking in the glory. Brother, can you ride it? Chen Xiaoyan suddenly inquired. Of course I can. Chapter 39. Dining with Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi, who in the future wouldn't know how to ride a bicycle. Shared bikes are ubiquitous. Even children can ride. Chen Yizhou jested as he attempted to glide forward, his left foot pressing down on the pedal, only to falter in his efforts. He hastily squeezed the brakes, bringing the bike to a halt. In the future, bicycles are devoid of crossbars, and Chen Yizhou had never before encountered one with such a feature. No witties. If I can't manage the front, I'll try from behind. He slid his left foot again, nudging his right foot back, but suddenly lost his balance, grasping the brakes once more as he tumbled down. Brother, do you even know how to ride? Chen Xiaoyan looked on in bewilderment, puzzled by Chen Yizhou's clumsy antics. Resolutely, Chen Yizhou mounted the bicycle, his left foot on the pedal. Yinzi, come on up. Brother, you ride first. I'll hop on once it's moving. Very well, but do hurry. With a firm push from his left foot, he lifted his right foot off the ground and onto the pedal, and the bicycle began to glide forward. Hurry up, Yinzi. I'm coming. Chen Yizhou felt a sudden weight shift behind him, causing the handlebars to wobble. Chen Xiaoyan, seated behind, clutched his shirt tightly. Brother, be careful. Do you really know how to ride? It's your weight that's the issue. I wasn't paying attention. Next time will be better, Chen Yizhou retorted. Ha! Chen Xiaoyan playfully smacked his back. You're the heavy one. After a few minutes of riding, Chen Yizhou finally found his rhythm, the ride becoming increasingly smooth. Chen Xiaoyan, perched behind, chattered incessantly, their laughter echoing along the path. As they passed the police station, they paid too. 5 yuan, received a stamp certificate, and it was perfect. Having a bike meant speed. They reached the department store in about 30 minutes, while the return journey took merely over 10. Ah, Xiao Chun, you bought a bicycle, exclaimed Yin Fugui, the ever-present doorman. Indeed, Teacher Yin, having a bike makes things much more convenient. Xiao Chun, this is a joyous occasion. You must host a feast. Teacher Yin, the country now promotes thriftiness and discourages waste. We must lead by example. Buying a bicycle hardly constitutes a celebration. Xiao Chun, one shouldn't say that. You didn't host a feast for your home renovations. Now that you've made this significant purchase, surely you should celebrate? Teacher Yin, may I be so bold as to inquire how much you would contribute should I decide to host? Contribute? You wish for us to give gifts for your feast? Yin Fugui exclaimed in astonishment. Teacher Yin, that's not quite right, is it? If one invites guests, how can one not expect to give gifts? Enough, Teacher Yin. I shan't continue this conversation. We must take our leave, Chen Yizhou said, pushing the bicycle away. Left behind, Yin Fugui muttered to himself, feeling slighted. As he wheeled the bicycle into the courtyard, it stirred quite a commotion. Xiao Chun, you've purchased a bicycle. In the future, when Sister Qin visits her family, could you lend it to her? Qin Huairu approached Chen Yizhou eagerly. Yes, indeed. In a couple of days, I have something to attend to. Xiao Chun, will you lend it to me? Xiao Chun, I'm heading to my family tomorrow. Could you lend it to me? The crowd buzzed with chatter, and someone called out. Silence, everyone please. Chen Yizhou declared loudly. Let me clarify here, I shall not speak of this again. Neither my bicycle nor my future wife shall be lent out. The group of ladies erupted in laughter, with one teasing. But dear Chun, you have no wife. To which he replied, rest assured, I shall have one eventually. As for the bicycle, under normal circumstances, I will not lend it out. However, if someone is in urgent need, I might consider it for a nominal fee. Ah, you want to charge us? They exclaimed. We are neighbors after all. Chen replied, this is a new bicycle. Do you think it came without cost? What about wear and tear? Frankly, if I let everyone use it freely, it would become old in no time. Indeed, I concur with Chen, another chimed in. If everyone rides it, who would take care of it? Right. Having a small fee might deter those who seek to exploit the situation. For genuine emergencies, a small charge is reasonable. Exactly. Anyone with a real emergency wouldn't mind paying a dime. The crowd murmured in agreement. All right, everyone disperse, Chen Yizhou said as he pushed his bicycle away. If you have an urgent matter, and I'm not using it, feel free to borrow at any time. Upon returning to the courtyard, he found Chen Xiaoyan waiting with a cloth in hand. Step aside, look at all this dust, I need to clean it, she exclaimed. Yinzi, I ride this bike daily. It's bound to accumulate dust. Do you intend to clean it every day? He retorted. Yes, it's a significant possession. One must maintain it properly, she stated matter-of-factly. As the siblings bickered, Su Demao entered with 2 bottles of liquor alongside Lu Xiaoyi. Oh, Brother Chun, you've bought a bicycle? It must have cost quite a bit. Su Demao's eyes sparkled as he inspected the bike. Brother Demao, you've been riding a bicycle for ages. Why the fuss? That's different. My bike belongs to the public, old and shabby, not comparable to a new one. Lu Xiaoyi, noticing Su Damao's enthusiasm, scoffed and wandered off to chat with old lady Zhao. Chen Yizhou invited Su Damao into the living room, where they poured tea and lit cigarettes. I heard you made 500 yuan today. Su Damao in Guit? Ha, Brother Damao, just watch. If they dare provoke me, I will make them pay dearly, regardless of their wealth. You're impressive, Su Damao praised. In the past, Yi Zhonghai was in charge. and any disputes were settled for just a few yuan. With you, it seems to be hundreds. Brother Damao, you all were deceived by Yizhou. The notion of resolving matters within the courtyard is nonsense. Besides, whenever Shaju or the Jia family are involved, Yizhou will always side with them. What good can others expect? Chen Yizhou took a sip of tea and continued. Furthermore, those few old men are merely liaisons between the courtyard and the street office. They possess no real authority to handle matters, only trivial issues at most. Really? Sometimes, when Shaju beats me up, I contemplate calling the police, but they say it would affect the courtyard's evaluation and forbid me from doing so. Su Damao exclaimed in frustration. Brother Damao, to say the courtyard is filled with legal ignoramuses would be an understatement. Uncle Air need not elaborate. Yizhou and Uncle San undoubtedly comprehend the law. Uncle San prefers to remain uninvolved unless there is an advantage to be gained. Yizhou merely wishes to maintain his authority by concealing the truth. Do you believe that an increasing number of issues can be suppressed indefinitely? Many individuals have previously departed from the courtyard, have they not? Once they leave, can one be certain they will remain silent regarding the courtyard's affairs? Chen Yizhou meticulously dissected the situation. Indeed, Brother Chen, your clarity of thought is commendable. In the future, I shall consult you when issues arise. Damao, I assure you, as long as you refrain from instigating conflict or striking first, observe how I handle them. Chen Yizhou grinned with a mischievous charm. Dinner is served. As they conversed, Lu Cuifeng and Chen Xiaoyan approached with the dishes. Chapter 40. A comical ambiguity and the rewards it brings goodness. Su Damao gazed at the sumptuous spread before him. Braised pork, chicken stewed with mushrooms, spicy sauce, beef, an array of seasonal vegetables, and a fragrant chicken soup. Brother Chen, this is quite extravagant. You have really gone above and beyond. Chen Yizhou smiled and replied, Brother Damao, you and Sister Xiaoyi have taken great care of me since my arrival. This is my first time dining at my home, so I must not lose face. As they settled down, Su Damao raised his glass. To you, Grandma. I toast to your health. The elderly matriarch Zhao Laotai chuckled and raised her glass of water in return. Su Damao lifted his glass again. Aunt Lu, I am grateful for your warm hospitality. Lu Cuifeng also held up a glass of water, toasting him. With a third glass in hand, Su Damao stammered, Brother Chen, I see them. They are unfortunate, and my heart feels joy. Let us drink. Seeing Su Damao downing 2 glasses in quick succession, Chen Yizhou urged, Brother Damao, take your time. You're drinking too hastily. No worries, brother. Come, I shall drink first as a sign of respect. Reluctantly, Chen Yizhou clinked his glass with him. Su Damao filled a 4th glass and turned to Chen Xiaoyan, saying, Yinzi, from now on, you shall be my sister. If you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I will surely help you. He then downed the drink. Chen Xiaoyan, caught off guard by Su Damao's antics, was reassured by Lu Xiaoyi. Yinzi, do not mind him. He has had too much to drink and behaves this way. Your brother has witnessed this before. Now let us enjoy our meal. The atmosphere quickly became lively as Su Damao drank 2 more glasses and became thoroughly inebriated. Chen Yizhou placed him on the nearby sofa. With glasses clinking and chopsticks dancing, the gathering became a delightful affair, as everyone put forth their utmost efforts to ensure that not a morsel was left behind. After the meal, Chen Yizhou, alongside Lu Xiaoyi, supported Su Damao back to the rear courtyard. Upon entering, Chen Yizhou prepared to take his leave. Wait a moment, Chen Yizhou, Lu Xiaoyi said. Could you assist me in getting Damao onto the bed? I cannot manage it alone. Very well, Chen Yizhou replied, and together they helped Su Damao toward the inner room. As they reached the bedside, just as Chen Yizhou was about to release his grip, Su Damao suddenly raised his arm and declared, I can still drink. In an instant, he toppled Lu Xiaoyi onto the bed, falling on top of her, causing Chen Yizhou to lose his balance and quickly let go to steady himself. Ouch! Chen Yizhou, hurry and move him off me. He's crushing me, Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed. Chen Yizhou stepped forward, grasping Su Damao's shoulders, intending to roll him over. However, Su Damao unexpectedly flipped, causing Chen Yizhou's right hand, propelled by momentum, to inadvertently grasp something protruding. Given the light summer attire, the sensation was rather pleasant, and he couldn't help but squeeze a couple of times. Only after doing so did he realize the blunder he had made. When he looked up, he found Lu Xiaoyi glaring at him with a mix of embarrassment and anger, her hand still lingering where it was. Chen Yizhou quickly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, "It was an accident. I had no idea Brother Mao would turn suddenly. Sister Xiaoyi, I apologize." Lu Xiaoyi sat up, adjusted her attire, and said, "Chen Yizhou, refrain from further remarks. I understand it was an accident. I bear you no ill will. Please go back." Chen Yizhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. "All right, Sister Xiaoyi, I shall take my leave now." With that, he turned and hurriedly made his way outside, inadvertently bumping into the doorframe. A soft chuckle echoed from behind him. Once he exited the home of Su Demao, Chen Yizhou slowed his pace, his right hand subconsciously grasping something, which he brought to his nose to inhale its scent. Suddenly, he sensed a gaze upon him. Turning his head, he spotted the deaf old lady sitting inside, peering at him through the window. Ignoring her, he continued on his way. Upon returning home, he sipped a few cups of tea to clear his head and, after retrieving a translated manual, mounted his bicycle and headed straight to the steel mill. As he arrived at the factory gate, Captain Wang was on duty. "Ah, Technicien Shen, already here to collect your vehicle." Chen Yizhou halted his bike and handed over a large item. "This will certainly come in handy. How many tasks have you completed today?" "I intended to come by your place later to pick it up." "Not much. Due to the circumstances, I managed only one. I brought it with me." "Good. That simplifies things for me. Hurry and deliver it to the leadership." Chen Yizhou parked his bicycle in the shed, locked it, and proceeded to Director Yang's office. In the corridor, he encountered Secretary Li. "Secretary Li, is Director Yang in?" "Yes, he is expecting you. You may go right in." "All right, see you later." Upon reaching the office door, he knocked 3 times, waited a few seconds, and then entered. "Director Yang." "Ah, Xiao Chen has arrived. I heard you faced some difficulties yesterday. Rest assured, I will ensure strict consequences." "Thank you, Director." Chen Yizhou quickly expressed his gratitude. "Please take a seat. Wait a moment while I make a few calls." Director Yang proceeded to call Secretary Wang, Li Huaid, and Director Deng. Within minutes, they arrived one after another. "Xiao Chen, let us first discuss the matter concerning Jia Zhangshi. Do you have any objections?" Director Yang inquired. "Director, I have no objections. The decision rests with you all, since you have already penned a letter of understanding. We shall detain Jia Zhangshi for an additional 2 days. Jia Dongshu bears joint responsibility and will receive a warning sanction, prohibiting him from taking examinations for 6 months. What do you think? Leadership, I have no objections." "Very well. Let us move on to another matter. The electric fans you produced yesterday, 2 have been sent to the Ministry of Industry, and their leaders were quite pleased, praising your efforts. Therefore, we plan to manufacture electric fans at the steel mill. What are your thoughts?" Director Yang asked. To be frank, the technology for electric fans is not particularly difficult. However, mass production entails addressing numerous challenges. "Oh, do elaborate," Secretary Wang urged. "First and foremost, the motors must be well coordinated to ensure a stable supply. Secondly, it would be best to custom order the control systems from an electronics factory. As for other components, we should create multiple molds for each part. Otherwise, we cannot scale up production." Chen Yizhou refrained from mentioning the switch to plastic components, as the nation was only beginning to develop plastic at that time. "Excellent points. Xiao Chen, it appears you are quite confident." Li Weida Kumanda. "Xiao Chen, after some discussion, we have decided to establish a new workshop. As you are currently a level 15 technician, promotion is not feasible at this moment. Therefore, we will bestow upon you the title of Technical Advisor for the workshop, along with a monthly stipend of 10 yuan. Additionally, we will reward you with a bonus of 200 yuan. What do you think?" Secretary Wang inquired. "Thank you, leader. I assure you that I will accomplish the tasks entrusted to me." Chen Yizhou felt a surge of joy within just a few days of starting his job. His salary had already reached 52.5 yuan for the month. "All right, Xiao Chen, we will first secure the supply sources and establish the workshop. However, your primary focus must remain on completing the translation work." "How much have you translated yesterday?" Director Yang asked. Chapter 41, Colleague Gathering, Sign-in Weapon. Chen Yizhou, feeling somewhat embarrassed, presented a document. "Leader, I apologize for the delay in translation due to my unfortunate mood yesterday. I was only able to complete one document. Rest assured, I will work diligently to finish the task at hand. Director Yang accepted the document and replied, Xiao Chun, this batch of machines is crucial for our steel rolling mill. You must overcome all obstacles and expedite the completion process. The sooner we finish, the greater our chances of success. Rest assured, I will accomplish this with utmost speed. Chen Yizhou assured him. Very well, Xiao Chun. You may return now. Your promotion notification will be announced shortly over the intercom. After leaving the office, Chen Yizhou collected a bonus of 200 yuan from the finance department and confirmed the gathering time with the technical department before riding home. Not long after Chen Yizhou's departure, the announcer from the publicity department, the beautiful Zheng Ping, received 2 pieces of promotional material. Attention all workers, we would like to announce our factory's level 15 technician, Comrade Chen Yizhou, although he has been with us for a short time, has diligently worked and actively completed the tasks assigned by leadership. Through his efforts, he successfully manufactured an electric fan, earning the admiration of the leaders from the Ministry of Industry. Therefore, we are pleased to appoint Comrade Chen Yizhou as the technical advisor for the new workshop, along with a cash reward of 200 yuan. The announcement was broadcast 3 times, causing a stir among the steel mill employees, who began to speculate about who Chen Yizhou was. In Workshop 1, workers Yi Zhonghai and Jia Dongshu listened with darkened expressions, filled with indignation. Conversely, Yu Shengli felt elated, thinking, this young man is impressive. He has received recognition just days into his employment. However, he recalled that a matchmaker had inquired about the situation yesterday and considered suggesting his daughter check in on Chen Yizhou's reputation. Lu Haizhong showed indifference, believing it had no bearing on him as long as Chen Yizhou was not in a position of authority. Xiaozhu, busy cooking, tossed aside his spatula and grumbled. What incredible luck this kid has. A young woman in her 20s remarked, Xiaozhu, is that envy I see on your face? Liu Lang, what nonsense are you spouting? Envy him? As an 8th level chef, I earn 35 yuan a month without any worries. He has a whole family to support. Why would I envy him? Just keep denying it, Lu Lan chuckled. Go on, attend to your duties, Xiaozhu retorted, ushering her away. Just when everyone thought the broadcast had concluded, a sweet voice returned to the airwaves. Another announcement. In our factory's machinist workshop, Jia Dongshu's mother, Zhang Zihua, has maliciously slandered and falsely accused a martyr's family. This is a serious offense, but given her sincere attitude in admitting her mistake, and the fact that she is not an employee of our factory, she will receive a light punishment of 3 days detention. Jia Dongshu shares joint responsibility and has received a warning. He is prohibited from taking examinations for 6 months. The announcement was repeated 3 times, creating a commotion in Workshop 1 as everyone reveled in Jia Dongshu's misfortune. After all, he had consistently bullied his colleagues, relying on Yi Zhonghai's influence while being unscrupulous and arrogant. Seeing the scene unfold, Yi Zhonghai's expression darkened further, while Jia Dongshu appeared utterly despondent, his face ashen. Xiaozhu, observing the situation, wore an inscrutable expression, uncertain whether to feel sorrow or joy. Chen Yizhou rode his bicycle back to the courtyard, where Yin Fugui was watering the flowers. Hearing the commotion, he glanced back, saw that there was nothing on the bike, and turned his attention back to the flowers. Observing Yin Fugui's demeanor, Chen Yizhou found no inclination to engage in conversation and simply pushed his bicycle past. How disrespectful. He shows no regard for his elders, Yin Fugui muttered, watching Chen Yizhou's retreating figure. Upon returning home, it was a rare occasion that Chen Xiaoyan stayed with her grandmother, allowing Chen Yizhou to enjoy a brief tea session with his family before heading upstairs to commence his translation work. In an unexpectedly good mood, he worked with remarkable efficiency, completing 5 documents by the time dinner was served. Noticing the hour was appropriate, Chen Yizhou informed his family and promptly made his way to Quanjude. Upon arrival, he found that all but Lu Gong were present. Zhao Xiaojun explained that Lu Gong would not attend due to health issues. With 6 individuals gathered, they ordered 3 roasted ducks, spicy chicken, braised fish, shiitake mushrooms with bamboo shoots, spicy kimchi, and a duck frame soup, accompanied by 4 bottles of Lianhua, bai, and 20 steamed buns. Everyone was taken aback by the lavish spread. Xiao Chun, why did you order so much? Is it too much? Zhao Xiaojun inquired. Chen Yizhou, having distributed some cash, replied, Uncle Zhao, as a newcomer, I cannot overlook yesterday's assistance. I am sure I will require your help again in the future. So please accept this meal as a gesture of my sincerity. Let's raise a glass. Cheers! Echoed the group, the atmosphere instantly becoming lively. This meal transformed Chen Yizhou's relationship with the others from strangers to acquaintances, fostering a deeper understanding of one another. Zhao Xiaojuan's family was decent. His wife worked as a sales clerk, and they had a son and a daughter. His son, 18, worked as a temp at a furniture factory, while his 15-year-old daughter was still in middle school. Wang Dabing's family fared similarly well. His wife was employed at a textile factory, and they had 2 children. His 17-year-old daughter had secured a temporary position at the factory through connections, and his 14-year-old son was also in middle school. The remaining individuals were unmarried but in relationships. They exchanged toasts and engaged in spirited conversation for over an hour, and once they were satisfied with food and drink, they gradually dispersed. Chen Yizhou returned home, took a brief rest, and resumed his work, completing 2 more documents before washing up and lying down in bed. System. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. 1 M9 pistol, 1 Type 81 automatic rifle, and 1,000 rounds of ammunition each. Wow, this is a huge windfall. The system must know I'm heading out tonight, and is providing me with means of protection. Indeed, Chen Yizhou planned to visit the black market that evening. With the wheat harvested, he had set aside seeds and collected 300 pounds of flour. As his resources grew, he intended to sell some of it when the opportunity arose. However, he decided against returning to the previous black market and aimed to find a new one. Chen Yizhou entered the space to familiarize himself with the weapons. Though he had often visited gun clubs in his past life, firearms were a man's passion. With weapons in hand, he felt compelled to play with them. Taking out the M9, he immediately felt an affinity for it. Truly, it was the favored standard issue of the military. He set up a makeshift target by a pond in the fields, stepped back 20 meters, checked the magazine, fully loaded with 15 rounds, released the safety, aimed, and fired. Bang, 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 bang. Chen Yizhou transitioned from single shots to rapid fire, exhausting 3 magazines before finally holstering his weapon. His sense of touch gradually returned. While he would claim to hit every target, self-defense at close range posed no challenge. He then took out an 81-style rifle for a brief moment, though regrettably, neither of these weapons could see the light of day. As night fell, Chen Yizhou rose quietly, carefully navigating over the courtyard wall towards the black market. Masked and with a coin in hand, he began to stroll. "Brother, do you need a ticket?" inquired a man cloaked in a coat and shadow. Chapter 42. Black Market Transactions. The Empress's Collection. What tickets do you have? Chen Yizhou inquired. "We have every kind you might need, including the elusive 3 transfers and 1 sound." The ticket vendor boasted. "Can you procure the 3 transfers and 1 sound tickets?" "Absolutely, though it may take some time." Chen Yizhou felt a surge of delight. He could certainly use those. However, upon reflection, he dismissed the idea. The black market's provenance was dubious. Residing in the 95th courtyard could spell trouble. It was wiser to stick with milking Li Huai's resources. After examining the tickets in the vendor's possession, he purchased some commonly used fabric and meat tickets. Though his storage was ample, these could serve as a useful facade at times. As he wandered, he noted the rising prices. Rice now at 4 yuan, white flour at 45 yuan, and sweet potatoes had reached 1 yuan. Turning towards the exit, he offered a cigarette to the guard and said, "Brother, could you introduce me to your boss? What do you need? I have some white flour to sell." "How much?" 2,000 jin. "Wait here," the guard replied and stepped aside. In the time it took to finish a cigarette, the guard returned with 3 companions. The leader, in his 30s, sported a short haircut and exuded an aura of confidence, suggesting he was no stranger to physical prowess. Approaching, he extended his hand. "I am Wang Hu." "So, you wish to sell? What do they call you?" "I intend to sell. What price are you offering?" Chen Yizhou clasped his hand firmly. and they unconsciously increased their grip. Chen Yizhou maintained his composure, while the leader's expression morphed from confidence to fear and then to pleading. Sensing his advantage, Chen Yizhou released his grip. "My surname is Chen. A pleasure to meet you. Brother Chen, may I inspect the goods first?" Wang Hu asked, placing his hands behind his back and fidgeting, evidently in pain. "Of course." Chen Yizhou retrieved a small cloth bag from his satchel and handed it to Wang Hu. Wang Hu opened the bag and paused, astonished by the pristine white contents. This was fine flour. After a moment's deliberation, he asked, "Brother, is the quality consistent?" "Guaranteed to be the same." "Very well, brother. Current flour prices are at 0.45 yuan, but since this is fine flour, I shall offer you 0.55 yuan. What do you say?" Feigning contemplation, Chen Yizhou nodded. "Agreed. How shall we proceed?" Wang Hu inquired. Recalling the abandoned courtyard he had passed earlier, Chen Yizhou replied, "The goods are not far from here. My brothers are keeping watch. Prepare your money and arrange for a few vehicles to follow me." Wang Hu exchanged glances with his companions before stating, "I have money on me. I will accompany you to collect the goods, and I will handle the rest once we have secured them." "Very well, follow me." Chen Yizhou led them directly to the derelict courtyard. As they neared, Chen Yizhou halted them. "Please wait here. I will inform my brothers to avoid any misunderstandings." "Understood." Chen Yizhou entered the courtyard, found a relatively clean spot, and laid out 20 large cloth bags, each containing 100 jin of white flour. He then scattered numerous footprints around, creating the illusion of a bustling presence. Once everything was arranged, he exited and beckoned Wang Hu and his associates inside. Wang Hu and his companions surveyed the surroundings. Finding no one else present, Chen Yizhou discerned their intentions and elucidated, "My brothers prefer to avoid strangers, so we shall withdraw for now. Please inspect the goods." He gestured toward the burlap sacks. Wang Hu and his companions followed Chen Yizhou's indication, spotting a pile of sacks, and with a wave of his hand, they approached to examine the contents. Chen Yizhou, wary of the human nature prevalent in this era, discreetly retreated to the doorway, his right hand slipping into his satchel to grasp his firearm, confident that he could swiftly eliminate any threats and escape unscathed. Wang Hu cast a glance at Chen Yizhou, noting that his right hand remained concealed within the satchel, which made him narrow his eyes. "Brother Hu, the inspection is complete. Everything is in order." "Excellent, Brother Chen. The goods are satisfactory. Here are 1,100 yuan. Please count it," Wang Hu stated as he approached Chen Yizhou, producing a substantial stack of large denomination bills. Chen Yizhou accepted the money with his left hand, placing it into his satchel, which served as a storage space. With a mere thought, he assured himself that the amount was correct. "Brother Hu, there's no need to count the money. I trust you. With this matter settled, I shall take my leave." "Very well. Until we meet again. Should you have goods in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I guarantee prices that will satisfy you," Wang Hu replied. As Chen Yizhou walked away, one of Wang Hu's underlings remarked, "Brother Hu, this flour is of exceptional quality. Should we follow him to inquire about its source?" "Let it be. This individual possesses formidable skills and may be armed. It's best not to provoke him. Let us conduct our business honestly," Wang Hu advised. Having secured a profit, Chen Yizhou felt a surge of joy as he stealthily navigated through the crowd, returning home. He organized his storage space once more, tending to the crops that needed harvesting and planting, and only after completing these tasks did he finally succumb to sleep. Upon waking the next morning, he lingered in bed for a moment. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Rewards, 50 pounds of kidney tonic wine and 50 pounds of health fruit wine, all automatically packaged into 1-pound porcelain bottles. Hey system, what are you implying? I don't even have a girlfriend, and you're giving me kidney tonic wine. Chen Yizhou grumbled. However, upon reflection, he thought, this is quite fortuitous, considering I still need to secure a ticket from Li. This could be just what I need. After all, in both dramas and fan fiction, Li was portrayed as extravagant, suggesting his health might be lacking. How delightful. He got out of bed, practiced martial arts, washed up, and prepared to buy breakfast. However, he realized that today he wouldn't need to buy breakfast, as Chun Xiaoyan had already returned with it after waking up late. "Brother, I heard you got a raise? An additional 200 yuan? Chun Xiaoyan inquired softly, leaning in. "Who told you that?" Not true. Chen Yizhou vehemently denied. Not true. The entire courtyard was buzzing about it last night. Come on, how much is your salary now? Chen Xiaoyan pressed, her expression eager. Not much, just 52. 5 yuan a month, Chen Yizhou replied, his face devoid of joy. Ah, 52. 5 yuan isn't a lot. I heard that in the capital, the average living expense is only 5 yuan. Ah, what are you talking about? Given our family's standard of living, 5 yuan? You'd better recalculate. It's at least double that. Chen Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled mischievously. Brother, I have my eye on a headband. Could you chip in a little? She then clung to Chen Yizhou's arm, playfully pleading. Get off me. Chen Yizhou disdainfully pulled a single yuan from his pocket and handed it to Chen Xiaoyan. It's just 1 yuan. I was hoping to purchase something else, he grumbled. Chen Xiaoyan feigned annoyance, hoping to coax him into offering a bit more. Is it too little? Then get back. Chen Yizhou extended his hand. No way, she retorted, quickly stashing the money into her pocket. As the siblings exchanged words, Lu Cuifeng and their grandmother approached. What are you two up to so early in the morning? Their mother inquired. Mom, Grandma, my brother just got a raise. Chen Xiaoyan explained. I asked him, and he now earns 52. 5 yuan a month. I have my eye on 2 hair ornaments. So I thought to ask him for a little extra money, but he only gave me 1 yuan. Chapter 43. Strolling through the vegetable market. Raising fish in a water tank, 1 yuan? A head of cabbage is worth, at most, 2 dimes. You find a yuan too little? Are you aiming for the heavens? Do you wish to stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Lu Cuifeng scolded as she searched for a feather duster. Back in her hometown, you would be overjoyed with just a dime. You've only enjoyed a few days of good fortune, and now you're dissatisfied with the yuan? Seeing the situation escalate, Chen Xiaoyan quickly pleaded, Mom, I was wrong. I was just joking with my brother. Grandma, brother, please help me. Upon noticing Lu Cuifeng's genuine ire, Chen Yizhou hurriedly intervened. Mom, please calm down. It's not that serious. My sister was merely jesting with me. Her calculations are more precise than the shrewdest of our neighbors. Furthermore, Mom, a girl should be raised with abundance. She is my only sister, and I must spoil her. Since I have the means now, I assure you that I will ensure our family's prosperity. Old Lady Zhao chimed in. Indeed, Cuifeng, do not be upset. Yizhou speaks the truth. A girl deserves to be cherished. As long as Yinzi remains virtuous, what harm is there in indulging her a bit? Humph. I shall let you off this time, Lu Cuifeng remarked, tossing the feather duster aside and extending her hand towards Chen Yizhou. Hand it over. Chen Yizhou, bewildered, inquired, Mom. Hand over what? The money, the bonus. Lu Cuifeng replied. Slightly disheartened, Chen Yizhou obediently produced 200 yuan and placed it into Lu Cuifeng's hands. Oof. Lu Cuifeng shot him a glance, as if to say, at least you know your place. By the way, Yizhou, didn't you have some money left from last time? Go buy some vegetables and fruits, Lu Cuifeng added, delivering a final jab. Chen Yizhou felt speechless. His mother's affection was overwhelming. It seemed she intended to leave him with nothing. Nevertheless, he replied, All right, Mom, I'll go right now. He rode out on his bicycle, having previously taken supplies from his storage space. Today, however, he intended to explore the vegetable market thoroughly, purchasing varieties that were unavailable in his space. Upon arriving at the Dongdan vegetable market, Chen Yizhou secured his bicycle and strolled along the stalls, observing the meager selection of goods. The variety of vegetables was scarce, and the meat vendors were surrounded by long queues. Spotting a stall selling lotus roots and water chestnuts, he spent 2 yuan to buy 10 pounds of the latter. As he had sufficient of the other items in his storage, he opted not to purchase them and exited the market. Once in a secluded area, he set aside 2 sections of lotus root and 2 pounds of water chestnuts, storing the rest in his space. He specifically left the lotus sections to toss into the pond in the farm space, believing that it would not be long before the pond was adorned with blooming lotus flowers. He retrieved a burlap sack, filling it with 5 pounds of pork, 5 pounds of ribs, a chicken, a 5-pound grass carp, along with several cucumbers, 2 heads of cabbage, 10 pounds of apples, 10 pounds of peaches, and 2 bottles of health fruit wine, securing everything to the back of his bicycle before leisurely riding home. As he neared the courtyard, he remembered the 2 large water tanks in front of the main house were still empty. He quickly retrieved 4 vibrantly colored red carp from the pond. selecting ones weighing around 1.5 pounds each, threading them through the gills and hanging them from the handlebars of his bicycle. He hurried home, eager not to delay, planning to add some spring water to ensure their survival. After a moment's reflection, I realized it had been far too long since I'd savored dumplings, so I retrieved 5 kilograms of flour. Now, the rear seat of my bicycle was bound with a large sack, while on the left side hung a bag of flour and on the right, a live carp. One amusing sight. Chen Yizhou couldn't help but feel somewhat awkward, yet in this era, such scenes appear to be commonplace. Consider the Indians. Even in later times, they managed to transport numerous individuals on their bicycles. This was merely a trivial matter in comparison. To my surprise, I did not spot Yin Fuguwei in the front courtyard. It wasn't until I reached the central courtyard that I encountered the laundry master, Chen Yizhou, who, upon seeing me, did not shy away. Although others in the courtyard noticed as well, their faces were not as thick-skinned. "Xiao Chun, you've purchased so many items. This fish is still alive. Look at Sister Chen's predicament. Aunt Jia has been arrested. Could you spare me a fish?" "Sister Jia, this fish was not bought for consumption. Moreover, it weighs just over 1 kilogram, barely any meat, and certainly not delectable." "That's all right, Xiao Chun. I'll use it to make soup. Fish broth is nourishing, especially since Sister Chen is pregnant and requires nutrition." "Oh dear, Sister Jia, I've already told you, this fish isn't for eating. I wouldn't even consume it myself. How could I lend it to you? Please, Xiao Chun, have some compassion for Sister Chen," Chen Yizhou implored. Suddenly, Bang Gung dashed over from somewhere, reaching out for the fish while exclaiming, "Fish! I want to eat fish." Chen Yizhou swiftly intervened, pushing Bang Gung aside, and turned to Chen Yizhou, saying, "Chen Yizhou, are you pretending not to understand? Don't feign pity with me. It serves no purpose. If you desire something delicious, feel free to seek out Shaju, or better yet, purchase it yourself. Don't claim you lack funds. Aunt Jia has at least a few hundred on hand. Alternatively, encourage Jia Dongshu to strive a bit harder, learn a skill, and elevate his work grade. Isn't that far more beneficial than having you and Jia Zhangshu lament daily in the courtyard? Furthermore, you should educate your son properly. He is still so young, yet he greedily reaches for everything he sees. Look around the courtyard. Do any other children behave in such a manner? Lastly, Chen Yizhou, since I have spoken so extensively, let me impart one final thought. As the saying goes, a person requires dignity, just as a tree requires its bark. One's dignity is earned through their own efforts. Look at the Jia family's current state. How many families in the courtyard genuinely appreciate you? If you and Jia Zhangshu had devoted all your energies to Jia Dongshu, urging him to study and improve his skills, would your family be in such a situation? If you had only shown a little more resolve, I am confident everyone in the courtyard would regard you with greater respect. Take some time to reflect on this. At first, Chen Yizhou's face turned crimson with embarrassment, but by the end, she appeared contemplative. After absorbing Chen Yizhou's words, she abandoned her laundry and took Bang Gung back inside, where soon the sounds of his cries echoed through the air. Chen Yizhou pushed his bicycle back to the eastern courtyard. As soon as he entered, his family rushed to greet him. "Wow, brother, you bought so much. This fish is rather small. Isn't it? Not very tasty." Zhao Laotai and Lu Cuifang chimed in. "Yizhou, why did you purchase such a small carp? Were you deceived?" "Mother, Grandma, isn't this fish quite lovely? I didn't buy it for eating. I intend to keep it alive." "Yinzi, quickly fill the 2 large basins in the courtyard with water so we can take care of the fish." "Ah, that sounds splendid. It will surely look beautiful once we raise it." Chen Xiaoyan chuckled as she went to fetch water. Chen Yizhou secured his bicycle and handed a bag of flour to Lu Cuifang. "Mom, I bought several pounds of flour along with some meat. Shall we make dumplings?" "Yes. Let's have dumplings for lunch today," Lu Cuifang replied, accepting the flour. Chen Yizhou hoisted the sack and entered the kitchen alongside his grandmother. Observing the increasing array of items emerging from his sack, she remarked, "Yizhou, just how much did you purchase? It seems you might have some hidden savings." Chapter 44. The visit of Yu Li. The Yin family's obstruction. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou's heart sank. He realized he was in trouble. He quickly added, "Mom, I previously mentioned that I was renovating the house and purchasing furniture. I still have some money left, but I frequently contribute to the household expenses, so it isn't much anymore. Lu Cuifang remained silent, her gaze fixed on Chen Yizhou, as if she were trying to see through him. Chen Yizhou felt unnerved under Lu Cuifang's intense scrutiny. Mom, I'm not deceiving you. I truly have very little money left. At that moment, old lady Zhao spoke up. Cuifang, Yizhou is a grown man. He should have some money of his own. You shouldn't be too stringent with him. Mom, I worry he might spend it recklessly. Yizhou is quite mature now. I trust that he knows his own limits. Yes, rest assured, Mom. I have it all figured out. From my salary each month, I will give you 20 yuan, Grandma 5, and keep the rest for myself. Of course, I will cover Yinzi's expenses, Chen Yizhou declared earnestly. That was your own statement. I never said a word. Lu Cuifang chuckled upon hearing this. Yizhou, as for this old woman, I have no place to spend any money, old lady Zhao commented. Grandma, you must keep some money. When the new year arrives, you need to give us red envelopes, right? And when a granddaughter-in-law enters the family, you'll be expected to give her a gift. Plus, when you go out for a stroll, you should feel free to buy anything you desire. Just keep it with you. Indeed. Mom, keep it. If you ever need any tickets, just let me know, Lu Cuifang encouraged. All right, I will keep it. When the time comes, I will prepare red envelopes for you, old lady Zhao replied with a smile. Brother, the water is nearly full. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou picked up a fish and walked towards the courtyard. Upon reaching the water tank, he noticed that each tank had been filled halfway with water. He quickly placed 2 fish into one tank, and as they entered the water, they began to swim slowly, though they appeared somewhat lethargic. Chen Yizhou reached into the tank, stirred the water, and secretly added some spiritual spring water. In an instant, the carp began to thrash about energetically in the tank. Ah! Brother, look! The fish are alive. They are so beautiful! Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed excitedly. Old lady Zhao and Lu Cuifang approached as well. Indeed, these fish are quite lovely. Yinzi, when you have the chance, you should find some aquatic plants to add in, old lady Zhao suggested. Okay, Grandma, I'll go get some right away, Chen Xiaoyan replied as she dashed off. Chen Yizhou poured himself a cup of tea, settled beneath the grapevine, and reclined in a lounge chair, allowing himself to unwind. Grapes. Grapes? As thoughts of grapes filled his mind, Chen Yizhou suddenly craved them. The grapes in the courtyard were still a long way from ripening, likely requiring another 2 years before they bore fruit. He plucked a grapevine, sent it into his space, and planted it beside an apple tree, watering it with spiritual spring water. With focused intent, he urged it to sprout, climb, grow, support itself, and bear fruit. In the blink of an eye, the grapes were ripe. Clusters of purple grapes, glistening and translucent, appeared most appetizing. Chen Yizhou counted approximately 50 bunches, each weighing a pound. With a mere thought, he gathered them all. The effort of hastening the grapes' ripening left him feeling slightly dizzy, so he quickly drank some spiritual spring water, which instantly restored his comfort. Observing that neither grandmother nor mother was in the yard, 2 bunches of grapes suddenly appeared on the table. Without washing them, I picked one and savored it. The taste was a delightful balance of sweetness with a hint of tartness, absolutely exhilarating. Brother, come quickly, something has happened. As Chen Yizhou was relishing the moment, Chen Xiaoyan rushed in with great urgency. What is it? Speak slowly, Yinzi. Brother, you must go and see. Sister Yuli is being cornered by Yin Jieqing at the gate. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou hastily rose and dashed outside, with Chen Xiaoyan following closely behind. Upon reaching the gate, they saw Yin Jieqing engaged in conversation with Yuli, who appeared quite impatient. Upon noticing Chen Yizhou approaching, her eyes brightened. Chen Yizhou, Lili, what is happening? Chen Yizhou inquired. Chen Yizhou, I'm speaking with my partner. What concern is it of yours? Yin Jieqing remarked. Your partner? Chen Yizhou responded, his face a mask of confusion. Yuli quickly interjected. Chen Yizhou, do not listen to his nonsense. I do not even know him. How could he possibly be my partner? He is insufferable, insisting on dragging me to his home the moment I arrived. Yuli, how can you speak like that? I even sent a matchmaker to your home. Oh, so you were the one who engaged the matchmaker? I do not know you. Why would you even do that? I want you to be my partner, Yin Jieqing declared with misplaced confidence. Find someone else. I will not be your partner. Yugoslavia literaturta angrili. Impossible. Having sent a matchmaker to your home, you are now my partner, Yin Jieching stubbornly insisted. Chen Yizhou began to grasp the situation. He pulled Yuli closer. Yin Jieching. Are you attempting to act shamelessly? What do you mean that just because you sent a matchmaker to her home, she is now your partner? By your logic, if you fancy someone else, you could send a matchmaker and they will be your partner too? I do not care. I simply want Yuli to be my partner. Yin Jieching began to act like a rogue. As the argument escalated, more people in the yard were drawn to the commotion, whispering amongst themselves, including the family of Uncle San. Chen Yizhou noticed Yin Fugue among them. Mr. Yin, you are a teacher, correct? Do you believe your son is making a valid point? Yin Fugue replied, Young Chen, I believe my son has a point. We indeed sent a matchmaker to Yu Li's family. Mr. Yin, let me clarify. What did the matchmaker report back to you? Did Yuli agree? Or did her parents? No, Chen Yizhou, we did not agree. We had no idea who the matchmaker was. How could we possibly agree? But you did not expressly refuse either, did you? Yin Fugue countered. All right, Mr. Yin. If that is your stance, I shall refrain from further debate. Lili is right here. Lili, do you wish to be his partner? Absolutely not. Yuli declared emphatically. Yin Jieching's face paled. Yuli, I truly have feelings for you. Please give me a chance. Yin Jieching, this is becoming absurd. She has been quite clear. Why do you persist in your relentless pursuit? Is there any merit in this? Chen Yizhou, what is your concern? What is your relationship to her? Who appointed you to meddle? Yin Jieching shouted in anger. Lily, would you be my girlfriend? Chen Yizhou inquired, gazing at Yuli. Without a moment's hesitation, Yuli nodded and declared, I would. At her affirmation, Chen Xiaoyan joyfully exclaimed, Sister-in-law. Instantly, Yuli's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. The crowd in the courtyard buzzed with chatter, some praising the union, while others criticized Yuli for her lack of modesty. Yin Jieching, overwhelmed by despair, sank to the ground, muttering to himself, No, you cannot be with him. If you are, what will become of me? Yin Fuyang, witnessing Jieching's despondent state, felt a pang of sympathy and turned to Yuli, saying, Miss, look at how distraught Jieching is. He truly harbors feelings for you. Have some compassion for him. Furthermore, your parents have not yet consented. It would reflect poorly on your reputation to casually agree to be someone else's partner. Chapter 45. The outrage against the Yin couple. Yuli felt a surge of embarrassment and anger. Upon hearing the commotion, Chen Yizhou erupted in fury, exclaiming, You old scoundrel. Do you think I'm giving you face? How is it that my relationship with Lily tarnishes her reputation? Your family, the Yin family, is notorious for being excessively calculative and miserly. I hear that Yin Jieching even has to pay rent, living expenses, and child support. You count every morsel of salted vegetables. Your family's reputation has long since become a laughingstock. It is said that Yin Fugue is so miserly that he would taste the saltiness of a passing sewage truck. What kind of family would allow their daughter to fall into your pit? Even if Lily were not my partner, I would never allow her to be with Yin Jieching. Yin Fugue trembled with indignation, pointing a finger at Chen Yizhou. You. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he collapsed, with Aunt San and Yin Jiefeng rushing to catch him. Witnessing Yin Fugue's distress, Aunt San became incensed. Chen Yizhou, how can you speak like that? Do you not understand the virtues of respecting the elderly and caring for the young? You have driven my old Yin to such a state. What is wrong with showing a bit of compassion for Jieching? With your qualities, you could easily find another partner. Chen Yizhou chuckled in disbelief. Aunt San, it truly seems that one's character is reflected in their kin. How shameful of you to utter such words. What do you mean by showing compassion for Jieching? Should Lily pity him and become his partner? I could very well go out to the street right now and find a beggar. Surely you would be sympathetic to him. Wouldn't you? You and your old Yin are so benevolent. Why not have him marry the beggar? With Yin Fugue's frugality, he could certainly find another. At this declaration, the courtyard erupted in astonishment. Yuli and Chen Xiaoyan gaped in disbelief. Such words had never been uttered in the courtyard before. They were sure to offend deeply. Aunt San, upon hearing this, fainted backward, completely overcome with rage. Yin Fugue, regaining a moment of consciousness, saw this and coughed up more blood, fainting once again. Panic ensued in the courtyard. Shout, Chen, stop. You've made them faint. Quickly take them to the hospital. But Chen Yizhou retorted, this is their own doing. Who wants to take them? It's none of my business. He then turned to leave with Yu Li and Chen Xiaoyan. The courtyard descended into chaos, with some attempting to revive the fainted couple while others called for a vehicle. Eventually, Aunt De and Aunt Er accompanied Yin Jiefeng and Yin Jiequang to the hospital, while Yin Jieqing remained seated on the ground, muttering to himself. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, Grandma, Mom, my brother was incredible. He just unleashed a verbal assault in the front yard, causing the two of them to faint and vomit blood. Grandma Zhao and Lu Cuifeng hurried out, asking what happened. What's going on? Chen Xiaoyan recounted the events in detail. Yizhou, you're a grown man. How can you speak without restraint? If you provoke them to the point of serious harm, how will you respond? Mom, I was just so enraged. They were trying to steal my girlfriend. How could I not be upset? Besides, they brought this upon themselves. Their family is utterly shameless. Steal your girlfriend? Lu Cuifeng questioned, puzzled. Chen Xiaoyan hurriedly explained, Mom. Sister Yuli has agreed to be my sister-in-law. Ah, is that true? Lu Cuifeng turned towards Yuli. Yuli shyly nodded her head. Good, good. Elder Zhao exclaimed, joyfully grasping Yuli's hand. That's wonderful. Let Yizhou visit your home today to meet your parents. Mom, considering such a significant event just occurred, does Yizhou have a time to go? Lu Cuifeng inquired. Not to worry, Cuifeng. Given the character of these people in the courtyard, they won't report it. Since they were in the wrong first, it seems the evening gathering is unavoidable. Yizhou, just make sure to return tonight, Elder Zhao reasoned. All right, I'll heed your advice. Wow, these grapes are delicious. Brother, where did you get them? Sister-in-law, you must try some. Grandma, Mom, you should have a taste too. Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, presenting a bunch of grapes to everyone. Oh, I bought these. Enjoy them. There is plenty more, Chen Yizhou said. Everyone marveled at the exquisite taste of the fruit, as anything brought back by Chen Yizhou was bound to be delightful. After finishing the grapes, they began preparing dumplings, with Yuli eagerly joining to help. Elder Zhao and Lu Cuifeng admired Yuli's nimble work, thoroughly enjoying her presence. They cooked a chicken, a potato and rib stew, cold cucumber salad, sour and spicy cabbage, and accompanied it all with dumplings, leaving everyone satiated. After the meal, Chen Yizhou discussed plans with Yuli, deciding to work in the afternoon and visit her family closer to dinner time. By 4 o'clock, Chen Yizhou had translated 5 manuals and freshened up before heading downstairs. Yuli and the others were in the living room, enjoying the fan and chatting. Chen Yizhou, have you finished? Yuli asked. Yes, how about you? I'll grab a few things, and then we can set off. All right, I'll wait for you. Chen Yizhou went to the kitchen pantry, retrieving a box of Zhonghua cigarettes, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, 5 kilograms of pork, a 5-kilogram grass carp, 5 kilograms of apples, and 4 bunches of grapes, neatly packing them into bags before stepping outside. Lily, I'm ready. Let us go. Coming. He handed the fruits to Yuli to carry, secured the remaining items to his bicycle, and bid farewell to his family before pushing the bike out of the small courtyard. Seeing Chen Yizhou carrying so much, the people in the yard began to murmur among themselves. In the front yard, Old Li noticed and asked little Chen, carrying so much, Are you heading to your girlfriend's house? Chen Yizhou offered him a cigarette, replying, Yes, Old Li, since this is my first visit, I must make a proper impression. Old Li chuckled, accepting the cigarette. Good, good. You're doing well, don't worry. Your girlfriend's family will surely be pleased. Thank you for your kind words. We shall take our leave. Once outside the courtyard, Chen Yizhou followed Yuli's directions as they moved forward. It was Yuli's first time riding on Chen Yizhou's bicycle, and she was uncertain where to place her hands. Her left hand held the fruits while her right clutched the bike frame, feeling precarious. Noticing the significant sway in the back seat, Chen Yizhou turned to say, Lily, hold on tight. The road is a bit uneven, and the bike may wobble. Yuli, enduring the jostling, said, Chen Yizhou, please ride slowly. There is no need to rush. As the road grew increasingly uneven and the vehicle became more unstable, Yuli could no longer contain herself and reached out to grasp Chen Yizhou's clothing. The moment he felt the fabric tighten, he quickly understood. Lily, hold on tightly. If this is still uncomfortable for you, feel free to embrace me. I cannot. What would others think if they saw? Chapter 46. The first visit to the Yu family. Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on things. Just loosen your grip when someone arrives, Yuli reassured. Upon hearing this, she gradually relaxed her hold and embraced Chen Yizhou. A wave of warmth surged through Chen Yizhou's back, igniting a rush of excitement within him, prompting him to involuntarily accelerate. As the speed increased, the jostling intensified, and with it, his adrenaline surged, compounded by the incessant bumping of two balloons against his back. Much to his chagrin, he found himself in an embarrassing predicament. The body of a young man truly cannot withstand such trials. Yuli, suppressing her discomfort, tightened her grip and softly exclaimed, Chen Yizhou, could you slow down? It's too bumpy. Feeling a sudden pang in his waist, Chen Yizhou immediately regained his composure and reduced his speed, riding more gently. After approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard where Yuli resided. As Yuli dismounted, her legs faltered, and Chen Yizhou instinctively caught her to prevent her from falling. Let go, this is all your fault. Yuli scolded, a mix of embarrassment and anger in her tone. My fault indeed. Lily, I promise to be more cautious next time. I'll have my mother sew a cushion for the ride home so you can be more comfortable, Chen Yizhou quickly reassured her. While they conversed, an elderly gentleman emerged from the courtyard and inquired, Yuli, what brings you two here? Chen Yizhou promptly offered him a cigarette, saying, Sir, I am Li's boyfriend. Here to pay a visit. The elder accepted the cigarette, nodding, very well. Please do come in. Following Yuli, Chen Yizhou pushed the bicycle into the courtyard, where they were greeted by curious onlookers. Each time, he would offer a cigarette, asserting his presence. Upon reaching Yuli's home, only her mother and brother, Yu Haitao, were present. Her father had yet to return from work, and her sister, Yu Haitang, was likely out enjoying herself. Lili, who is this? Her mother inquired. Mom, this is Chen Yizhou, Yuli introduced him. Hello, Auntie. I apologize for the impromptu visit. Please forgive me. Chen Yizhou said as he began to bring in the items he had brought. You silly boy, why bring so much? Her mother feigned reproach, though inwardly she was beaming with joy, thinking that Chen Yizhou was indeed quite impressive. He had brought several bags of goods, earning respect for the family, even if the contents remained a mystery to her. Yet the neighbors were undoubtedly envious. Yu Haitao, however, was unconcerned with such matters. Upon seeing the bags, he began rummaging through them. When he discovered they contained cigarettes, alcohol, and meat, his interest waned. Yuli lifted one of the bags, saying, Haitao, what you're looking for is right here. Hastily, he scampered over. Sister, what's in there? Yuli placed the bag on the table. Take a look for yourself. Wow, so many apples and grapes. Mom, I want to eat. He exclaimed. Eat? Can't you ask for them properly? You have no manners at all, Yuli chided. Immediately, Yu Haitao turned to Chen Yizhou and obediently said, brother-in-law. Hello, Haitao, Chen Yizhou replied, pulling a handful of white rabbit milk candies from his bag, which was in fact from his spatial storage, and presenting them to him. Yu Haitao's eyes lit up as he gleefully accepted the candies. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lili, quickly brew some tea for Chen Yizhou. I will wash the fruits, her mother instructed. All right, Yuli replied, heading off to prepare the tea for Chen Yizhou. After Yu's mother finished washing the fruits, she eagerly pulled Yuli into the kitchen to commence the preparation of the meal, with an ulterior motive of seeking information. In the living room, only Chen Yizhou and the young Yu Haitao remained. With a child like him, one could easily win his heart with mere candies. Yu Shengli, after a leisurely day at work, strolled homeward, encountering Yu Haitang on his way. The father and daughter walked together. Upon entering the courtyard, they chanced upon elderly Shengli. You're back. Hurry home. A distinguished guest has arrived. Oh, all right, Yu Shengli responded, though his mind was racing with thoughts of who this esteemed guest could be, prompting him to quicken his pace. Arriving at the doorstep, he beheld a young man with his back to the door, playing with his son. Chen Yizhou, sensing someone had entered, turned to see it was the skilled worker from the workshop who had assisted him in making the fan blades. Chen Yizhou, you're here. Upon stepping inside, Yu Haitang immediately spotted Chen Yizhou. Haitang, is this your uncle? Chen Yizhou inquired tentatively. Yes, this is my dad. Chen Yizhou promptly extended his hands, greeting. Uncle Yu, how do you do? I didn't realize it was you last time. please don't hold it against me. Yu Shengli grasped his hand, saying, Technician Chen, it's quite all right. You have no reason to feel awkward. You have done splendidly. Just call me Xiao Chun or Yizhou. Please refrain from using technician. That's what outsiders call me. Very well, then I shall call you Yizhou. It feels more intimate. Dad, have you two met before? Yu Haidang, puzzled, interjected. Indeed, we have. I assisted Yizhou in crafting components at the factory. Yizhou has successfully produced a fan, and I've heard our factory is about to commence fan production. Yizhou, is it true that the steel mill will be manufacturing fans? Indeed, it is true. The workshop is already being established. Yizhou, since you crafted the fan, what position does the factory bestow upon you? Yu Haidang inquired further. Due to my short tenure at the factory, I hold the title of technical advisor for the fan workshop, receiving a monthly stipend of 10 yuan, culminating in a reward of 200 yuan, Chen Yizhou elucidated. Wow, Yizhou, you are impressive. Yu Haidang lauded. Haidang, must you be so loud? Yu's mother emerged from the kitchen with the dishes. Mom, we were just discussing how remarkable Chen Yizhou is. Yu Haidang rambled on, extolling Chen Yizhou's virtues. Upon hearing this, Yu's mother felt even more pleased with Chen Yizhou. She mused to herself, I must expedite matters. Such an excellent son-in-law cannot be allowed to slip away. As the dishes were served, Yu Shengli invited Chen Yizhou to take a seat. Chen Yizhou's eyes widened at the sight of the spread. Stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat, braised pork, stewed fish, and shredded potatoes. An impressive array indeed. Yizhou, shall we have a drink? Yu Shengli asked. Certainly, I shall join you for a drink. Though my capacity is limited. Let us take it easy. We'll drink well, but not to excess. Yu Shengli then called to Yu Li, Li, go fetch the wine. Yu Li promptly brought forth a bottle of Maotai, which Chen Yizhou had brought. Dad, this is brought by Chen Yizhou. I've heard it's quite good, so you should enjoy this. Oh, Yu Shengli cast a glance at Chen Yizhou and said, all right, let's enjoy this fine wine. The two filled their glasses to the brim. Chen Yizhou, taking the initiative, stood up and raised his glass, saying, Uncle Yu, I take the liberty of visiting today. I would like to toast to you. Please sit down. There is no need for such formality, Yu Shengli replied, downing his drink in one go. Chen Yizhou promptly filled his glass again, stating, Uncle Yu, for this second cup, I express my gratitude for your generous hospitality. Yizhou, you are overly courteous. There is no rush. Let us savor our drinks at a leisurely pace, Yu Shengli responded, lifting his glass as well. Chen Yizhou filled his glass once more. But upon noticing, Yu's mother quickly intervened, advising, Yizhou, please have some food first. Take your time with the wine. Very well, let us drink slowly. Chen Yizhou acquiesced to her suggestion. Chapter 47. Discussing marriage with parents today, the dining table was alive with the delightful bustle of a splendid meal. Yu Li and Yu Haitang maintained their composure, while Yu Haitao was less restrained, his chopsticks flying as he devoured his food, his cheeks perpetually stuffed. Unable to bear the sight, Yu Haitang seized Yu Haitao by the ear. How long has it been since you last ate? Haven't you been fed at home? Let go of me. The dishes are simply too delicious. Yu Haitao protested between mouthfuls. I will release you only if you eat slowly, Yu Haidang retorted fiercely. Fine. Just let me go, and I promise to eat at a more measured pace, Yu Haitao conceded. Meanwhile, Chen Yizhou and the others paid them no mind, enjoying their drinks and merriment. Xiao Chun, Yu Shengli inquired, the factory is currently asking if I would consider transferring to the new workshop. What are your thoughts on this matter? Uncle Yu, I believe it ultimately depends on your own perspective. Whether to leave or stay hinges on what would be most advantageous for you, came to reply. Very well, I will contemplate it carefully. Now let us drink. Yuli recounted the recent events that transpired in the Sihiyuan, prompting her parents to vehemently criticize the Yin family and subsequently express their concerns for Chen Yizhou. Yizhou, will you be all right? Yu's mother asked anxiously. Auntie, please do not worry. Everything is fine. After all, they instigated the trouble, and besides, I did not resort to violence. Chen Yizhou reassured her. Should anything arise, just call, and I will give them a stern reprimand, she offered. Thank you in advance. Chen Yizhou said as he raised his cup and drank it down in one go. After the meal, Yu Li and Yu Haitang began clearing the table while Yu's parents engaged in tea and conversation with Chen Yizhou. Yu's mother took the initiative to broach a topic. Yizhou, what are your thoughts regarding your relationship with Li? Auntie, my perspective is as follows. I will turn 20 next month and will be eligible to obtain a marriage certificate. How about we arrange a meal for both families to solidify the engagement? What do you think? Chen Yizhou proposed. That sounds wonderful, Yu's mother replied, her face lighting up with a smile. Uncle and auntie, I will prepare everything promptly. House, furniture, all of which are newly acquired. As for the betrothal gift, what are your views? Yu's mother waved her hand dismissively. As long as you treat Li well, the betrothal gift is of little consequence. A token gesture will suffice. That won't do. I cannot shortchange Li. Chen Yizhou insisted. Yu's mother interrupted. What do you mean by shortchanging? I can see you're a good young man who genuinely cares for Li. A modest betrothal gift will be quite sufficient. After pondering for a moment, Chen Yizhou suggested, Uncle and Annie, I would like to give 101 yuan, symbolizing the idea of being 1 in 100. What do you think? That is too much. The customary betrothal gift is merely 20 to 30 yuan. Yu's mother objected. Not all. Annie, for me, Li is priceless. Moreover, we have inquired and discovered that while the usual amount is indeed 20 to 30 yuan, gifts of 50, 60, 70, or even over 100 are not unheard of, especially among wealthier families. Therefore, please do not decline. Yu's mother quietly consulted Yu's father. What is your opinion? After some contemplation, Yu Shengli replied, agree to it. Let this money be entrusted to Li. Upon hearing this, Yu's mother turned to Chen Yizhou and declared, we shall heed your wishes. 1 in 100. Yu Li and Yu Haidang were eavesdropping behind, overhearing Chen Yizhou mention 1 in 100. Yu Haidang began to tease Yu Li, causing her to blush and become quite bashful. The three continued their conversation for a while, until Chen Yizhou glanced at the time and stood up, saying, Uncle, Annie, it's getting late, so I shall take my leave. What will be a convenient time for you in the next couple of days? I shall find a matchmaker to go through the process, to avoid any gossip later on. Yu Shengli pondered for a moment and replied, let us do it the day after tomorrow at noon. I will return then. All right, Uncle and Annie, I will be there on time the day after tomorrow. Li called Yu's mother, come out to see Yizhou off. All right, I'm coming, Yuli responded, stepping out directly. Yuli accompanied Chen Yizhou all the way to the gate of the courtyard. Chen Yizhou, have you been drinking? Can you still ride? Li, don't worry. I'm fine. My tolerance for alcohol is quite good. Indeed, regardless of whether Chen Yizhou's drinking capacity was commendable, as long as there was space, he could keep drinking. Well then, ride carefully, she advised. Okay, you head back, and I'll come by the day after tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Yuli, Chen Yizhou rode his bicycle towards the courtyard, beginning to contemplate how to navigate the evening ahead. As he passed by the police station, a thought struck him. He abruptly squeezed the brakes, turned around, and headed straight for the station. He mused, since the courtyard enjoys keeping things under wraps. With the police station and the neighborhood committee as my two powerful allies, what do I have to fear? Chen Yizhou leisurely returned to the courtyard. Yin Fugue was not at the entrance, but there were others inside, suggesting he had returned. As he walked through the central courtyard, the washerwoman Qin Huairu surprisingly did not come up to speak, and everything seemed normal among the others in the yard. He returned to the eastern courtyard, where his family had already finished dinner. Upon inquiring about the situation, he learned that Yin Fugue had returned during dinner, and both Yi Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had visited them. Chen Yizhou thought to himself, when the troops come, I shall defend. When the water flows, I shall divert it. It all depends on how they respond. Granny Zhao and Lu Suifeng inquired about Chen Yizhou's visit to the Yu family. Chen Yizhou recounted the situation and the results of their discussion truthfully. Good, Granny Zhao smiled and said, Suifeng, tomorrow you should go to this area and find a decent matchmaker. Have her come to the house the day after tomorrow in the morning to accompany Yizhou to the Yu family. All right, Mother, Lu Suifeng agreed. Granny, there are so many customs I don't understand. Could you please explain them to me? Chen Yizhou asked. Yizhou, this is the capital. It is certainly different from home. No worries. There will be a matchmaker, right? Just ask her what to prepare when the time comes. Ah, yes. The matchmaker will surely be knowledgeable. Chen Yizhou nodded. As they were speaking, a knock echoed at the courtyard gate. Chen Yizhou, The meeting is starting. The meeting is starting. I'll be right there. Chen Yizhou called out from inside. The others exchanged glances, thinking it was as expected. Following the usual routine, Chen Yizhou and Chen Xiaoyan carried the stools first, followed by Granny Zhao and Lu Cuifang. They secured the courtyard door and headed straight for the central courtyard. Upon arriving at the courtyard, a bustling scene unfolded before me, filled with boastful chatter and the laughter of children frolicking about. The stage was bare, with several distinguished gentlemen yet to make their appearance. As I observed the surroundings, a voice called out, "Chen Yizhou, over here." Following the sound, I spotted Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi waving from corner. After a moment's contemplation, I led the way towards them. Once seated, Su Damao inquired, "Chen Yizhou, today, Xiaoyi, and I visited her family. What transpired? Are we convening a meeting? I hope it isn't yet another donation for the Zhao family." Lu Xiaoyi, equally curious, turned her gaze towards me. Unconsciously, I found my eyes drifting towards her bosom, prompting a flush to rise upon her cheeks as she slightly bent her body. However, after a brief moment of contemplation, she huffed softly, straightened her posture, and her confidence appeared to swell magnificently. This reaction left me feeling quite embarrassed. I hastily replied, "Damao, this matter concerns me. They're preparing to target me." Chapter 48. Another meeting of the entire courtyard. "Ah, it's about you. Chen Yizhou, what on earth has happened?" Lu Xiaoyi exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Sensing Lu Xiaoyi's concern, Chen Yizhou recounted the events in detail. How could the Yin family behave in such a manner? They are utterly shameless. But Chen Yizhou, your words are rather scathing, aren't they? Su Damao Dizet, wasn't I just provoked? Who forces others to be their partner and spouts all sorts of fallacies? Chen Yizhou replied indignantly. Then, Chen Yizhou, you must exercise caution. Lu Xiaoyi warned anxiously. As they conversed, a sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. Looking up, they saw Yizhonghai, Lu Haizhong, and the entire Yin family approaching from the front courtyard. The three elders proceeded directly to the table, while the three matriarchs and several children took their seats below. Yin Jieqing still appeared dazed and lost. Ahem, the meeting is commencing, Lu Haizhong announced. The purpose of today's meeting is primarily to address a very atrocious incident that occurred in the courtyard. Ahem. Yin Fuguwei could no longer contain himself and coughed twice. Upon noticing, Yizhonghai rapped the table lightly and said, "All right, let me speak a few words. Has Chen Yizhou arrived? Stand up. What is it, Elder Yi?" Chen Yizhou complied and stood up. "Step forward," Yizhonghai commanded with a stern expression. Chen Yizhou obediently walked to the front. "Chen Yizhou, do you have anything to say regarding today's incident?" Yizhonghai inmuted. "I have nothing to say." "Good, since you plead guilty. Now, you should first apologize to the family of the third elder and then discuss compensation properly," Yizhonghai ordered. "Plead guilty? Daddy, are your ears malfunctioning? What did I confess? Apologize and compensate? Are you dreaming?" Chen Yizhou gazed at Yizhonghai in disbelief. "Chen Yizhou, what is your attitude? You yourself stated that there is nothing to say, which implies guilt, does it not?" Yizhonghai's anger flared. "My statement of having nothing to say means that I believe I am not at fault for today's events. What more is there to discuss?" "Not at fault? You have taken Yin Jieqing's partner and caused the third elder and his wife to fall ill from anger, landing them in a hospital. With all these transgressions, you still believe you are blameless? It seems this courtyard cannot accommodate you. We must expel you. Yizhonghai, who informed you that I took Yin Jieqing's partner? Ask Yin Jieqing if he has a partner." I scolded Yin Fuguwei and the third matriarch because they were unreasonable and obstinate. Their anger leading to illness only demonstrates their small-mindedness and inability to hear the truth, Chen Yizhou retorted directly. Upon hearing this, Yin Fuguwei trembled with rage, nearly losing his balance, clutching the table tightly to avoid falling. The third matriarch directly fainted onto Yin Jiefang. "You, Chen Yizhou, how can you speak like that? Look at how you have enraged the third elder and matriarch. Hurry and apologize. You clearly have no respect for the elderly or care for the young." Lu Haizhong stood up to chastise. "Lu Haizhong, let me tell you, I hold in high regard the elderly deserving of respect and cherish the young worthy of care." Yet you dare to discuss the virtues of respecting the elderly and loving the young with me. Which elder and which child do you honor? Perhaps you should first manage your own affairs. Day after day, you squander your time at home, mistreating your children, driving them away from you. Be wary, for in your old age, you may find yourself without a single son by your side. You. Lu Haizhong pointed at Chen Yizhou, speechless with indignation. Chen Yizhou. Yizhonghai slammed his palm on the table, demanding, mind your attitude. What attitude do you expect from me? Yizhonghai. Is it true that meetings are to be held in silence? Is it solely the prerogative of you three esteemed gentlemen to decide everything? Chen Yizhou stepped forward, slapping the table, startling the three elders. Why gather so many people for a meeting if you alone will dictate the terms? A simple notification would suffice. Turning to address the crowd, Chen Yizhou continued, many present witnessed the events of this afternoon. We are all aware of what transpired. Yet the three elders came forth to condemn me without allowing me to speak. What is this if not a regression into history? They wish to establish a dictatorship, to reign supreme in this courtyard as emperors. Upon hearing this, the three elders were taken aback. Yizhonghai striking the table once more, silence. What is it, Yizhonghai? Are you eager to assume the throne? I shall speak, for this is a time when the people rule, and the realm belongs to the populace. Chen Yizhou declared with righteous indignation. You. Yizhonghai was infuriated. At that moment, Shazhu could no longer contain himself. Rising to his feet and charging at Chen Yizhou with a raised fist, shouting, How dare you disrespect the elder? I will end you. Chen Yizhou, watch out. Brother, be careful, shouted Lu Xiaoyi and Chen Xiaoyan in unison. Chen Yizhou sensed a fierce gust approaching from behind. This was a deadly strike. Enraged, he crouched down, extending his right foot in a swift circular motion, turning to stand upright, his left fist striking Shazhu's outer elbow. With a sharp crack, the elbow was broken. Determined to impart a profound lesson to Shazhu, Chen Yizhou did not relent. Rather, he unleashed a powerful kick with his right leg, catching Shazhu squarely in the chest, sending him flying forward to 5 meters away. Though it may seem slow in recounting, the entire exchange transpired in mere seconds, from Lu Xiaoyi and Chen Xiaoyan's warning to Shazhu's flight through the air. Shazhu, brother, Yizhonghai and He Yushui rushed to his side. Lying on the ground, Shazhu howled in pain, clutching his chest, his right arm bent at an unnatural angle. Shazhu, what has happened? They cried in unison. Elder, my right arm is broken, my chest hurts terribly, there may be fractures. Shazhu gasped in agony. Chen Yizhou, Yizhonghai shouted furiously, we are all from the same courtyard. What enmity do you harbor? Why strike him so brutally? Look at what you have done to Shazhu. An excellent inquiry. Chen Yizhou replied, fixing his gaze on He Yushui. Shazhu, what animosity exists between us? Do you wish to kill me? Who told you to disrespect the elder? If not you, then who should I strike? Shazhu retorted impulsively. Are you truly foolish enough to be called a fool? Is Yizhonghai your father? And yet you show him such disrespect? What of it? Is disrespectful behavior warrant a death sentence? I. He Yushui found himself at a loss for words. Chen Yizhou interjected. Zhuzi was merely impulsive and acted in a moment of desperation. He never intended to take your life. In a moment of desperation? Yizhonghai, do you believe the others in the courtyard are blind? He Yushui's fist was aimed directly at the back of my head. Is this not premeditated murder? Chen Yizhou countered. Chapter 49. The assembly of the entire court continues. Chen Yizhou, disregarding the facts, confronted Yizhonghai, who had injured a pillar. What are you going to do about compensation? Chen Yizhou laughed in disbelief. Yizhonghai, how do you propose I compensate? You have harmed the pillar to such an extent that it will be unable to work for an extended period, at least several months of rest. Therefore, I decree that you shall compensate the pillar with 1,000 yuan. Furthermore, since he cannot work, you must provide for his and Yushui's livelihood until he is able to return. Is there anything else, old E? Chen Yizhou inquired calmly. Indeed, you shall also compensate the family of the third uncle with 500 yuan. I have decided that this matter shall be settled this way, and I trust that the third uncle will not pursue the issue any further, Yizhonghai declared, casting a glance at Yan Fugue. Upon hearing the mention of a 500 yuan compensation, Yin Fugui felt elated, and with a magnanimous demeanor, he stated, as long as the compensation is satisfactory, I can overlook the past. Chen Yizhou silently scoffed and said, Old E, I have a question. Speak. Old E, I just moved in and heard that He Yizhou often fought this and that in the courtyard. After such altercations, you would demand that He Yizhou pay a few yuan to settle the matter. Why has it changed in my case? Indeed, Old E, last time I had a quarrel with you, I was attacked by He Yizhou, and you only required him to pay me 3 or 5 yuan, which barely covered medical expenses. Why is it that now you demand so much from Chen Yizhou? Su Damao intazet. Su Damao. This is none of your concern. Silence yourself. Yi Zhonghai retorted before turning back to Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou, to state whether you will compensate or not. Yi Zhonghai, you old schemer, dreaming of making me pay. In my view, He Yizhou is a product of your indulgence. He is merely your pet. You shower him with affection, and when someone opposes you, he rushes out to attack. Afterward, you smooth things over with a few yuan, Chen Yizhou shot back. The crowd murmured in agreement, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed, I was merely exchanging words with Old E last time, and He Yizhou attacked me. It seems He Yizhou only assaults those who stand up to Old E, they echoed. Seeing the tide turning against him, Yi Zhonghai shouted, Chen Yizhou, do not divert the topic. We are discussing your compensation. Yi Zhonghai, what is the matter? Is it distressing to see He Yizhou suffer the consequences of his actions? I say he got what he deserved. If he chooses to be a dog, he must be prepared for the consequences. Yi Zhonghai está merit in fury. Furthermore, Chen Yizhou addressed Yin Fugui, I wish to ask you, as a teacher, how do you have the audacity to demand compensation for your family's disgraceful actions? I will visit the school tomorrow to inquire how someone like you could possibly be a teacher. Isn't this teaching children the wrong values? Chen Yizhou boldly confronted him. The crowd began to murmur in disapproval. Indeed, isn't this teaching children the wrong lessons? Yes, the third uncle's family is utterly shameless. Truly, I would be embarrassed to face anyone after such actions. Yin Fugui, upon hearing this, could not contain himself and coughed up a mouthful of blood, causing chaos to erupt in the Yin household. In broad daylight, amidst the clamoring chaos, someone urgently cried for the police, declaring that Chen Yizhou was utterly lawless and must be apprehended and imprisoned. The scene was beyond control for Yi Zhonghai. Indeed, he must be incarcerated. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, Shazhu seemed to regain his vigor. No need for that. As the crowd turned to look, Director Zhang of the police station, accompanied by 2 officers and Director Wang from the street office, entered through the moon gate. Director Zhang, Director Wang, you have arrived just in time. Look at the state Chen Yizhou has left He Yizhou in. Yi Zhonghai approached them, exasperated. Oh, it hurts terribly. He Yizhou cried out in feigned agony. Director Zhang approached for an examination and informed Director Wang, it's nothing serious. His right hand is broken, and while his sternum is intact, it may be fractured. Director Zhang, you must apprehend Chen Yizhou and lock him away. Shazhu pleaded loudly. Silence. Let us ascertain the facts before proceeding. Director Zhang interjected. Director Zhang, the evidence is clear. What more is there to investigate? Yi Zhonghai retorted. How I conduct my investigation is not for you to instruct. Director Zhang replied, visibly irked. I wouldn't dare. Yi Zhonghai quickly gestured in deference. Director Zhang then turned to Director Wang, stating, Today, I must say, I have gained invaluable insights. Director Wang nodded in agreement, indeed. I too have learned much today. It turned out that both had received prior notice from Chen Yizhou and had secretly observed the unfolding drama from the moon gate. Chen Yizhou, you are being accused by them. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Director Zhang inquired. Director Zhang, Director Wang, I assure you, I am not at fault in this matter. Chen Yizhou recounted the events from the morning's confrontation with the Yin family to the evening's assembly in great detail. Upon hearing this, Director Wang remarked, Very well, let us clarify each matter step by step. Yin Fugui, is what Chen Yizhou said true? Director Wang asked. Indeed, it is true, but we did consult a matchmaker at Yu Li's house, Yin Fu replied. Did she agree to be Yin Jieching's partner? No, but she did not outright refuse. Yin Fu attempted to justify. Director Wang, amused yet exasperated, responded, Are you really trying to play word games with me? Let me ask you, later on, when Yuli clearly stated her unwillingness to be Yin Jieqing's partner, why did you all persist? Is it not because I felt sorry for Jieqing? I thought perhaps if Yuli showed him some pity, she could just be with him. Yin Fugui countered. By your logic, Chen Yizhou is also not wrong. What a homeless man. Why do you not extend your pity to him? That is different. No matter how pitiable he is, it has nothing to do with us. Yin Fugui insisted. How is it different? No matter how pitiable Yin Jieqing is. What does it have to do with Yuli? That is not the same, Yin Fugui argued. How is it not the same? Director Wang pressed. My family sought a matchmaker. So you're bringing this up again? Are you? Yin Fugui. I shall formally write to your school tomorrow to inquire how someone with your questionable moral character was allowed to become a teacher. And as for your Uncle San, he need not continue in his position either. Director Wang, I made a mistake. Yin Fugui hurriedly pleaded. Yin Fugui, your words are no longer necessary. Regarding your punishment, await our notification. Director Wang raised his hand to interrupt Yin Fugui. At this moment, Director Zhang interjected. In the wake of Yu Li's unequivocal rejection, Yin Fugui, as an educator, has acted in a manner that contravenes a woman's autonomy, effectively coercing her. Wouldn't you agree? Indeed, Zhang affirmed. This situation fundamentally violates a woman's consent and constitutes coercion. Should the victim choose to file a report, we shall duly process it. Then I shall file a report immediately. Chen Yizhou asserted. You? Yes, Yuli is my partner, and we are on the verge of engagement. As a representative of the victim's family, I am compelled to take this action, Chen Yizhou stated earnestly. Chapter 50. Continuation of the General Assembly. Director Zhang waved his hand, and Yin Fugui was apprehended. Yin Fugui's face turned pale. Chen Yizhou, you cannot do this. Have you not harmed me enough already? The police, indifferent to his pleas, swiftly placed handcuffs on him. With Chen Yizhou ignoring him, Yin Fugui could only seek help from Yi Zhonghai. Yi Zhonghai, mustering his courage, approached. Director Zhang, this is all a misunderstanding. Could you possibly release old Yin? A misunderstanding? Director Zhang retorted. Great figures have proclaimed that women can hold up half the sky. To contravene a woman's will and to coerce her. Given the circumstances of this case, a minimum of 6 months in prison, with the maximum penalty being death. Upon hearing this, the three ants fainted in shock, and chaos erupted at the scene. Despair flickered in Yin Fugui's eyes. Director Zhang, what will happen to old Yin? Yi Zhonghai remained composed. Well, his situation is not overly severe. He is likely to receive a sentence of 6 months to 1 year. But he will certainly lose his job. If we can obtain the victim's understanding, he may avoid imprisonment, Director Zhang elucidated. Yin Fugui's eyes brightened. I am willing to compensate. Chen Yizhou, please forgive me. Director Zhang remained silent, observing Chen Yizhou. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yizhou inquired, Yin Fugui, do you genuinely wish to compensate the victim, or are you being coerced? I genuinely wish to compensate. I am not being coerced. Yin Fugui hastily replied. Very well. In the presence of Director Zhang and Director Wang, I shall act on behalf of Yuli. As per your request, you voluntarily agree to compensate Yuli with 500 yuan for emotional and reputational damages, and I will withdraw the case on her behalf. Isn't 500 too much, Xiao Chen? Can we lower it? Yin Fugui negotiated. Yin Fugui, you cannot have double standards. When you sought compensation from me, did you think 500 was excessive? This is the amount. If you wish to compensate, I will withdraw the case. If not, you shall go to jail. With a determined bite of his lip, Yin Fugui conceded, I will pay. The three ants returned home, retrieved 500 yuan, and handed it to Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou requested Yin Fugui to draft a voluntary compensation agreement, which Director Wang witnessed. Yin Fugui, humiliated and burdened by the hefty sum, felt as though his heart was bleeding. After being released by the police, he promptly returned home with his family. Now, He Yizhou, let us discuss your situation. Director Zhang addressed He Yizhou. Based on our interviews with the individuals present at the scene, Chen Yizhou's account holds truth. Do you have anything to say? Director Zhang, I have nothing to say, He Yizhou replied. Very well. With a wave of his hand, Director Zhang commanded, arrest him. Huh? Chen Yizhou, look at you now. He Zhaozhu laughed maniacally. Comrades of the police, You have apprehended the wrong person. Chen Yizhou is over there. He Yizhou's laughter turned to despair as he looked at the handcuffs on his wrists, bewildered. You have not made a mistake. You are the one we are arresting. He Yizhou. You are suspected of intentional homicide. Come with us, Director Zhang declared loudly. Director Zhang, have you made an error? Chen Yizhou is the one who is violent. Yizhongkai Panichkit. Yizhonghai, we conduct our investigations based on facts, unlike you, who conveniently disregards them. We shall base our actions on facts and adhere to the law as our guiding principle, leaving no transgressor unpunished. In the case of He Yizhou, even if Chen Yizhou were to kill him on the spot, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense, incurring no liability whatsoever. Upon hearing Director Zhang's subtle insinuation directed at him, Yizhonghai, for the sake of Shaju, mustered the courage to inquire, how would a case like his be adjudicated? He, having committed attempted murder, despite its incompletion, will face severe repercussions, given that Chen Yizhou is of a distinguished lineage. The sentence will commence at a minimum of 1 year and could extend to 3 years. Dear uncle, please save my brother. He Yushui cried out, on the verge of despair. Shaju, how many times have I advised you to temper your actions and refrain from resorting to violence? Look where it has led you now. As she spoke, He Yushui erupted into tears. I never anticipated the severity of this. It was never like this before, Shaju lamented, equally distraught. He Yizhou, let me enlighten you. In the past, Yizhonghai was there to shield you. Whenever trouble arose, he would threaten everyone with the prestigious reputation of the courtyard, insisting that internal matters be resolved within. Otherwise, you would have frequented the police station far more times than you can count. Is what Chen Yizhou said true, Yizhonghai? Did you indeed leverage the courtyard's esteemed status to deter reporting incidents? What is your true intention? Do you genuinely aspire to be a local tyrant? Director Wang interrogated sternly. Director Wang, allow me to explain. My intention was to spare you all from trouble by resolving matters independently. My motivations were pure, devoid of any selfish interests. Yizhonghai defended himself. You 3 elders are merely appointed liaison officers by the street office, tasked primarily with conveying documents and policies and mediating trivial neighborhood disputes. When did you acquire the authority to handle criminal cases? Director Wang retorted vehemently at Yizhonghai. After a brief pause, Director Wang continued. Do you dare claim to be devoid of selfish motives? What transpired with the Jia family? What He Yizhou? Can you honestly assert that you did not enable these actions? Without your intervention, would He Yizhou have dared to inflict such harm? He merely relied on your protection. Enough of your role as an elder. It's time to relinquish it. Upon concluding his remarks, Director Wang bowed to the crowd, expressing, I apologize to you all. My failure to execute my duties has allowed Yizhonghai and his associates to deceive me for years without uncovering the issues at hand. I acknowledge my negligence. After bowing again, he rose and continued. From this day forth, Liu Haizhong will temporarily assume the role of elder. He shall not possess any authority to handle matters, but will solely convey our street office's documents and new policies. Should any issues arise, please bring them to the street office, and we will address them promptly. Indeed. The crowd collectively applauded. Yizhonghai, I hereby impose upon you and Yan Fuge a 3-month educational course on civic virtue at the street office, alongside a month of cleaning the alleyways. Is there any objection? Director Wang stated firmly. None whatsoever. Yizhonghai replied, feeling humiliated. Deep down, he realized that the dynamics of the courtyard had irrevocably changed. He was no longer the one in control. After Director Wang dismissed the gathering, the crowd dispersed in small groups. Director Zhang, accompanied by 2 officers, escorted He Yizhou directly to the hospital, intending to attend to his injuries first. Xiao Chun, I owe you an apology, said Director Wang as she approached Chen Yizhou. No, Aunt Wang, I'm truly grateful for your support today. Chen Yizhou responded with a smile. Xiao Chun, it is I who should be thanking you. Had you not informed me, I would have remained unaware of the significant issues within this hospital. Aunt Wang, I did that merely for my own protection, Chen Yizhou remarked, touching his head. Chapter 51. Shaju is captured. Yuli delivers money. All right, it's getting late. I shan't delay our conversation any further. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall take my leave now. Kindly extend my regards to your grandmother and mother. Director Wang waved his hand. Understood. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude. After bidding farewell to Director Wang, Chen Yizhou reflected on the significant support he received from both Director Zhang and Director Wang today, regardless of the circumstances. He resolved to find an appropriate occasion to convey his gratitude. The General Assembly of the entire institute came to a close. However, this particular meeting would have profound implications for the future trajectory of the courtyard. Lu Haizhong returned home in high spirits. Darling, I'm elated today. Fry me a few eggs. I wish to indulge in a couple of drinks. In stark contrast, Yi Zhonghai returned home dejected, sitting silently in the living room. Observing his demeanor, Auntie Yi offered some comfort. Old Yi, do not let your spirits be dampened. Ever since Chen Yizhou arrived, this courtyard has been in a constant state of unrest. With a resounding thud, Yi Zhonghai slammed his hand on the table. Enough. Do not say another word. I shall take a trip to the backyard. Chen Yizhou and his family returned to their small courtyard, followed closely by Su Damao and his wife. Brother Chen, it is indeed you who has brought this about. Those old gentlemen have been thoroughly humiliated. I am exceedingly pleased, Su Damao exclaimed, as if Chen Yizhou were avenging him. Brother, you are truly remarkable. How did you manage to extract such a sum from third uncle? Su Xiaoyan added with excitement. Damao, did I not mention it previously? As long as they dare to provoke me, I shall bestow upon them a profound lesson. Just wait and see. After this incident, Yi Zhonghai and Yin Fuguwei will tread carefully, and the courtyard shall enjoy a long period of tranquility. Indeed, old lady Zhao concurred. Having suffered several setbacks at Chen Yizhou's hands, they are unlikely to act recklessly in the future. Brother Chen, I suspect Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady will certainly come seeking you out. Are you prepared to let Shaju go? Su Damao inquired. I doubt Shaju will escape so easily this time. Did you not hear Director Zhang mention that they would enforce strict and severe measures? If Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady approach me seeking a letter of understanding, I shall grant it, provided they can meet my price. After all, who bears a grudge against money, right? Brother Chen, doesn't T that imply you are letting him off the hook? No, Damao. Shaju serving additional time in prison offers me no advantage whatsoever. If he wishes to avoid extended incarceration and is willing to pay, why should I refuse him? Taking a sip of tea, Chen Yizhou continued, just wait and see. Even if he escapes this time, should Shaju fail to amend his ways, he will face far greater misfortunes in the future. Chen Yizhou, why are you so wicked? Lu Xiao, Ichakold. Sister Xiao Yi, you are unjustly accusing me. It is always they who initiate provocations. My philosophy is simple. Should they come to provoke me, I shall seize the opportunity to extract a profit. I am curious to discover just how deep their pockets truly are. Upon hearing Chen Yizhou's candid remarks about extorting money, everyone fell silent. The following morning, Yi Zhonghai requested Jia Dongshu to help him take a leave of absence, and he stealthily accompanied the deaf old lady to the police station. Whom are you looking for? The gatekeeper inquired, blocking their way. Sir, let us seek out Director Zhang, Yi Zhonghai suggested. The elderly man glanced at the two and gestured, go ahead. Follow this path straight in. You will find him in the director's office. Thank you, sir, the two replied and entered the office where Director Zhang was present. Yi Zhonghai carefully seated the deaf elderly woman in a chair and inquired, Director Zhang, how is Yi Yizhou faring now? We visited the hospital yesterday for his bandaging. There are no significant issues. With some rest, he will recover, Director Zhang replied. Director Zhang, may I ask, if we manage to obtain Chen Yizhou's forgiveness, what will be the likely sentence for Yi Yizhou? If you can secure the victim's understanding, Yi Yizhou might face 1 or 2 months of re-education through labor. Otherwise, it starts at a year, considering it is attempted murder. Could not be less. Unfortunately, no. In cases involving martyrs' families, we must report accordingly. Yi Zhonghai and the elderly woman fell silent upon hearing this. After a moment, she spoke. Director Zhang, may we meet Yi Yizhou? Certainly, follow me. The two followed Director Zhang to the detention room, where they found Yi Yizhou, who appeared utterly wretched. His right hand was immobilized with a splint, suspended before him, and his chest was bound with thick bandages, his clothes soiled. Zhuzi, the elderly woman called out. Grandma, Uncle, are you here to take me home? Yizhou exclaimed with delight. Zhonghai weighed his words carefully. Zhuzi, this situation is a bit complicated, but rest assured, the elderly lady and I will do our utmost to secure your release. A chill ran through Yizhou. I didn't even harm him. Why am I being arrested? Once I'm out, I will make sure to deal with him. Zhuzi, mind your words, Zhonghai admonished, casting a glance at Director Zhang. We will return to seek a letter of forgiveness from Chen Yizhou, but I fear this may require a considerable sum. How much do you have left? Uncle, I still have over 500 yuan in the box under my bed, Yizhou replied candidly. Zhuzi, after working for several years, how do you only have this little? Well, I borrowed some from Sister Qin, Yizhou admitted bashfully. How much did you lend her? I didn't keep a close count, perhaps around 200 or 300. You. Zhuzi, sigh, let us first return and assess the situation. We will discuss it further then, Zhonghai said, resigned. As they were leaving, the elderly woman reassured. Zhuzi, do not worry. Grandma will ensure you do not serve time. Once outside the police station and onto the street, Zhonghai inquired, elderly lady, what should we do now? The deaf elderly woman replied, Zhonghai, Zhuzi must not face any consequences. Carry me to the steel factory. I shall swallow my pride and seek help. At that moment, Chen Yizhou was not in the courtyard, but had brought a few bunches of grapes to Yuli's home. Chen Yizhou, did you not say you would come tomorrow? Why are you here today? Yuli asked. Chen Yizhou glanced around to ensure no one was watching. Li, I simply missed you. Yuli blushed and playfully slapped Chen Yizhou, chiding, stop with your nonsense and speak seriously. All right, let's be serious. Yesterday, I noticed your fondness for grapes, so I brought you a few more bunches today, Chen Yizhou said as he placed the grapes on the table. Is that all? Yuli expressed her disbelief. Hee, I knew I couldn't fool you. You are the smartest, Lily. Chen Yizhou complimented as he retrieved a stack of money from his bag and placed it on the table. Chen Yizhou, why are you bringing out so much money? Yuli exclaimed in surprise. Lily, this is not my money. It is yours. My money? How come I had no idea I possessed such a sum? Lily, this is the money I earned for you yesterday. Chapter 52. Yuli was taken aback, her eyes fixed on the pile of money on the table. Chen Yizhou, what have you done? You haven't engaged in any wrongdoing, have you? Lily, calm down. Just take a look at this, Chen Yizhou replied, handing her the voluntary compensation letter written by Yen Fuge. Upon receiving the document, Yuli stared at it in disbelief. Chen Yizhou, is this for real? Pinch me quickly. Chen Yizhou cumplia. Jean li pinching Yulia lischuk. What you two up to? A loud voice interrupted, startling both Chen Yizhou and Yuli. Wow, sis. Where did all this money come from? It was Yu Haitang, who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Upon hearing Yu Haitang's exclamation, Yumu approached, and upon seeing the substantial sum of money, she hurriedly closed the door. Yizhou, what are you doing with so much money? She inquired. Auntie, this isn't my money. It belongs to Lily. I brought it for her today. Lily's money? How could she possibly have so much? Yumu was equally perplexed. Yu Haitang stood beside her, equally bewildered. Yuli quickly urged Chen Yizhou, you must explain everything to Mom. Chen Yizhou recounted the events of the previous day, the altercation, the assembly held in the courtyard, the police report, and his demand for compensation from Yen Fugue. Yizhou, are you sure it's all right to accept such a large sum from someone else? Rest assured, Auntie, it's perfectly fine. The police chief, Director Zhang, and the street office director, Wang, were all present, and besides, there's this document, Chen Yizhou said, taking the voluntary compensation letter from Yu Li and handing it to Yumu. Since Yumu could not read, she asked Yu Haitang to read it aloud. After Yu Haitang finished reading, Yumu felt reassured. Yizhou, since this money was acquired through your efforts, it is yours. You may keep it. She attempted to hand the money to Chen Yizhou. That won't do, Annie. I reported the incident in Lily's name and sought compensation on her behalf. Director Zhang and Director Wang were witnesses. This money is compensation for Lily, so she should keep it. Yumu was reluctant to accept, and sensing the awkwardness, Chen Yizhou decided to leave. He quickly stood up and said, Annie, I have many tasks from the factory that I still need to complete. I'll come back tomorrow at noon. With that, he hurried out the door, pushing his bike as he went. Hey, Yizhou, Yumu called after him. But it was too late. Mom, please take the money. Yuli insisted, offering the cash to Yumu. All right, Lily, I'll hold on to this money for now. When your father returns, we can discuss how to handle it. Chen Yizhou swiftly rode his bike home and immediately began his translation work. He had no choice. He needed tickets, and he couldn't approach his superior until he finished. After working diligently until noon, he completed 3 documents, all flawlessly executed. After lunch, Chen Yizhou grabbed the translated materials and prepared to leave. Yizhou, where are you going? Lu Cuifeng asked. Mom, I'm heading to the steel mill. Wait a moment. The bicycle seat cushion you asked me to make is ready. Take it with you. All right. Chen Yizhou secured the cushion that Lu Cuifeng had prepared and headed straight for the steel mill. In the office of the steel mill's director, Director Yang beamed upon seeing the abundance of translated materials, showering Chen Yizhou with lavish praise. However, Chen Yizhou was well aware of Yang's true nature. He was merely a master of empty flattery, lacking any substantial insights. Nevertheless, Chen's intention was never to forge a connection with him. After bidding farewell to Director Yang, he made his way directly to the logistics department. Knock, knock. Chen Yizhou rapped on the door of Li Huaide's office. Come in, came the reply. Pushing the door open, he found Li Huaide engrossed in some writing at his desk. Ah, young Chen, what a rare visit. What brings you here today? Li Yi, your words amuse me. I have been busy translating. You see, I just delivered the materials and hurried over to see you. I even brought you a little something. Chen Yizhou responded, retrieving a bottle of kidney-nourishing liquor from his satchel. Li Huaide examined the elegant bottle and inquired, What is this? It's liquor, Chen Yizhou replied. Liquor? Pray tell, what is its significance? This liquor serves but one purpose. It nourishes the kidneys. Nourishes the kidneys? Ah, yes, as men age, you understand, Li Ge. This is something I acquired with great difficulty. Li Huaide opened the bottle and took a swig, immediately feeling a warm sensation coursing from his throat to his lower abdomen, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. He felt a stirring within. Brother Chen, this is exquisite liquor. I wonder if you can procure more? Is it truly that remarkable? Li Yi, brother, I am not exaggerating. I have tasted countless liquors. I can discern their quality with just one sip. Chen Yizhou then produced another bottle. Li Yi, I managed to acquire only 2 bottles in total. Since you enjoy it, I shall give you both. Li Huaide accepted the bottle, giving a thumbs up. My brother, you are generous. Tell me, is there anything troubling you? If it lies within my power, I shall assist you. Li Ge, what troubles could I possibly have? However, there's a small matter that might be a concern to you. Oh, do tell. Li Ge, it pertains to the matter of my proposal to my father-in-law tomorrow. Yet, I find myself lacking the necessary tickets for the 3-wheelers. While they can be obtained on the black market, I am apprehensive about such an approach. Therefore, I must seek your assistance. What do you require? Li Ge, I shall be straightforward. I desire 2 tickets for ladies' bicycles, one for my future wife and another for my sister. Additionally, I would like a radio ticket and a men's watch ticket. As for ladies' watches, I would prefer 2, but 3 would not be excessive. Chen Yizhou said, feeling a bit sheepish. Ah, brother. Li Huaide chuckled while pointing at Chen Yizhou. Do you consider my office a wholesale market? Li Yi, I find myself without options, and you're the only leader I know. Who else should I turn to? After all, you are quite generous. Chen Yizhou complimented. Li Huaide opened his drawer and retrieved 2 watch tickets, one for a man and one for a woman. Brother, I currently possess only these 2 tickets. Take them for now. I will help you find the remainder. Hasten to finalize your translation. I shall converse with Director Yang to see if a reward can be bestowed upon you. Chen Yizhou accepted the ticket with gratitude, expressing, Your generosity is appreciated, brotherly. Should you require assistance in the future, simply point the way. Ah, yo rascal. Li Huaide chuckled heartily at Chen Yizhou's obsequious demeanor. After bidding farewell to Li Huaide, Chen Yizhou meandered through the technical department, enjoying a cup of tea with Engineer Liu and colleagues before returning home. Upon arriving home, he resumed his diligent efforts, successfully completing 2 more documents. Tomorrow, with a bit of time set aside, he will be able to translate the remaining materials entirely. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. It has been detected that the host is to be engaged. Rewards include 5 boxes of the Qianmin, 5 boxes of mitai, 50 pounds of white rabbit creamy candy, 50 pounds of brown sugar, 50 pounds of the Hong Pao tea, and 50 rolls of fabric in various colors to choose from. Chapter 53. Bringing the matchmaker to the Yu family. Oh dear, what a grand occasion. Thanks to the system, truly magnificent. If the engagement is this impressive, I wonder what you shall prepare for the wedding. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Chen Yizhou was summoned by Lu Zifang. Yizhou, hurry up. The matchmaker, Aunt Zhang, is coming over soon. She will share some important details with you, so pay close attention. Understood, Mom. Aunt Zhang arrived at 8 o'clock, and upon seeing Chen Yizhou, exclaimed, "My, what a handsome young man, and your courtyard is quite splendid." Aunt Zhang, please have a seat, Chen Yizhou offered, hastily preparing tea for her. I'm quite inexperienced in these matters, so I'll be relying on your guidance today. What should I prepare? In these times, there is not much to discuss. Some families offer half a kilogram of sugar, others a kilogram of pork. It all depends on one's circumstances. Now, tell me what you have prepared. And Zhang, I have a pack of cigarettes, 2 bottles of wine, 2 kilograms of tea leaves, 2 kilograms of brown sugar, 5 kilograms of pork, and a fish. What do you think? As Chen Yizhou spoke, Aunt Zhang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Noticing her silence, he inquired, Aunt Zhang, how do you find these offerings? Startled, Aunt Zhang replied, oh, marvelous. This is the most generous family I've encountered in years. Young Chen, I have a niece who is fair-skinned and beautiful with a steady job. Would you care to meet her? No, thank you, Aunt Zhang. I have a fondness for Lily. Chen Yizhou declined politely. Oh, then my niece is simply out of luck. Have you settled the bride price yet? Yes, we have agreed upon it. We invited you here to avoid any gossip. Good, good. Since you've settled that, it makes my job much easier. I'm pleased to be part of this. Aunt Zhang, rest assured, when I marry, I will be sure to express my gratitude to you. After chatting until 10 o'clock, Chen Yizhou organized the items, secured them on his cart, and set off with Aunt Zhang towards the Yu household. Upon arriving at the courtyard, he spotted Yu Haitang waiting at the entrance. Chen Yizhou, you've arrived. Let me help you with the car, Yu Haitang said, stepping forward to take it. Thank you, Chen Yizhou replied, pulling out a handful of white rabbit candy and handing it to her. As they entered the courtyard, the onlookers began to murmur among themselves. Is this Lily's partner bringing the matchmaker? He seems quite impressive. Indeed, last time he brought many gifts, and it seems there are even more this time. This fellow certainly exudes generosity. Chen Yizhou distributed cigarettes and candy, offering a cigarette to each man and 2 candies to the women and children, while Yu Haitang followed behind, rolling her eyes. Upon reaching the Yu family's entrance, Yu Mu and Yu Li were already there to greet him, accompanied by several neighbors from the vicinity. Chen Yizhou handed out more cigarettes and candies before finally stepping into the house. What has this young man brought? The neighbors inquired. Let's have a look. All right, Haitang, show everyone what we have, Yu Mu commanded, thinking how fortunate they were to have such an admirable son-in-law to boast about. Oh, this is Zhonghua cigarettes, a choice favored by leaders. And this liquor, Matai, costs quite a few yuan per bottle. Ah, I have never seen tea leaves like these. They appear exquisite and must surely surpass the high foam we usually drink. Oh, and a bag of brown sugar, surely weighing 2 jin. This pork is remarkably fatty, weighing at least 5 jin. That fish must weigh around 7 or 8 jin. What a generous young man. How come my daughter hasn't met someone like him? What a pity. The Yu household suddenly became lively. Yu's mother, having brought everything indoors, called out to the neighbors, everyone, please disperse. We have guests to entertain. We will invite you all to celebrate when they wed. Congratulations. Congratulations. Cheered the crowd as they began to scatter. A few settled inside, where Chen Yizhou introduced the matchmaker, Aunt Zhang, to Yu's mother, and they quickly engaged in conversation. Eldest sister of the Yu family, today I saw young Chen, so handsome, with a stable family and job. I was even considering introducing him to my niece. But now, seeing Lily as beautiful as a celestial being, all those thoughts have evaporated. Aunt Zhang chuckled. Dear Aunt Zhang, you flatter us. Lily isn't as remarkable as you say. It's primarily Yizhou who fancies her. Your niece will undoubtedly find a good match. Yu's mother replied with a smile. The two quickly entered into a delightful exchange. Observing Yu Haitang's displeasure, Chen Yizhou inquired, Haitang, what troubles you? Isn't it all because of you? Just look at how many cigarettes and candies you've consumed along the way. Oh, that? It's nothing. Today is a joyful occasion. Isn't it? Would you like some candy? Chen Yizhou reached into his bag and handed a pound of white rabbit milk candy to Yu Haidang. Upon seeing it, Yu Haidang eagerly accepted, her eyes sparkling like crescents. Yu Haitao rushed over, pulling at Yu Haidang. Sister, share some with me. Not a chance, this is from my brother-in-law. Mom, Sister Wan-Ti, give me any candy. Yu Haitao exclaimed. Without hesitation, Yu's mother took the candy from Yu Haitang's hands, dividing it into 2 pieces, saying, Here you go, and I'll keep the rest for you to enjoy later. She then smiled apologetically at matchmaker Aunt Zhang. I hope I haven't embarrassed you. What is there to worry about? Sister Yu, children these days are all a bit greedy. Aunt Zhang waved her hand dismissively. Yu Haitang and Yu Haitao looked at the 2 pieces of candy in their hands, wide-eyed, feeling as though they had lost a fortune. Observing the scene, Chen Yizhou and Lily exchanged amused glances and burst into laughter. Brother-in-law, it's all your fault. And you're laughing? Eldest sister, are you mocking me too? Yu Haidang pouted. Chen Yizhou's smile faded as he whispered, All right, Haidang, I'll make it up to you later. Upon hearing this, Yu Haidang's spirits lifted. Sister Yu, do you have any specific requests for the engagement banquet? Aunt Zhang inquired. Aunt Zhang, we have no particular demands. As long as the 2 children are happy, that is sufficient. Dear Chen, how is your family planning the engagement banquet? Aunt Zhang asked Chen Yizhou. Aunt Zhang, regarding this matter, as my family hails from Hunan province, I am somewhat unfamiliar with the customs here. Thus, I primarily rely on uncle and aunt for guidance, whether it be at home or elsewhere. Yizhou, how about I discuss this with uncle when he returns? Aunt Yu suggested. All right, Aunt. Noticing that it was getting late, Aunt Yu and Eli began to prepare lunch. In the afternoon, Yu Shengli hurried back from the factory, and the group gathered joyously to share a meal. After lunch, Aunt Yu called Chen Yizhou aside. Yizhou, I have conferred with your uncle, and we have decided that the gathering will take place this Sunday. Given the current economic climate, we will not be going out. Instead, both families will convene at your home. What do you think? Chapter 54. The first date with Yuli. All right, Annie. I will inform my grandmother and mother as soon as I return. Chen Yizhou nodded in agreement. With the most important matter settled, the group began to engage in casual conversation. Once Yu Shengli commenced work, Chen Yizhou turned to Yuli and proposed, Lily, shall we go out and have some fun? Sure, but let's first take Aunt Zhang home, Yuli replied. Aunt Zhang interjected, Oh no, no need for that. You 2 go have your fun. I can make my way home on my own. After bidding farewell to Yu's mother, the 3 exited the courtyard together. Upon reaching the entrance, Aunt Zhang expressed her intent to leave. Chen Yizhou retrieved a pound of brown sugar and a pound of milk candy from his bag and handed them over, saying, Aunt Zhang, thank you for your help today. Please come early this Sunday. Aunt Zhang's face lit up as she looked at the 2 packages. Xiao Chun, you are too kind. Rest assured, I will definitely arrive early that day. Well then, I shall take my leave. You 2 go enjoy yourselves. After parting with Aunt Zhang, Chen Yizhou skillfully mounted his bike. Lily, hop on. This time, I promise it won't be bumpy. Yuli glanced at the back seat, surprised. Did you fix it up so quickly? Indeed, my mother was concerned about her daughter-in-law being jostled around, so she expedited the work. Chen Yizhou replied with a serious tone, although he was merely jesting. I don't believe that, Yuli said, her cheeks flushed as she hurried a couple of steps. Grasping the rear frame of the bike with her right hand, she gracefully seated herself, naturally resting her hand on Chen Yizhou's waist. So where are we headed? She inquired. Lily, just trust me and come along, Chen Yizhou said, not disclosing their destination, which made Yuli refrain from further questioning. After riding for over 20 minutes, they arrived at the department store, where Chen Yizhou took Yuli directly to the watch counter. Yizhou, what are we doing here? Yuli asked, puzzled. Lily, we are about to become engaged, and I wish to buy you a watch, he replied. No, Yizhou, that is far too extravagant. I cannot accept it, Yuli protested, tugging at Chen Yizhou to leave. Lily, I've already made up my mind about you. This watch will be purchased eventually, and since I have the funds and the tickets now, do you mean to say you look down on me? Chen Yizhou feigned a sorrowful expression. No, that's not it. Yuli responded, her face reddening. I just think it is too valuable. Valuable? To me, you are priceless. I even plan to get you a bicycle later on. Since you don't look down on me, let's go with my choice, Chen Yizhou asserted confidently. Without waiting for Yu Li to respond, he pointed to a lady's watch and addressed the middle-aged saleswoman at the counter. Excuse me, could you please bring that watch out for me to examine? The saleswoman, having observed the two's playful banter, recognized Chen Yizhou's capability to purchase and extended her hand toward him. Young man, please show me your watch tickets first. Chen Yizhou produced 2 watch tickets from his bag and handed them to the saleswoman. Here you go, he said. The saleswoman examined the tickets and remarked, oh, both are Shanghai brand watches, and you have one for ladies as well. Please wait a moment while I fetch them for you. She then presented a men's and a women's Shanghai brand watch on the counter, and Chen Yizhou took Yu Li's hand, guiding her to look at them together. Upon seeing the watch, Yu Li was immediately captivated by its elegance, the men's version exuding a sense of grandeur, while the women's was delicate and beautiful. Lily, what do you think of this watch? Do you like it? Chen Yizhou inquired. It's wonderful, truly beautiful. I adore it, Yu Li replied with delight. All right then, sister, let's finalize the purchase. I'll take them both, Chen Yizhou decisively stated. Very well. The men's watch is 128 yuan. The women's is 136 yuan, totaling 264 yuan. Please proceed to make the payment. The saleswoman promptly issued a receipt to Chen Yizhou. Having gained experience from purchasing a bicycle, Chen Yizhou swiftly completed the transaction. Returning to the counter, he received the watch and immediately placed it on Yu Li's wrist. Lily, you look stunning with this watch, Chen Yizhou praised as he held her hand. Really? I think so too. Here, let me help you wear one as well, Yu Li said, assisting Chen Yizhou in donning the watch. As Chen Yizhou gazed at the watch on his wrist, he mused that it might be time to part with his pocket watch. He could ask his sister if she wanted it. Otherwise, he would have to procure another ticket for her to buy a watch. After exiting the department store, Yu Li couldn't help but admire her new watch, her heart brimming with joy. Lily, it's still early. Shall we go watch a movie? Chen Yizhou suggested, looking at her. Sure, I'll go wherever you lead, Yu Li replied cheerfully. The two made their way to the cinema, spending 20 cents on tickets and purchasing some sunflower seeds, peanuts, and 2 bottles of soda to complete their outing. Upon entering the darkened theater, Chen Yizhou seized the opportunity to grasp Yu Li's hand, saying, Lily, it's quite dark. Let me lead you. Just follow my lead. Yu Li softly responded, allowing Chen Yizhou to guide her. They navigated through the darkness and settled into their seats. A few moments later, the film began. The movie, Blossoms in the Moonlight, depicted the love stories of several young men and women in the countryside, who were at odds with outdated ideologies. For Chen Yizhou, having endured the tumult of later years, his heart remained unfazed. However, during the emotional scene, Yu Li couldn't help but shed tears. Without hesitation, Chen Yizhou wrapped his arm around her, gently reassuring her, Lily, don't cry. Some experiences are necessary in the struggle, and you must have faith in them. I understand. I just couldn't hold back, Yu Li shyly admitted, only then realizing she was nestling in Chen Yizhou's embrace. Flustered, she attempted to sit up straight, pushing against him with both hands. Chen Yizhou, however, had no intention of letting her go. He tightened his hold, whispering softly in her ear, to stay like this and don't move. Yu Li's face flushed a deep crimson, and she playfully pinched Chen Yizhou twice. When he remained unfazed, she resigned herself to his embrace. Chen Yizhou, reveling in the moment, found himself distracted from the film, his hands wandering, causing Yu Li to feel flustered and coy. As they sat together, he gazed at the towering mountains before him, majestic and steep, partially veiled yet undeniably formidable and unattainable. With an indomitable spirit, Chen Yizhou flexed his hands and commenced his arduous ascent. Branches seemingly conjured from nowhere incessantly struck his palms and arms, impeding his progress. Yet, with unwavering determination, Chen Yizhou's gaze remained fixed upon the peak, enduring the pain in his hands as he climbed inch by inch. At last, through relentless effort and overcoming numerous obstacles, he reached the summit. In that moment, all resistance vanished without a trace. At the mountain's pinnacle, he discovered a prominent rock, where he paused with a sense of accomplishment, flexing his fingers as he began to revel in the breathtaking scenery. When one is engrossed in a particular pursuit, time seems to fly by. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his waist, jolting Chen Yizhou from his reverie. Chapter 55. A startling revelation in the Yu family. Chen Yizhou regained his composure only to be met with a pair of bashful, crimson eyes. The gathering had concluded. Would you not remove your hands? Please allow me to rise. Chen Yizhou glanced around, realizing the film had ended and people were gradually departing. He hastily withdrew his hands. Lili, Yuli remained silent, straightening her posture and lowering her head to adjust her clothing, her cheeks still flushed. Observing her disregard, Chen Yizhou grew anxious. Lili. Yuli shot him a glare. You are such a scoundrel. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you. Understood. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yizhou felt a weight lift from his heart. Grasping Yuli's hand, he declared, Lili, I am utterly unable to contain my feelings. I adore you immensely. Rest assured, I shall never act without your consent. With a playful slap on his arm, Yuli reprimanded, You still dare to speak? No more of that. Let us go. The crowd has dispersed. Chuckling foolishly, Chen Yizhou took her hand and they followed the throng out of the cinema. Checking the time, he suggested, Lili, it is still early. Shall we explore Beihai Park? It is where our paths first crossed. Very well. I shall follow your lead. Yuli nodded in agreement. They procured a bicycle and rode directly to Beihai Park, strolling leisurely, engaging in quiet laughter and conversation, aimlessly wandering as they savored their intimate world. After more than an hour of wandering, they decided to head out as mealtime approached. Lili, what would you like to eat? After our meal, I shall escort you home, Chen Yizhou inquired while cycling. No need for that. Just take me straight home. That is out of the question. Today is our first date. How could I allow you to return home on an empty stomach? Chen Yizhou insisted. Yuli hesitated before conceding. All right then, what do you suggest? Let us dine at Quadrangle for some roasted duck, Chen Yizhou proposed after a moment's contemplation, lamenting the scarcity of choices in this era. Sound good. Upon arriving at Quadrangle, they ordered a roasted duck, 2 side dishes, and a duck bone soup. In addition to the accompaniments, Chen Yizhou requested 10 steamed buns, and they began to feast. May I pose a question? Yuli asked. Taking a bite of the duck roll, Chen Yizhou offered. Go ahead, Chen Yizhou replied, continuing to eat. Earlier at Beihai Park, I observed those fishing. They seem to catch nothing. How were you so successful last time, catching so many fish? Chen Yizhou paused, pondering whether to confess that the fish in Hohai were nearly depleted or to boast about his prowess. Lili. Fishing requires not only skill, but also a stroke of luck. Most importantly, one needs quality bait. Fortunately, I possess all of that. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Indeed, join me for fishing next time, and you shall see. I am a man with a secret bait recipe, Chen Yizhou proudly asserted, patting his chest. Enough of your boasting. Eat your meal, Yuli retorted, rolling her eyes as she stuffed a bun into his mouth. Half an hour later, the two had finished their meal. Chen Yizhou packaged 2 portions of roasted duck and hung them on the front of his bicycle. Yuli, upon seeing this, did not inquire further. Chen Yizhou mounted his bicycle, with Yuli sitting behind him, and they made their way to the courtyard. Yuli, feeling more self-aware now, wrapped her arms around Chen Yizhou's waist as soon as she got on. Chen Yizhou skillfully navigated the roads, avoiding bumpy paths, which left Yuli feeling a tad unaccustomed. Yizhou, your cycling skills have improved significantly. I hardly feel any bumps at all, Yuli praised. Indeed, practice makes perfect, Chen Yizhou replied, somewhat sheepishly. Lili, can you ride a bike? Chen Yizhou shifted the topic. No, Yuli shook her head. I'll teach you one day. It's quite simple, he offered. All right, she agreed. As they chatted, it felt like no time had passed before they arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, both feeling a sense of longing for more time together. Yuli dismounted and said, Yizhou, it's getting late. You should head back. Sure, I'll take my leave now. I've completed the tasks assigned at the factory. Starting tomorrow, I'll be working there, so come visit me when you have time. The girls adore you. He then handed her the 2 portions of roasted duck. No, you should take it back and enjoy it yourself, Yuli protested. Be obedient. Take it back for Uncle Yu as a side dish. You've been to my house. We often eat this, so it's no trouble, he insisted. Without waiting for Yuli to decline further, Chen Yizhou hopped on his bike and rode away. Watching his retreating figure, Yuli couldn't help but smile, her lips curving into a radiant grin. It wasn't until he vanished from sight that she turned around, humming a little tune, her steps light as she headed home. Upon entering her house, she found her family having dinner. "Lily, you're back. Where's Xiao Chun? Come and eat," her mother inquired. "Mom, I've already eaten." Yizhou went home. "This is what he asked me to bring for you," Yuli replied, placing the roasted duck on the table. "What is this?" Yu Haidang asked, intrigued. "Roasted duck from Quanzhou," Yuli said as she opened the paper wrapping. Just as she was about to sit down, Yu Haidang seized her wrist. "Sister, this watch is beautiful." "Oh, it's a Shanghai brand. Where did you get it?" Yu Haidang exclaimed. Both their parents turned to look at Yuli's wrist. "Oh, this? Yizhou bought it for me," Yuli said, touching the watch with a smile. "Lily, how could you accept such an expensive gift?" Her mother scolded gently. "Mom, I didn't want it. Yizhou insisted on buying it." Yuli explained the situation. "Well, it's fine. After all, they're to be engaged. They can build a good life together," her father said, taking a piece of roasted duck. "Yes, Lily, you should be perceptive. Such a fine young man is quite sought after," her mother advised earnestly. "Don't worry, Mom, I understand," Yuli replied obediently. Recalling the events at the cinema, she felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. That fellow truly was a relentless scoundrel. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a distinct essence. Upon returning home, Chen Yizhou discovered that his family had already dined. He briefly reported to his grandmother and mother about the outcomes of his discussions at the Yu family. Subsequently, he ascended to the 2nd floor, determined to complete the translation of the remaining documents. After toiling until 11 o'clock at night, he organized his materials, stretched his limbs, and thought to himself, "At last, I have finished." After a casual wash, he retired to bed. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward, proficiency in the flute and a Xiangfei bamboo flute. A wave of dizziness washed over Chen Yizhou as a wealth of knowledge regarding flute playing and ancient and modern musical scores flooded his mind. Once the information was imparted, he retrieved the bamboo flute from his space. The flute's body, adorned with cloud patterns and purple spots, exuded an air of antiquity and grandeur, resembling a true work of art. If not for the concern of disturbing the neighbors, he would have surely played a piece right then and there. Chapter 56. Early morning provocation. After securing the bamboo flute, I began to survey the space. The little pig and calf had grown considerably, and I had collected over 200 eggs, leaving a few dozen for incubation. Several female rabbits were pregnant, promising an expanding lineage soon. I had harvested around 10 pounds of honey, neatly stored in jars within the pantry. Next, I gathered the ripe vegetables from the garden, discarding the overripe ones to feed the fish and livestock, and I planned to rotate the less abundant crops for replanting. The rice would be ready for harvest in a few days, while the wheat still had time. Among the fruit trees, only one apple tree was bearing fruit, while the others still needed time. This situation was unsatisfactory, I thought to myself, yearning for the freedom of fruit. My gaze settled upon a lychee tree. "Ripen," I commanded. The lychee tree visibly shot up, branching out, blossoming, and bearing fruit. Perhaps it had acclimated. This time, apart from feeling slightly fatigued, I sensed no other effects. With a wave of my hand, a cluster of lychees fell in my palm. Upon closer inspection, the exterior bore a hardened, protruding layer, indicating it was of the Guiwei variety. I peeled one and popped it in my mouth, deliciously sweet. In an instant, the entire cluster was devoured, and I collected the remnants into my space. Climbing into bed, I succumbed to slumber. The following morning, I began my day with a bout of boxing in the yard, followed by a refreshing wash. Once I had completed my morning routine, Lu Cuifeng and Chun Xiaoyan had prepared breakfast. Just as I settled down, Chun Xiaoyan leaned in, "Brother, it's still early. Why not walk to school today?" Without uttering a word, I gazed at her, patiently awaiting her next words. "Didn't you say that once I start school, if I manage to get a ticket, you'd buy me a bicycle? I was hoping you could leave it at home for me to practice. Are you sure you can manage alone?" I expressed my concern. "It's all right. I'm old enough to be careful." After a moment's contemplation, I agreed. "You can have the bike, but prioritize your safety. If it becomes too difficult, wait for me to come home, and I'll teach you." "Yay, brother, you're the best." Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, jumping in delight upon my agreement. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she grasped my wrist. Brother, when did you buy a watch? I just purchased it. I'm about to get engaged. And my leader gifted me 2 watch tickets, so I bought one for Lily as well. Brother, Chen Xiaoyan held onto my arm tightly. Xiaoyan, don't think about it for now. I don't have an extra ticket. But her eyes lit up with anticipation as she looked at me. Would you like this? I revealed a pocket watch, resting in my palm. A pocket watch? Chen Xiaoyan eagerly snatched it, flipping open the cover, her face glowing with joy. Brother, is this time accurate? Of course, it's reliable. I've used it before, so it's yours now. Thank you, brother. Madame Zhao and Lu Cuifeng observed the sibling exchange, their faces adorned with smiles. Lu Cuifeng, after frequent discussions with Madame Zhao, had come to realize that children have their own fortunes, and one shouldn't be overly restrictive. With my impending marriage, as long as I stayed within the bounds of the law, remained filial, and showed ambition, they would allow me my freedom. After enjoying a bowl of porridge and 2 steamed buns accompanied by pickled vegetables, I slung my bag over my shoulder and set off for work. In the courtyard, Qin Huairu commenced her laundry early, while Jia Zhangshi sat at the entrance, clutching a shoe pad, her gaze fixed on the moon gate, murmuring to herself about matters unknown. Upon noticing Chen Yizhou approaching, she hastily lowered her head, feigning indifference. Chen Yizhou, observing her demeanor, chuckled, realizing that Jia Zhangshi had learned from past misfortunes. He shook his head, for as the saying goes, the disorder of the courtyard is determined by Jia Zhangshi. Her display of temporary weakness was merely a fade. Brother Chen, are you off to work? Qin Huairu interrupted his thoughts. Indeed, Sister Jia, but what of your laundry? I must say, you ought to consider not only yourself, but also the child you carry. The Jia household is not solely your burden. Ease your workload. Chen Yizhou provocatively remarked. Taken aback by his words, Qin Huairu, who had endured Jia Zhangshi's oppression since marrying into the family, found herself unaccustomed to such candor. Observing Qin Huairu halt her washing, Jia Zhangshi could no longer maintain her pretense and scolded. Qin Huairu, do you wish to rebel? Hurry and continue washing. As the wife of the Jia family, labor is your duty. Do not let the words of outsiders stir discontent within you. Mother, I did not. Qin Huairu hastily defended herself. Slap. Jia Zhangshi swiftly struck her. Do you dare to argue? Crying, Qin Huairu pressed her hands against her face, unsure whether her tears stemmed from pain or indignation. Chen Yizhou, unfazed by the escalating conflict, pointed at Jia Zhangshi and declared, Jia Zhangshi, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The esteemed leader has proclaimed that women are capable of bearing half the sky. Even if Qin Huairu is your daughter-in-law, you cannot mistreat her, especially given her condition. Indeed, what if something were to happen to the child? Onlookers in the courtyard began to murmur and point at Jia Zhangshi. No longer able to maintain her fade, Jia Zhangshi rebuked Chen Yizhou, you little rascal. What business is it of yours how I discipline my daughter-in-law? If I wish to strike or scold her, I shall. Slap. Jia Zhangshi struck Qin Huairu once more. Qin Huairu, tell me, are you having an affair with this little rascal? Why else would he defend you? Remember, you're a Jia family wife. If you dare to disrespect Dongxiu, I will not let this matter rest. Mother, I truly have not. Qin Huairu wept, hands still shielding her face. Enraged at being implicated, Chen Yizhou retorted, you wretched old woman, if you dare to falsely accuse me, just wait. I shall promptly seek out Director Zhang of the police station and Director Wang of the neighborhood committee. Jia Zhangshi, feeling a pang of anxiety, stubbornly replied, how have I wronged you? If you have no affair with her, why you defend her? With righteous indignation, Chen Yizhou asserted, I cannot abide the mistreatment of women. What of it? Turning to Qin Huairu, he added, Sister Jia, rest assured, we are in a new era where no mother-in-law may oppress her daughter-in-law. Cease your laundry. I shall accompany you to the neighborhood committee to seek out Director Wang. Given Jia Zhangshi's behavior, I suspect she ought to face several months of re-education. Huh? Several months of re-education? Is it truly that serious? The crowd in the courtyard began to murmur once more. Upon hearing this, Jia Zhang's heart began to race, her eyes darting around in anxious contemplation. Suddenly, She turned her head and noticed Yi Zhonghai approaching, her eyes instantly sparkling with hope. Yi Zhonghai, fulfilling had expectations, approached with a stern demeanor and admonished, "What are you doing? It's early morning, and you're all gathered here instead of heading to work." Jia Zhang hastily ran over to him, tugging at his sleeve as she quietly recounted the situation. Yi Zhonghai listened intently, his teeth grinding in frustration. "Sister Jia, what on earth have you done to provoke him again?" he exclaimed. "I didn't mean to. It's just that this young man is infuriating," she replied. "Oldie, please offer me some advice. What should I do now?" Jia Zhang said, her spirits visibly dampened. With no other choice, Yi Zhonghai steeled himself and approached Chen Yizhou, saying, "Little Chen, Aunt Jia is quite straightforward. For the sake of harmony, please forgive her this once. The hour grows late. Shall we proceed to work?" Chapter 57 Mediation. Initial discussion indeed. I have been speaking nonsense. Jia Zhangshi stood beside me, offering a forced smile. Chen Yizhou, disinterested in engaging further, nodded and said, "Very well. Apologize to me, and I shall overlook today's incident. However, should I hear any malicious gossip about me thereafter, do not hold it against me." "Of course not. I'm sorry. It was I who spoke inappropriately and wronged you." "I'm to blame for my loose tongue," Jia Zhangshi said, slapping her own mouth as she apologized. Then, Chen Yizhou glanced to the side. Jia Zhangshi rushed to the wash basin, grabbing clothes to wash. "Huairu, today was my fault. You go rest in the house. Do not tire my dear grandson. Allow me to handle the laundry." This. Not only Chen Huairu, but everyone in the courtyard was taken aback by Jia Zhangshi's actions. "Xiao Chen, let us depart," Yi Zhonghai urged Chen Yizhou. "Let us go." Chen Yizhou shook his head in amused disbelief at Jia Zhangshi's antics. As they walked, he pondered, no wonder Jia Zhangshi thrived in the original narrative, enjoying a comfortable old age. Few could match her ability to let go and her shameless demeanor. Along the way, Yi Zhonghai hesitated, several times attempting to speak, but faltering. Chen Yizhou, relishing the tranquility, thought, "If you do not speak, I shall not inquire." The two walked in silence to the steel mill and, upon reaching the entrance, parted ways. Chen Yizhou arrived at the door of Director Yang's office. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." "Director Yang, I have completed the translation of all the documents. These are the freshly translated ones." Chen Yizhou entered the office, placing the remaining documents from his satchel onto Director Yang's desk. "Oh, all translated? Let me take a look," Director Yang exclaimed, perusing the documents for a moment. "Excellent work, Xiao Chen. You have worked hard during this period. It was no hardship. It is merely my duty," Chen Yizhou humbly replied. Director Yang took a pen and scribbled on a piece of paper before handing it to Chen Yizhou. "Xiao Chen, this is your remuneration for the labor. As agreed, it is 25 yuan per document. Take this slip to the finance department to collect your payment. I will notify them. Moreover, the fan workshop is nearly established. You should rest today and return to work tomorrow." Chen Yizhou glanced at the slip, which indicated a payment of 500 yuan for the translated documents. "Thank you, Director Yang," he exclaimed. "No need for thanks. It is what you rightfully deserve." After a pause, Director Yang continued, "Xiao Chen, there is something I wish to discuss with you, Director. Please go ahead." "Xiao Chen, I have heard about the matters in your courtyard. Chen Yizhou is indeed out of line. However, his culinary skills are quite remarkable, primarily responsible for our factory's banquet dishes. If he were to be imprisoned, we would be a loss for someone to prepare meals for our receptions. Do you think it possible to let him off this time?" Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou instantly realized that either Yi Zhonghai or the deaf old woman had approached Director Yang. He hesitated, saying, "Director Yang, you may not be aware, but I have no grievances against Chen Yizhou. However, he has sought to harm me. To ask for leniency on his behalf is Xiao Chen. I understand you are feeling wronged. Rest assured, you are a valued asset to the factory, and I will ensure that you do not suffer any loss. Please feel free to express any conditions you may have." "Director Yang, since you have spoken, I shall certainly heed your words. I find it difficult to articulate my own conditions. Let us see what they can offer," Chen Yizhou replied. "Very well, I understand." After speaking with Chen Yizhou, Director Yang called out, "Xiao Li, come in for a moment." Secretary Li entered the room and inquired, "Director, Is there something you need? Xiao Li. Please go to the first workshop and summon Master Yizhou to my office, Director Yang instructed. Understood, Director, Secretary Li replied before turning to head to the workshop. After approximately 10 minutes, Secretary Li returned, accompanied by Yizhou. Director Yang, Chen Yizhou greeted them. Master Yi, I have already informed Xiao Chun of the situation. He is willing to reconcile, but you must also demonstrate sincerity, Director Yang said to Yizhou. Thank you, Director Yang. Xiao Chun, what do you think? Yizhou turned to Chen Yizhou. Master Yi, please, I am listening, Chen Yizhou responded without further comment. Xiao Chun, Zhuzi acted out of impulse. Can you find it in your heart to forgive him? Yizhou cautiously inquired after a moment of silence. And then what? Chen Yizhou asked. Then, Xiao Chun, do you agree to forgive Zhuzi? Yizhou invited Ageri. Indeed, Director Yang mentioned it upon your arrival, Chen Yizhou affirmed. With a resounding clap on his thigh. Yizhou exclaimed, Agelent. Xiao Chun, let us promptly go to the police station to draft a letter of understanding, stating that it was all a misunderstanding, and Zhuzi can be released. He stood up, ready to pull Chen Yizhou along. Wait a moment, Chen Yizhou interjected, raising his hand to halt Yizhou. Master Yi, do you harbor some misunderstanding? I indeed agreed to reconcile with Director Yang, but you cannot expect me to draft a letter of understanding without further discussion. Of this, Director Yang. Yizhou turned to seek assistance from Director Yang. Master Yi, Xiao Chun has already agreed to reconcile. The remaining matters are for you to discuss amongst yourselves. I shall not interfere, Director Yang stated clearly. Xiao Chun, please articulate your conditions. Yizhou, left with no other option, turned to negotiate with Chen Yizhou. First, an apology. Second, compensation for my emotional distress. I can assure you an apology on behalf of Zhuzi. But as for the emotional compensation, that is a matter for voluntary agreement, and I shall not insist, Chen Yizhou replied directly. However, I can offer you some analysis. Go ahead. Master He Yizhou will face at least a year in prison without a letter of understanding, correct? Indeed, Yizhou nodded. Let us consider 1 year, with a monthly salary of 5 yuan, that totals 426 yuan for 12 months, does it not? Chen Yizhou continued. Yes, Yizhou confirmed. Moreover, should He Yizhou be incarcerated, he would likely lose his job, would he not? Chen Yizhou analyzed. Yes, Director Yang interjected. Upon his return from prison, as a former convict, despite his skills, it is unlikely any employer would be willing to hire him, correct? Chen Yizhou further inquired. Certainly, Director Yang promptly affirmed. Let's discuss his personal matters. He Yizhou, has reached the age of marriage. However, having served time in prison, it is likely that even widows would shun him. Would you agree? Indeed, Yizhou nodded in affirmation. Yizhou found himself bewildered by Chen Yizhou's words, pondering, who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Xiao Chun, he stammered so. Therefore, Master Chen Yizhou interjected, let's refrain from speaking empty words. As for the specific figures, please discuss them thoroughly with He Yizhou and provide me with a response by tonight. Delays will not be tolerated. Chapter 58, An Unexpected Reward. Bicycle ticket. Yizhou pondered for a moment and said, all right, we have come to an agreement to seek you out. He then turned to Director Yang and remarked, Director Yang, I shall take my leave now. Master Yi departed leisurely, and Director Yang waved him off. I shall take my leave as well, Chen Yizhou interjected. Very well. Remember to come to work tomorrow. Understood. As Chen Yizhou was preparing to exit, Secretary Li entered, accompanied by Director Zhang from the police station. Ah, Xiao Shen. You are still here? Do not leave just yet. I have something to discuss with you, Director Zhang said, patting Chen Yizhou on the shoulder. Director Zhang, your visit today is for. Director Yang stood up to greet him. Director Yang, I have come to deliver a commendation letter from the Railway Public Security. Director Zhang responded, retrieving an envelope from his bag and presenting it to Director Yang. As Director Yang accepted the letter, he muttered to himself, a letter from the Railway Public Security, what does it have to do with me? He swiftly scanned the contents, and his gaze sharpened as he fixed it upon Chen Yizhou, leaving Chen feeling somewhat perplexed. Director Yang, what is the matter? Chen Yizhou inquired. Well done, young man. You have brought great honor to our steel plant by assisting the railway public security in apprehending human traffickers and dismantling a criminal gang. Director Yang exclaimed with exuberance. Upon hearing this, Chen Yizhou suddenly understood. It was indeed that incident. By chance, I did not contribute much, as it was primarily the efforts of the railway police. Chen Yizhou clarified. Xiao Chun, do not be modest. I have inquired into the matter, and without you, it would not have gone so smoothly, Director Zhang interjected. By the way, this is a reward of 100 yuan from the higher-ups in recognition of your actions, he added, producing an envelope and handing it to Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou accepted it with both hands, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Director Zhang. Well, my task is complete. Director Yang, I shall take my leave now, Director Zhang said, bidding farewell to Director Yang. As he departed, Director Yang accompanied him partway. Just as Chen Yizhou was about to leave, Director Yang called out, Xiao Chun, please wait a moment. Regarding this matter, our factory will certainly reward you as well. We will discuss the specifics shortly, and an announcement will be made tomorrow. Please do not share this information just yet. Understood, Director, Chen Yizhou nodded. Very well, you may return home to rest. And do remember to collect your payment from the finance department. After bidding farewell to Director Yang, Chen Yizhou first went to the finance department to collect his money, then proceeded to the logistics department, as it was essential to maintain relationships. He must certainly pay a visit to Li Huide. Upon arriving at the door of Li Huide's office, he knocked politely, not wanting to intrude. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Chen Yizhou pushed the door open and walked in, taking a seat directly in front of Li Huide. Ah, Xiao Chun, the busy one, what brings you here today? Li Huide inquired with a smile. Brotherly, I have just completed the material translation and delivered it to Director Yang before coming straight here. Ah, you have finished it all? Your speed is impressive. Li Huide Praija. It cannot be slow. Director Yang has been urging me. And I also hope our factory can seize more opportunities and acquire more machinery. You are quite commendable, exhibiting a high level of awareness. All of this is learned from Brotherly, Chen Yizhou flattered. Ha, you little rascal with that mouth of yours. Li Huide lightly tapped Chen Yizhou with his finger, and then shifted the topic. Xiao Chun, do you still have that liquor from last time? Chen Yizhou scrutinized Li Huide from head to toe. Brotherly, really? Didn't I just give you 2 bottles last time? While the quality is excellent, moderation is key. Li Huide felt uncomfortable under Chen Yizhou's gaze and feigned anger. What kind of look is that? What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? I barely consumed half a bottle. The rest was taken by my father-in-law. Upon hearing Li Huide mention his father-in-law, Chen Yizhou understood. In the original narrative, Li Huide's father-in-law held a position in the Ministry of Industry and was also his support. Pretending to be pained, he pulled out a bottle of kidney tonic liquor from his bag. Brotherly, this isn't tea even warmed up yet. Oh, you little rascal. You really have it? Li Huide exclaimed upon seeing it, reaching out to grab it. Unfortunately, he could not budge it. He tugged harder, yet it still wouldn't move. What does this mean? Li Huide looked at Chen Yizhou. Brotherly, this liquor hasn't warmed up yet. Li Huide forcefully snatched the bottle, cleared his throat, and said, Xiao Chun, I must say something to you. Why do you need this at such a young age? Once you get more, don't forget to bring some to your brother. Rest assured, you won't lose out. He opened a drawer and placed a ticket on the desk. Look, your matter is remembered by your brother. Chen Yizhou picked it up, exclaiming, Oh, a lady's bicycle ticket. Brotherly, how generous. So are you satisfied? Li Huide inquired with a smile. Absolutely satisfied. Chen Yizhou nodded vigorously. I've only managed to find one of these for now. Since you've completed your task, I'll remind you later to see if the factory can reward you with another. Really? Thank you, Brotherly. Chen Yizhou exclaimed joyfully. Who are we to each other? Just don't forget your brother when you come across something good, Li Huide laughed. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Come in, Li Huide said, putting away the liquor. Secretary Li entered. Director Li, Factory Manager Yang, is calling for you. Do you know what it's about? Li Huide asked. Didn't technician Chen finish translating the documents? Manager Yang asked you and Secretary Wang to discuss how to proceed. Secretary Li replied. All right, I'll head over now, Li Huide said as he stood up. Chen Yizhou quickly rose as well. Director Li, I'll head back first. Go ahead, Li Huide replied. The 3 exited the office and parted ways. Chen Yizhou left the steel mill and headed straight home, concerned about his sister riding her bike. Not long after he entered the alley, he heard the ringing of a bicycle bell behind him, prompting him to instinctively move aside. The bicycle whooshed past him, and upon closer inspection, it was none other than Chen Xiaoyan. "Yin, ride a little slower," Chen Yizhou called out. Chen Xiaoyan halted her bicycle and turned back, exclaiming, "Brother, I can ride now." "Impressive, right? Come over, I'll take you." Chen Yizhou approached. "You'll take me? Have you really learned?" "Of course I have. I'm a genius." Chen Xiaoyan proudly lifted her head. "Do not boast. Let me assess your skills as you ride," she challenged. With that, she set off. "Pay attention. I'm coming up." Chen Yizhou quickly followed, grabbing onto the rear seat and mounting the bicycle. The bicycle swayed perilously, prompting Chen Yizhou to swiftly plant his feet on the ground to regain balance. After a brief moment of chaos, Chen Xiaoyan miraculously steadied the bicycle and began to ride forward. "Wow, not bad at all," Chen Yizhou exclaimed. "I never expected that in such a short time you would have mastered riding." "Of course," Chen Xiaoyan replied confidently. Chapter 59. Teaching Lily to ride a bicycle, the two siblings returned to the courtyard, laughing and chatting, only to find Yin Fugue watering the flowers at the entrance. Upon seeing them, he huffed and turned to retreat inside. Exchanging glances, the siblings chose to ignore him and wheeled their bicycle into the yard. "Brother, isn't he supposed to be a teacher? Why is he acting like this?" Chen Xiaoyan pouted. "Don't worry, I've made him suffer this time. He should be harboring a grudge against me now. But perhaps this is for the best. No one will obstruct our comings and goings anymore. You should be pleased." Chen Yizhou reassured her. "True, he'll probably avoid us from now on." "You're overthinking." With his character, he'll come crawling back as soon as there is a benefit involved. "Do you believe that someone can be so shameless?" Chen Xiaoyan found it hard to accept. "Huh, what a shame. Just wait and see." As they passed through the courtyard, they spotted Qin Huairu washing vegetables by the water basin. Upon seeing Chen Yizhou, Jia Zhang rushed from the house to the water's edge. "Huairu, didn't I tell you to take a break? Hurry back inside. Let your mother wash these vegetables," Jia Zhang commanded, pushing the bewildered Qin Huairu back into the house. The siblings exchanged a silent glance before continuing towards home. Once inside, they briefed their grandmother and mother about their day of rest. Remembering the freshly acquired bicycle ticket in his pocket, Chen Yizhou pulled out 5 pounds of apples and rode off to the Yu family's courtyard. "Greetings, Uncle Young Man. You've come." "Hello, and is Lily home?" "Hurry, go find her." As Chen Yizhou pushed his bicycle into the yard amidst the warm greetings of the elders, he was met by Yu's mother. "Xiao Chen, you're here. Sit down. I'll pour you some tea," she warmly invited. "Thank you, Aunt Yu. Where's Lily?" Chen Yizhou placed the apples on the table and took a seat. "She's in the room." Yu's mother prepared the tea and set it before him. "Ah, you've come. Aren't you working today?" Yu's mother asked just as Yuli stepped out from the room. "I'm not working. I finished my tasks. And my supervisor granted me a day off. I'll be back at work tomorrow," Chen Yizhou replied, taking a sip of tea. "Did you come to find me for something?" "Yugoslavia liinkidat." "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to see if you were free." "If you are, I'd like to take you out to teach you how to ride a bicycle." "I'm free. There's nothing much to do at home." "Yizhou, you should take Lily out." Yu's mother chimed in. "All right, then wait a moment. I'll change into something else," Yuli said, turning to head back into her room. After about 10 minutes, when the door opened, Yuli emerged, and Chen Yizhou's gaze brightened instantly. She had applied a hint of makeup, just a touch of clam oil. Her skin looked flawless, and her hair was styled in 2 playful braids. With a smile in her eyes and a lively step, she approached. Though dressed in old clothes, her beauty was unmistakable, radiating a vibrant youthful energy. Chen Yizhou's heart began to race uncontrollably. He recognized this feeling, the unmistakable signal of infatuation. "What are you daydreaming about? Let us go." Chen Yizhou felt a tug on his sleeve as Yuli pulled him back to reality. Gazing at the enchanting smile before him, Chen Yizhou candidly expressed, "I am eager to bring you home as my bride." "What nonsense are you speaking? Your mother is still here." Yuli's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Ha! It's all right. You two go and enjoy yourselves," Yu's mother said, her heart brimming with joy at the sight, thinking that this son-in-law was certainly a keeper. The couple bid farewell to Yu's mother and ventured out of the bustling courtyard. "Where shall we go?" "Yugoslavia liinkidat." "Since we are surrounded by alleys, let's find a more open space. It will be better for learning to ride," Chen Yizhou replied. How about we head to the steel mill? There is plenty of open ground there, Yuli suggested. All right, I'll follow your lead. Let us go. Chen Yizhou exerted force with his left foot on the bicycle pedal, swinging his right foot over to mount the bike. Yuli sprinted a couple of steps and gracefully sat sideways on the bicycle, her right hand instinctively wrapping around Chen Yizhou's waist. Releasing the handlebars with his left hand, he gently covered Yuli's right hand and said, From now on, you can call me Brother Zhou. Okay, Yugoslavia Raplia Sufli. Let me hear you say it. Zhou. Brother Zhou. Lily, say it again. Brother Zhou. Ha! Amidst their laughter, the two arrived at a vacant lot near the steel mill. Adjusting the bicycle seat to Yuli's height, Chen Yizhou instructed, Lily, you sit on the bike first. I will support you from behind. Once you can ride, getting on and off will be easy. Yuli mounted the bicycle, placed her feet on the pedals, and pushed down with force, the bike slowly rolling forward. Oh! Oh! Yuli exclaimed, realizing that the handlebars were swaying left and right. Lily, steady yourself. Focus your gaze forward, envision a straight line, keep pedaling, grip the handlebars firmly, and steer towards your intended direction. Don't rush. Take your time to find your balance. Chen Yizhou supported her from the rear, diligently teaching. Being an adult, perhaps she possessed a natural aptitude. After an hour of practice, Yuli was already able to ride slowly on her own. Chen Yizhou refrained from resting, encouraging Yuli to circle around him, so he could assist her promptly if needed. Brother Zhou, am I already riding? Yuli asked while turning in circles. You're nearly there. You're quite impressive. Just ride a bit longer, and you'll handle it on your own. However, if you want to carry someone, you'll need more practice. Observing Yuli's growing proficiency, Chen Yizhou called out, Lily, it's been over an hour. Shall we take a break? All right, but I don't know how to stop. Hurry and help me, Yuli replied. Chen Yizhou quickly rushed over, grasping the rear of the bicycle, and said, Lily, listen to my instructions. Don't pedal for now. Gently squeeze the brakes with both hands. Yes, just like that. Gradually reduce your speed. Steady now, don't panic. When the bike comes to a halt, tilt it to one side, and let the corresponding foot touch the ground for support. Yes, just like that, Lily, you're amazing. As Yuli managed to stop the bicycle, Chen Yizhou generously praised her. Once the bicycle was halted, he led Yuli to sit on a stone, pulling out 2 apples from his bag and offering her one. Lily, eat up. Yuli took a bite of the apple and asked Brother Zhou, where did you get such delicious treats? Chen Yizhou had long prepared his words. Through the connections of teachers and classmates, he had made some friends here, making it quite easy to procure such items. Noticing Yuli's worried expression, he gently patted her shoulder and reassured her, rest assured, it is all above board. Just tell me what you desire. Brother Zhou, you're truly impressive. After they finished their apples, Yuli resumed her practice with the bicycle. Chen Yizhou followed her without offering support, encouraging her to attempt it on her own first. Yuli mounted the bicycle, pushing off with her left foot while her right foot followed suit to press down on the pedal, causing the bicycle to wobble as it rolled forward. Chapter 60. A second private encounter with Yuli. Chen Yizhou, concerned for her safety, hastily followed Yuli, but stumbled slightly. Yuli steadied herself on the handlebars and began to accelerate. Chen Yizhou returned to his spot by the stone, gazing at the girl riding her bicycle before him, a smile illuminating his face. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He rushed over to Yuli. Lily, could you pause for a moment? What is the matter? Yuli asked, squeezing the brakes and gradually bringing the bicycle to a halt. Lily, could you grant me a small request? Go ahead. I wish to see you ride with your long hair flowing freely. Is that all right? Is that all? Without a second thought, Yuli untied the ribbons from her braids. Let her hair cascade down. How is this? She inquired, glancing at Chen Yizhou. As he beheld the girl with her hair cascading like a waterfall, Chen Yizhou marveled. You look absolutely stunning. Flattery. Yuli shot him a playful glare, then pedaled away with determination. Chen Yizhou shook his head, returning to his perch on the stone. Finding a comfortable position, he retrieved a bamboo flute from his belongings and placed it to his lips. Dot, 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 dot. Dot 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 dot. A melodious tune floated through the air, blending harmoniously with the laughter of the girl riding her bicycle, the tinkling of the bicycle bell. and the sound of the boy playing the flute, creating a picturesque scene. Upon hearing the flute, Yuli's gaze instinctively turned towards Chen Yizhou. She struggled to maintain her balance, nearly falling, and ultimately decided to park her bicycle and sit beside him. Toot, 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 toot. The flute played on as Chen Yizhou turned to look at Yuli. She rested her elbows on her legs, cradling her chin in her hands, tilting her head as she listened. With each note, her eyes grew increasingly dreamy, her thoughts drifting far away. As the final note faded, Chen Yizhou anticipated words of praise from Yuli, but instead found her lost in thought, her hands under her chin, her gaze vacant, a smile gracing her lips as if she were pondering some distant reverie. Hey, Lili. Chen Yizhou waved his right hand in front of her face. What is it? Yuli snapped back to reality. You seem so entranced. What are you thinking about? Nothing really. It's just that your playing was so enchanting, I got lost in it. Yuli's cheeks flushed, secretly thinking, would I ever confess that I had envisioned our future together, even naming our children? Really? Chen Yizhou expressed skepticism. Absolutely. Brother Zhou, what piece were you playing? I've never heard it before. Actually, it's a song called Dream Chaser, Chen Yizhou replied. Dream Chaser, what a poetic title. You must sing it for me. Yuli eagerly grasped Chen Yizhou's arm and shook it. I can sing, but you must promise not to laugh. I assure you, it won't be that bad. Chen Yizhou admitted, feeling somewhat apprehensive about his own abilities, knowing he was merely mediocre, slightly better than tone deaf. All right, I promise not to laugh. Go ahead and sing. Yuli insisted with utmost seriousness. Ahem, ahem. Chen Yizhou cleared his throat, trying to summon his composure. Let the breath of youth sway your long hair, guiding your dreams. Unbeknownst to you, the history of this city has etched your smile into its essence. A heart of vibrant red beneath a sky of tranquil blue marks the dawn of life, as the spring rain vigilantly watches over the nights you once spent in solitude. Amidst the cycles of past and future, who lingers in the echoes of sound, pondering the tender affections that remain inexplicable in this mundane world? Bestow upon me but a glance. Do not let beauty remain unfulfilled. Youth, regret-free and immortal, is the eternal lover. Ah, how melodious! As the final note lingered, Yuli immediately erupted into applause. Chen Yizhou raised his head in appreciation. However, it is the lyrics you pen, Yuli said with a tinge of embarrassment. What is wrong with the lyrics? Chen Yizhou inquired, perplexed. Oh dear, it's just a mention of a lover. The lyrics are overly blunt and explicit, she admitted shyly. Chen Yizhou, bewildered, turned to ponder, and suddenly slapped his thigh in realization. What songs are currently being sung? The East is Red, My Motherland, Ode to Heroes. In comparison, the lyrics of Dream Chaser indeed seem a bit inappropriate. Zhuge. Can you please remove your hand from my thigh? Yuli said, glancing down at her leg. Following her gaze, Chen Yizhou looked down to find his hand resting on her thigh. His face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly withdrew it. Lili. Listen to me. I mistakenly placed my hand there. Do you believe me? Chen Yizhou tentatively explained. I believe you, Yuli replied, meeting his gaze. Oh, he... Chen Yizhou chuckled foolishly. Seeing Yuli's unwavering trust, Chen Yizhou took her hand with sincerity. Lili, thank you for believing in me. You are truly wonderful. For a moment, the atmosphere fell silent, their eyes locked, one filled with affection, the other brimming with tenderness. What do they call it nowadays? A profound gaze. Lili. Chen Yizhou was preparing to take the next step. Oh dear, it's past 10. I need to practice writing more. Yuli said as she withdrew her hand and swiftly departed. Chen Yizhou chuckled lightly. As time passed, Yuli became increasingly adept at writing, mounting and dismounting with newfound grace. Chen Yizhou glanced at his watch. It was nearly noon. He called out, Lili, it's time to head home for lunch. Okay. Zhou, go hop on. I'll take you. Yuli exclaimed, pedaling past him on her bicycle. Chen Yizhou quickly followed, placing his hand on the back seat before mounting. The bike swayed slightly, but Yuli steadied it. Lili, impressiva. You've graduated. Chen Yizhou leaned against her back with pride. A wave of warmth enveloped Yuli's back, for a woman is often sensitive, especially an inexperienced young girl. A sudden flutter of anxiety coursed through Yuli, causing the bicycle to wobble. Chen Yizhou, unaware of the cause, instinctively released his grip on the backrest and wrapped his arms around her waist. This sensation was overwhelming for Yuli. Her waist was even more sensitive. Her legs lost strength to pedal, and the bicycle tipped dangerously to the right. Seeing this, Chen Yizhou tightened his embrace around Yuli, his right foot bracing against the ground to stabilize the bicycle. What happened? Didn't you ride quite well before? Chen Yizhou inquired, perplexed after dismounting. I'm just not accustomed to riding with someone for the first time. Yes, that's it. My heart is heavy, but I refrained from speaking it. Yuli patted her chest, a surge of emotions stirring within her, and Chen Yizhou's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her. Yuli took a moment to compose herself, suggesting, "Let us continue." Unbeknownst to her, Chen Yizhou was lost in thought, fixated on her chest. After a while, Yuli noticed no one had boarded, came to a halt, and turned to see Chen Yizhou still standing there. "Zhouge, what are you doing? Let us go." "Oh, right, I'm coming," Chen Yizhou exclaimed, suddenly roused, and hurriedly ran a few steps to take his place on the bicycle's rear seat. Chapter 61. Spicy sauce with dried radish. Without the greatest distraction of Chen Yizhou's presence, Yuli rode with a lightness of spirit, reaching the communal courtyard in just over 10 minutes. Upon their return to the Yu household, Yu's mother and the others had already finished their lunch. "Yizhou, Lily, I thought you wouldn't be back, so I didn't prepare any food for you. If it's not too much trouble, shall I make you some dumpling soup?" Yu's mother said with a hint of embarrassment. "Brother Zhou, what do you think?" Yuli turned her gaze towards Chen Yizhou. "Certainly, I am amenable to anything." "Thank you, Auntie." Chen Yizhou nodded in agreement. "Sister, where have you two been?" Yu Haitang inquired. "We didn't go anywhere special. Brother Zhou taught me how to ride a bicycle," Yuli replied. "Did you learn?" "I did." Yuli nodded with a smile. "Really? Sister, when you have some free time, could you teach me too?" Yu Haitang said, linking her arm with Yuli's. "Of course. I'll teach you once I get a bicycle," Yuli responded. "Huh? When will you have a bicycle?" "Isn't brother-in-law supposed to have one?" Yu Haitang looked at Chen Yizhou. "Not a chance. He needs it for work. So when would he have time to lend it to you?" "Brother-in-law." Yu Haitang looked at Chen Yizhou with an expression of feigned innocence. "Don't pay her any mind. She's just putting on a show. Yudi dismissit hertatrix. Haitang, while I truly cannot lend you the bicycle during work hours, I can help you on my days off," Chen Yizhou said, ignoring Yuli's disapproving glance. "Yay, I knew brother-in-law was the best," Yu Haitang exclaimed joyfully. "However, should I happen to have plans or wish to go out with your sister, I won't be able to lend it to you then," Chen Yizhou continued. "Huh? Sister, brother-in-law is bullying me." Yu Haitang instantly switched to a pitiful expression, turning to Yuli for support. "Enough of this nonsense. What are you fussing about?" Yu's mother interjected, placing 2 bowls of dumpling soup on the table. "Haitang, go to the kitchen and bring out the pickles and kimchi." Reluctantly, Yu Haitang complied. Chen Yizhou and Yuli exchanged amused glances. "Yizhou, Duichi. That girl is quite the character, always thinking up something." "Just ignore her," Yu's mother said, feeling a bit embarrassed. "It's all right, Auntie," Chen Yizhou replied, settling down with his chopsticks. The dumpling soup, enriched with some leafy vegetables and topped with 2 eggs, was quite delightful. Looking up, he noticed that Yuli's bowl contained only dumpling soup. He picked up an egg and placed it in her bowl. "Lily, that's too much. I can't finish it. You should help me out with one," he said. "Oh, Yizhou, this was specially made for you. Please eat it yourself and don't give it to her." Yu's mother quickly intervened, gesturing for Yuli to return the egg to Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou protectively shielded his bowl. "Annie, I truly cannot finish this. Let Lily help me with one." Seeing his resolute demeanor, Yu's mother felt a sense of relief. "You dear child. Fine, Lily, you may eat it." Yuli took a small bite of the egg, understanding that Chen Yizhou was not unable to finish it. He simply wished to share with her out of kindness. Her heart swelled with sweetness, as if she had just tasted honey, filling her with bliss. Yu Haitang placed a plate of pickled vegetables and another of kimchi on the table. "Yizhou, do give these a try. I prepared them myself," she remarked. Chen Yizhou picked up a piece of radish preserved in spicy sauce and tasted it, finding it delightfully crunchy and bursting with flavor. The accompanying pickled cabbage offered a rich medley of sour, spicy, sweet, and salty notes. Delicious. Auntie, your culinary skills are remarkable. These are perfect accompaniments for any meal. Chen Yizhou exclaimed with genuine admiration. Haha, if you like them, do indulge a bit more, Yumu replied, her face beaming with joy at her prospective son-in-law's praise. Lily, have you learned Annie's techniques? Chen Yizhou inquired of Yuli. I have, though I might not achieve the same taste, Yuli responded while savoring her meal. Rest assured, I will ensure Lily masters it, Yumu assured. If you wish for these dishes, just tell Lily, and I will prepare the chili sauce and pickled water for you. Thank you, Annie. Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude promptly. With delectable dishes before him, Chen Yizhou's chopsticks danced as he ate swiftly. After finishing, he took a brief respite to sip some tea before preparing to return home. Under Yumu's insistence, he accepted a bottle of chili sauce and a small bag of radish strips. Before he departed, Yumu instructed, Yizhou, whenever you wish to enjoy this, simply take a small handful of radish strips, soak them in clean water for half an hour. Once they have absorbed sufficient moisture, squeeze out the excess water. Add an appropriate amount of chili sauce and sesame oil, and mix it all together. I understand. Thank you, Annie. After bidding farewell to everyone at the Yu household, Chen Yizhou headed straight home. The scene shifts back to the morning, as Yi Zhonghai exited Director Yang's office and hurriedly sought leave from workshop Director Zhou, racing back to the Sihiyuan without acknowledging Jia Dongshu's inquiries. Old Yi, aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you back at this hour? As Yi Zhonghai reached the entrance of the Sihiyuan, he was intercepted by Yan Fuguei. Old Yan, I'm here regarding Zhuzi's matter. No time to chat. I must find the old lady, Yi Zhonghai replied, attempting to move past. Hey, old Yi, why not let me accompany you? Yan Fuguei suggested, catching hold of Yi Zhonghai. You see, as the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1. Yi Zhonghai considered the idea. Having an extra mind to brainstorm could prove beneficial, especially since Yan had recently quarreled with Chen Yizhou. He agreed. All right, old Yan, you may come along. As they traversed the courtyard, they greeted various acquaintances. An elderly woman inquired, Old Yi, what brings you here? It's nothing serious. Is the old lady home? We wish to discuss something with her. She is. I just came from her place. You may go ahead. The pair approached the door of the deaf old lady's room. Yi Zhonghai knocked gently and called out, Old lady, please open the door. The deaf old lady opened it, saying, Zhonghai, what brings you here? Come in and let us talk, Yi Zhonghai responded, stepping inside. Once seated, both the deaf old lady and Yan Fuguei turned their attention to Yi Zhonghai. He recounted the conversation he had with Chen Yizhou in Director Yang's office, along with the director's attitude. Alas, I'm getting old. There is not much dignity left. The deaf old lady sighed. Yi Zhonghai remarked, Madam, Director Yang's stance is unequivocal. While he is willing to assist, he insists that we must handle Chen Yizhou ourselves. Chen Yizhou is a formidable adversary. According to his words, it seems we are in for a significant sacrifice this time. The deaf old lady struck her cane down, expressing her frustration. Old Yan, do you have any ideas? Yi Zhonghai inwitted. Old Yi, this matter is quite troublesome. Chen Yizhou has seized your vital point. You must rescue the foolish Zhu. He is comfortably waiting for you to deliver yourselves to him. Yan Fuguei analyzed. Indeed, the situation is more formidable than the individuals involved, and we can only respond as the circumstances dictate, the deaf old lady lamented. Chapter 62. The film Empress Old Lady Zhao. We cannot simply allow him to demand exorbitant prices. Yi Zhonghai lamented. There is no alternative. We must first retrieve the pillar. Zhonghai, you and your companions should return for now. Keep a close watch on Chen Yizhou. Alert me the moment he returns, and we shall confront him, instructed the elderly matron. Understood, my lady. Please take care, Yi Zhonghai replied. Once Yi Zhonghai and Yan Fuguei departed, the old matron leaned on her cane, seated on the bed. Her expression twisted in contemplation, lost in her thoughts. Upon Chen Yizhou's return home at midday, Yi Zhonghai promptly made his way to the backyard. Old lady, Chen Yizhou has returned. Let us go and meet him, she replied. Old lady, Chen Yizhou has asked us to speak for ourselves. How much do you think we should offer? Yi Zhonghai inquired. The old matron pondered for a moment. Since Yin Fugui has already relinquished 500 M, we ought not to harbor any false hopes. In my opinion, we should act decisively. Let us propose 1,000. What say you, Xiaoyi? Yi Zhonghai considered her words and nodded. I shall heed your counsel, my lady. Should we involve Yu Shui? Her? Just a young girl. Her presence would only complicate matters. Let us proceed without her, just the two of us. The old matron declared with disdain. Very well. Supporting the old matron, Yi Zhonghai approached the entrance of the eastern courtyard and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, Chen Yizhou, open up. Who is it? Why the heavy knocking? Chen Xiaoyan retorted while opening the door. We seek Chen Yizhou regarding an important matter, Yi Zhonghai said, helping the old matron inside. Wait, you too, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, but she was unable to stop them, hurriedly closing the door to chase after them. As Yi Zhonghai assisted the old matron into the living room, they found old lady Zhao conversing with Lu Cuifang. Upon their entrance, old lady Zhao remarked, What an unusual visit. Little sister, what brings you here today? Hearing old lady Zhao's words, the old matron's expression shifted. Yi Zhonghai, noticing her reaction, hastily interjected, Oh dear. Zhao, Lao Tai. We came to find Chen Yizhou to discuss the matter of the pillar. Oh, I see. I thought you were here to pay me a visit. I was just told by my grandson that the residents of this courtyard are exceptionally kind. I had hoped to witness such benevolence firsthand. Yet, after all this time, no one has even glanced my way, let alone you gentlemen. How disheartening. Old lady Zhao lamented, theatrically clutching her chest and pretending to wipe away non-existent tears. Lu Cuifang quickly produced a handkerchief to offer comfort. Mother, do not be upset. You still have us. Chen Xiaoyan stifled a laugh and rushed over to help old lady Zhao regain her composure. This. Old lady Zhao, you have misunderstood. Our courtyard upholds the values of respect for the elderly and love for the young as our tradition. Please pardon us. It has merely been a hectic time. Yi Zhonghai stammered, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure as he attempted to appease her. Never mind. I am but an old woman of little consequence. My dear sister is truly delightful, constantly surrounded by an array of unrelated individuals. Madame Zhao remarked with a hint of double entendre. You. The deaf old woman pointed at Madame Zhao, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but ultimately clenched her fist and lowered it. Realizing that the situation was untenable, Yi Zhonghai promptly called out, Chen Yizhou, come here. Chen Yizhou had been listening from the stairwell for some time, greatly admiring the performances of his grandmother and sister, while only his mother, Lu Cuifang, appeared to think that his grandmother was genuinely distressed. Ahem! Chen Yizhou cleared his throat and descended the stairs. Master Yi, old lady deaf, you've arrived. My apologies, I was just taking a nap. Observing Chen Yizhou fabricating excuses, Yi Zhonghai felt exasperated. Little Chen, we're here to discuss the matter regarding the pillar. Oh, have you reached a consensus? Chen Yizhou inquired, preparing a cup of tea and settling down beside Madame Zhao. It was only then that Yi Zhonghai realized the oversight. He had been in the presence of the deaf old lady for quite some time and had not even secured a seat. As if she had perceived his thoughts, Madame Zhao gestured to the seat opposite her and chuckled, My apologies. In my old age, I tend to forget. Dear sister, little Yi, please do take a seat. The expressions of the deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai shifted dramatically. After years of wielding influence in the courtyard, they were accustomed to being treated with utmost deference, never having occupied a lesser position before. Exchanging glances, they restrained their irritation, deciding to endure this moment. There would be future opportunities. Once they were seated, Madame Zhao reprimanded Chen Xiaoyan. Yinzi, how have I taught you? If others are ignorant of etiquette, must you be as well? Chen Xiaoyan, initially prepared to enjoy the spectacle, was suddenly caught off guard by her grandmother's rebuke, leaving her utterly bewildered. What are you still standing there for? Can't you see that both my sister and little Yi are displeased? This heat has made everyone parched. Hurry and prepare some tea. Oh! Chen Xiaoyan, still in a daze, stood up and approached the cabinet to fetch tea leaves. Smack! Madame Zhao slapped her thigh, exclaiming, How forgetful I've become. Yinzi, I just brewed the last of the tea leaves, and we lack enough cups at home. Go to the kitchen and fetch a bowl for water. It holds more. Sister, little Yi, I hope you don't mind? Not all, not at all. The deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai exchanged glances, their eyes twitching. They thought to themselves that had they not witnessed Chen Yizhou brewing tea earlier, they might have believed her. Chen Xiaoyan, upon hearing her grandmother's words, quickly regained her composure and cheerfully replied, "Grandma, I'll go get it right away." "Wait a moment." Yanzi, Chen Yizhou interjected. "What is it, brother?" "Yanzi, the water in the kettle is gone. Please pour them some cold boiled water. I recall there being some in the small room behind the kitchen. Just fill 2 bowls from there," instructed Chen Yizhou. "The small room behind the kitchen? That's not." Lu Cuifang began to say, but was interrupted as Madame Zhao grasped her hand tightly. "Cuifang, it's no trouble. We can simply boil more water afterward. Just leave it be." "Mother, but that is—" Lu Cuifang attempted to explain. "Cuifang, did you not hear what I said?" Madame Zhao interrupted once more. Lu Cuifang was no fool. Noticing that old Madame Zhao repeatedly interrupted her speech, she quickly murmured, "I will heed my mother." The deaf old lady Yi Zhonghai exchanged a glance, perplexed by the unfolding situation. "Yes, Yinzi, do hurry." Old Madame Zhao gestured to Chen Xiaoyan. "All right, Grandma. I shall go at once," Chen Xiaoyan replied, turning to leave. In the kitchen, Chen Xiaoyan retrieved 2 seldom-used bowls, rinsing them thoroughly with water. For appearances must not betray their intentions. She made her way to the back bathroom, lifted the tank lid, and ladled out 2 bowls of water, carrying them outside. Although the water in that era, where drinking untreated water was commonplace, was not particularly unclean, it still felt off-putting. Chapter 63. Negotiations and Compensation. Chen Xiaoyan returned to the living room, carrying 2 bowls of water, which she placed in front of the deaf elderly woman and Yi Zhonghai, inviting them to drink. Yi Zhonghai, genuinely parched, observed the bowls, pristine and filled with crystal-clear water. Lifting one, he took a hearty sip, finding no peculiar taste. He pondered, "Could it be that I am overthinking?" After gathering his thoughts, Yi Zhonghai spoke. "Xiao Chun, we have deliberated, and, aside from having Zhuzi apologize to you, we are willing to offer an additional compensation of 1,000 yuan." Lu Cuifang and Chen Xiaoyan were taken aback. 1,000 yuan? Given the current wages of workers, how long would it take an ordinary family to save such an amount? However, old Lady Zhao remained composed, sitting there like a mountain. Chen Yizhou, not in a hurry to express his stance, leisurely sipped from his teacup. "Is this it? Master Yi, your offer lacks sincerity." Xiao Chun, 1,000 yuan is quite generous. You could inquire around the courtyard. Conflicts there are typically resolved for just a few yuan, at most 20, Yi Zhonghai asserted, presenting his case. "Master Yi, do you not understand why disputes in the courtyard could be settled for a mere few yuan? It was your esteemed courtyard-s authority that prevented others from reporting to the police. Had they involved law enforcement, do you truly believe it could have been settled for a few yuan?" Chen Yizhou countered. "Well, Xiao Chun, while that may be true, past conflicts have been managed in such a manner. Besides, you were not injured, were you? In fact, it was Zhuzi who bore the brunt of the incident. We all live in the same courtyard. We must coexist amicably. Perhaps it is best to exercise some leniency." Yi Zhonghai began to reason. "Master Yi, your rationale is of no use to me at this moment. After so many years of acquaintance with Yi Yuzhu, why did you not instill a sense of reason in him sooner? Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen." Chen Yizhou stood firm, not yielding to Chen Yizhou's steadfastness. Yi Zhonghai shifted his focus to old Lady Zhao. "Madame Zhao, we have not visited you since you moved into the courtyard, and we acknowledge our oversight." Old Lady Zhao waved her hand dismissively. "It is of no concern. You have much on your plate, which I can understand." Yi Zhonghai was momentarily at a loss for words, nearly infuriated by her response. How could this elderly woman so adeptly strike at his vulnerabilities? Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Madame Zhao, Xiao Chun is young and may not grasp the significance of 1,000 yuan, but you certainly do. Surely, you can persuade him?" "Indeed, 1,000 yuan is substantial," old Lady Zhao nodded. "At the current grain price of 0.15 yuan per jean, it could purchase over 6,000 jeans of rice, enough sustenance for our family for many years." Thus, Yi Zhonghai gazed expectantly, at old lady Zhao. Yet, she disregarded him, continuing 1,000 yuan is indeed a considerable sum. My son, who is also Yizhou and Yinzi's father, sacrificed his life for the country. The state compensated us with 800 yuan and a plaque hung at the entrance. However, his sacrifice was for the nation. Even without compensation, I would harbor no grievances. Upon hearing this, Yizhou sensed a shift in the atmosphere and glanced at the deaf elderly woman, who was gripping her cane tightly. Her gaze fixed intently on old lady Zhao. Thus, Xiao Yi, do you wish to hear my answer? Old lady Zhao inquired. Please go ahead. Yi spoke cautiously. In my heart, 1,000 yuan pales in comparison to a single hair of my grandson. Thus, he shall make his own decisions, and no one shall interfere. This family is under his command, Granny Zhao asserted resolutely. As Granny Zhao's words echoed, Lu Cuifeng and Chen Xiaoyan recalled Chen Yizhou, embracing one another in tears. Chen Yizhou also felt a twinge of sorrow within. Yizhou, witnessing the scene, found himself at a loss, casting a pleading glance at the deaf old lady. Realizing Yizhou was faltering, the deaf old lady decided to take matters into her own hands. Elder sister, she stammered, suppressing her discomfort to greet Granny Zhao. With a beaming smile, Granny Zhao replied, Sister, go on, I'm listening. Elder sister, every matter has its first time. The deaf old lady called out a second time, feeling more at ease. Today, we truly come with sincerity. I know you come with sincerity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have offered 1,000 yuan. Granny Zhao nodded in agreement. Elder sister, since you recognize our sincerity then, the more the deaf old lady called her elder sister, the more natural it felt. Sister, I understand your love for your grandson. I regard Yizhou as my own grandson. Now that he has been arrested and faces imprisonment, surely you can empathize with my feelings? The deaf old lady began to lament. I understand, Granny Zhao nodded. Elder sister, look at my sister here. I haven't had a proper meal these past few days worrying about Yizhou. As she spoke, the deaf old lady took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears. Chen Yizhou watched in astonishment, pinching his thigh hard, feeling the pain. Thankfully, he and wandered into the wrong scene. Yet, the disparity between this deaf old lady and the one he knew was astonishing. Sister, every child has their own destiny. We are older now, so try not to overthink it, Granny Zhao said cheerfully, comforting the deaf old lady. After all, they were merely acting. Who couldn't do that? Seeing that Granny Zhao was unyielding, the deaf old lady had no choice but to lay her cards on the table. Elder sister, it's not that we're unwilling to offer more. The main issue is that Yizhou has no money. This 1,000 yuan is largely covered by Zhonghai. Yes. Yizhou truly has no money, Zhonghai corroborated. Upon hearing this, Granny Zhao was uncertain about Chen Yizhou's intentions and did not dare to inquire further. Merely glancing at him, at that moment, Chen Yizhou had already come to a realization, regardless of the circumstances surrounding the deaf old lady. The pressing matter at hand must be dealt with first. Who says Yizhou has no money? Chen Yizhou's words were astonishing. That's impossible. I've searched his entire house. Yizhou exclaimed. While there may be no cash, he does possess property. You're considering his house? Absolutely not. Yizhou said, shocked. Why not? Chen Yizhou pressed. That's private property, a family ancestral home. Yizhou could never sell it. I'm not asking him to sell it. Then what do you intend? Chen Yizhou let out a light laugh. Master E, you don't think I want his house, do you? Isn't that so? Master E, we are all intelligent individuals here, so let me speak candidly. Chen Yizhou took a sip of tea and continued. Are you not seeking to gain leverage over Yizhou? This presents an opportunity. You could propose that he mortgage his property to you under the pretext of borrowing money, with a repayment to be made in installments over time. As for how to persuade him, that is a matter for you to navigate. Upon hearing this, Yizhou fell into deep contemplation. The deaf old woman, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly interjected Zhonghai. Chapter 64. All are astute individuals. With hidden agendas, Chen Yizhou interrupted the deaf old woman, saying, Madam, what you seek is merely a peaceful twilight of life. I am certain Master E will not forsake you. Am I right, Master E? Indeed. Rest assured, Madam, I will take care of you without fail. Yizhou assured. Sighing, The deaf old woman, worried that Zhonghai might have ulterior motives, decided not to elaborate further. She sighed, "Zhonghai, I shall leave this matter in your hands. You handle it as you see fit." Ultimately, after amiable negotiations between Zhonghai and Chen Yizhou compensated Chen Yizhou with 500 yuan, and Chen Yizhou issued a letter of understanding absolving him of liability. Chen Yizhou handed Zhonghai a voluntary compensation agreement, insisting that it must bear Yizhou's signature and fingerprint, along with the signatures of Director Zhang from the police station and Zhonghai as witnesses. As Chen Yizhou escorted the deaf old woman and Zhonghai out of the courtyard, he remarked, "Master, please bring the signed compensation agreement and the money to me tonight to exchange for the letter of understanding. Of course, if Yizhou is unwilling, then it will be disregarded." Zhonghai nodded, saying, "All right, Xiao Chun, the old lady, and I will go speak with Juzi now." Upon exiting the courtyard gate, Zhonghai glanced at the deaf old woman, hesitating to speak. Noticing his indecision, she prompted, "Zhonghai, what is it you wish to say? Speak as we walk." Zhonghai supported the deaf old woman, gathering his thoughts. "Madam, previously you. What is it? Do I not resemble myself?" The deaf old woman chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Zhonghai, we have been corrupted by these years of comfort. For these years, you have been the unquestioned authority in the courtyard, and no one dared to oppose you. As for me, through indoctrination, I have become the revered matriarch of the courtyard, lofty and celebrated, indulging in the comforts of life." Sighing deeply, the deaf old woman continued, "However, things are different now." "What is different?" "Yizongkai kantarit. What use is it for Lu Haizhong to act as a lord? He is nothing but an illiterate brute, a power-hungry fool, incapable of achieving anything. Even if I am temporarily not the paramount figure, our influence within the courtyard remains intact. Zhonghai, I am aware of your influence, yet the situation has changed. Since the Chun family moved in and after several meetings, have you not noticed your control gradually waning?" "Indeed," Zhonghai conceded with a nod. "Zhonghai," the deaf old woman said earnestly, "previously we sought to win over Lu Haizhong and Yan Fugue, offering them benefits to collectively indoctrinate the others, urging them to respect their elders and cherish the young, resolving courtyard matters internally. With righteousness, we suppressed dissenters, relying on Juzi to take action, and I would ultimately step in to quell any unrest. This strategy worked remarkably well. However, now that the Qin family has arrived, do you believe it will still be effective?" Zhonghai pondered, realizing that this approach might no longer suffice, particularly with Chen Yizhou, the disruptor, in the mix. "He will cause disturbances." "Indeed, it is futile," the deaf old woman lamented. "Madam, then what do you propose we do moving forward?" Zhonghai inquired for advice. "We must alter our strategy, henceforth, handle matters with greater fairness. Whenever opportunities arise, extend small favors to the struggling families in the courtyard, thereby establishing your benevolent persona. Most importantly, once the pillar emerges, you must assist me in keeping a vigilant eye on him, ensuring he does not stir trouble again. We shall proceed cautiously and strategically. What about the Chun family? What shall we do?" "The Chun family? They are not easily provoked, for now. It is best to avoid antagonizing them and revisit the matter later." "Not easily provoked? Surely not." Zhonghai expressed disbelief. "Not so. Have you encountered that vile Chen Yizhou? In recent events, has he ever allowed anyone to gain an advantage? He is always the victor. And that wretched old woman, does she not speak and act like a peasant from the countryside? Could it be that she..." Zhonghai inquired. "I cannot say. Until the truth is fully revealed, one can never discern what cards others hold. It is akin to the author of this book. A multitude of critiques directed at Yan Fugue, a slew of complaints about Yu Li, and further disparagement of Chen Yizhou's mother, Lu Cuifeng, some even resorting to negative reviews for such reasons. They have not even finished the book, and one must wonder if these people are merely blinded by their biases. Ultimately, they may find themselves facing the author's retorts. By the way, earlier it was mentioned that Chen Yizhou was sycophantic towards Yan Fugue. Now he has been met with a harsh reality. The old woman analyzed sagely. "Indeed, you are correct. Novels mirror life, rife with uncertainties and continual twists. Prematurely jumping to conclusions will only lead to self-reproach. Nevertheless, I am confident that once the readers reach the conclusion, they will surely return to bestow 5-star ratings. Precisely. Our courtyard has become a sacred ground for traversers and reborn souls from myriad realms. Is it not due to the presence of us, the nefarious antagonists? If everyone were virtuous, who would bother to read? A multitude of authors would face starvation. The old woman chuckled at her own irony and continued. Let us return to the matter at hand. Let us discuss that young girl. She appears spirited and efficient in her endeavors, well-dressed, indicative of being favored at home. Thus it is prudent to avoid provoking her for the time being. The old woman continued her analysis. And what of Lu Cuifang? She is merely an ignorant woman from the countryside, Yizhou pressed. Her? Under normal circumstances, such a person is indeed easily managed. However, do not forget those around her. That wretched old woman and that vile creature will undoubtedly influence her, instilling wariness towards us. Such rural women are often ignorant and stubborn. If you infringe upon her interests or threaten her family, she will fight back fiercely. Do you believe it? Conversely, those who have seen the world tend to be more cautious in their dealings. So are we a loss against them? At this stage, we indeed find ourselves powerless, primarily due to their status as martyrs. As long as they do not err, we have no leverage against them. Otherwise, do you think I would deviate from my usual demeanor, performing theatrics before that wretched old woman today? The old woman declared with bitterness. Yizhou listened in silence for a long moment, sighed deeply, and bent down, saying, Dear old lady, you have endured much. Allow me to carry you. The two made their way to the police station, where they explained the situation to Director Zhang, and a police officer led them to meet He Yizhou. Grandmother, uncle, has the matter been resolved? Am I allowed to go out? He Yizhou inquired with a gleam of surprise in his eyes. Yizhou cast a glance at the deaf elderly woman, who nodded slightly towards He Yizhou, as if to convey, Zhonghai, you may proceed. I shall observe your performance. Ahem. Yizhou took a step forward and remarked, Zhuzi, this situation is rather challenging at present. Chen Yizhou's demands are rather excessive. Furthermore, Director Zhang mentioned that even if you obtain a letter of understanding, a period of confinement is still inevitable. Chapter 65. Yizhou deceives He Yizhou what? Uncle, how could this happen? You must help me. He Yizhou exclaimed, panic-stricken as he turned to the deaf old lady for assistance. Zhuzi, do not trouble your grandmother any further. She has been humbling herself these past few days, desperately seeking help. It has taken great effort to establish connections. As long as we can obtain Chen Yizhou's letter of understanding, you will be released immediately. What is the current situation then? He Yizhou gazed expectantly at Yizhou. Right now, we are at an impasse with Chen Yizhou. The old lady and I just visited him to negotiate, and we were met with nothing but ridicule. Yizhou gritted his teeth in frustration. That old rascal has begun his theatrics. With a resounding thud, He Yizhou slammed his fist against the railing, seething, Chen Yizhou, just wait. Once I'm out, I will not let you off easily. I will make you pay. Yizhou's heart sank, feeling he had perhaps overstepped, and quickly cautioned, Zhuzi, do not act impulsively. Even if you manage to get out, you must keep a low profile. Isn't this lesson enough? Reflecting on his predicament, He Yizhou calmed himself and asked, Uncle, what exactly did Chen Yizhou say? He demanded 1,500 yuan. Yizhou replied bluntly, withholding any embellishments. 1,500 yuan? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? Even if he were to kill me, he wouldn't get that much. He Yizhou lamented, his spirits plummeting as he cradled his head in despair. Uncle, Grandma, I will rely on you to look after the rainwater in the future. Zhuzi, sigh uncle. Please, do not say any more. It's just a few years in prison. With my skills, I refuse to believe I will starve once I am released. He Yizhou had come to terms with reality. Zhuzi, it's not that dire. Yizhou feigned contemplation, grimacing at the thought. In truth, I can lend you the money up front. He Yizhou's mood instantly soared from despair to elation. Thank you, uncle. Do not rush to express your gratitude. Listen to me first. Yizhou raised his hand to halt He Yizhou. Originally, I could have lent you the money directly, But after discussing it with your aunt and the old lady, we felt it would not be beneficial for either of us. Upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's words, He Yizhou's eyes widened in disbelief. The deaf old lady beside him watched Yi Zhonghai with keen interest, curious about how he would spin his tale. Cough, cough, Zhuzi, let me ask you this. If I were to lend you the money directly, what would the others in the courtyard say? Yi Zhonghai began his charade. What would they say? Why should it concern them? Yi Yizhou was perplexed. Zhuzi, the opinions of others can be daunting. Do you not understand? They would question, what is Yi Yizhou to Yi Zhonghai? Why would I lend him such a sum? Aunt Jia, Brother Dongshu, and even Sister Qin would confront us. Brother Dongshu is still my apprentice. If I were to lend you such a significant amount without reason, wouldn't he feel uncomfortable? What if he then comes to ask me for 1,000 yuan? What should I do then? To lend or not to lend? As Yi Zhonghai concocted excuses, he grew increasingly eloquent. Yi Yizhou, feeling increasingly agitated, grasped his scalp and lamented, Uncle, if that's the case, does that mean there's no way out? Am I truly destined to serve my time? After Yi Yizhou vented his grievances for a while, Yi Zhonghai remarked, Zhuzi, there are indeed solutions. It all depends on your willingness. Uncle, do share, what solution do you have? Yi Yizhou inquired eagerly. Consider this, the people in the courtyard, including your brother Dongshu, are undoubtedly curious about the substantial sum I lent you. We should provide them with a justification, something to silence their inquiries. Uncle, what reason shall we concoct? Yi Yizhou asked, intrigued. Here's my thought. Your house is privately owned. I sent it, or I note to mortgage the house to me, and I shall lend you 1,000 yuan. Yi Zhonghai spoke while closely observing Yi Yizhou's expression. Noticing a sudden change in Yi Yizhou's demeanor, he quickly added, Rest assured, Zhuzi, I do not intend to take your house. This is merely a formality to quiet the gossipers in the courtyard. We can extend the repayment period. You can repay me little by little each month when you receive your salary. What do you think? Well, Yi Yizhou hesitated, unable to make a decision. Yi Zhonghai seized the moment to press further. Zhuzi, time is of the essence. If the verdict comes down, it will be too late for everything. Think it over carefully. But, Uncle, my father told me that this is our ancestral home. Yi Yizhou remained conflicted. The deaf old woman, noticing the stalemate, interjected, My dear Zhuzi, it's not as if they're asking you to sell the house. Your uncle has said it's merely a formality. With your salary and the income from banquets, repaying 10 or 20 yuan a month is quite manageable. In a few years, it will all be settled. Besides, you still live in the house, don't you? Seeing a softening in Yi Yizhou's expression, Yi Zhonghai added, Indeed. Zhuzi, you decide how much to repay each month. If you have extra funds, repay more. If not, pay less. If something urgent arises, you can temporarily defer repayment. We can always discuss it. The deaf old woman grasped Yi Yizhou's hand. Zhuzi, remember, as long as you are alive, everything will be fine. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. The rain may be light now, but can you truly be at ease, leaving her out there alone? Her words shattered Yi Yizhou's resolve, serving as the final straw. With a firm decision, he declared, Uncle, I will heed your advice and proceed as you suggest. That's the spirit. Yi Zhonghai clapped his hands. Regardless of the outcome, our priority is to get out first. The next steps were straightforward. Following Chen Yizhou's request, Yi Zhonghai summoned Director Zhang to witness the proceedings. Yi Yizhou willingly signed the compensation agreement and affixed his fingerprint. Yi Zhonghai also requested Yi Yizhou to draft a mortgage agreement for the house. Director Zhang, seeing the situation, promptly fulfilled his role as a witness. Uncle, when can I go outside? Yi Yizhou hurriedly asked after completing everything. Yi Zhonghai turned to Director Zhang, who replied, First, obtain the letter of understanding from the victim. Then return to me. The deaf old woman gazed at Yi Yizhou's anxious demeanor and suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. Turning to Yi Zhonghai, she said, Zhonghai, it is still early. I shall remain here to keep him company. You should return to find Chen Yizhou and procure the letter of understanding as soon as possible. Very well, esteemed lady. I shall go at once to retrieve the letter from Chen Yizhou, Yi Zhonghai replied, nodding in agreement before swiftly departing. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yi Zhonghai encountered Yan Fugui at the entrance. Oldie, why the haste? Where's the old lady? Did she not accompany you? Yin inquired, his curiosity piqued. What is the status of Xiaozhu's situation? Old Yin, I am currently preoccupied. Come to my home for drinks this evening, and I shall elaborate further. Yi Zhonghai replied as he continued on his way. Chapter 66. The conclusion of events upon hearing Yi Zhonghai's invitation for an evening drink. Yin Fugui's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wonderful old Yi. I shall bring a bottle of my cherished wine for you to savor tonight. As Yi Zhonghai moved away, Yin Fugui joyfully returned to his abode. Old Yin, have you struck gold? Inquired Aun San, young Ruihua. Ruihua, it's almost akin to finding money. Old Yi is treating me to drinks tonight, so you need not prepare dinner for me, thus saving me a meal, Yin Fugui replied with satisfaction. After a brief pause, he added, Ruihua, be sure to portion the pickled vegetables correctly. There's a definite quota per person. Don't overdo it while I'm away. Rest assured, fairness is our household principle. I will allocate it properly, Yang Ruihua assured him. She then leaned closer and whispered, Old Yin, when dinner is served, bring a large bowl with you. A large bowl? Yin Fugui pondered for a moment before clapping his hands in realization. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? I could bring back some leftovers, thus saving us another meal. Precisely, that is what I meant. Yang Ruihua nodded with a smile. However, Yin Fugui continued, if old Yi is treating, I suspect the Jia family will also attend, and I fear I may not be able to compete with Jia Zhangshi and her clan. Oh, what does it matter? Yang Ruihua chuckled. Listen to me, old Yin, when you sit at the table, load your bowl with food but refrain from eating it. Instead, partake of what's on the table. After about 5 minutes of dining, I'll send Jiadi to find you, and she can seize the opportunity to retrieve your bowl. Brilliant, truly brilliant, Yin Fugui exclaimed, giving Yang Ruihua a thumbs up. Meanwhile, upon returning home, Yi Zhonghai was greeted by Aunt Zhonghai, you're back. How did everything go? Yi Zhonghai sat down and replied, I'm parched. So Elon, pour me a glass of water first, then count out 1,500 yuan. Anta was taken aback. Zhonghai, why do you need so much money? Yi Zhonghai produced the house mortgage agreement written by He Yizhou and handed it to Anta to keep this safe. Chen Yizhou demands 1,500 yuan in compensation before he will sign the release. Zhu only has a little over 500 yuan, which I previously retrieved and placed at home. Now, he is using his house as collateral, and I shall lend him 1,000 yuan. This, on hesitated. Stop with the questions. What do you, a woman, understand about this? Hurry and fetch the money. Yi Zhonghai replied impatiently. All right, Anta responded, pouring him a glass of water before retreating to gather the money. Receiving the 1,500 yuan from Anta, Yi Zhonghai placed it into a bag, carried it, and headed to Chen Yizhou's home. Knock, knock, knock. Chen Yizhou opened the door. Ah, you've arrived, Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, rushing to open the door. Where's your brother? Mr. Yi, please come in. My brother is taking a nap. I will go wake him, Chen Xiaoyan said as she ushered Yi Zhonghai into the living room and dashed upstairs to call Chen Yizhou. Yi Zhonghai glanced around, noticing that both old lady Zhao and Lu Cuifeng were absent, presumably resting. Seated upon the wooden sofa in the living room, Yi Zhonghai began to survey his surroundings. Earlier that morning, he had been too preoccupied with discussions to take a closer look. As he gazed around, astonishment washed over him. My goodness, the decor, the furniture, all crafted from exquisite materials and adorned with elegant designs. A glance around the room revealed the overall splendor, leading him to surmise that the furnishings in each room would be equally splendid. How much must all of this have cost? Contemplating this, Yi Zhonghai felt a stir of intrigue, but swiftly dismissed the thought. After all, if Chen Yizhou had the audacity to arrange such a setting, he surely possessed the means to do so. He resolved to remember this. The sound of footsteps descending the stairs announced the arrival of Chen Yizhou and Chen Xiaoyan. Elder Yi, have you reached a conclusion? Chen Yizhou inquired directly. We have come to an agreement. I have brought the money. Please count it, Yi Zhonghai replied, placing the bag directly onto the tea table. Chen Yizhou approached, flipped the bag over, and emptied its contents onto the table, instantly covering it with stacks of crisp bills. Upon seeing such an abundance of money, Chen Xiaoyan's eyes widened like saucers, her mouth forming an O. Yinzi, why are you dawdling? Hurry and pour tea for Elder Yi. Chen Xiaoyan snapped back to reality. Oh, right, I'll do that right away. As Yi Zhonghai watched Chen Xiaoyan retrieve tea leaves and cups from the cabinet to brew tea, he felt a pang of annoyance. Just this morning, there had been nothing, and now, with the sight of money, everything seemed plentiful. This family truly had the audacity. After Chen Xiaoyan finished brewing the tea, she and Chen Yizhou began counting the money. After half an hour and 2 thorough counts, Chen Yizhou produced a letter of understanding. Elder E, the amount is correct. Here is the letter. Please keep it safe. Yi Zhonghai took it, scrutinizing it carefully and finding no discrepancies. Rising, he said, "Very well, Xiao Chen. I shall take my leave now." As he reached the door, he paused and turned to Chen Yizhou, saying, "Xiao Chen, this situation has arisen due to the pillar's misalignment. However, since we share the same courtyard, I hope you can coexist amicably in the future." Chen Yizhou smiled. "Elder, whether we can live in harmony does not rest with me, but with you all. You must understand that on each occasion, I have merely acted in self-defense and never initiated conflict. Perhaps you should convey these sentiments to He Yizhou." Yi Zhonghai regarded Chen Yizhou intently. "Very well, I understand." With the letter of understanding in hand, Yi Zhonghai hastened to the police station without delay. "Director Zhang, please see, this is the letter of understanding issued by Chen Yizhou." He presented the document. Director Zhang glanced at it before placing it in his desk drawer. Observing this, Yi Zhonghai urgently asked, "Director Zhang, what about the pillar?" "Master Yi, do not be anxious. First, go and see He Yizhou. I still have some procedures to complete here, and I will join you shortly," Director Zhang replied. "Oh, understood, Director Zhang." Yi Zhonghai then turned and headed towards the detention room. After Yi Zhonghai departed, Director Zhang picked up the phone and dialed. Once connected, he reported, "Currently, the situation is as follows. What do you think?" Yes, understood, I am aware." After hanging up, Director Zhang commenced the necessary paperwork for He Yizhou. In light of the current legal framework's inadequacies, many matters allowed for significant maneuverability. Another leader had also reached out to him, indicating that, with the victim's voluntary issuance of a letter of understanding, the nature of this case could be altered and a lenient disposition could be granted. After all, this is a society governed by interpersonal relationships. With the victim choosing not to pursue the matter, He Yizhou had influential connections to ensure his protection, and Director Zhang was more than willing to go along with the favorable tide. Having organized the necessary documents, Director Zhang approached the detention room, presenting a file and a pen to He Yizhou, instructing him to affix his signature, after which he would be free to depart. Overjoyed, He Yizhou took the pen and, following Director Zhang's instructions, signed and placed his fingerprint. Chapter 67. The Foolish Pillar Returns Home, Planning the Courtyard. "Thank you, Director Zhang." Both the deaf old lady and Yi Zhonghai exclaimed in unison. Director Zhang picked up the documents, replying, "No need for thanks." He then addressed He Yizhou, stating, "He Yizhou, you have someone looking out for you this time, and given that the victim is not pursuing the matter, you have managed to evade serious consequences quite easily. However, based on our inquiries, you have quite the notorious reputation in your compound and at the factory. You have a penchant for resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. I truly wonder who has emboldened you. Therefore, once you are released, it will be prudent for you to exercise more caution." Yes. I will definitely be more careful in the future," He Yizhou replied, lowering his head, his face tinged with embarrassment. Yi Zhonghai and the deaf old lady also felt an uncomfortable tension, and the atmosphere grew quiet. Director Zhang organized his documents and waved his hand, saying, "All right, you may leave now." "Very well, we shall take our leave," Yi Zhonghai responded, hoisting the deaf old lady onto his back as they exited the police station alongside He Yizhou. On their way home, the deaf old lady observed He Yizhou's disheveled hair and soiled clothing, with his right hand in a splint and bandages wrapped around his chest. The sight was heart-wrenching. Unable to restrain herself, she said, "Zhuzi, once you get home, please boil some water and take a proper bath. Clean yourself up, and then have your eldest uncle accompany you to the hospital for a thorough examination. Given your current state, you won't be able to work for a while, so make sure to request a leave of absence from the factory tomorrow and take some time to rest." "All right, Grandma," He Yizhou nodded in agreement. With the heat of the day, He could even detect an unpleasant odor emanating from himself. He knew he must clean up before facing anyone. Noticing his condition, Yi Zhonghai chimed in, "Zhuzi, you heard what Director Zhang said, right? You truly need to modify your temperament moving forward. Do not act impulsively when faced with challenges. In the past, no one could rein you in, but now with Chen Yizhou around, you cannot hope to best him. The only one who suffers is you. So think things through before acting in the future. Who says I can't defeat him? I merely let my guard down." He Yizhou retorted defiantly. For the sake of his own financial safety, Yi Zhonghai continued to admonish He Yizhou. The first time you let your guard down, you lost 50 yuan. The second time, you lost 1,500 yuan. And look at the injuries you've sustained. Zhuzi, how many times do you intend to be beaten before you learn a dodge? How much more are you willing to pay? He Yizhou's face flushed crimson from Yi Zhonghai's words. Zhuzi, I understand that you cannot abide his demeanor, treating us elders with disdain, and you acted out of good intentions. Yet, you must also recognize your limitations. In the past, when trouble arose in the compound and you resorted to violence, the old lady and I could protect you, persuading the others not to report to the authorities. But now, with the disruptive presence of Chen Yizhou, who is quick to call the police, our ability to shield you diminishes, and the morale of the compound will wane. Therefore, it is imperative that you restrain yourself and avoid stirring up trouble in the future. Indeed, Zhuzi, heed your eldest uncle. He has your best interests at heart. The deaf old lady added supportively. He Yizhou, no longer defiant, nodded in agreement. All right, Grandma, I will listen to my eldest uncle. That is wonderful, that is wonderful. The deaf old lady replied, smiling with relief. The trio returned to the courtyard, where He Yizhou proceeded to boil water, wash, and tidy himself up. Yi Zhonghai returned home only after escorting the deaf old lady back to her quarters. Zhonghai, have matters been resolved? Inquired an elderly lady. Indeed, Yi Zhonghai responded, taking a sip from his teacup. The pillar has returned. He is currently tidying up at home. Once he has finished, I shall accompany him to the hospital for another checkup. By the way, Tsulan, I have invited old Yin over for drinks this evening. Do summon old Lu as well. Please take some money and purchase a few ingredients. The elderly lady hesitated, saying, You are hosting them for drinks, the Jia family. Upon hearing the Jia family mentioned, Yi Zhonghai felt a headache coming on. Surely Jia Zhang and Jia Dongxi would show up. Never mind, just buy more ingredients. Even if they come, we shall not fear. Very well. The elderly lady retrieved some money and stepped out. Meanwhile, after their afternoon nap, Grandma Zhao and Lu Cuifeng were mysteriously beckoned by Chen Xiaoyan to sit on the sofa. Chen Yizhou smiled silently. Yinzi, what are you up to? Lu Cuifeng inquired. Mother, we have struck it rich, Chen Xiaoyan whispered. Lu Cuifeng reached out to touch Chen Xiaoyan's forehead, checking for fever. What nonsense are you talking in broad daylight? Oh, it's true. Chen Xiaoyan, in a flurry, retrieved a bag filled with money from under the coffee table and placed it on the table. Mother, look. Lu Cuifeng opened the bag and exclaimed, Oh my, it's all money. Where did all this money come from? Lu Cuifeng asked. Yi Zhonghai sent money, didn't he? Grandma Zhao inquired. Yes, Grandma. Mother, there's 1,500 yuan here. Please take it. Chen Yizhou replied. Given Mother's previous disposition, it might be better to take the initiative. Lu Cuifeng stared at the bag of money in a daze, not responding. Mother, brother wants you to take the money. Chen Xiaoyan gently nudged Lu Cuifeng. Lu Cuifeng snapped back to reality and said, No need. Yizhou, you keep this money for yourself. Mother, you. Chen Yizhou was puzzled, while Chen Xiaoyan failed to comprehend, and Grandma Zhao smiled in silence. Yizhou, you see, your mother has been impoverished for so long. She would rather stretch a penny into two. Watching you spend money so freely makes my heart ache. Therefore, I cannot allow you to have too much money. Lu Cuifeng said, gazing at Chen Yizhou. However, now that you are capable and earning well, and your money is being put to good use, I shall no longer restrict you. You may keep your earnings. We will adhere to our previous agreement, and you shall provide me with 20 yuan for household expenses each month. Mother, this. Chen Yizhou hesitated. Yizhou, listen to your mother. Keep the money. You will turn 20 next month. You are of marrying age now. From this point forward, this household shall be yours. Grandma Zhao declared with finality. Very well. I shall keep it. Chen Yizhou responded, then counted out 40 yuan, handing 20 to both Grandma Zhao and Lu Cuifang. Yizhou, what is this? Lu Cuifang asked, puzzled. Mother, Grandma, I have gained wealth today. This is my token of respect for you both, Chen Yizhou explained. Good, that works. Cuifang, you should accept this as well. Grandma Zhao said as she took the money. Brother, what about me? I want my share. Chen Xiaoyan interjected, extending her hand. How could I forget you? Chen Yizhou pulled 5 yuan from his pocket and placed it in Chen Xiaoyan's palm. Swallow. August is approaching, and you will soon commence your studies. Take this money to purchase some school supplies, and in these days at home, dedicate yourself to your studies. Understood, brother. Chen Xiaoyan smiled as she tucked the money into her pocket. Suddenly, Chen Yizhou recalled something and said to Lu Cuifang, Mother, our courtyard appears rather empty. Do you think we should cultivate a vegetable patch and raise a few chickens? Lu Cuifang's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. That sounds splendid. We could cultivate a few small plots along the courtyard wall. Once the vegetables grow, we will scarcely need to purchase any from the market. With that, she rose and walked into the courtyard, followed by the others. Chapter 68. Seeking Master Lei to bring chickens back to the courtyard. Yizhou, look, the vegetable patch is right here. We could easily build a chicken coop there. If you have time, buy some seeds and a few hens. And soon our home will have fresh eggs to enjoy. When the conversation turned to farming and raising chickens, Lu Cuifang transformed, her enthusiasm palpable as she spoke with conviction. Almost eager to commence the task immediately. We must wholeheartedly support Mother Hen's enterprise. Chen Yizhou glanced at the time. It was still early. He muttered that he had something to attend to, then wheeled his bicycle out the door. Upon exiting the courtyard, he found himself uncertain of where to go. Both vegetable seeds and hens were available. He needed to purchase farming tools. Hoes and small shovels were essential. As for the chicken coop, it would be best constructed from bricks, as wooden structures would succumb to rain. Bricks? Ah, a clear goal emerged. Seek out Master Lei. That was indeed the plan. Chen Yizhou navigated confidently to Master Lei's doorstep and knocked gently. Master Lei, are you at home? He called out softly. Who is it? Oh, it's you, my friend. Master Lei opened the courtyard door. Is something amiss? Not at all, Master Lei. Your work speaks for itself. The quality is impeccable. I have a small favor to ask of you today. Chen Yizhou handed him a large cigarette. Speak on, my friend, Master Lei said, accepting the smoke. Well, I wish to build a chicken coop in the yard to raise a few hens. Would you be able to assist with that? Chen Yizhou elucidated his request. Such a trivial matter. Quite manageable. I happen to have some free time now. I'll gather the materials and have it ready for you shortly, Master Lei proclaimed, patting his chest confidently. One more thing, Master Lei. Could you also help me procure a hoe and a small shovel for planting vegetables? My mother intends to cultivate a few rows in the yard. Do you require second-hand tools? Master Lei inquired. Second-hand? What do you mean? Chen Yizhou was momentarily bewildered. My friend, I happen to have those items here. However, they're not new. They're used, hence the term second-hand. We utilize these tools for various tasks, digging pits, filling soil, and scraping walls, but rest assured, they are in good condition, Master Lei clarified. Reflecting on this, Chen Yizhou acknowledged the practicality. Very well, Master Lei. Please prepare 2 hoes and 2 small shovels for me. Of course, my friend. You may return home for now. I will tidy up and come over shortly. All right, Master Lei, I will await your arrival at home. Bidding farewell to Master Lei, Chen Yizhou mounted his bicycle and rode back. In a deserted alley, he summoned 4 hens, each weighing approximately 3 pounds, securing them to either side of his bicycle's handlebars. He also gathered various vegetable seeds, placing them in small packets and stowing them in his satchel. Upon reaching the courtyard, he spotted Yin Fugue watering the flowers. As soon as he saw Chen Yizhou, he prepared to retreat indoors, but his gaze caught the lively hens dangling from the bicycle. Little Chen, have you purchased so many chickens? Your third aunt is quite adept at slaughtering them. Perhaps you could have her assist you and deliver them back? He offered. Rest assured, they will arrive fully intact, provided you leave the unwanted innards and chicken behind for me. Yin Fugue approached with a smug expression, blocking the bicycle, exclaiming, it must be the infamous Qin family courtyard. Chen Yizhou mused to himself, Had he been in a similar predicament, he would surely sever ties entirely. The creatures in this courtyard, blinded by petty interests, seemed utterly oblivious to the concepts of face and reputation. Apologies, Teacher Yin, but I acquired these chickens merely for their eggs, to provide nourishment for my family. They're not for slaughter. Chen Yizhou deftly maneuvered his bicycle, circumventing Yin Fugue and continuing on his way. Wait a moment. Yin Fugue attempted to voice his thoughts, but Chen Yizhou feigned deafness, resolutely pushing his bicycle forward without a backward glance. As he passed the central courtyard, he spotted Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu seated at the entrance, crafting shoe soles. Upon noticing the chickens on the bicycle, Jia Zhangshi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she nudged Qin Huairu. "Brother Chen, where did you procure so many chickens?" Qin Huairu inquired. Her interest piqued as she rose to her feet. "Oh, I traded tickets with a rural woman in an alley near the Dongdon market," he replied. "Brother Chen, would you like me to assist in butchering them? I possess decent skills." "There's no need. These chickens are for laying eggs," he replied. "Well, if they start laying." "Jia's sister-in-law, my family awaits my return. I must take my leave." Chen Yizhou interrupted, hastily departing before Qin Huairu could finish. Upon entering his own courtyard, Chen Yizhou wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Living here, returning with purchases felt akin to traversing a treacherous gauntlet. Yet, certain matters could not be approached too openly. It was exhausting. No wonder some readers and time travelers exuded such hostility. There was even a writer who, after merely 10 chapters, had eliminated all the residents of the courtyard. The path ahead is long and arduous, he thought, shaking his head, deciding to proceed at his own pace. He secured his bicycle and called into the house, "Mother, could you come out for a moment?" Lu Cuifeng, hearing her son's voice, emerged and immediately noticed the chickens hanging from the bike. "Yizhou, why did you bring home chickens? We have no place to keep them." "Mother, worry not. Soon we shall have a suitable space. I just consulted Master Lei, who will assist in constructing the chicken coop." Chen Yizhou explained, retrieving several small paper packets from his satchel. "Mother, these are vegetable seeds I purchased. Please keep them safe." Lu Cuifeng accepted the packets and patted her son on the shoulder. "Son, you did well today. I have been feeling quite restless at home. Tending to a garden, watering plants, and feeding chickens will be a splendid way to pass the time. Shall I also procure a dog for you?" Chen Yizhou regretted the words as soon as they left his lips. What a foolish idea. With impending famine looming, acquiring a dog would only invite trouble. The creatures of the courtyard would surely drown him in their scorn. He anxiously watched Lu Cuifeng, hoping she would decline the notion. "No, what if the dog bites someone in the courtyard? You would never be able to compensate for the damages." Lu Cuifeng firmly refused. Chen Yizhou felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Mother, as long as you are happy, please let me know if you need anything. I will do my utmost to procure it for you." Lu Cuifeng picked up a hen, meticulously inspecting it from head to tail. This chicken was truly remarkable. Its feathers shone with a lustrous sheen, indicating that it had been well cared for. "Where did you purchase it?" she inquired. "I bought it from a countrywoman in an alley near the market," came the reply. "Mom, 3 yuan for one is quite a bargain. I assenti it. Just a moment ago, someone in the yard asked me about it, and I told them I exchanged tickets for it. Please don't let that slip. 3 yuan each? That's indeed a steal." Lu Cuifeng shot a glance at Chen Yizhou. "Do you think your mother is foolish? Rest assured, I won't speak carelessly. There are hardly any good people in this yard, and I can hardly be bothered to interact with them." Chapter 69, The Chicken Coop, was completed, and at that moment, Grandma Zhao and Chen Xiaoyan approached, gathering around the 4 chickens to discuss them. Grandma Zhao picked up one chicken and, with her finger, probed gently into its rear, not neglecting the remaining 3. "Cui Fong, it seems they all have eggs. Don't tie them up. Find some string to secure one leg and fasten it to the grape trellis." Lu Cuifeng brought 4 lengths of string, each over 1 meter long, and tied the chickens beneath the trellis, instantly causing a flurry of clucking and flapping. Oh, there are no dogs, just chickens creating a delightful ruckus, adding a touch of liveliness to the tranquil courtyard. After more than half an hour, Master Lei arrived with his apprentice, Fatty Xiao's son, pulling a cart. In addition to the materials for repairing the chicken coop, there was also some straw. Chen Yizhou handed over a large bill and invited Master Lei and his apprentice to sit and enjoy some tea. After sipping tea for a while, Master Lei retrieved 2 hoes and 2 small shovels from the cart. "Dear host, take a look. Although they are second-hand, I assure you they are in excellent working condition. Additionally, I have brought some straw, which can be laid down once the coop is repaired." Chen Yizhou accepted the hoe and shovel, examining them closely. He picked up the hoe and swung it lightly. "Master Lei, thank you. I feel these tools are even better than new. The handles have developed a lovely patina and are not rough to the touch. Also, I truly appreciate the straw. I had no idea where to find some." "Not a problem. It was all quite convenient. Just point me to the location where the chicken coop needs repair." Chen Yizhou led Master Lei to the wall of the courtyard, indicating a specific spot. "Master Lei, see here? Let us build it against the wall, just 1 meter long, 1 meter wide, and 1 meter high will suffice." Master Lei marked the ground according to Chen Yizhou's specifications. "Rest assured, dear host, this task will be completed swiftly." He signaled to his apprentice, Xiao Sun, and together they began to dig according to the marked lines. After establishing the foundation, they laid 2 layers of blue bricks within the coop. While working, Master Lei explained to Chen Yizhou by laying 2 layers of blue bricks. The coop will be elevated slightly, preventing water from entering during the rain. Master Lei and his apprentice worked efficiently, completing the chicken coop in half an hour. They left a 50-centimeter opening at the front, which could be covered with a wooden board, allowing one to reach in and collect eggs. Finally, they assisted in spreading the straw inside. "Dear host, do you see anything that needs alteration?" Master Lei inquired of Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou first handed them a large bill. "Master Lei, can I really not trust your work? How much do I owe for the coop, including the hoe and shovel?" "Dear host, the coop itself is negligible in terms of materials and labor. Just give me 5 yuan for the 2 hoes and 2 shovels." "Master Lei, that seems too little." It's a trivial matter. Just 5 yuan. If you have any work in the future, don't hesitate to find me. I'll make sure it's done beautifully." Upon hearing Master Lei's words, Chen Yizhou took out 5 yuan and then offered 2 packets of large bills as well. "Dear host, you are exceedingly gracious." Master Lei accepted it, saying, "It's all about mutual respect." "Thank you, dear host." Master Lei took the money and cigarettes, beckoning his apprentice Xiao Sun to tidy up their belongings before they set off with the cart. Chen Yizhou securely closed the courtyard gate and returned to find Grandma Zhao and Lu Tsuifeng weaving something from straw. "Grandma, mother, what are you doing?" he inquired. "Oh, we are making 2 little nests from straw to place in the chicken coop, so the hens can lay their eggs inside, preventing them from wandering about and making us search the entire yard for eggs later," Grandma Zhao replied with a cheerful smile. Once the 2 had finished weaving the little nests and placed them in the coop, Chen Xiaoyan brought over 4 chickens, untied them, and placed them into the coop, using a wooden board to block the entrance and secure them inside. "By the way, Yinzai, go to the kitchen and find a somewhat flawed large bowl. Fill it with water and bring it here to serve as a water trough," Lu Tsuifeng instructed, pointing to the empty space in front of the coop. "All right, mother. I'll take care of the water for the chickens from now on," Chen Xiaoyan replied confidently. With everything in order, it was already 5 o'clock. Lu Tsuifeng called on Chen Xiaoyan to help prepare dinner. As they passed through the courtyard gate, the courtyard began to bustle with activity. The first to return were a group of laborers, followed by workers from various units, each household starting to light their fires for cooking. Yi Zhonghai, the deaf old lady, and He Yuzhu sat together sipping tea, while Auntie Yi was busy cooking. Today, Auntie Yi had splurged, purchasing 2 pounds of pork, a 4-pound grass carp, and several vegetables. The menu, arranged by He Yuzhu, included braised pork, braised fishtail, fish head stewed with sauerkraut, spicy and sour cabbage, stir-fried shredded potatoes, tofu, and cabbage soup, and a basket of steamed buns made from 2-grain flour. "Zhuzi, what did the doctor say about your injury?" the deaf old lady asked. "Grandma, the doctor advised me to rest properly, stating that I shouldn't do any strenuous work for at least 3 months. I suppose I won't be able to cook for quite a while," He Yuzhu replied, his expression downcast. The inability to cook implied he could not work, which meant a loss of income, not to mention the substantial debts he owed. Zhuzi was in a panic. "It's all that little bastard Chen Yizhou's fault," the deaf old lady muttered under her breath, then comforted He Yuzhu, saying, "Zhuzi, don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll have your uncle speak with factory director Yang to see if he can arrange for you to mentor some apprentices at the factory. Thank you, Grandma, Yizhou exclaimed, his spirits lifting at her words. Just then, Yin Fugue arrived, carrying a large bowl and a bottle of lotus flower liquor. While drinking tea, "Take a look, I brought a fine bottle of wine. Let us have a hearty drink today," he announced. "Old Yin, sit down and have some tea first." Yizhou invited him to take a seat. As time passed, the aroma of Yi family's cooking grew stronger. At the Jia family, Mother, "Don't you will be home from work soon? When are we having dinner?" Chen Yizhou asked Jia Zhangshi. The little boy, who was also hungry, could smell the enticing fragrance wafting from the Yi household and kept calling out, "I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. All right, my dear grandson. Don't fuss. We'll have meat soon," Jia Zhangshi soothed him. "But, Mother, our house doesn't have any meat." Chen Yizhou replied, puzzled. "Yizhou, do you know why I didn't want you to cook? Because we're going to your Uncle E.'s house for dinner. They have plenty of delicious dishes today. Going to Uncle E.'s house? Isn't that inappropriate?" Chen Yizhou hesitated. Jia Zhang's triangular eyes flickered with disdain. "What is so wrong with it? Dongshu is but a disciple of his. He has not broken any pots. When he grows old, the family fortune will belong to us. What harm is there in sharing a meal with him?" "Ah!" Chen Yizhou exclaimed. "What do you mean, ah? Do you not understand why Yizhou has always been so kind to Dongshu? He favors our Jia family. It is merely to ensure that Dongshu will take care of him in his old age. So, Yizhou, do you comprehend now? Mother, does Dongshu know about this?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "He does not. Yizhou has only hinted at it to me, never explicitly stated it," Jia Zhang replied, shaking her head. Chapter 70. The Gathering of the Former Courtyard Magnate's Mother. "What do you mean by that?" Chen Yizhou pressed for clarification. "I have neither agreed nor declined," replied Jia Zhangshi. "Why is that?" Chen Yizhou asked, perplexed. "Yizhou, speak honestly. What do you think of me as a person?" Jia Zhangshi fixed her gaze upon Chen Yizhou. "You. This." Chen Yizhou was at a loss for words. "Are you implying that I am simply a lazy, meddlesome, unreasonable old hag who delights in taking advantage of others?" No. Chen Yizhou hurriedly denied. "There's no rush to deny it. I must admit, I have indeed become such a person." Jia Zhangshi sighed with a wry smile. "In the past, alas, let us not dwell on that. Ever since Dongshu's father passed away, in this merciless society, as a widow with a child, I had to transform myself to survive. I needed to instill fear and loathing in others, preferably keeping them at a distance." Jia Zhangshi's expression turned nostalgic just as Yizhou approached, eager to take Dongshu as his apprentice. "As long as it pertains to the Jia family, we must receive preferential treatment. This made my situation all the more advantageous. To pass up on benefits would be foolish. Thus, I became even more brazen. Though I am not well liked in the courtyard, even despised by many, as long as my own life is satisfactory, I could care less about the chaos around me. But now, and now?" Chen Yizhou inquired. "Now the Chen family has arrived, and everything has changed. Ever since I was confined for 3 days, I have begun to ponder my future. The incident by the pond served as a wake-up call, compelling me to make a resolution." "What resolution?" "To first retract my previous approach, observe the situation for a while, and see if Yizhou can still maintain control over the courtyard. Of course, I shall still seize any advantages that come my way. However, I will refrain from provoking the Chen family, lest this young man truly sends me back in, and Yizhou cannot hold him at bay." After hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Chen Yizhou was profoundly impacted. The wicked old hag she had always perceived turned out to harbor such sentiments within. She fell into deep contemplation. Not long after, Jia Dongshu returned from work. "Yizhou, why didn't you prepare dinner today?" "Dongshu, please tidy up first. We are going to your master's house for dinner," Jia Zhangshi interjected. "All right, Mother." Jia Dongshu thought nothing of it, assuming it had been arranged with Yizhou, and he turned to prepare. Once he left, Jia Zhangshi instructed Chen Yizhou, "Yizhou, let us each take a large bowl later to bring back the leftovers." Chen Yizhou thought to herself, "The familiar old hag has returned." As Lu Haizhong finished work and passed through the courtyard, Yizhou called out, "Old Lu, come over for a drink later." Sure, I will come by shortly, Lu Haizhong replied. With the final dish prepared, Yi Zhonghai beckoned everyone to the table. Lu Haizhong entered carrying a plate of scrambled eggs, placing on the table to share with everyone. Don't be modest, old Lu. Please take a seat, Yi Zhonghai urged. Yi Zhonghai sat at the head of the table, with Lu Haizhong and He Yuzhu on his left, Yin Fugui on his right, and a matron seated at the lower end. As the crowd poured the wine, the deaf old lady picked up her chopsticks, about to speak, when a voice rang out. Hurry up, let us eat. No sooner had the words been spoken than Jia Zhangshi entered, carrying a large bowl, followed closely by Jia Dongxiu, Qin Huairu, and Bang Gong. Noticing everyone's gaze upon her, Jia Zhangshi feigned foolishness and said, Dongxiu, why aren't you sitting down? Everyone is waiting for us. Having said that, she settled next to the old lady. Jia Dongxiu nodded to the crowd and took a seat beside Yin Fugui. The remaining Qin Huairu awkwardly stood by, holding the large bowl and tugging at Bang Gong. Yi Zhonghai furrowed his brow, sighed inwardly, and said to the old lady, Salon, please make some space for Huairu. Let's all squeeze together. Once Qin Huairu was seated, Yi Zhonghai was about to invite the deaf old lady to speak, only to see Jia Zhangshi already devouring 2 pieces of braised pork. With a clap of her chopsticks on the table, the old lady exclaimed angrily, Zhang Suwa, have you no manners? Jia Zhangshi jumped in surprise, her hand trembling, causing the piece of pork she had just picked up to fall onto the table. Did you call for me, old lady? Jia Zhangshi feigned ignorance. Let go, Yi Zhonghai advised. Humph, the old lady huffed, picking up a piece of fish. All right, everyone, let us eat. Yi Zhonghai raised his wine glass, saying Lao Lu, Lao Yin, let us share a toast. Lu Haizhong and Yin Fugui lifted their glasses in response, while Jia Dongxiu and He Yuzhu joined in as well. As the wine went down, Yin Fugui, remembering his task, picked up 3 pieces of food, took a bite, and soon his bowl was half full. Jia Zhangshi, even swifter, danced her chopsticks about, her mouth glistening with grease, while Qin Huairu fed Bang Gong amidst her own eating. Observing their voracious appetites, the others frowned. Jia Dongxiu felt a strong urge to hide beneath the table and could not help but call out, Mother. Jia Zhangshi looked up, asking, What do you want? Dongxiu, hurry up and eat. It's been ages since we had meat. Who knows when we'll have it again? The group fell silent, hastening their eating and drinking. As Yin Fugui was enjoying his meal, he felt someone tugging at his clothing. Looking down, he saw Yin Jidi had arrived. He picked up a piece of braised pork from the table and stuffed it into Yin Jidi's mouth, asking, Is it good? Yes, it's good, she replied, reaching for the bowl in front of Yin Fugui with both hands. He pretended to stop her twice, but soon let her go. Yin Jidi dashed away with the bowl in hand. Watching Yin Fugui's actions, the others contemplated in their own ways. Yin Fugui forced an awkward smile, saying, The child is too mischievous. Let her be. I'll manage with just a few bites. While he was willing to let it go, Yi Zhonghai was not so accommodating. After all, it wouldn't do to have no bowl in front of the guests while hosting a meal. He had no choice but to ask the old lady to bring Yin Fugui another bowl. After 3 rounds of wine, only soup and water remained on the table, in stark contrast to the plentiful dishes in the bowls of Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu. Jia Zhangshi grabbed 2 bowls and said, Huairu, wait a moment. Help your aunt clean up. I'll take Bang Gong home now. All right, mother, Qin Huairu replied obediently. Having nearly finished their meal, Yi Zhonghai turned to the elderly woman and said, Suolan, could you please tidy up the table and brew us some tea? Upon seeing this, Qin Huairu promptly came over to assist. With the dishes all consumed, the 2 tidied the table swiftly, and the tea was served with equal alacrity. Once Qin Huairu had finished helping, she returned home, while the elderly woman settled onto a stool at the entrance, and the others gathered around in a circle. After a moment of silence, Lu Haizhong broke the tension, asking, Old, what has prompted you to invite us for drinks today? Yi Zhonghai sighed and replied, There have been quite a few happenings in the courtyard lately, and it has been some time since we last shared a drink together. I thought it would be a good opportunity for us to sit down and discuss what we should do moving forward. Chapter 71. Continuation of the gathering of the original Sihuan tycoons. Old E. Why do you dwell on such matters? Currently, I am the only elder in the courtyard. What should be done is my concern, Lu Haizhong proclaimed with self-satisfaction. Faced with Lu Haizhong, an uneducated yet arrogant bureaucrat, Yi Zhonghai felt a sense of fatigue. Old Lu, your assertion is misguided. Although old Yin and I are no longer elders, we remain part of the Sihiyuan, do we not? Our concern is for your well-being. What do you have to worry about me for? Lu Haizhong queried, perplexed. Old Lu, do you understand why Zhuzi was able to be released? Yi Zhonghai shifted the conversation. Such matters were never serious enough to involve the police in the past. Would they keep the foolish Zhu locked away indefinitely? Lu Haizhong replied, assuming it was a matter of course. Old Lu, your thinking is overly simplistic. Chen Yizhou is a martyr's descendant. Had it been anyone else, they would not have been released. This imprisonment is assured. Then how is Zhuzi free now? Lu Haizhong inquired. I shall not disclose the specifics, but I can tell you that Zhuzi compensated Chen Yizhou with 500 yuan. Yi Zhonghai stated. 500 yuan. Lu Haizhong exclaimed in astonishment. Is that much? Yan Fugui's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Where did the foolish Zhu acquire such funds? Jia Dongshu questioned skeptically. Ahem, Zhuzi certainly does not possess such wealth. I contributed 1,000 yuan of that amount. Yi Zhonghai clarified. Master, you simply gave the foolish Zhu 1,000 yuan? Jia Dongshu, unable to contain himself, rose in excitement. Lu Haizhong and Yan Fugui turned their gazes toward Yi Zhonghai, awaiting his explanation. What are you doing? Sit down. Yi Zhonghai commanded, ensuring Jia Dongshu settled back down. That money was a loan to Zhuzi. A loan? How could Zhuzi repay such a sum? On his salary? When would he ever be able to repay it? Master, you are being foolish. Jia Dongshu interjected before Yi Zhonghai could finish his thought. Yi Yizhou observed the scene, contemplating how everything unfolded just as the elder had predicted. Fortunately, they had signed the property mortgage agreement. Little did he know, this was all a result of Yi Zhonghai's deliberate guidance. With a resounding clap on the table, Yi Zhonghai exclaimed, Dongshu, why are you so impetuous? Can you not let me finish my statement? I did indeed lend Zhuzi 1,000 yuan, but that was secured against his family's property. Master, I was wrong. Jia Dongshu, sensing Yi Zhonghai's ire, promptly lowered his head. Lu Haizhong remained indifferent, while Yan Fugui regarded Yi Zhonghai with a profound, inscrutable expression. Old Lu, what is your perspective on the 500 yuan compensation? Yan Fugui inquired of Lu Haizhong. Bang! Lu Haizhong struck the table. This Chen Yizhou is utterly unreasonable. How can he demand such a sum from the foolish Zhu? I shall have a serious talk with him another day and see if he can provide assistance to the impoverished residents of our courtyard. Yi Zhonghai, wishing to avoid further complications, advised, Old Lu, there is no need for that. The matter is settled. It has already been made public. And what good would further discussion do? Moreover, the money he has consumed will hardly be easily relinquished. Old Yi, do not concern yourself. Ever since this fellow arrived in the courtyard, he has repeatedly challenged us and shown disrespect to us elders. A trivial matter. Yet foolish Zhu is required to pay such a hefty sum. I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson, Lu Haizhong declared with indignation. Yi Zhonghai slapped his forehead, feeling exasperated. Why is it so challenging to communicate with Lu Haizhong? After a moment's contemplation, he thought, never mind. It is futile to reason with a stubborn fool. If he wishes to create trouble for Chen Yizhou, so be it. Yi Zhonghai gently tapped the table and said, forget about Lao Lu for now. You are the only elder in our courtyard. There is a matter that requires your judgment. What matter? Lu Haizhong inquired curiously. Lao Lu, what is our courtyard's tradition? Yi Zhonghai asked. To respect the elderly and care for the young, to help one another. What's the issue? Lu Haizhong replied. The problem is significant. Let me ask you, since the arrival of that old lady Zhao from the Chen family, how many times have you spoken to her? Yi Zhonghai invited. Her? That old woman? I've only seen her during meetings. We haven't spoken otherwise. Why? Lu Haizhong answered candidly. Why indeed? Did you not just say that our tradition is to respect the elderly and care for the young? She is now using that against us. What is there to discuss? Lu Haizhong responded, perplexed. Did you not notice the sign hanging at their entrance? She is a widow of a martyr and older than the old lady. If she were to report that the elders of our courtyard are indifferent to her, How do you think the leaders would perceive us? With our courtyard's reputation at stake, this would be quite the embarrassment. Yizhou elaborated step by step. This. Lao Yi, Lao Zan. What do you suggest we do now? Lu Haizhong sought their advice. Lao Lu, you are the only elder here, so it is your responsibility to resolve this matter. Yizhou and Yin Fuguwei both insisted. No, Lao Yi, Lao Yin, please help me with a suggestion. Lu Haizhong urged. Ikchenging Gunansis, Yizongkai Ripliet, Lao Liu. This situation is quite dubious. It will be best for you to consider how to address it. Seeing their expressions, Lu Haizhong suddenly understood. Lao Yi, Lao Zan, will you assist me with a suggestion? Rest assured, I will report this to the street office. There are too many people and matters in our courtyard for me to manage alone, so I will request your support. Of course, I am but a minor figure. You must also devise a plan. Yizhou and Yin Fuguwei shared a knowing smile, having achieved their goal. Very well, Lao Lu. Here is the plan. We will accompany you to the Chun family to assess the situation before deciding how to proceed. Does that sound agreeable? Good, it's settled then. Lu Haizhong stood up and declared, I will return home briefly and come find you later. As Lu Haizhong walked away, Yizhou turned to the deaf old lady and asked, Old lady, will you be joining us? Me? I shall not go. The sight of that troublesome old woman unsettles me. The deaf old lady declined. Very well, then I shall have Tsolan escort you home to rest. Yizhou did not press further. All right, the deaf old lady nodded. An elderly woman was tasked with escorting an old lady back to her backyard. And taking advantage of the moment, Jia Dongshu expressed his intention to return home. Yizhou cautioned He Yuzhu, Zhuzi, when we arrive at the Chen residence. Do not act impulsively. Maintain a courteous demeanor and apologize sincerely. Any issues can be addressed at a later time. Understood. I will heed your advice. He Yuzhu nodded in agreement. Upon returning home, Jia Dongshu sat silently at the table, lost in thought. Jia Zhanshu inquired, Dongshu, what troubles you? Mother, do you know how Shazhu made his way back? Jia Dongshu asked. Chapter 72. Conversations at the Jia family and a visit to the Chun family. How on earth did Shazhu return? Inquired Jia Zhang. Shazhu compensated Chen Yizhou with 500 yuan, of which 1,000 yuan was lent to him by my master, replied Jia Dongshu. Yizhou lent Shazhu such a substantial amount? Jia Zhang expressed disbelief. Indeed, Jia Dongshu affirmed with a nod. This is unacceptable. I must confront Yizhou. What right does he have to lend Shazhu such a significant sum? That money will ultimately belong to our Jia family, Jia Zhang exclaimed in agitation, preparing to rush to find Yizhou. Jia Dongshu quickly restrained her. Mother, what are you saying? How can you claim that money will belong to our Jia family in the future? My master did not lend to Shazhu without reason. Shazhu used his family's house as collateral. Is that so? But that seems excessive. What justifies Shazhu's few rooms being worth 1,000 yuan? Jia Zhang remained unconvinced. Jia Dongshu held his mother tightly. Mother, that money belongs to my master. He willingly lent it to Shazhu. What good would it do for you to confront him? What do you know? His money is essentially our Jia family's money. He is waiting for you. The words to support him in his old age were swallowed back by Jia Zhang. She thought to herself that this matter could not be delayed. An opportunity to clarify things with Yizhou must be sought, but first, she needed to gauge Jia Dongshu's thoughts. Dongshu, let me ask you, what do you think of your master? My master? He is wonderful. He takes great care of me both at the factory and in the courtyard, Jia Dongshu replied honestly, unaware of Jia Zhang's intentions. Well, hypothetically speaking, if you were to support your master in his old age, what would you think? Jia Zhang continued her inquiry. Support him in his old age? He has no children, and, as his disciple, it is my duty to care for him, Jia Dongshu stated matter-of-factly. Good. Jia Zhang clapped her hands. Dongshu, your master inquired about this matter with me some time ago, but I refrained from expressing my stance considering your youth. Since you have expressed this today, I will take the opportunity to clarify things with him. This way, we can rightfully request money and resources from him in the future. Huairu, Jia Zhang called out. Mother, what is it? Qin Huairu approached. Remember, in the future, whenever you have the chance, present a pitiful story in front of your uncle. emphasizing how difficult things are for our Jia family. Do you understand? Understood, mother, Qin Huairu replied. Meanwhile, Lu Haizhong returned home to tidy up, and then, along with Yizonghai, Yin Fuguwei, and He Yuzhu, made their way to the Chen family. As they knocked on the door, the Chen family had just finished their meal and were enjoying tea under the grape trellis. Chen Xiaoyan opened the door upon hearing the commotion and, upon seeing so many people, asked, "What brings you here?" Everyone turned their gaze towards Lu Haizhong. We are here to. Lu Haizhong, feeling nervous, stumbled over his words. Yizonghai shook his head in disapproval at Lu Haizhong's ineptitude. That is to say, Xiaoyan, as the eldest elder in our courtyard, Grandma Zhao has not been able to attend to some matters recently, so we specifically came to visit her today. Yizonghai interjected, providing Lu Haizhong with a reprieve. Indeed, we are here to visit old lady Zhao, Lu Haizhong hastily remarked. Are you here to see my grandmother? Chen Xiaoyan inquired, surveying the group with a discerning gaze. And you call yourselves city folk? We country folks are well aware that when visiting the elderly, one should never arrive empty-handed, especially for the first time. Though her voice was barely above a whisper, Yizonghai and the others could hear her clearly, and even He Yuzhu felt his face flush with embarrassment. After all, city dwellers are particularly concerned with appearances. Yizonghai slapped his forehead in realization. Oh dear, how could I forget? Zhuzi, please go to my house. I had prepared half a gene of brown sugar for the old lady, but forgot to bring it. Go fetch it from your auntie, Lu Haizhong added, silly Zhu. I had a gene of eggs ready for her, but in my haste, I left them behind. Please find your auntie here and retrieve them. Understood, He Yuzhu replied before turning to Yin Fuguei. Seeing that He Yuzhu had not moved, Yizonghai urged, Zhuzi, why are you dawdling? Hurry along. He Yuzhu glanced back at Yin Fuguei, who remained unresponsive, realizing that the old man was unlikely to contribute anything. He decided not to wait any longer and turned to leave. Chen Xiaoyan opened the courtyard gate. Masters, please come in. As Lu Haizhong passed by Chen Xiaoyan, he remarked, Oh, Xiaoyan, I am now the eldest uncle in our courtyard. Oh, I see. Master Lu. Chen Xiaoyan nodded. Lu Haizhong was momentarily speechless. Chen Yizhou welcomed everyone to sit comfortably in the courtyard, while Chen Xiaoyan poured tea. He Yuzhu soon returned, carrying the items. Yin Fuguei stood to accept the items. Placing them on the table, he addressed old lady Zhao, saying, Old lady Zhao, our two families had a misunderstanding before, and I wish to apologize. You have been living here for a while now, and these offerings are meant to visit you. I hope you do not find them lacking. Wait, this. Lu Haizhong was perplexed. Yin Fuguei had not brought anything, yet his words suggested otherwise. Noticing this, Yizonghai discreetly kicked Lu Haizhong under the table and shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. No offense taken, no offense taken. Thank you all. Old lady Zhao expressed her gratitude. Let bygones be bygones. We shall not dwell on the past. It is common for brothers to fall out and fathers to become estranged. Let alone neighbors. We must look to the future. I hope everyone can live harmoniously and continue to uphold the fine traditions of our courtyard, striving to make it an exemplary Sihiyuan. Yes, the others nodded in agreement. While old lady Zhao's initial remarks were acceptable, her later comments about maintaining the courtyard's fine traditions struck Yizonghai and Yin Fuguei as somewhat jarring, as if she were subtly reproaching them. Yet, they found themselves unable to counter her words in the moment. Lu Haizhong and He Yuzhu, oblivious to the underlying implications of old lady Zhao's words, were lost in their own thoughts, leading to a moment of awkward silence. Noticing the lack of conversation, old lady Zhao inquired, What is the matter? Have I misspoken? No, you are absolutely correct, old lady. They chorused in unison. Old lady Zhao smiled and replied, That is good to hear. I was worried I had erred. If I do misstep, please do not hesitate to point it out. Rest assured, my dear wife, I am a reasonable person. Indeed, you have not spoken incorrectly, esteemed elder. We must strive for excellence in our courtyard. After Yizonghai concluded his statement, he swiftly shifted the topic. Zhuzi, come here, what did we discuss previously? He Yuanzhu stepped forward to face Chen Yizhou, his face flushed with embarrassment, and said, Chen Yizhou, I apologize. I was wrong before. Gazing at the woeful figure of He Yuanzhu and contemplating his future plight, Chen Yizhou found himself lacking interest. He waved his hand dismissively and declared, He Yuanzhu, let this matter rest. You have already faced your punishment. Chapter 73. Sign in and new skills. Chen Yizhou pondered for a moment before continuing. However, I must urge you once more. Not every time will there be someone to safeguard you. I have heard that you even mortgage your house to Master Yi. Should another issue arise, what will you use to compensate? Moreover, consider your sister Yushui. With a convict for a brother, how will she face the world? He Yuanzhu felt his face flush with embarrassment, overwhelmed with shame, and muttered, I understand, before turning and fleeing in haste. Upon witnessing He Yuanzhu's departure, Yi Zhonghai and the others also rose to take their leave. Old Lady Zhao stood and addressed them. Thank you all for coming today. Yizhou, please see them off. Certainly. Grandma, Chen Yizhou replied, following the others toward the courtyard gate. Once outside, out of courtesy, he expressed his gratitude. Master Yi, Master Lu, Teacher Yin, thank you for visiting my grandmother today. No need for thanks, little Chen. Respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is a fine tradition in our courtyard. Lu Haizhong waved his hand. However, little Chen, as one of the elders here, I must have a word with you. Master Lu, what have I done? Chen Yizhou asked. Perplexed. Little Chen, it's not about what you did when you first arrived. From now on, you must show respect to the elders. Also, please pay attention to unity. Matters within the courtyard should not be reported to the street or the police at the drop of a hat. If you have concerns, come to me, and I will advocate for you. Understood, Master Lu, Chen Yizhou replied dismissively, uninterested in further discussion. Since he had to work the next day, upon returning home, Chen Yizhou greeted his family before washing up and heading upstairs. Lying in bed, Chen Yizhou delved into his space, first gathering all the ripe fruits and vegetables, then feeding the fish and livestock with vegetables, storing the remainder in the pantry, and replanting the lesser quantities of fruits and vegetables. The rice was also ready for harvest, likely due to using seeds from the previous yield and the long-term irrigation with spiritual spring water. The 2 acres yielded 2,888 pounds of rice after shelling, and combined with what he had stored, he now possessed over 3,000 pounds of rice. Chen Yizhou resolved to plant cotton on these 2 acres, as winter in the capital was particularly cold, creating a demand for cotton. Turning his attention to the ranch, he collected over 200 eggs, along with some duck and goose eggs. The pigs would take some time before farrowing. Even with a tenfold acceleration, the cattle would not mature for over 2 months. The rabbits had multiplied to about 50 or 60. He decided to keep 20 and salted the others, hanging them in the space's small courtyard to dry. Honey was harvested, amounting to about 10 pounds. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. The system rewards the host with level 5 culinary skills, a complete set of specialized knives, and 100 pounds of secret seasoning. The knowledge of level 5 culinary arts surged into Chen Yizhou's mind like a torrent, causing a slight dizziness. In a moment of daze, he mastered the 8 major cuisines and Western recipes. To test his new seasonings and culinary skills, Chen Yizhou leaped from his bed and hurried to the kitchen to gather firewood and seasonings. He also filled a kettle with boiling water from the living room. Returning to his bedroom on the 2nd floor, with a thought, he appeared in the kitchen of his space. Chen Yizhou decided to prepare a home-style dish, chicken braised with potatoes. With a swift motion, a freshly slaughtered chicken appeared in his hands. He retrieved his knife and, in a flurry of precise strokes, expertly butchered the chicken, setting aside generous chunks of ginger and garlic for later use. He raised the heat and washed the pot. Once the pot was dry, he poured in some oil, waiting for it to reach the right temperature before adding the chopped chicken along with the ginger and garlic, seasoning it with a pinch of salt and stir-frying until the surface turned a delicate golden hue. He then added soy sauce, chili sauce, and boiling water, covering the pot to allow it to simmer. Next, he took 2 potatoes, swiftly peeling them with his knife, and chopped them into chunks, soaking them in water. Sensing that the chicken was nearly ready, he lifted the lid and added the potatoes, pouring in some additional boiling water to continue the braising process. Once the potatoes were tender, he incorporated a special seasoning blend provided by the system, allowing the sauce to reduce before tossing in some chopped scallions and lifting the pot from the heat. Dear readers, this is the author's own method and a personal opinion. Additionally, the spices were not readily available back then, hence they are not mentioned here. As Chen Yizhou gazed upon the chicken braised with potatoes, he eagerly picked up a piece of potato and savored its melt-in-the-mouth texture. He then took a piece of chicken, tender, smooth, and delightfully spicy, realizing that its flavor rivaled that of some venerable establishments from his past life. It is noteworthy that Chen Yizhou was merely at level 5, likely attributing the exquisite taste to the secret seasoning. After consuming half of the dish, he found himself unable to eat further, so he stored the leftovers in his pantry, which was an infinitely spacious, stationary realm. Whatever was placed inside remained unchanged upon retrieval. During the years of famine, he would likely have to prepare meals within that space, finding a way to serve them to his family. The following day, Chen Yizhou awoke, instinctively practicing a bout of boxing before freshening up. After enjoying a heartfelt breakfast prepared by his family, he ventured out with his bicycle. Today, Yi Zhonghai, Jia Dongxiu, and He Yuzhu were commuting together. Due to He Yuzhu's injuries, their pace was rather leisurely. Zhuzi, Director Yang still holds you in high regard. When you get to the office, remember to adjust your attitude, all right? Yi Zhonghai cautioned He Yuzhu. Oh, come on. The hospitality dishes at this steel mill wouldn't function without me. They need me, He Yuzhu retorted nonchalantly. You. Yi Zhonghai chuckled in exasperation. Zhuzi, do you truly believe you are the only chef in the world? That they can't manage without you? Do you have any idea how many people are eyeing your position? I assure you, if you were to resign, a multitude would eagerly vie for your job. He Yuzhu was momentarily speechless, murmuring, Uncle, that can't be true. Can it? They always seek me out for the hospitality dishes. Zhuzi, remember, you're just a chef. Do not elevate yourself too highly. Anyway, when we get to Director Yang's office, I'll handle the conversation. You should speak less. Yi Zhongkai sikit ve'aridi. Ding ding, ding ding. The sound of a bicycle bell echoed from afar, prompting everyone to yield to the side. Chen Yizhou whizzed past them. What is the big deal about a bicycle? He Yuzhu scoffed, watching Chen Yizhou speed away. Jia Dongxiu, on the other hand, was filled with envy, pondering when he might also possess a bicycle. He glanced at Yi Zhonghai, contemplating that, with his masteress salary, it should be quite attainable. No rush. Once his mother confronted him, he would broach the subject with Chen Yizhou. Upon arriving at the steel mill, Chen Yizhou secured his bicycle and first proceeded to the technical department. Today, it was Deng Xiaoxing who had arrived early, diligently engaged in cleaning. Noticing Chen Yizhou, he inquired, Technician Chen, have you come back to work? Indeed, I have completed my previous tasks and will resume my duties here starting today, replied Chen Yizhou. I'll assist you with the cleaning. There's no need for that, Deng Xiaoxing interjected. I'm nearly done. Since it has been quite some time since your last visit, you should focus on tidying up your own belongings. After a moment's reflection, Chen Yizhou conceded, Very well, then I appreciate your efforts. Chapter 74. Entering the electric fan workshop, Deng Xiaoxing remarked, It's fine. You carry on with your tasks. Chen Yizhou approached his desk, which was devoid of any belongings as he had tidied everything before leaving. The surface appeared immaculate, suggesting that the cleaning staff diligently maintained the workspace daily. He first filled a thermos with hot water, brewed a cup of tea, and organized the necessary documents and tools on his desk. Once these tasks were completed, his colleagues began to arrive one by one. Chen Yizhou took a stroll around the front entrance, greeting everyone as he went. Upon Lu Gong's arrival, he wasted no time and convened a meeting. Everyone, please resume your work in the designated workshops as previously assigned. If you encounter any insurmountable issues, report them promptly. Understood. Lu Gong. Yes, Lu Gong, responded Zhao Xiaojun, Wang Dabin, and the others before dispersing. After the crowd had departed, Lu Gong called Chen Yizhou aside, saying, Xiao Chun, please accompany me. Upon entering the office of the section chief, Lu Gong patted Chen Yizhou on the shoulder and remarked, Xiao Chun, you've done exceptionally well. Yesterday, Director Yang and his team submitted the materials you translated faster than other peer enterprises. Though the evaluation will take some time, your contributions will not go unnoticed. Lu Gong, this is merely my duty. I must express my gratitude for your recommendation and for the opportunity to contribute to the factory. All right, Lu Gong interjected. Raising his hand to pause, Chen Yizhou, let me discuss your current responsibilities. You are now the technical advisor for the electric fan workshop, and your primary focus will be there. The factory has successfully allocated the machinery and workforce, and production has commenced. You must diligently supervise and ensure that the assigned tasks are accomplished. Do you understand? Chen Yizhou straightened his posture and replied, understood. With a wave of his hand, Lu Gong concluded, you may go. By the way, Fan Jiwa has been assisting in the electric fan workshop. He will now be working with you. You need to train him swiftly. Rest assured, Lu Gong, I will fulfill the task. Chen Yizhou affirmed. Exiting the office, Chen Yizhou called for Fan Jiwa, gathered his toolkit and the electric fan blueprints, and together they proceeded towards the electric fan workshop. Jiwa, Lu Gong mentioned you have been assisting in the electric fan workshop. Please brief me on the current situation, so I'm not entirely in the dark upon my arrival. Chen Yizhou inquired as they walked. Certainly, Technician Chen. Allow me to explain. Fan Jiwa began to outline the circumstances of the electric fan workshop. Through Fan Jiwa's introduction, Chen Yizhou gained a substantial understanding of the electric fan workshop. Although it was referred to as a new workshop, it was essentially a renovation of the original factory building. The workshop supervisor, Lu Neng, was previously the deputy chief of the third machining workshop. There are over 100 skilled workers, including those in categories such as machinists and welders, which, along with their apprentices, brought the total workforce to over 300, comparable to some modern factories. Unbeknownst to them, the two had arrived at the electric fan workshop, where a cacophony of machinery filled the air and workers were busily engaged in their tasks. Fan Jiwa led Chen Yizhou directly to the supervisor's office. With a firm knock, Fan Jiwa rapped on the door. A robust, middle-aged man, approximately 50 years of age, opened the door from within. Xiao Fan, is that you? Please, come in and state your business. The three entered the office and closed the door, instantly enveloping themselves in a serene silence. Director Lu, allow me to introduce this individual. Mr. Chen Yizhou, our technical advisor dispatched to our workshop by the factory. By the way, the electric fan was ingeniously crafted by Mr. Chen utilizing the resources available at our factory. After they settled, Fan Jiwa proceeded with the introduction to Director Lu. Upon hearing this, Director Lu extended both hands. Technician Chen, greetings. Welcome. Mr. Chen reciprocated the gesture. Hello, Director Lu. I look forward to your guidance. Do not mention it. As for this electric fan, I am quite in the dark. Its success hinges entirely on your expertise. Please, do not hesitate to express any requests or needs. I shall endeavor to fulfill them. Should any workers be uncooperative, inform me, and I shall address the matter. Lu readily assured. Rest assured, Director. Since I am here, I shall ensure the work is executed proficiently. As for my requirements, let me first familiarize myself with the workshop. Chen Yizhou replied succinctly. Very well, Technician Chen. Your office is adjacent to mine. Allow Xiao Fan to guide you there to see if you need anything else. The workshop director, Lu, indicated toward the next room. Chen Yizhou stood up and remarked, all right, Director Lu, I shall not impose further and will take my leave to inspect the office. Under Fan Jiwa's guidance, he entered the adjoining office, discovering it equipped with a desk, filing cabinet, visitor chairs, a thermos, and a tea jar, all in order. Fan Jiwa picked up the tea jar and announced, Technician Chen, I will fetch some tea leaves from Director Lu's office to brew you a cup. Thank you, Jiwa. Chen Yizhou nodded in appreciation. As he settled into the office chair, he surveyed the surroundings, pleased with the conditions. He organized the toolkit and blueprints he had brought, rising to explore the room further. Fan Jiwa returned with the tea jar, placing it before Chen Yizhou. Technician Chen, here is your tea. When do you plan to visit the workshop? Chen Yizhou stood and replied, Jiwa, let's go now. Meanwhile, Yi Zhonghai, accompanied by He Yuzhu, arrived at Director Yang's office floor, where they encountered Secretary Li. Secretary Li, has Director Yang arrived? Not yet, Master Yi. Are you here to see Director Yang regarding something? Secretary Li inquired. Yi Zhonghai responded, Indeed, Secretary Li. We wish to discuss a matter with Director Yang. Secretary Li nodded. Very well, Master Yi. Please wait here for a moment. I have another matter to attend to. With that, Secretary Li departed. After approximately 10 minutes of waiting, Director Yang arrived. Yi Zhonghai nudged He Yuzhu and called out, Director Yang. Director Yang glanced at them. Master Yi, do you require my assistance? Please come in. The three entered the office, and Director Yang took his seat behind the desk. Master Yi, what brings you here? Please have a seat. Yi Zhonghai waved his hand. No need, Director Yang. I simply wish to discuss matters concerning Zhu. Director Yang looked at He Yizhou. Hasn't his issue already been resolved? Director Yang, I was referring to matters concerning his work. Before Director Yang could inquire further, Yi Zhonghai continued. Zhuzi has now sustained a fracture in his right hand, along with a cracked sternum. The doctor has advised a 3-month period of recuperation. Is it truly that grave? Director Yang furrowed his brow, pondering that although Zhu's 3-month convalescence seemed trivial, the pressing concern was how to manage the catering for the next 3 months. It appeared a solution needed to be devised. He remarked, since the doctor has recommended rest, let He Yizhou return home to recuperate. Chapter 75. Untitlet Director Yang. You are well aware of the circumstances at Zhu's home. Ever since his father, He Daqing, passed away, the two siblings have relied on one another. This time, he incurred substantial losses while compensating Chen Yizhou, and with a sister to support. If he cannot work and earn a salary, their very livelihood will be at stake, explained Yi Zhonghai. However, Director Yang glanced at He Yizhou, and with a troubled expression, remarked, given his current condition, he is unable to cook, is he? Director Yang, I have a suggestion. Please consider it, Yi Zhonghai proposed. Oh, Master, do enlighten me. Director Yang, Zhu's culinary skills are exceptional. It would be a pity for him to remain at home nursing his injuries. Would it be possible for him to take on a few apprentices at the factory during these 3 months to impart his knowledge? A modest salary would suffice, just enough for him and his sister's living expenses. Taking on apprentices? Director Yang pondered for a moment. The suggestion was indeed feasible. Very well, you may return for now. I will discuss this with Director Li from the logistics department and provide you with a prompt response. Upon hearing Director Yang's words, Yi Zhonghai sensed that a resolution was imminent and quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Director Yang. Turning to He Yizhou, who remained unresponsive, he playfully slapped him on the head. Zhu, what are you doing? Hurry up and thank Director Yang. Thank you, Director Yang, He Yizhou quickly replied. At that moment, Secretary Li entered, announcing, Director, it is time for the meeting. Director Yang rose, took his teacup, and said, very well, let us proceed. He then turned to Yi Zhonghai, instructing, you and your companion should return for now. I will notify you when I have updates. Understood. Thank you, Director Yang. We shall take our leave, Yi Zhonghai said, pulling He Yizhou along to express their gratitude. Director Yang, accompanied by Secretary Li, arrived at the small conference room in the factory. Secretary Wang, Director Deng from the factory office, and Li Huai from the logistics department were already present. Once everyone was assembled, Secretary Wang rapped on the table, stating, today, we have several matters to discuss. First, we delivered the machine manuals to the department yesterday, but we cannot afford to remain idle at the factory. I have decided to accompany Director Deng to the department to follow up on this matter. Therefore, Director Yang, I entrust the factory's affairs to you during this period, and Director Li, ensure that logistics are well managed. Understood, Secretary. Both Director Yang and Li Huai responded in unison. Do either of you have anything to add regarding this matter? Secretary Wang inquired. No, Director. Both Director Yang and Li Huai shook their heads. After sipping his tea, Secretary Wang added, one more thing. At this juncture, utilize any connections you may have. Every additional machine counts. After all, when a factory thrives, we all bask in its glory. Understood, Secretary Wang. Both Director Yang and Li Huai nodded in agreement. Pausing momentarily, Secretary Wang continued. The second matter concerns the fan workshop. The leaders from the industrial department are eagerly awaiting our positive news, so we must expedite the mass production. Is there any issue? Rest assured, Secretary, we will ensure the task is completed promptly. Today, Chen Yizhou has officially taken up residence in the electric fan workshop. I have instructed the workshop director, Lu Neng, to collaborate closely with Chen Yizhou and fulfill all his requests to expedite mass production, stated Factory Director Yang. Li Huai expressed his confidence, assuring the secretary that all materials, components, and supplies have been arranged to ensure no setbacks occur. Secretary Wang surveyed the assembly and remarked, well, Since there are no issues, let us discuss the third matter. Director Yang, please elaborate on Chen Yizhou's recognition from the Ministry of Railways Public Security. Certainly, I will provide an overview, Director Yang responded. Recently, during his journey back to Beijing with his family, Comrade Chen Yizhou assisted the public security officers on the train in apprehending several human traffickers and rescuing a young woman. As a result, the railway police traced the leads and dismantled a long active trafficking ring along the railway. They sent him a letter of commendation along with a monetary reward of 100 yuan. Li Huai chuckled. Oh, I didn't expect this young man to be so remarkable. Indeed, Director Deng chimed in. Secretary Wang tapped the table. Now that everyone is aware of the situation, this reflects well on our factory. Let us discuss how to reward him. Director Yang took a sip of tea, noting the limitations on Chen Yizhou's technical rank unless he transitioned to an administrative position. He had recently received a 10 yuan increase in his allowance, making further increases difficult. How about we consider a direct cash reward? What amount do you all think is appropriate? That's a sensible suggestion. Let us proceed with that, Director Deng concurred. Li Huai pondered for a moment, and then said, Let us advocate for this young man. Allow me to present a thought. He is about to get engaged and is currently seeking tickets for a 3-wheeled bicycle. Perhaps we could reward him with either a bicycle ticket or a sewing machine ticket. Doesn't he already own a bicycle? Director Yang inquired. Li Weida Shukulat. That bicycle is intended for his fiancée, so the ticket must be for a Lady-S bicycle. Director Deng, do we have any Lady-S bicycle tickets available in our factory? Indeed, we do, Director Deng replied. What do you think, Secretary Wang and Director Yang? Exchanging glances, Secretary Wang and Director Yang nodded in agreement. Very well, let us reward him with a lady's bicycle ticket. For a commendable comrade, we must ensure he is duly recognized. Director Deng, please arrange to announce this at the broadcast station around noon. Director Deng acknowledged, understood, Secretary Wang. After the meeting adjourned, Li Huai approached Director Deng and asked, Do you still have any sewing machine tickets? Why do you inquire about that? Are you in need of one? Director Deng queried with curiosity. Not for myself. I merely wanted to remind you that if you do not have one, you should find a way to procure one. Li Huai replied cryptically. Why would that be? Director Deng pressed for clarity. Li Huai explained, It's for Chen Yizhou. In due time, when we bring the machines back to the factory from the department, he will undoubtedly achieve another accomplishment. If the leadership inquires about his desires, I am certain he will request a sewing machine ticket. Do you believe that? Director Deng contemplated this and conceded, You make a valid point. It seems I must procure a car to hold in my hand. At that moment, Secretary Li approached Li Huai and informed him, Director Li, the factory manager requests your presence in his office for a discussion. Li Huai nodded. Very well, let us proceed. After bidding farewell to Director Deng, they arrived at Manager Yang's office. Secretary Li prepared tea for the two and then exited, closing the door behind him. Manager, you summoned me for a purpose? Li Weida inquirat. Manager Yang replied, Director Li, the matter at hand is this. He Yizhou has sustained an injury and is unable to cook. The doctor has advised a 3-month rest. However, he currently lacks funds and has a younger sister to support. Without a salary, their livelihood will be severely compromised. Chapter 76. Preparing to improve production methods. Upon hearing this, Li Huai inquired, Director, what are your plans? Director Li replied, I have been contemplating this. He Yizhou possesses commendable culinary skills. We could hire a few temporary workers and allow him to train them during this period. He currently holds the position of an 8th-level cook, earning 5 yuan per month. Since he is unable to cook, let us offer him 5 yuan a month, which should suffice for his and his sibling's living expenses. We will allocate 4 positions, 2 for each of us, with a requirement to start within 3 days. What do you think, Director Yang? Director Yang pondered for a moment as he sipped his tea and then responded, While it is feasible, what will happen to the catering at our factory afterward? Yang scratched his head in concern. I am troubled by that too. We might need to scout for alternatives in the coming days. I fear that if leadership visits within these days, it could complicate matters. Li Huai, feeling uncertain, stood up and said, Very well, let us proceed with this plan. I shall take my leave now. After Li Huai departed, Director Yang summoned Secretary Li instructing, please head to the first workshop and inform Master Yi Zhonghai about the arrangements. It is settled, 15. 5 yuan per month, with a start date in 3 days. Secretary Li nodded, understood, director. Chen Yizhou walked alongside Fan Jigua in the workshop, where the artisans and their apprentices were busy at work, bustling with the sounds of chatter and activity. Yizhou, are you here for work? A voice called from nearby. Chen Yizhou turned to see and quickly approached. Uncle Yu, have you come to the electrofan workshop? Yu Shengli set down the piece he was working on. Indeed, I thought about it and decided to challenge myself like you young folks. I wish to try a new environment. Who knows, there might be surprises. Absolutely, Uncle Yu, you will not be disappointed. Technician Chen, do you know Master Yu? Fan Jigua inquired. Uncle Yu is the father of my fiancée, Yi. I am about to get engaged, Chen Yizhou admitted without hesitation. Ah, congratulations, Fan Jigua exclaimed. After Chen Yizhou departed, Huang Feihu, a fifth-level locksmith beside Yu Shengli, asked old Yu who was that. Oh, that is Chen Yizhou, our workshop's technical advisor. He was responsible for the design of the electric fans. He is also my future son-in-law. He will be engaged to my eldest daughter in a few days. Yu Shengli proudly introduced. Huang Feihu expressed his astonishment. Ah, it's him. Old Yu, you've done well in keeping this under wraps. When will you treat us to drinks? Soon. There will be plenty of drinks. Yu Shengli chuckled. After a brief tour, Chen Yizhou asked Jigua, have the electric fans been completed? Where are they? They have been finished. Technician Chen, please follow me. Fan Jigua guided Chen Yizhou to a storage area adjacent to the workshop. Upon entering the warehouse, Chen Yizhou observed around 10 electric fans placed on the floor. He walked over to inspect them closely, discovering that many still bore burrs on their surfaces, with some screws not properly tightened and others lacking uniformity in size. The mesh covers also varied in density. Given that the exterior appears in this condition, I can only wonder about the interior. Jigua, have these electric fans undergone any testing? Chen Yizhou asked, scrutinizing the fans. They have, Fan Jigua affirmed. What specific tests were conducted? Can you verify whether it operates normally? Technician Chen, reassured, replied, rest assured. Everything is functioning well. Was only an operational test conducted? Chen Yizhou probed further. What else is needed? Fan Jigua inquired with curiosity. There's more to consider. Never mind. Please take me to the assembly area for a look. Chen Yizhou was at a loss for words. The questions were too numerous, and he felt disinclined to elaborate. The assembly area? Haven't you seen it before? It's right there in the workshop. Fan Jigua said, puzzled. The workshop? Chen Yizhou found himself somewhat bewildered, unable to recall it. Indeed, once the master craftsman completes the workpiece, the apprentices directly assemble it. Fan Jigua clarified. How many types of workpieces does one master handle? Chen Yizhou was still trying to comprehend. All that can be made are produced. Those that cannot be made are allocated among the masters. Once the allocation is done, the apprentices assemble the parts into finished products. Ah, no wonder. Let us go find Director Liu. Upon arriving at Director Liu's office, Chen Yizhou stated directly, Director Liu, we have a significant issue. Lu Nang felt a sudden jolt. Technician Chen, what seems to be the problem? The situation is dire. Our production is exceedingly chaotic and requires comprehensive rectification. Chen Yizhou asserted candidly. Comprehensive rectification? Director Liu expressed skepticism. Indeed, Chen Yizhou affirmed. Upon hearing the need for total overhaul, Lu Nang was alarmed. Such a magnitude of responsibility was daunting. Technician Chen, how about we consult Factory Director Yang together? You can share your thoughts, and we shall see how the leadership responds. Shall we? Very well. Let us proceed, Chen Yizhou replied, leading the way. The three arrived at Factory Director Yang's office, where Lu Nang explained the situation. Director Yang appeared overwhelmed, particularly as he lacked technical expertise. Reluctantly, he summoned Secretary Li, instructing, Secretary Li, please check if Secretary Wang, Director Deng, and Director Li are available. If they are, invite them over. Understood, sir, Secretary Li acknowledged before departing to seek them out. After a wait of approximately 10 minutes, Secretary Wang, Director Deng, and Director Li arrived. Director Yang, why have you summoned us? We were just about to head to the department. Secretary Wang inquired upon taking a seat. Chen, please convey the matter to our esteemed leaders, Director Yang instructed. Certainly, Chen Yizhou organized his thoughts and began, esteemed leaders. I have reviewed the production in the electric fan workshop along with the finished products and identified numerous issues. To summarize, there are two main points. The production methods are unreasonable and inefficient. The products are substandard. Upon hearing this, Lu Neng felt a wave of despair. This young man is implying that my capabilities are lacking in front of the leadership, he thought, unaware that Chen Yizhou had no intention of criticizing him, but simply wished to streamline production for greater ease in the future. Secretary Wang and the others exchanged glances, realizing that Chen Yizhou had essentially condemned the entire electric fan workshop. Secretary Wang tapped the table. Young Chen, please elaborate. What do you propose we do now? With confidence, Chen Yizhou articulated, esteemed leaders, first, we should allocate the types and quantities of parts to be processed based on the worker's skills, rather than expecting one individual to complete all tasks. Second, we must strictly control the tolerance ranges for parts. Any defective components should be entirely discarded. Lastly, we shall establish 3 distinct teams. What are these 3 teams? The first is the assembly team, tasked with uniting all components into a finished product, no longer working in isolation. The second is the quality control team, responsible for scrutinizing both the components and the final products for quality issues. Only those finished products that pass the quality control team's inspection shall be released for distribution. We will conduct performance tests, safety assessments, and aesthetic evaluations. Finally, there is the packaging team, which requires little elaboration. Their sole responsibility is to ensure that the fans are adequately packaged to prevent any damage during transportation. I will provide a detailed written report on the aforementioned matters. Chapter 77. Li Huai offers a position after Chen Yizhou finished speaking. A profound silence enveloped the room. No one uttered a word, all absorbed in contemplation. Li Huai tapped his teacup against the table to draw attention. Secretary Wang, I confess my ignorance regarding production. The points raised by Xiao Chan seem quite reasonable to me. However, to completely overhaul the existing system would entail considerable complexities. My suggestion is to allow Director Lu Neng to assign a portion of the workers to Xiao Chan for a trial run. What do you think? Secretary Wang pondered for a moment and nodded. I believe a pilot program would be prudent. Director Yang, Director Deng, what are your thoughts? That sounds agreeable. Both Director Yang and Director Deng concurred. Very well, Secretary Wang announced, rising from his seat. Comrade Chen Yizhou, the factory has decided to establish a pilot group within the electric fan workshop, and you will serve as the group leader. Should you require anything, please reach out to Director Lu Neng. I look forward to hearing your positive news soon. Secretary Wang, I assure you I will accomplish the task, Chen Yizhou declared emphatically. Comrade Lu Neng, do not feel burdened. It is imperative that you collaborate effectively with Comrade Chen Yizhou, Secretary Wang instructed, turning to Lu Neng. Rest assured, Secretary Wang, I will fully support Comrade Chen Yizhou's endeavors, Lu Neng affirmed. Secretary Wang glanced at his watch and waved his hand. All right, I await your good news. Meeting adjourned. Upon exiting the office, Li Huai beckoned Chen Yizhou, Xiao, Chen, accompany me for a moment. Once in Li Huai's office, Chen Yizhou proactively prepared 2 cups of tea and settled himself, inquiring, Li Go, what brings you to summon me? Li Huai narrowed his eyes. What? You think I would call you for no reason? Of course not. That's not the case. Regardless of the matter, if you call, I will always be at your service, Chen Yizhou quickly reassured him. At least you know how to be perceptive, Li Huai remarked, playfully poking Chen Yizhou with his finger. I intended to offer you a favor. However, given your attitude, I've changed my mind. Finish your tea and be on your way. Wait, Li Go, I was wrong. Chen Yizhou immediately adopted a sycophantic demeanor upon hearing of the potential favor. Li Huai couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Here's the situation. Today, that foolish Zhu from your department approached Yi Zhonghai to discuss with Director Yang. I'm not privy to the details, but the outcome is that Zhu, while recuperating, has continued to work and is now training new apprentices in the cafeteria for a salary of 50 yuan. The factory plans to recruit 4 individuals, and I have 2 slots available. If you are interested, I can secure one for you. What do you say? ISN to your brother good to you? Thank you, Li Gu. Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude, but then added, however, you are aware of my conflict with He Yuzhu. If he were to join the cafeteria and I was to apprentice under him, wouldn't I be bullied relentlessly? Perhaps it's best to forego this opportunity unless... Unless what? Liwaida inkirat. Unless a transfer can be arranged. Ligo, I desire this position, and aside from my wife, I have no one else to consider for it. I cannot bear the thought of her dealing with the fumes every day, Chen Yizhou candidly stated. Li Huai stroked his chin thoughtfully. A transfer is indeed feasible. What is her educational background? She completed junior high. Chen Yizhou replied, having gathered this information previously. That is acceptable. Which department do you envision her joining? Li Waida Inkidat. Chen Yizhou was momentarily taken aback, primarily because happiness had arrived so swiftly. He had never contemplated this matter before. He had intended to get engaged and then gradually search for a solution. Suddenly, a thought struck him. His future with Yu Haitang. Li Gu, is it possible for her to become a broadcaster? Chen Yizhou inquired. A broadcaster? It presents certain challenges, but it is not insurmountable. She must dedicate herself to her studies and strive to obtain a high school diploma. Li Huai responded encouragingly. Filled with excitement, Chen Yizhou rose to his feet. Grasping Li Huai's hand, "Thank you, Li Gu. I am immensely grateful." Li Huai withdrew his hand with a playful smirk. "Is that all the gratitude you offer me? Little Chen? How lacking in sincerity. Let us see something tangible." Understanding the implication, Chen Yizhou replied, "Li Gu, I'll bring you a fine bottle of wine tomorrow." Li Huai extended 2 fingers, 2 bottles of kidney-nourishing wine, "and I shall grant you another favor." "No, Li Gu, one should learn to be content. I shall forego the favor. 2 bottles will suffice, and I will bring them to you tomorrow." Chen Yizhou insisted. Li Huai chuckled as he gazed at Chen Yizhou. "Are you truly refusing?" "Indeed," Chen Yizhou replied resolutely, thinking to himself that this old rascal might be testing him. One must not be excessively greedy. With a mysterious smile, Li Huai decided to change the subject. "Let us not dwell on that. Let us enjoy some tea." At that moment, Secretary Yang knocked and entered Director. "It is almost time for dinner. Please bring the meal to my office." "Oh, and prepare a portion for little Chen as well," Li Huai instructed. "I shall pass. I will dine in the cafeteria," Chen Yizhou stated as he stood up. Li Huai, seeing this as unacceptable, approached and firmly pressed Chen Yizhou back in his seat, turning to Secretary Yang. "Why are you still here? Go." "Understood, Director. I shall be swift," Secretary Yang replied, hastily departing to fetch the meals. "Li Gu, what is this about?" Chen Yizhou asked, perplexed. "What? You are reluctant to join me for a meal?" Li Huai replied with a mock sternness. "Not at all." Moments later, Secretary Yang returned with 4 lunchboxes, 2 filled with steamed buns and 2 with dishes. Li Huai picked up his chopsticks to eat. As Chen Yizhou savored the food, he found it quite palatable. It seemed to be a special stir-fry prepared for the leadership. As they were enjoying their meal, a sudden crackling sound echoed, prompting Li Huai to glance at Chen Yizhou. "Ah, little Chen, I mentioned another benefit. Are you truly not considering it?" "No, Li Gu," Chen Yizhou thought, realizing this old rascal was persistent. "Very well. It appears I have not fulfilled my promise. You assisted the railway police in apprehending human traffickers. We previously discussed what reward to give you. I propose a lady's bicycle ticket." "Really? Thank you, Li Gu," Chen Yizhou exclaimed joyfully, thinking to himself that he could finally provide for both his wife and sister. "Wait, did you not refuse?" "Li red finit surprise. I will arrange to convert it into a cash reward instead." "No, Li Gu, I want it. I want it," Chen Yizhou urged anxiously. "Are you truly certain?" "Absolutely." Seeing Chen Yizhou's urgency, Li Huai relented. "All right, I shall not tease you further. Pay close attention. We hereby announce a notification. Our esteemed colleague, Chen Yizhou, displayed remarkable courage and meticulousness while traveling by train. Undeterred by personal safety, he assisted the train police in apprehending 4 human traffickers and successfully rescued a woman who had been abducted. The railway police have publicly commended Chen Yizhou's heroic deeds and awarded him a cash prize of 100 yuan. Following a thorough deliberation by the factory leadership, it has been decided to further acknowledge his commendable actions by granting him a bicycle ticket. We encourage all fellow workers to take Chen Yizhou as a model to emulate. Notification. Chapter 78. Yuli joins the steel mill. Notification. Notification. Notification echoed 3 times, and Chen Yizhou became well known at the steel mill. Brotherly, do you take pleasure in deceiving me? Does your conscience not ache? Chen Yizhou lamented. Certainly not, Li Huaid replied with an air of indifference. Chen Yizhou gazed at the smug Li Huaid and thought to himself, something feels amiss. Li Huaid as persona is that of a lecher, a reliable trading partner. Yet here, he seems to have unlocked, how should I put it, the mischievous attribute of an old child. Brotherly, where do I collect the bicycle ticket? Chen Yizhou inquired, seeking favor. Li Huaid looked at him with disdain. You can collect it from the factory office when you have time. It won't escape you. After their meal, the two indulged in post-dinner cigarettes. Chen Yizhou asked, Brotherly, when can I bring my wife to report? Why are you so impatient, young man? Li Huaid glanced at his watch. If you're truly in a hurry, you can go back and fetch her right now. No sooner had he spoken than Chen Yizhou vanished in an instant. Li Huaid shook his head with a smile. Ah, youth is indeed splendid. Chen Yizhou hopped on his bicycle and in 10 minutes arrived at Yuli's home. Upon seeing her, he grasped her hand and declared, Li, come with me. Yuli was taken aback. Oh, Zhou, don't say anything, just come with me, but bring the household registration booklet. Chen Yizhou was uncertain whether it was necessary, but decided to take it regardless. Zhou, where are we going? Why the household registration booklet? Yuli asked. Just come with me first, and I'll explain later, Chen Yizhou urged. All right, wait for me a moment, Yuli replied as she turned to fetch the booklet. Once she emerged with it in hand, Chen Yizhou took her by the arm and led her away. Fortunately, Yuli was the only one at home that day. Otherwise, others might wonder what madness had overtaken Chen Yizhou. As they rode, Yuli pondered, what is he planning? To get a marriage certificate? But he is not old enough yet. Upon arriving at the steel mill, Chen Yizhou greeted the security personnel at the entrance and led Yuli straight to Li Huaid's office. Brother Zhou, why have you brought me to the steel mill? Yuli questioned as they walked. Chen Yizhou smiled mysteriously. You will find out soon enough. Yuli's heart raced. Was it as she suspected? Chen Yizhou did not knock, but entered Li Huaid's office directly, having decided to act a little recklessly in front of him, thinking, don't you enjoy teasing me? As expected, upon entering, a breathless Chen Yizhou was immediately reprimanded by Li Huaid. At your age, why are you so flustered? Sit down and have some tea. Turning his gaze to Yuli, he remarked, so this is your sister-in-law? Quite impressive. No wonder this lad is so attentive. Please have a seat. Yuli looked at Chen Yizhou, who introduced, Li, this is Director Li from our logistics department at the steel mill. Don't listen to this young man. Just call me Brother Li, Li Huaid interjected. Brother Li, Yuli addressed him. Li Huaid cheerfully agreed, sister-in-law. Brother Li still holds some standing at the steel mill. If anyone dares to bully you, do not hesitate to seek me out. Thank you, Brother Li. But there is no need, Yuli replied. I do not work at the steel mill. Li Huaid cast a sidelong glance at Chen Yizhou. Didn't T you inform her? Chen Yizhou replied, I didn't T have the chance. Li Huaid, at a loss for words, raised his hand to check the time. It was nearly time for work. He called out, Xiao Yang, come in. Director, Secretary Yang responded as he pushed the door open and entered. Li Huaid gestured towards Yuli, saying, please take my sister-in-law to complete the paperwork. I've already made the necessary arrangements. Certainly, Director, Secretary Yang replied. Yuli gazed at the group in confusion as Chen Yizhou urged, Lily, go with Secretary Yang first. I will explain everything when you return. Under Secretary Yang's guidance, Yuli navigated the onboarding process seamlessly, becoming an esteemed broadcaster at the steel mill. Her internship lasted 2 months, with a monthly salary of 25 yuan, and upon her confirmation, she would earn a salary of 27.5 yuan as a level 10 broadcaster. She was also issued work attire, a lunchbox, and other safety supplies. Upon returning to Li Huaid's office, despite her earlier suspicions, she still felt as if she were in a dream. Seeing Yuli return, Chen Yizhou inquired, Lily, is everything settled? Yes, but it feels a bit surreal, Yuli admitted. She understood how rare it was to secure a position, especially as a broadcaster. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she said, thank you, Brother Zhou. Disregarding Li Huaid's presence, Chen Yizhou took Yuli's hand and said affectionately, what else with the thanks? After all, you are my wife. This scene was quite awkward. Clearing his throat, Li Huai expressed his desire to avert his gaze, coughing twice to assert his presence. Xiao Chun, since your sister-in-law's matters are settled, you needn't linger here. Be on your way. Also, pay close attention to that pilot group. Early results are beneficial. Understood? I understand. Thank you, Brother Li. Chen Yizhou and Yuli thanked him in unison. Once outside the office, Chen Yizhou said, Lily, wait for me a moment. I'll return to the workshop to greet some colleagues, and then escort you home. No need, Brother Zhou. I can go back on my own. You should head to work. Yuli declined. It's no trouble. I won't be delayed. Just wait for me, Chen Yizhou insisted, planning to take advantage of the time, especially since Yu Li was starting work tomorrow. He decided to buy a bicycle as well. Returning to the workshop, he requested an hour off from Director Lu Nong, hopped on his bike, and headed towards a department store with Yu Li. As Yu Li sat on the bicycle, clutching her work attire, she remained lost in her joy and failed to notice they were not headed home. It was only upon arrival that she realized they had reached the department store. Brother Zhou, why are we here? Aren't we going home? Yu Li asked, puzzled. Lily, to celebrate your employment at the steel mill today, I have prepared a gift for you. Yu Li instinctively grasped Chen Yizhou's arm, saying, There's no need. You have already done so much for me. Besides, it was you who helped me secure this job. Although I am uncertain of the means by which you have accomplished this, it is evident that you have paid a considerable price. Chen Yizhou was quite pleased to see Yu Li harbor such thoughts. Lily, fret not. Brother Li merely asked me to procure some wine for him. You have witnessed his demeanor towards me. Yu Li remarked, His demeanor towards you? Brother Zhou, I noticed he spoke to you rather curtly. Curtly, indeed, Chen Yizhou replied. Lily, let me explain. When a superior is not overly courteous to you, it signifies that you are regarded as one of their own. If they were excessively polite, it would not bode well for you. Is that so? Yu Li expressed her confusion. Chapter 79. Buying a bicycle for my wife, Chen Yizhou inquired. Lily, let me ask you, how would you respond if your superior publicly berated you? Yu Li replied, That would depend on whether I was at fault. If I wasn't, I would certainly defend myself. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yizhou analyzed. In that case, you were mistaken. Leaders often prefer to make an example of someone, typically targeting those close to them, as these individuals tend to maintain decorum and avoid confrontation. Even if the leader is in the wrong, they will only provide subtle reminders afterward. What if the reprimand is directed at an outsider? What if they cannot respond? Do leaders not care about their face? Yu Li pondered his words, and Chen Yizhou continued. Therefore, do not assume that a leader's harsh words towards someone indicate their disdain. Observe who benefits, and you will discern who has a favorable relationship with the leader. Letting the conversation trail off, Chen Yizhou suggested, All right, Lily, let us proceed inside. This time, Yu Li remained silent as she followed him. They arrived at the bicycle counter, greeted by a familiar saleswoman. Yu Li, seeing Chen Yizhou at the bicycle counter, pulled him aside and asked, Brother Zhou, you aren't planning to buy me a bicycle, are you? Indeed, I have a ticket. And since you're in high spirits today, after entering the factory, let's purchase the bicycle now. We would have bought it eventually anyway, Chen Yizhou affirmed. No, I cannot accept it. Last time when you bought me a watch, my mother scolded me when I got home. If I ride a bicycle back, will she not punish me? Yugoslavia lidaklinat. Is that so? Chen Yizhou comforted her. It's all right, Lily. The day after tomorrow is a holiday, and it is our engagement day. I had originally planned to take you shopping then. We are merely advancing it by 2 days. I will have a word with Uncle Yu later, as he is in the same workshop as I am. Brother Zhou, with school approaching, why not buy one for Yinzi instead? Yu Li still hesitated. Lily, you need not worry about this. Today, the factory rewarded me with another ticket for a lady's bicycle. I will purchase one for Yinzi when school starts, Chen Yizhou explained. Really? Yu Li was skeptical, knowing how difficult it was to obtain bicycle tickets, especially for ladies' bicycles. How is it that you seem to acquire them in bulk? Indeed, if you doubt me, you may inquire with Uncle Yu. Does my father know? Of course he does. Chen Yizhou added silently to himself. The entire factory is aware. He then said, All right, Lily, let's first check if there are any ladies' bicycles available here. All right. Yugoslavia liakiesa. Chen Yizhou approached the counter and asked, Excuse me, miss, do you have the Phoenix 26 ladies' bicycles in stock? The saleswoman glanced at Chen Yizhou and inquired, Do you have a ticket? Chen Yizhou retrieved the bicycle ticket from his bag and handed it over, discreetly placing 2 large white rabbit milk candies alongside it. This ticket was one previously given by Li Huai. The saleswoman eagerly accepted it, her smile broadening as she noticed the candies. After examining the ticket closely, she confirmed its authenticity. "My dear brother, we happen to have 2 Phoenix brand women's bicycles available. I shall assist you in selecting a fine one shortly." Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much." The saleswoman inquired, "Would you like to add a headlight and a basket to your bicycle?" Chen Yizhou recalled the words of numerous fellow book enthusiasts, who cautioned that headlights were a common pitfall at this juncture, and that baskets were virtually non-existent. However, contemplating the practicality of having a basket to carry items, he decided it was worth having. Thus, he replied to the saleswoman, "I would like a basket, please." "Very well. I shall prepare the invoice for you," she said while jotting down the details. A women's bicycle is slightly more expensive than a men's one. With the addition of the basket, the total comes to 196 yuan. Please proceed to make the payment and return to collect your bicycle. Upon completing her statement, she clipped the prepared invoice and deftly tossed it onto the wire overhead, allowing it to glide swiftly back to the original counter. Chen Yizhou followed the invoice, successfully paying the 196 yuan, and the invoice returned to the counter with a swift motion. Upon his return, the saleswoman informed him, "Young man, please wait a moment. I will retrieve your bicycle right away." After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, she emerged pushing a bicycle equipped with a basket, instantly capturing the attention of everyone present. It was a striking blue bicycle. Indeed, modern women's bicycles in both design and aesthetics far outshone their male counterparts. The saleswoman presented the bicycle to Chen Yizhou, saying, "Here it is, take a look." Chen Yizhou grasped the handlebars, scrutinizing the bicycle. Its appearance was quite appealing. He pushed it a few steps and tested the brakes, finding them satisfactory. He then handed the bicycle to Yuli, saying, "Lily, here you go." After Yuli accepted the bicycle, Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude to the saleswoman. "Thank you very much. We shall take our leave now." The saleswoman, enjoying a piece of white rabbit milk candy, smiled and replied, "Off you go." Once outside the department store, Chen Yizhou retrieved the bicycle and placed Yuli's work attire into the basket. He advised her, "Lily, women's bicycles handle a bit more nimbly than men's. Ride slowly at first, and you'll get the hang of it in no time. Rest assured, I will follow closely behind you." "All right, Brother Zhou. I will ride slowly." Yugoslavia li respunda obediently. Thus, the two began their leisurely ride, initially proceeding one behind the other, but soon riding side by side. As they passed by the police station, Chen Yizhou accompanied Yuli, spending 2 yuan and 50 cents to have a steel stamp affixed to the bicycle, thereby obtaining its registration certificate. As he observed Yuli's radiant smile while riding alongside him, Chen Yizhou felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps he had made a misstep. He realized that he might miss out on many joys ahead, as Yuli would no longer frequently bump into him playfully. Arriving at an intersection, Yuli halted herbijikle. Chen Yizhou swiftly applied the brakes, asking Lily, "What is it?" Yuli pointed towards the road and said, "Brother Zhou, I have become quite comfortable with this bicycle. You have work to attend to. Let's part ways here to avoid having you ride back later." Upon observing the situation, Chen Yizhou found himself at a crossroads. One path led to the steel mill, while the other led homeward for Yuli. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Very well. I shall proceed to work now. Lili, donait koshasli. We shall dine together tomorrow at noon." Yuli nodded in agreement. "All right, Brother Zhou. I shall await your arrival for lunch." After parting ways, Chen Yizhou swiftly returned to the steel mill. He first collected the bicycle ticket from the factory office before making his way back to the electric fan workshop. Just as he settled in the workshop office, preparing to draft a production guidance document for the electric fans, he was interrupted by a knock at the door. Rising, he opened the door to find director Lu Neng and Fan Jigua entering the room. Chapter 80. Yuli returns home. Shaking the entire courtyard before the few individuals had settled into their seats, Director Lu inquired, "Technician Chen, I have assembled the personnel for your pilot group. How do you plan to proceed? What assistance do you require from me?" Chen Yizhou poured them each a glass of water before taking his seat and replied, "Director Lu, there is no need to rush. Let's discuss this at a measured pace." Seeing Chen Yizhou's calm demeanor, Director Lu and Fan Jigua also took their seats and began to sip their water. After a while, Chen Yizhou spoke again. Director Liu, for now, all I require from you is to ensure the supply of raw materials and the components sourced externally. Director Liu responded reassuringly. You can rest assured on that front. It will not be an issue. Chen Yizhou then turned to Fan Zhigua and said, Zhigua, your responsibilities will be quite substantial. Please head to the workshop shortly and assess the skill levels of the workers assigned by Director Liu. Additionally, record which components each worker is processing, ensuring that we achieve the highest efficiency without compromising quality. Also, please evaluate the efficiency of the apprentices during assembly. It would be ideal to have this report ready for me before the end of the workday. Can you manage that? Absolutely, Fan Zhigua confidently replied, patting his chest. Very well, Zhigua, you may proceed with your tasks. I won't keep you any longer, Chen Yizhou said. Once Fan Zhigua departed, Director Liu asked Technician Chen, when do you intend to commence the rectification process? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yizhou responded, let us aim for tomorrow morning. Upon arrival, I will convene a meeting to reorganize the teams. I will establish standards for all components we are to produce ourselves, which will take effect starting tomorrow. Any components that do not meet these standards will be deemed unacceptable. I will also set standards for assembly and inspection, which we shall adhere to rigorously henceforth. After listening to Chen Yizhou, Director Liu nodded, very well. I shall support you tomorrow. You carry on. I will take my leave now. Chen Yizhou rose to escort him out, bidding him a safe journey. Once Director Liu departed, Chen Yizhou commenced his work. As time flew by, he diligently refined the processes, conducting 2 thorough checks to ensure everything was in order. Just before the end of the workday, Fan Zhigua entered, presenting a folder. Technician Chen, I have completed the statistics. Please take a look. Zhigua, have a seat. I appreciate your hard work, Chen Yizhou said as he accepted the folder and began to examine it closely. Director Liu had assigned a total of 50 individuals, 3 level 5 workers, 6 level 4 workers, 10 level 3 workers, with the remainder being level 1 and level 2 workers and apprentices across various trades. While reviewing the information, Chen Yizhou allocated tasks to the workers, optimizing the distribution of components for production, assembly, and inspection. After several revisions, he finalized the list. Stowing the list in his desk drawer, he said to Fan Zhigua, Zhigua, let us take a stroll through the workshop. As they made their way around the workshop, Chen Yizhou suddenly recalled something. He turned and approached Yu Shengli by his machine, waiting for him to finish his current task. Uncle Yu, could you come with me for a moment? I have something to discuss with you. Yu Shengli turned off the machine and followed Chen Yizhou to his office. Chen Yizhou poured Yu Shengli a glass of water before sitting down and stating, Uncle Yu, this afternoon, Li reported to the steel factory as a broadcaster in the publicity department, and she will officially start work tomorrow. Cough. What did you say? Upon hearing these words, Yu Shengli could scarcely believe his ears, and he nearly choked on the water. Uncle Yu, I mean to say that Lily is now a broadcaster in the publicity department of the steel mill, officially starting work tomorrow, Chen Yizhou reiterated. Really? Yu Shengli queried, perplexed. I haven't heard of any recruitment lately, let alone for a broadcaster. Besides, Lily's academic qualifications are somewhat lacking. Uncle, let me clarify. Actually, the cafeteria needed to recruit apprentice workers. Director Li from the logistics department has a good relationship with me and granted me a spot. However, I did not wish for Lily to work in the cafeteria, so I requested him to adjust her position. Chen Yizhou explained, subtly revealing his connections within the steel mill to impress Yu Shengli. Upon hearing this, Yu Shengli recognized the challenges involved. He was well aware that he had previously attempted to secure a job for Yu Li, but the temporary positions available were all menial and unsuitable for a young woman. Gaining entry into the mill without connections was nearly impossible. Even if one wished to offer monetary incentives, it would not suffice. Yu Shengli cast a satisfied glance at Chen Yizhou, thinking to himself how fortunate he was to have such a son-in-law. His capabilities were unquestionable, and his rapport with the leadership was commendable. Positions were granted with ease. He resolved to have a serious talk with Lily upon returning home, emphasizing the importance of not letting this son-in-law slip away. With that thought in mind, Yu Shengli expressed his gratitude, saying, Yizhou, thank you. If Lily ever behaves stubbornly, just let me know, and I shall have her mother discipline her. Chen Yizhou quickly replied, "Oh, uncle, we are all family. There's no need for thanks. Besides, Lily has a wonderful disposition and would never act out." Yu Shengli remarked, "I merely say it in jest. In any case, if Lily misbehaves in the future, you should be more forgiving. Rest assured, uncle, I will treat Lily with utmost care," Chen Yizhou assured him. After a brief pause, he continued, "Uncle, there's one more thing. I just took Lily to buy a bicycle for her. Originally, I intended to purchase it for our engagement, but since she is starting work today, I bought it ahead of time." You Shengli pointed at Chen Yizhou. "You were spoiling her. Did you not just buy a bicycle for yourself? Why buy her another? It is unreasonable. How could she accept such a gift? I hear you have a younger sister. I will insist that you send her a bicycle as well." "Oh, Uncle Yu," Chen Yizhou started to explain. "Listen to me. This is settled," Yu Shengli stated firmly. With a sigh, Chen Yizhou produced a bicycle ticket from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Uncle, look, this is for my sister. I had it prepared in advance, and I will purchase it for her when school starts in a few days." Yu Shengli gazed at the bicycle ticket in a daze. Purchasing one for Yu Li was acceptable, as he knew Chen Yizhou had recently received a reward. However, producing another ticket so casually was no small feat. It seemed this son-in-law was indeed remarkable. Noticing Yu Shengli's silence, Chen Yizhou added, "Uncle, Lily was initially reluctant to accept it. It took quite a bit of persuasion before she agreed. So please have a good conversation with Aunt Yu at home, and do not make things difficult for Lily." Yu Shengli was speechless, realizing that he had been waiting for a long time. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that this son-in-law was indeed commendable, as he cared for his daughter and was concerned about her well-being at home. "All right, I understand. Yizhou," he said, "one must not indulge a woman too much." Yu Shengli spoke this with a hint of reluctance. In truth, who wouldn't desire their daughter to be cherished in her marital home? As Yuli rode back to the communal courtyard, she was met with envious glances that made her somewhat uncomfortable. Upon finally entering the courtyard, she was surrounded by curious neighbors. "Lily, what a beautiful bicycle you have. Whose bicycle is this, Lily?" Chapter 81. A casual chat between the two Yu families. "Lily, is this bicycle yours? How much did it cost?" The crowd of onlookers bombarded Yu Li with questions, leaving her momentarily at a loss for whom to answer. A well-meaning neighbor hurried off to inform Yu's mother. When Yu's mother and Yu Haitang arrived, they found Yu Li surrounded by a throng of people, all inquiring about her beautiful bicycle. Make way, make way." Yu's mother and Yu Haitang parted the crowd to approach Yu Li. Yu Haitang's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the bicycle. "Sister, this bicycle is truly stunning. Where did you get it?" Yu's mother also inquired Lily this bike. Yu Li responded, "Mom, this was bought for me by Brother Zhou." "You silly girl." Yu's mother opened her mouth to scold, but glancing around at the crowd, she relented. Muttering, "We'll discuss this at home." Yu Haitang leaned in. "Sister, you go ahead. I'll push the bicycle for you." Yu Li handed the handlebars to Yu Haitang, ready to leave with the safety gear from the basket, only to have her mother snatch it away. "What is this you bought?" "This is—" Before Yu Li could finish, a keen-eyed elder interjected, "These are work uniforms and safety gear from a steel mill." "Lily, have you started working at the steel mill?" "Yes." Yu Li nodded, realizing there was no point in hiding the truth. "Lily, how did you manage to get in? Is the steel mill still hiring?" The crowd resumed their inquiries. Seeing this was becoming overwhelming, Yu's mother grasped Yu Li's arm and began to lead her away, saying, "Dear neighbors, please let us through. I need to ask my daughter about the specifics first, and I will update you later." Once they returned home, Yu's mother placed the items on the table and urged, "Lily, you must explain to me what is going on." Yuli recounted how Chen Yizhou had approached her about a job at the steel mill and subsequently bought her the bicycle. Yu's mother listened, somewhat speechless. Her prospective son-in-law seemed rather impressive. What should she do? Perhaps they should consider a wedding right there, and then? No. They must set a date at the engagement banquet the day after tomorrow to ensure an early marriage. Meanwhile, Yu Haitang, pushing the bicycle amidst envious glances from others, returned home at a leisurely pace. "Sister, come out and teach me how to ride." Yu's mother emerged, smacking her on the head. "You little brat, what are you riding for? Quickly clean this bicycle. We will decide what to do when your father returns." Pouting, Yu Haitang reluctantly took a cloth to wipe it down. As dinner time approached, visitors continued to arrive at the Yu household, all eager to inquire about the situation. This left Yu's mother feeling overwhelmed. Yet she could not dismiss them. Only when Yu Shengli returned from work did the crowd finally disperse. Observing the departing guests, Yu Shengli inquired, "What was that all about?" Sighing, Yu's mother replied, "It's all because of your daughter's job." Everyone came to gather information. Yu Shengli remarked, "There is nothing to discuss. Just tell them it was all arranged by your son-in-law. Let them speculate as they wish. Tomorrow, I will have a word with Yizhou." "Very well. But will this affect Yizhou in any way?" Yu's mother asked with concern. Yu Shengli reassured, "Rest assured, such matters are quite commonplace. If you address them in this manner, it will only showcase your son-in-law's capabilities. Tomorrow, I shall instruct Yizhou to disregard those individuals in the courtyard. Now, what about this bicycle? Keep it." As Yu Shengli spoke, he glanced at Yuli. "Yizhou spoke with me today and recounted the events. Initially, I intended for Lily to deliver the bicycle to Yizhou's sister for her commute to school. Can you guess the outcome?" "What was the outcome?" Yigrekulmu interjected. "The result was that this lad produced a bicycle ticket and tossed it in front of me, claiming it had been prepared for his sister all along." "Huh? Yizhou has a bicycle ticket?" Yigrekulmu exclaimed. "Indeed, it is absolutely true," Yu Shengli affirmed. "In the end, Yizhou asked me to advise you not to make things difficult for Lily." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze towards Yuli, making her feel a tad embarrassed. Yumu pointed at Yulimi. "Make things difficult for her?" Yu Shengli nodded. Reflecting on her previous attitude, Yumu sighed. "Fine, I shall not interfere anymore. However, Lily, you must pay attention. Do not take Yizhou's affection for granted and forget who you are. If this son-in-law were to leave, I would hold you accountable." Yuli wrapped her arm around Yumu's. "Mother, do not worry. I am well aware of everything you have mentioned. Besides, you know my temperament, do you not?" Yumu tapped Yuli's forehead with her finger. "I know. I am merely reminding you to be cautious in your speech and actions at the Chen family. Do not adopt a petty demeanor." All right. I am hungry. Let us eat." Yu Shengli concluded the conversation. After finishing work, Chen Yizhou returned home. As he entered the 95th courtyard, he noticed some individuals pointing and whispering about him. Ignoring them, he proceeded directly to the small courtyard. Upon entering, before he could even stop the bicycle, Chen Xiaoyan rushed over. "Brother, I heard you were recognized again and rewarded with a bicycle ticket?" "Yes, that is correct," Chen Yizhou replied while parking. Chen Xiaoyan grasped his arm. "Brother, do tell me the details." "Is dinner ready?" Chen Yizhou asked. "Yes, it is ready. I am hungry. Let's discuss it while we eat." All right. The family of four settled at the table. After Chen Yizhou finished a bowl of rice without uttering a word, Chen Xiaoyan could no longer contain herself and called out, "Brother, what is the rush? I'm truly hungry. Let me finish before we talk." Chen Xiaoyan rolled her eyes, feeling somewhat deceived by her own brother. Just then, Lu Tsuefang spotted her and glared. "Xiaoyan, what are you doing? Why the eye roll? You can discuss once you finish eating. Do you not know your brother works hard and gets hungry?" Chen Xiaoyan, feeling frustrated, channeled her annoyance into her meal, skillfully maneuvering her chopsticks, which made Chen Yizhou chuckle. After dinner, the four of them brewed tea and sat in a circle, eagerly awaiting Chen Yizhou's words. Chen Yizhou stated directly, "Grandmother, mother, the reward I received today is related to our encounter with the human traffickers on the train. The case has now been closed, and the railway police have issued a commendation letter to the steel factory, along with a monetary reward of 100 yuan for me. Upon learning of the developments, the factory rewarded me with a bicycle ticket." After Chen Yizhou spoke, he placed the bicycle ticket on the table. Chen Xiaoyan picked it up and exclaimed, "Wow, it's a lady's bicycle ticket. Your leaders are exceedingly generous." Lu Tsuefang took it from Chen Xiaoyan's hands and handed it back to Chen Yizhou, saying, "Yizhou, keep this safe. On the day of your betrothal, you could take Lily to purchase the bicycle." Granny Zhao joyfully remarked, "Yizhou, this ticket comes at the perfect time. You could buy a bicycle for Lily during the betrothal." Chapter 82. Evening Conversations at the Chen Family. Pilot Reform. Chen Xiaoyan remarked, "Brother, if you were to buy Sister Lily a bicycle, she would undoubtedly be overjoyed." Chen Yizhou rubbed his head, offering an awkward smile. Grandmom, there's something I neglected to mention. This afternoon, I have already purchased a bicycle for Lily." "Already bought it?" the three exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed," Chen Yizhou confirmed. "Brother, don't you still have the bicycle ticket?" Chen Xiaoyan pointed towards the ticket. "This one is a reward for the factory today. The ticket I used to buy Lily's bicycle was given to me by supervisor, and it is also a ticket for a women's bicycle, Chen Yizhou explained. Lu Cuifeng asked, Yizhou, why did you buy it today? Why not wait until the engagement? Mom, it was rather sudden, Chen Yizhou elaborated. Today, that supervisor unexpectedly assigned me a position, and since no one in our family is working, it was only fitting to give it to Lily. After accompanying her to complete her onboarding, I thought it would be better to buy it for her in advance since she starts work tomorrow. Well, if that's the case, buying it early is acceptable. Lily can ride her bicycle to work, Lu Cuifeng conceded. Yizhou, who is that supervisor? Why would he offer you such benefits without reason? What is his intention? Grandma Zhao inquired with concern. Lu Cuifeng also looked anxiously at Chen Yizhou, feeling the worry from his family. Chen Yizhou felt a warmth in his heart and explained, he is the director of the logistics department at our steel factory. He needed my assistance with procuring some wine, and I know him quite well. You all need not worry. That is reassuring. Grandma Zhao and Lu Cuifeng nodded in agreement. A burst of laughter interrupted as they turned to see Chen Xiaoyan grinning foolishly at the bicycle ticket. Lu Cuifeng playfully slapped Chen Xiaoyan, saying, What are you laughing about? Mom, why did you hit me? Chen Xiaoyan exclaimed, awakening from her daze, casting a forlorn glance at Chen Yizhou. Brother, do you want it? Chen Yizhou raised the bicycle ticket. Yes, I want it. Chen Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. Chen Yizhou reassured her, Don't worry, Yanzi. I will buy it for you in a few days, but I have one condition. Brother, just tell me, I will agree to any condition, Chen Xiaoyan promised. Yanzi, I need you to ensure that your academic performance ranks within the top 3 in your class and among the top 5 in the school. Is that acceptable? Chen Yizhou asked. Chen Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment. Brother, could you provide me with a period to adjust? After all, I have just arrived and am unfamiliar with my classmates. But rest assured, I will certainly put in the effort. Chen Yizhou thought for a moment and said, All right, I will give you 2 months, but starting from the 3rd month, if you do not meet the requirements, I will reclaim the bicycle. Grandma and Mom will be witnesses. Grandma Zhao and Lu Cuifeng laughed and nodded in agreement. Confidently, Chen Xiaoyan declared, Brother, just wait and see. I will make sure you won't have to take the bicycle back. Seeing Chen Xiaoyan's confident demeanor, the 3 of them smiled. Chen Yizhou lay in bed. System, sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Rewards. Mastery of traditional Chinese painting and proficiency in sketching. A torrent of knowledge surged into Chen Yizhou's mind, bestowing upon him a profound understanding of space, color, light and shadow, and lines. His consciousness immersed in the environment. He noted that the rabbits hanging in the small courtyard had been air drying for 10 days in accordance with the outside time. With a mere thought, he gathered them all into the storage room. After harvesting a bounty of fruits and vegetables, he continued to rotate his crops based on stored capacity. He tended to the fish pond and livestock, gathering the remaining produce into the storage room. He also collected a substantial amount of chicken, duck, and goose eggs, filling the space considerably. Chen Yizhou contemplated purchasing a few jars in the near future to pickle some salted eggs. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Chen Yizhou arrived at the steel mill and entered the fan workshop, where several workers had already begun their pre-shift preparations. Upon opening the office door, he found Fan Jigua seated inside. Technician Chen, have some tea. I just brewed it, Fan Jigua said, gesturing to the teapot on Chen Yizhou's desk. Chen Yizhou approached, picked up the teapot, and replied, Thank you, Jigua. It's nothing, Fan Jigua responded. Technician Chen, how do you plan to organize our pilot group? Chen Yizhou retrieved the documents he had organized the previous day from the cabinet and placed them on the table. Come, Jigua, let me explain, he said, as Fan Jigua approached. Here is the personnel and data you asked me to compile yesterday. I envision assigning these several craftsmen to specifically handle fan blades, these others to focus on the net covers, and these few to work on the bases. The remaining individuals will be tasked with assembly and inspection. Technician Chen, if you divide the labor this way, won't some workers be unable to operate the machines? Might there be discontent among the workforce? Fan Jigua voiced his concerns. Jigua, my intention is merely to dismantle the traditional model where one craftsman handles the entire process. This is a temporary division. We will gradually adjust according to the situation. As long as this method indeed enhances production efficiency and quality, we can later delegate assembly and inspection to apprentices or temporary workers, while skilled craftsmen can still operate the machines. Though Fan Yizhou was somewhat perplexed, he nodded and replied, "All right, Technician Chen, I'll follow your lead." As they conversed, the workshop director, Lu Neng, entered the room. "Technician Chen, all the workers are present. Shall we proceed?" Chen Yizhou picked up the documents from the table. "Very well, let's head out." The three of them arrived at the workshop, where the pilot group of 50 individuals stood together, murmuring softly, a dark mass of anticipation. Clap, clap. Director Lu clapped his hands to gain their attention. "Everyone, please settle down." Once silence enveloped the room, Director Lu pointed to Chen Yizhou and announced, "I would like to introduce Technician Chen Yizhou, the leader of our pilot group. You will all follow his directives from now on, understood?" "Understood," came the scattered responses from the crowd. Chen Yizhou took a couple of steps forward and addressed the workers. "Greetings, esteemed craftsmen. I am Chen Yizhou. As you all know, our fan workshop is a new establishment within the steel mill. The leadership from the department and the entire steel mill is closely watching us, eager to see what remarkable achievements we can accomplish. I understand that everyone harbors a fervent spirit within, yet our endeavors must not solely rely on fleeting courage. We must also adhere to methodical approaches. Thus, I have proposed the establishment of this pilot group to the factory leadership. Esteemed craftsmen, many of you possess greater age, superior skills, and more abundant experience than I. However, I implore you to heed my directives. Let us assess our capabilities before making any determinations." Chen Yizhou opened the document in hand and continued, "Now, I shall outline the division of labor among you, esteemed craftsmen. I will elaborate on the specific requirements shortly." Chapter 83. The Pilot Group Initiation. Zhao Qingshan, Qian Daiyou, Sun Dahai, Huang Feihu, and Yu Xingli. You esteemed masters are tasked with the creation of fan blades. Zhou Jiaxing, Wu Weimin, Zheng Heping, and Wang Zuan. You distinguished masters will be responsible for crafting the mesh covers. After expending over half an hour, Chen Yizhou meticulously arranged all processes and recalibrated the personnel assignments. The workers gathered to discuss Chen Yizhou's directives, yet fortunately, no one dared to dissent. With a sharp clap of his hands, Chen Yizhou captured their attention, declaring, "Esteemed workers, please adhere to my work arrangements and take your respective positions. Let us commence." 50 workers dispersed, heading towards their designated tasks. Chen Yizhou detained Fan Yizhou, instructing, "Yizhou, you are familiar with the workflow and philosophy. Please take a few individuals and re-inspect the components produced earlier that have yet to be installed, ensuring they meet technical specifications. Any substandard items should not be assembled. Those requiring rework must be returned, and those deemed irreparable should be discarded." Fan Yizhou nodded in agreement. "Understood. I shall attend to that immediately." Chen Yizhou proceeded to the area designated for the fan blade production, gathering a few craftsmen and distributing a set of blueprints to each. "Esteemed masters, these are my refined blueprints, delineating all technical parameters and requirements for the fan blades. From this moment forth, all blades produced must conform to these specifications. Are there any concerns?" Fifth-level worker Zhao Qingshan scrutinized the blueprints and remarked, "Technician Chen, the permissible error range you've stipulated is rather stringent. Wouldn't you agree?" Chen Yizhou replied, "Master Zhao, let me pose a question. According to these requirements, can you produce them? While it is feasible, the efficiency may suffer." Zhao Qingshan hesitated. "What about the rest of you?" Chen Yizhou inquired of the others. Seeing the silence, Yu Shengli stepped forward, saying, "Yizhou, to put it plainly, we can certainly produce them. However, whereas we previously managed 20 units in a day, we may now only achieve 10. Chen Yizhou responded, "Uncle Yu, as long as we can produce them, I am not concerned with quantity at this stage, only with ensuring quality." "Very well, since you have stated it thus, we shall begin our work," Yu Shengli concluded, returning to the machines with several craftsmen. Chen Yizhou then moved to the area for mesh cover production, distributing the detailed blueprints to the masters and explaining the specific requirements, including aesthetic considerations. Finally, he arrived at the assembly area where Fan Yizhou was present. Chen Yizhou asked, "Yizhou, how is the inspection progressing?" Fan Jigua replied, Technician Chen. We have inspected a portion of the previous components, and the results are mixed. Do not concern yourself with that for now. Once all components are inspected, those requiring rework shall be reworked, and those deemed defective shall be discarded. Chen Yizhou stated before producing several blueprints. Jigua, these blueprints detail the assembly process and requirements. Not even a single screw must be erroneous. Now, please gather the assembly workers so I may explain the details to them. Certainly, Fan Jigua affirmed, turning to summon the workers. As everyone gathered, Chen Yizhou explained the blueprints while assembling the components, demonstrating the process twice for each part. The base, control system, rotating mechanism, motor, blades, grill, and casing. Has everyone understood the assembly process? Chen Yizhou inquired. Yes, we have, the group responded. Very well. Let us commence our tasks according to the previously assigned procedures. It is imperative to adhere strictly to the assembly regulations and report any issues promptly. Understood. The assembly team replied. With a clap of his hands, Chen Yizhou called. Now, could the colleagues responsible for inspection please step forward? The inspectors gathered around, and Chen Yizhou asked, could someone explain how you conducted your inspections previously? A young man in his 20s stepped forward and replied, Technician Chen. It's quite simple. We just plug it in and observe whether the fan operates normally. Chen Yizhou glanced around at the others and asked, is this how you all conduct inspections? Of course, how else would we do it? As he listened to their discussions, Chen Yizhou produced a sheet of paper. Allow me to clarify how we should properly inspect the fans. The inspection comprises three primary aspects. First, performance testing. Second, safety testing. And third, appearance checks. Now, I shall demonstrate the practical procedures. He conducted a thorough inspection twice before the assembly team, explaining the rationale behind each step, and observed them practice several times before returning to his office. From the storage space, he retrieved half a pound of Shenyang Maojian tea and brewed a cup, placing the remainder in the desk drawer. After savoring his tea for a while, Chen Yizhou remembered his promise to Li Huide. He donned his backpack, stepped out, and informed Fan Jigua before heading to the logistics department. Bang! Bang bang! Come in, called out a voice. Chen Yizhou entered, noting the absence of others, and greeted Brother Li. He approached Li Huide, retrieved some tea leaves from the cabinet, and brewed himself a cup. Li Huide observed Chen Yizhou's actions in silence until he settled down, at which point he remarked, Xiao Chen, why are you here instead of working on reforms in the workshop? I must tell you, not only the factory, but also the department is awaiting your good news. Please, take this seriously. Rest assured, Brother Li, I am well aware of the situation. The pilot group has already commenced operations, and we will have results within 2 days. I will report back to you then. Chen Yizhou assured him as he placed 3 bottles of liquor on the table. Li Huide's eyes brightened as he eagerly reached for the bottles, saying, Xiao Chen, what have you brought? Chen Yizhou pointed to the 3 bottles and explained, Brother Li, 2 bottles of kidney-nourishing liquor are as promised. The other bottle is a health-preserving fruit wine, a small token for my brother, suitable for the elderly and women. Oh, Li Huide uncorked one and took a sip. Low in alcohol and sweet in taste. Though I'm unsure of its health benefits, it indeed seems appropriate for older individuals. Thank you, Xiao Chen. Chen Yizhou stood to leave, playfully saying, Brother Li, if you keep praising me like this, I might just take my leave. It's just a bottle of liquor. There's no need for thanks, especially considering how much you've assisted me. Li Huide observed Chen Yizhou's feigned demeanor and said, all right. There are no outsiders here, so stop the charade. Sit down and have some tea. Chen Yizhou chuckled, realizing he could not conceal anything for Brother Li. However, I truly must take my leave. I came solely to deliver some wine to you. The pilot group has just commenced operations today, and there will undoubtedly be some issues. I need to be on site to oversee things and strive to get everything on the right track as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Li Huide did not insist on his stay, waving his hand dismissively. In that case, go ahead. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to reach out to me. Chapter 84. Yuli's first day at work. Chen Yizhou lifted his teacup and took a sip. All right, Li Gu, I shall take my leave now. He returned to the fan workshop and began his rounds with Fan Jigua, addressing issues as they arose, gradually enhancing production efficiency. Time rewound to the morning. Yu Shengli, being part of the pilot group, was aware of the meeting scheduled for that morning and had risen early. Yuli, after enjoying breakfast at home, donned her brand-new work attire, carefully packed 2 lunchboxes into a net bag, and placed it in the basket of her bicycle before setting off. Along the way, she was greeted by familiar voices. Lily, off to work? Lily, which workshop are you in at the steel mill? Lily, please inquire if they're still hiring. After a considerable effort to exit the large courtyard, Yuli hopped on her bicycle and headed straight for the steel mill. Upon arriving at the steel mill, Yuli secured her bicycle and made her way to the publicity department. Just as she entered, someone called out, "Yuli, what brings you here?" She turned to see Su Damao. "Brother Damao, I will be working in the publicity department from now on. Please take care of me." Su Damao confirmed. "You? In the publicity department?" Yuli nodded. "Yes, Brother Damao. I just completed my onboarding yesterday." "Is the section chief here?" "The section chief is here. I will take you to him." Su Damao suppressed his curiosity and led Yuli to the chief's office. "Knock, knock, come in." Su Damao opened the office door to reveal a middle-aged man in his 50s, Huang Zhonghua, the chief of the publicity department. Su Damao gestured toward Yuli, introducing her. "Chief Huang, this is Yuli, who just joined us yesterday in our publicity department." "Hello, Chief Huang." Yuli presented her paperwork. Huang Zhonghua took the documents, glanced over them, and welcomed her. "Welcome, Yuli. You're now a member of our publicity department. Regarding your role, the leadership has clearly designated you as a broadcaster, so there will be no additional assignments." After a brief pause, Chief Huang instructed Su Damao, since you're acquainted, you may take Yuli to the broadcasting room and introduce her to the colleagues. "Certainly, Chief." Su Damao nodded in agreement. The two exited the office, and Su Damao elaborated, "Yuli, our department isn't large. There are just over 10 of us. In the main office, there are 6 individuals responsible for drafting documents and the factory's promotional materials. We have 3 film projectionists, including myself, who take turns screening films in the countryside in addition to our factory duties. As for your broadcasting room, along with your 3 fellow broadcasters, your primary responsibility will be to announce policies and notices issued from higher authorities. For significant factory events, we all pitch in." As they conversed, they inadvertently arrived at the broadcasting room. From behind a closed door, the sounds of laughter echoed. Su Damao reached out and pushed the door open. "Su Damao, what are you doing here?" "Su Damao, who invited you in?" 2 voices called out playfully from within. Su Damao clasped his hands together, smiling. "Sisters, don't be hasty. I have brought you a new colleague." With that, he stepped aside to reveal Yuli standing behind him. As the 2 individuals fixed their gaze, they found the young lady to be exceptionally beautiful. Approaching her, one of them grasped the hand of Yuli, urging her to come inside. They escorted Yuli into the broadcasting room, where they noticed Su Damao still lingering. "Su Damao, what are you still doing here? Shouldn't you be on your way?" Su Damao was rendered speechless, wondering if such betrayal was commonplace. Observing his discomfort, Yuli interjected, "Brother Damao, you should return to work now." With an awkward smile, Su Damao replied, "All right, I'll take my leave then. Farewell, sisters." "Get lost," both women simultaneously retorted. Once Su Damao departed, the 3 introduced themselves. The 2 women were already married. The elder, Wang Fangfang, was 24, and the younger, Luo Lihong, was 22. Wang Fangfang inquired, "Lily, how do you know Su Damao?" "Oh, he lives in the same complex as my boyfriend. We happened to meet, and Director Huang asked him to bring me here." "Sister Fang, it seems you both are not particularly fond of him." Luo Lihong linked her arm with Yuli's and remarked, "Lily, let me tell you, Su Damao is quite the lecher. It's best you keep your distance." "Really? I didn't notice." Yuli expressed her surprise. Luo Lihong continued, "Lily, in time, you'll understand. Any pretty girl in the factory catches his eye, and he'll find ways to approach her. He used to frequently invade our broadcasting room to bother me and Sister Fong, but after we dealt with him a few times, he ceased his advances." "Is he truly that kind of person?" Yugoslavia li pundera tutfuli. "Hey, Lily, you mentioned you have a boyfriend?" Wang Fangfang queried. "Yes," Yuli nodded. "What a pity. You're so beautiful, and now you're a broadcaster. I was planning to introduce you to my brother. Come on, tell us about your boyfriend. What does he do? How is his character? We'd like to vet him." Sister Fong Yuli felt a bit shy. "Lily, just share. We're here for your guidance." Luo Lihong encouraged from the side. His name is Chen Yizhou, and he also works at the steel mill, Yuli whispered. Chen Yizhou? Is he the well-known one from our factory recently? Wang Fangfang pressed. That should be him, Yuli replied uncertainly. He has indeed received several awards from the factory lately. Clap, Luo Lihong exclaimed. Then it's definitely him. We've been broadcasting the announcements. What a shame we've never seen the real person. Lily, will you bring him for us to meet? Oh dear, sisters, let us save that for later. Please teach me how to work first. Yuli felt overwhelmed and hastily changed the subject. All right, there is plenty of time. Come on, Lily. Let me guide you through the workflow of a broadcaster. Unbeknownst to them, lunchtime arrived. Chen Yizhou slung his bag over his shoulder, grabbed his lunchbox, and hurried to the broadcasting room. Upon reaching the door and hearing voices within, he knocked gently. Knock, knock, knock. Who is there? Wang Fangfang opened the door and was greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar yet handsome young man standing at the entrance. This is the broadcasting room. How may I assist you? He inquired. Hello, I'm looking for Yuli, Chen Yizhou replied. You're searching for Yuli? Wang Fangfang suddenly realized. You must be Chen Yizhou. Chen Yizhou nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I am Chen Yizhou. And you are? I am Wang Fangfang, a colleague of Lily's, she responded. Who is it? Sister Fangfang? Luo Lihong called out from behind. Wang Fangfang turned and smiled. It's the person you wish to meet. The person I wish to meet? Who might that be? My spouse is not likely to come to the factory now, Luo Lihong said, puzzled. Chapter 85. The pilot group commences operations. Wang Fangfang opened the door and ushered Chen Yizhou inside. Lihong, didn't you just say you would oversee Lily? She remarked. Well, this is Chen Yizhou. What do you think? Upon seeing Chen Yizhou, Luo Lihong's eyes sparkled with approval. Not bad at all. Lily has chosen well. Wang Fangfang playfully admonished Luo Lihong. What are you talking about? It's not about choosing. Upon noticing Chen Yizhou's arrival, Yuli rushed over, exclaiming, Brother Zhou, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Sister Wang Fangfang, and this is Sister Luo Lihong. Hello, Sister Fang. Hello, Sister Hong, Chen Yizhou greeted, pulling 2 apples from his satchel, handing one to each sister. He then produced 2 handfuls of white rabbit candy, distributing them as well. Sisters, from now on, Lily will be in your care. Gazing at the apples and candy in their hands, Wang Fangfang and Luo Lihong replied in unison, Rest assured, Chen Yizhou, with us around, no one will dare to bully Lily. Thank you, Sister Fang. Thank you, Sister Hong. Chen Yizhou expressed his gratitude promptly. Noticing the lunchbox in Chen Yizhou's hand, Wang Fangfang asked, You can't take Lily out for a meal, didn't you? Yes, Sister Fang, Chen Yizhou nodded. Wang Fangfang turned to Yuli, saying, Lily, you should go have lunch with Chen Yizhou. But, Sister Fang, aren't we supposed to be on duty? Yugoslavia Ling Kidet. Wang Fangfang replied. One person is enough for duty. Sister Hong and I used to take turns for meals. Besides, it's your first day at work, and there's no schedule yet. So what duty is there? Go enjoy your meal with your boyfriend. We can discuss the schedule together this afternoon. All right then, Sister Fang, Sister Hong, I'll be off. Yuli said, her cheeks flushed as she took Chen Yizhou's hand and dashed away. Chen Yizhou led Yuli to the first cafeteria, where they purchased 6 steamed buns, 1 vegetarian dish, and 1 meat dish, and settled in a less crowded corner. With her striking beauty, Yuli instantly became the center of attention upon entering the cafeteria. Some individuals who initially considered approaching her refrained upon noticing Chen Yizhou's presence beside her. However, the allure of beauty is universal. Several single young men seized the opportunity to pass by Chen Yizhou and Yuli, hoping for a closer look at her. After taking a few bites, Chen Yizhou noticed Yuli seemed somewhat uncomfortable and asked, Lily, what's wrong? Are you not used to this? In a hushed tone, Yuli replied, I'm a bit overwhelmed. There are too many people, and also Chen Yizhou looked around and realized how many people were indeed watching them, especially the young men gazing intently at Yuli. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, Shall we eat in my office instead? Sure, she agreed. They gathered their lunchboxes and walked side by side towards the exit of the cafeteria. Chen Yizhou felt numerous eyes upon them, and while he wished to assert his claim, he refrained from holding her hand in such a setting. To signify his intention, he gestured for Yuli to pause, gently patting her back and waist as if brushing off non-existent dust. In response to her puzzled expression, he said, All right, let us go. Yuli was taken aback for a moment, but then understood, covering her mouth with a smile as she followed him. The young men in the cafeteria lamented at the sight. As the saying goes, a man's head, a woman's waist, can only be gazed upon, but never grasped. The implications of that young man's hand on the goddess's waist are all too clear. The hearts of the unmarried youth, once stirred, have now been shattered. However, from this moment forth, the steel mill began to weave the legend of the factory flower, Yuli. As for the name, it was, of course, uttered by Su Damao. Chen Yizhou brought Yuli to his office and reopened his lunchbox, resuming his meal. Observing the meager offerings before him, he recalled the half-remaining chicken and potatoes in his storage space. No, the storage room is a still space. Taking it out while warm would be hard to explain. With this thought, he opened his drawer, retrieved another lunchbox from the space, placed it on the table, and lifted the lid. Lili, this is my specialty beef jerky. You must try it. Yuli picked up a slice and found the flavor delightful. I remember you delivered this to my home last time. Brother Zhou, where did you buy this? Oh, this is from a time-honored brand. I've already learned the recipe. If you wish to have some, just let me know, and I can make it any time. Chen Yizhou mused, considering his current skills as a level 5 chef. Combined with the essence of spring water and various seasonings cultivated in his space, even without using the beef from the space, the taste would undoubtedly surpass what they were currently enjoying. Yugoslavia li smilat briguli. All right, Brother Zhou, I'll come to you whenever I crave it. The two bantered and soon finished their lunch. Chen Yizhou took some tea leaves from the drawer and brewed a cup for Yuli. Lili, have some tea first. We'll head back to work afterward. Okay. Yuli accepted the cup, hesitating momentarily. Brother Zhou, Chen Yizhou inquired. What is on your mind, Lili? After a brief reflection, Yuli replied, Today, I ran into Brother Damao. Director Huang wanted him to introduce me to the department and even escorted me to the broadcasting room. However, Hong Jie and the others don't seem to think highly of him. They said, What do they say about him? Chen Yizhou asked. Yugoslavia Li, somewhat embarrassed, confessed. They say he is a flirt, always trying to chat up pretty female colleagues. Chen Yizhou thought to himself, that is certainly Su Damao's reputation. Lili, how did he behave in front of you? Was he normal? Recalling the encounter, Yuli reassured, he was quite normal. Then don't overthink it. Treat him as an ordinary colleague. Besides, Chen Yizhou raised his fist. He knows my strength. If he dares to prance about with ulterior motives in front of you, I won't hesitate to teach him a lesson. Yuli couldn't help but chuckle at Chen Yizhou's demeanor. Knock. Knock, knock. Yizhou, are you in there? Yuli remarked. That sounds like my dad. Chen Yizhou approached the door and opened it to reveal Yu Shengli standing outside. Uncle, you please come in. Have you eaten? I've already had my meal. Yu Shengli replied while stepping inside, glancing up to see Yuli. Lili, you're here too? Yuli stood and explained, Dad. I was initially eating with Brother Zhou in the cafeteria, but it was too crowded, so we came here. Chen Yizhou poured a cup of tea for Yu Shengli. Uncle Yu, please have a seat and enjoy some tea. Did you come here for something specific? Yu Shengli took the teacup and, casting a glance at Yuli, muttered, I SNT it about this girl? Lili, what is the matter? Chen Yizhou asked, puzzled. Oh, it's just about work. Yu Shengli took a sip of tea and said, Yizhou, you are unaware that yesterday, everyone in the courtyard came rushing to inquire upon learning that Lili had entered the steel mill. It has left your Aunt Yu quite exasperated. Chen Yizhou inquired, So, what brings you here to see me today? Yu Shengli elucidated, Yizhou, it is as follows. Regarding Lili's employment, I would like you to inform them that it was your doing, for they are well aware that I lack such capabilities. I came merely to convey that in the future, when you visit our courtyard, you need not engage with those individuals. Chapter 86. Successful Optimization of Production Processes. Chen Yizhou smiled and reassured, Uncle Yu, do not worry. I will not pay them any heed. Besides, they are well aware of how challenging it is to secure workstations. Who among them has the connections to speak so recklessly? Their envy is palpable. Yu Shengli concurred, Yizhou, you are absolutely right. Their envy drives them to desperate measures. Well then, you two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Uncle Yu, wait a moment. Chen Yizhou called out, halting Yu Shengli. Yu Shengli paused and inquired, Yizhou, is there anything else? Chen Yizhou replied, Uncle Yu, Tomorrow marks the day I am to be engaged to Lily. You and your family must arrive early. Yu Shengli patted Chen Yizhou on the shoulder. Rest assured, we have already coordinated with Sister Zhang, the matchmaker. We will be there together tomorrow morning. The trio enjoyed another round of tea before Yu Shengli and Yuli took their leave. After a brief respite, Chen Yizhou resumed his work. In the fan workshop, within the pilot team, Chen Yizhou walked alongside Fan Jigua. Jigua, are there any issues with production at present? Fan Jigua responded, Technician Chen. There are no significant problems as of now. However, efficiency has diminished somewhat, and the workers at the back have little to occupy them. Chen Yizhou reassured him, no worries. Jigua, our priority is to ensure quality. The new process has only just commenced, and it is normal for efficiency to be low at this stage, as the production of components has yet to catch up. Consequently, some positions will naturally experience a lull. After a brief pause, Chen Yizhou continued, this afternoon, I plan to remain in the workshop. Once the components are aligned, I will make further adjustments based on the actual circumstances, increasing personnel in slower positions while reducing staff in those that are less busy. This will gradually enhance our efficiency. Fan Jigua responded, very well, Technician Chen. I will accompany you this afternoon, striving to derive the optimal solution for our production process today. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Yizhou and Fan Jigua dedicated themselves to the pilot team, making fine adjustments according to production conditions. As closing time approached, a total of 78 fans had been stored. The workshop director, Lu Neng, approached them at some point, inquiring, Technician Chen, how is the situation? How many fans have been produced today? Chen Yizhou replied, Director Lu, the production process for the pilot team has been fundamentally optimized. Today, we stored 78 fans, all of which passed quality inspection. Director Lu was taken aback, Technician Chen. With such stringent requirements, all finished products are up to standard? Fan Jigua confirmed, indeed, all are qualified. Director Lu, due to Technician Chen's insistence on self-inspections by the workers at every stage, along with random checks from the quality inspectors, any unqualified components are not passed on to subsequent processes. The same applies to the wiring and motors. Thus far, all assembled fans are compliant. Of course, there are some defective components. Any non-conforming parts sourced externally will be returned. Excellent, Director Lu exclaimed, slapping his thigh. Now that the quality has improved, we must find ways to enhance efficiency. Chen Yizhou reassured him, Director Lu, do not worry. Today is merely the first day. The workers may need some time to adapt, and they will soon find their rhythm. To understand, among the 78 electric fans, a significant portion was produced in the afternoon. As time progresses, I am confident that the output of our pilot group will undoubtedly rise. Excellent, Director Lu exclaimed, patting Chen Yizhou on the shoulder. Technician Chen, I look forward to your imminent success. Soon, you shall oversee the reformation of the entire workshop. After work, Chen Yizhou rode his bicycle home, where dinner was already prepared. The family chose to dine under the grape arbor at the stone table, rather than inside the house. Observing the dishes laid out before him, Chen Yizhou turned to Lu Suifeng, asking, Mother, what dishes should we prepare for the engagement banquet tomorrow? I'll take care of it this evening. Take care of it this evening? Lu Suifeng inquired, puzzled. Chen Yizhou clarified, Mother, I know some friends who can procure common items. I plan to visit them tonight. If they have what we need, I will bring it back directly to avoid drawing attention during the day and inciting envy or gossip among the neighbors. Indeed, it is better to minimize trouble. Lu Suifeng agreed. Yizhou, handle it as you see fit. Just don't overdo it. Our book friends often complain about our comfortable life, which makes them envious. Ah. Chen Yizhou paused. Mother, I understand. We shall keep a low profile from now on. At that moment, old lady Zhao interjected, Yizhou, be careful when you go out tonight. Chen Yizhou nodded. Grandma, I will be cautious. At 10 o'clock that night, Chen Yizhou lay in bed. System check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Rewards. 10 boxes of Shifeng liquor, 10 boxes of Fen liquor, and 2 tailored sets of bragi for you, Li. 1 in blue and 1 in pink. Thank you, system. As per usual, he tidied up his space, then rose from bed and climbed over the wall to exit the courtyard. Although he could have remained indoors, he had informed his family about his plans and did not want them to worry if they were still awake, so he decided to make an appearance outside. Once outside, Chen Yizhou wandered aimlessly, noting the continuous flow of people heading towards the black market, though he did not join them. His strategy was to meander about, avoiding any patrols he might encounter. After an hour of aimless wandering, he returned to his small courtyard by scaling the wall. Entering the kitchen, he retrieved a 4-pound grass carp from his space, placing it in a water bucket. He caught a 4-pound chicken, binding its wings and legs, and leaving it in a corner. He also hung up a dried rabbit. He gathered an assortment of seasonal fruits and vegetables, placing them in the cupboard. Noticing the cooking oil was running low, he brought out 5 pounds of vegetable oil, filled a cloth bag with 5 pounds of flour, and added 20 pounds of rice to the rice jar. He topped off the water tank with some spiritual spring water, and due to its long-term consumption, his family's health had improved significantly, leading to an increased proportion of the spiritual water. Returning to the living room, he placed 2 bottles of health fruit wine, 2 bottles of Shifeng liquor, 2 bottles of Fen liquor, 2 pounds of white rabbit milk candy, 1 pound of Shenyang Maojian tea, 5 pounds of apples, 5 pounds of peaches, 5 pounds of grapes, and 2 pounds of honey into the cupboard. Having completed his preparations, he ascended the stairs to sleep. Early the next morning, Chen Yizhou was awakened by the bustling activity of Chen Xiaoyan. After dressing, he stepped out of his bedroom and encountered Chen Xiaoyan. "Yinzi, what are you scurrying about for so early in the morning?" "What am I doing?" Chen Xiaoyan tossed him a half-dry cloth. "I'm cleaning up. Please tidy up your bedroom quickly. I shall clean the furniture." "Huh? Oh." Chen Yizhou turned back into the room with the cloth in hand, first arranging the bed, then organizing the wardrobe. He began to dust the furniture alongside Chen Xiaoyan. While cleaning, Chen Yizhou inquired, "Yinzi, why are you up so early to do the housekeeping?" "Umph." Chen Xiaoyan replied, "Brother, do you think I wish to rise this early? It is all grandmother and mother's instructions. They say it is better to complete the cleaning early to avoid last-minute chaos." "Oh." Chen Yizhou nodded in understanding. Chapter 87. Showcasing culinary skills to family, the siblings busied themselves for about 10 minutes, tidying up the cabinets and floors in their bedroom. Chen Yizhou inquired, "Yinzi, is there anywhere else that requires cleaning?" Chen Xiaoyan replied, "The entire second floor is still left. This is the last room. I have already finished the others. Grandma and Mom are downstairs. I wonder if they have completed their tasks. Let's go and check." The pair descended to the first floor, where Grandma Zhao was seated. "Siping there?" Chen Yizhou asked, "Grandma, has the cleaning on the first floor been completed?" "Where's Mom?" Grandma Zhao responded, "The cleaning is done. Your mother is in the kitchen checking the items you bought." Upon hearing that the cleaning was finished, Chen Yizhou turned to Chen Xiaoyan and said, "Yinzi, there are some fruits and milk candies in the cabinet that I brought back. Could you wash a few fruits? I will freshen up first." "Sure, brother." Chen Xiaoyan replied eagerly upon hearing about the food. After Chen Yizhou finished washing up, he made his way to the kitchen. Upon entering, he asked Lu Cuifang, "Mom, what dishes do you plan to prepare for lunch?" Lu Cuifang replied, while organizing the ingredients, "I had a look at the vegetables you brought back. I plan to braise the rabbit, stew the chicken with some dried mushrooms, braise the fish, stir-fry 2 green vegetables, and make a soup. What do you think?" Chen Yizhou nodded and then asked, "Mom, is there enough food? We have 10 people in total." Lu Cuifang shot him a glance, "You silly boy. Do you think I can't keep track? There will be more than enough, so don't worry." Thinking of his culinary skills, Chen Yizhou saw this as an opportunity to showcase his talent. With a mischievous grin, he suggested, "How about I prepare the fish? Let me show you what I can do today." "You? Cook?" Lu Cuifang questioned, doubting her hearing. Chen Yizhou insisted, "Mom, I can actually cook. Back in vocational school, I often cooked with my classmates, though my skills were lacking. However, during my last visit home, I stumbled upon a cookbook that detailed many recipes, and I have been studying it. I believe my skills have improved significantly." Lu Cuifang remained skeptical, patting Chen Yizhou on the shoulder. "Son, I know you're clever, but cooking requires practice, not just reading." "No, Mom, I really can," Chen Yizhou urged, a bit anxious. Lu Cuifang gently pushed him out of the kitchen, saying, "All right, you can cook. I am here, so you need not worry. Why don't you check the living room for anything that needs assistance?" Seeing Lu Cuifang's dismissive attitude, Chen Yizhou understood that she did not believe in his abilities and reluctantly returned to the living room. Just as he sat down and took a sip of tea, Chen Xiaoyan came over and asked, "Brother, what is wrong? Did Mom kick you out of the kitchen?" Chen Yizhou waved his hand. Just continue with your work. It's nothing of your concern. Come on, tell me. Chen Xiaoyan persisted, refusing to leave. With no choice but to share, Chen Yizhou revealed. I just told Mom that I can cook, and I offered to make the fish for lunch, but she doesn't believe me. You? Cook? Chen Xiaoyan scrutinized him with a teasing gaze before bursting into laughter. I don't believe it either. You. Chen Yizhou feigned anger. Yinzi, you two don't believe in me? Your allowance is gone from now on. Chen Xiaoyan hurriedly grasped Chen Yizhou's arm, pleading no. Brother, I was wrong. However, regarding your culinary skills, I must inquire. She turned to Grandma Zhao and asked, Grandma, do you believe that brother can cook? Observing Grandma Zhao's expression, Chen Yizhou inquired, Grandma, you don't believe me either? After a moment of contemplation, Grandma Zhao replied, Yizhou, it's not that I doubt you. It's just that none of us have witnessed you cooking before. Unless. Chen Yizhou probed, unless what? Grandma Zhao stated, unless you can prove it. Very well. Chen Yizhou declared as he rose. Let us go, Grandma. Yinzi, to the kitchen. I shall demonstrate. The trio made their way to the kitchen, where Lu Cuifeng approached and said, Mom, you can go rest. There's no need for your help right now. Just wait for Yinzi to assist me later. Grandma Zhao clarified. Cuifeng, I'm not here to help. Your son brought me to witness. Lu Cuifeng turned to Chen Yizhou, asking witness? Yizhou, what do you need Grandma for? Exhausted and unwilling to elaborate, Chen Yizhou directly instructed Chen Xiaoyan, Yinzi, start the fire. All right. Chen Xiaoyan responded eagerly. As Lu Cuifeng attempted to speak further, she was halted by Grandma Zhao. Cuifeng, be patient. Let us observe first. In the kitchen, Chen Yizhou inspected the ingredients, selected 2 potatoes, and skillfully peeled them with a chef's knife. With swift motions, he sliced them into thin strips, and within 20 seconds, he had uniformly cut potato shreds. He then retrieved a large bowl, filled it with water, and submerged the potato shreds. Lu Cuifeng and the others stood by, mesmerized by Chen Yizhou's culinary prowess. Noticing Chen Xiaoyan was dawdling